At 1 in the morning, Shen Shubai dragged his almost falling apart body as he pushed open the door of his rented room. The old hinges let out a piercing creak that sounded especially loud in the dead of night. He did not turn on the light. Borrowing the faint neon glow seeping in from the window, he casually tossed his heavy backpack onto the floor and collapsed onto the cheap fabric sofa. This was the 27th consecutive day Shen Shubai had worked overtime. The dark circles under his eyes were as deep as if he had been punched twice. His skin was rough and sallow, and his receding hairline was visibly worsening. 3 years ago, fresh out of university, he had been a high-spirited youth. Now the grind of 996 had worn him down until only the strength to cling to life remained. Just as Shen Shubai closed his eyes, his phone began to vibrate. It was not a call, but a barrage of messages from the company WeChat group. Shen Shubai forced his eyes open, barely able to summon the strength to slide his finger across the screen. The design department's main group chat showed more than 50 unread messages. At 1 in the morning, the group was still buzzing. The latest message was from his supervisor Zhang Dazai, tagging everyone urgent notice. Party A has suddenly raised new revision requests. They want to see 3 completely new proposals by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone in the design department get online immediately. We're having a video meeting. Shen Shubai stared at the screen, his mind buzzing. This was far from the first time. Just last week, they had worked overtime until 4 in the morning, all because Party A had said it just doesn't feel quite right. The week before that, his entire weekend had been swallowed by work, only for the proposal to be rejected and sent back for a complete redo. The week before that, his phone vibrated again. This time Zhang Dazai tagged him directly. Shen Shubai, what's with that color scheme of yours? Party A says it looks as tacky as an advertising poster from an 80s township factory. Hurry up and fix it. I want to see a new version in half an hour. Shen Shubai's fingers began to tremble. 3 years' worth of pent-up grievance, exhaustion, and anger churned in his chest like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He thought of how last month he had taken 2 days off because his father was ill, only to have his full attendance bonus and that month's performance bonus docked. He thought of the project he had led to successful launch 6 months ago, the credit for which had been snatched away entirely by Zhang Dazai. He thought of squeezing onto the subway 3 hours a day back and forth just for this job that paid $6,500 a month and demanded his life in return. Yet for the sake of survival, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. So Shen Shubai opened his laptop, the screen flaring with harsh white light. The document contained the proposal he had revised 13 times, every detail painstakingly polished. Party A's brand colors were dark blue and light gray, and he had deliberately studied color psychology to choose the most suitable combination. What did Zhang Dazai know? Aside from flattering his superiors and squeezing his subordinates dry, what else could that man do? Negative emotions surged over him like a rising tide. 100, 300, 500. Shen Shubai had no idea what these values were, but he could feel his brain about to explode. His hand hovered above the keyboard, wanting to slam down hard, wanting to smash to pieces the laptop that had accompanied him through countless sleepless nights. But he did not. Reality was cruel. His bank card held just over $20,000. Next month's rent was due, utilities had to be paid, and his parents back home still relied on him to send money every month. The economic climate was poor, and every resume he sent vanished without a trace. This shitty job was his only lifeline. 800, 900, 1,000. A clear chime sounded in his mind just as he teetered on the edge of breakdown, a sound that definitely did not come from his phone or his computer. Negative emotions detected at 1,000. Conditions met for binding. Initiating binding with the Xiaoyao Shenhao system. Binding complete. Shen Shubai froze and looked around. The rented room was empty. There was no one else but him. System? He asked tentatively in his heart. Greetings, host. The Xiaoyao Shenhao system is at your service. This system is dedicated to helping the host break free from the shackles of life and enjoy a carefree existence. As long as your happiness index increases, you will receive cash rewards and special bonuses. Shen Shubai blinked, wondering if overwork had finally driven him to hallucinations. Yet the voice was far too clear to be an illusion. Moreover, as the system spoke, a warm current suddenly poured in from the top of his head, flowing down his spine and spreading through all his limbs and bones. The headache from his sleepless nights vanished, the ache in his back eased, and even his foggy mind grew much clearer. Is this real? Shen Shubai could hardly believe it. As a former fan of web novels, he knew all too well what the appearance of a system meant, and excitement surged through him at once. Ding! Initial experience reward issued. Upon detecting that the host's happiness index has increased by 5 after binding, 1 million yuan in cash has been granted. Additional reward: eliminating aging caused by staying up late, restoring youthful vitality. As the system prompt finished, Shen Shubai immediately opened his text messages with trembling hands. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 3872 completed a transfer of RMB 1000. 00 on August 17th at 0113. Current balance 10296884. 32. He counted the digits 3 times. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Millions. It really was 1 million. Shin Shubai's breathing grew rapid, his palms slick with sweat. He pinched his own thigh, gasping at the sharp pain. This was no dream. On the laptop screen, another message from Zhang Datsai popped up. Shin Shubai, where are you? Dead. If you're not dead, answer me. If you can't finish the revisions in half an hour, don't bother coming in tomorrow. 10 minutes ago, Shin Shubai would have meekly replied, got it, I'll revise it right away. But now, he glanced at the bank text message, then at Zhang Datsai's overbearing words, and suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed louder and louder until tears came to his eyes. 3 years. He had been a beast of burden for 3 whole years. Ordered around, squeezed, and exploited, treated as nothing more than an emotionless overtime machine. He had thought his life would always be like this, that enduring humiliation would one day bring stability. To hell with enduring humiliation. Shin Shubai's fingers flew across the keyboard. He switched back to the workgroup chat and found a photo he had accidentally taken the previous week. Zhang Datsai secretly pointing his phone under the skirt of a newly hired female colleague to take an upskirt shot. At the time, Shin Shubai had thought he was mistaken, but thinking back now, nothing that kind of scum did would be surprising. Luckily, he had taken a picture as well. Now the photo was right there in his album. He immediately pulled it up and sent it straight into the group chat. Next came a rapidly typed message. Zhang Datsai, trash like you who secretly take upskirt photos of female colleagues actually thinks you deserve to be a supervisor. You keep us working overtime until the early hours every day while you sneak out for massages and foot baths. Have you ever once conveyed Party A's feedback properly? Aside from bootlicking and stealing credit, what else can you do? After the photo and message were sent, the group fell deathly silent. 3 seconds later, it blew up. Holy shit. Is that Supervisor Zhang? Oh my god. Bro, you're insane. Administration HR, come and take a look. Shin Shubai didn't bother reading the rest. He directly, everyone, I'm done. Anyone who wants to stay in this crappy company can stay. By the way, the Star Project proposal last quarter was entirely my work. Zhang Datsai doesn't even know how to use Photoshop. Sent, quit the group, done in one fluid motion. Private chat windows crazily flickered. Colleagues' inquiries shock probing. He ignored them all. There are no friends in the workplace, only interests. How many of these people had spoken a single word for him when Zhang Datsai was making his life difficult? Finally, Zhang Datsai's private chat popped up, a series of voice messages. Without even tapping them, Shin Shubai knew they were full of furious insults and threats. He smirked, tapped the profile picture, and blocked, deleted, and muted him. The world was finally quiet. An indescribable feeling of relief rose from the bottom of his heart, as if all the pent-up frustration of 3 years had been spat out in one breath. He leaned back on the sofa, feeling for the first time that this 10 square meter rented room was so bright and spacious. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your happiness value after resigning has increased to 30. You have received a reward of 1000 yuan. Additional reward: appearance enhancement, skin condition improvement, optimized facial features. The phone vibrated again. Shin Shubai heard the system prompt and reflexively opened his phone to check his balance. The balance on the card had become 1129684. 32 yuan. Shin Shubai almost lost his grip and dropped the phone. Another 1000 had been deposited. His eyes welled up. Then suddenly remembering something, Shin Shubai rushed into the bathroom and turned on the light. Instantly, the bathroom became bright and clear, and Shin Shubai in the mirror was visibly transforming. Dark circles, faded skin became smoother, and even the sallow complexion from years of staying up late turned healthy and rosy. The most magical part was the facial features. His eyebrows became more defined, the bridge of his nose seemed slightly higher, and his jawline grew sharper. It was still the same face, but it had become a whole tier more handsome. Most importantly, he had originally looked like he was in his early 30s, but now he appeared to be in his early 20s. A difference of over 10 years. Shin Shubai touched his cheek. The sensation was real. He had indeed become younger. The acne from staying up late had disappeared, and his body felt incredibly light and energetic. System, is this really not a dream? Reply to host, it is not a dream. The Carefree Tycoon system continued. This system measures your happiness value. As long as you do things that make you happy, whether resigning, spending, entertaining, or any other activity, you will receive corresponding rewards based on your level of happiness. The more carefree you are, the richer the rewards. At this moment, Shin Shubai was joyful to the point of floating. Returning to the living room, he saw the laptop still glowing with the proposal that had been revised 13 times. Shin Shubai suddenly found it utterly ridiculous. He had wasted 3 years of his youth on such a thing. He closed the laptop and unplugged the power cord. From today on, he was no longer anyone's beast of burden. He was Shin Shubai, a free man with a tycoon system. Even his lower back and shoulders no longer ached. Even his drowsiness had vanished without a trace. Shin Shubai grabbed his phone and opened the food delivery app. He usually only dared to order meals under 20 yuan, but today he would go all out. A luxury seafood pizza with double cheese. A bucket of fried chicken with 5 kinds of dipping sauces. An internet-famous milk tea extra large with all the toppings. Crayfish, 3 pounds of spicy and 3 pounds of garlic flavor. And a platter of sashimi he usually couldn't bear to order. Order placed, payment made, 370 yuan. In the past, that was a whole week's food budget. Now, it's barely a fraction. While waiting for the delivery, he opened Douyin. Before, he only dared to watch, secretly afraid the algorithm would recommend it to colleagues and damage his work image. Now it didn't matter, he could watch whatever he wanted. In his follow list, those dancing girls he used to only glance at for a few seconds. Today he tapped into each one, liking, commenting, and tipping. The hottest streamer was dancing energetically. Shin Shubai had relied on her videos to get through many days, so he casually sent a Galaxy, the most expensive gift on Douyin, costing 3 yuan each. After tipping, Shin Shubai didn't feel the slightest regret. After all, he had watched her for free for over a year. This was like giving her an exclusive VIP pass. The female streamer was still dancing energetically when she suddenly saw the Galaxy gift float across the screen. She froze, then screamed with delight. "Thank you, brother Carefree, for the Galaxy. Brother, what dance would you like to see? They'll dance it just for you." Shin Shubai watched and smiled, but didn't reply. Instead, he exited the live stream. The next moment, a red 1 appeared on the Douyin message tab. Shin Shubai clicked it and found it was from the female streamer. "Carefree brother, good evening. Image 2, image 3, then came the streamers revealing home photos. Black stockings, red stockings, white stockings, and high heels showing off long legs that made one's imagination run wild. Especially the maid outfits, flight attendant outfits, and bunny girl outfits. Her chest almost popping out. Shin Shubai naturally didn't hesitate to take a few extra looks. His heart was now filled with immense satisfaction and pleasure. So this is how good spending money feels. So this is how good being unbound feels. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Watching the top streamer dance and tipping her, your mood lifted. You have received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. What? Shin Shubai was stunned by the reward. He never imagined that spending money on tips and watching private photos could actually earn him money. This feeling was simply indescribable, summed up in one word: awesome, awesome, awesome. But he didn't engage in deeper conversation, he maintained the mystery. Just then the deliveries began to arrive. Shin Shubai immediately went to open the door. In no time, the small coffee table was piled high with food. Shin Shubai sat cross-legged on the floor, holding pizza in one hand and scrolling through videos with the other, his mouth stuffed with food. When was the last time he had enjoyed food so purely? Usually he ate just to survive, gulping down food without tasting it, unaware of the flavor. Today, every bite was savored clearly. The rich aroma of cheese, the crispiness of fried chicken, the sweetness of the milk tea. When he bit into a big drumstick, the juice exploded and the meaty fragrance spread. The feeling was indescribable. Shin Zubai's eyes squinted, his face full of bliss. Ding! Congratulations, host. After staying up late watching shows and enjoying delicious food, your happiness value has increased to 50. You have received a reward of 3,000 yuan. Additional reward: comprehensive physical enhancement. Endurance, strength, and flexibility improved. Shin Shubai didn't need to check his phone to know it was a deposit notification. As the system prompt faded, he clearly felt changes in his body. The chronic shoulder and neck stiffness from years of desk work vanished. His waist and abdomen tightened, and even his vision became noticeably sharper. He tried doing a push-up. Previously he would be out of breath after 5, but now he did 30 in one go with ease. Next, Shin Shubai took a shower and changed clothes. Standing in front of the wardrobe, he realized how shabby: wrinkled shirts, pilled sweaters, faded jeans. The most expensive piece was a jacket bought on sale 2 years ago for 400 yuan, and now with frayed cuffs. Now he had over 1 million. He was no longer the poor kid he used to be. Shin Shubai lay on the bed, opened mobile banking, and confirmed the number again. Still coldly sitting in the bank account, but his heart pounded wildly. This was not a dream. This was real, available cash he could withdraw at any time. Then a crazy idea popped into his mind. The next day, Shin Shubai stood in front of the mirror, shaving off the last bit of foam from his chin, looking at the face in the mirror that seemed at least 10 years younger, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. After resigning, Shin Shubai had stayed up looking at his phone until past 3 in the morning last night. It was now past 10 in the morning, but he felt fully rested, and this feeling of waking up naturally was like having stolen a new life. Just then the system's notification sound chimed again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for no longer working like a beast of burden, allowing for relaxed, natural sleep, resulting in an increase in happiness value, and earning a reward of 5,000 yuan. Shin Zubai's face lit up with joy. He picked up his phone, and indeed there was a bank message on the screen. China Merchants Bank account ending in 3872 received a deposit of 50 RMB on August 18th at 1024. Another 5,000 has arrived. Shen Shubai whistled upon seeing the balance and tossed his phone onto the bed. The feeling of making money while lying down was even more exhilarating than winning the lottery. Lottery winnings were a one-time affair, while system rewards provided continuous, joyful feedback. After getting ready, Shen Shubai took a look around the rental room that had accompanied him for 3 years. The cramped space of over 10 square meters was cluttered with odds and ends. The walls had yellowed due to dampness, and the windows were pitifully small, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to struggle through. In the corner, the old air conditioner buzzed, having been repaired 3 times last summer, each time with the landlord muttering, "As long as it works." Now all of this was coming to an end. Shen Shubai sent a WeChat message to the landlord, "Sister Wang, I have some matters back home, and won't be renewing my lease when it expires at the end of the month. He'll clean up and leave today, and he'll leave the keys under the doormat." As soon as the message was sent, the landlord almost instantly replied, "Little Shun, is it really so sudden? Please make sure to clean up especially the kitchen range hood, and clean the bathroom drain of hair. I will refund your deposit after I inspect the house, but if there is any damage, I will have to deduct it." Shen Shubai looked at this calculating reply and chuckled softly. In the past, he would have meekly agreed, and then spent half a day cleaning the place spotless just to ensure the full return of his 800 yuan deposit. But now, he simply replied, "Okay, I'll take care of the keys." Then he exited the chat, having no interest in saying another word. 800 yuan. It wasn't even a fraction of his system's one-time rewards. Shen Shubai stuffed a few wearable clothes into his suitcase, packed his laptop and some important items into his backpack, and didn't think about the other miscellaneous items, such as the pots and pans he'd used since university, the faded bed sheets, and the low-quality storage boxes scavenged from the night market. He would leave them all behind. After taking one last look at this little space that had borne his exhaustion and struggles for 3 years, Shen Shubai put his luggage down and headed out. At 11 in the morning, the glass curtain walls of the Mercedes-Benz dealership sparkled in the sunlight. Shen Shubai got out of the taxi, adjusting his ordinary gray hoodie. This was the newest item in his wardrobe, but it had already been worn for over a year. This was also the crazy decision he had made last night to come to the Mercedes dealership to pick up his car. At this moment, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, highlighting the shiny luxury cars and the well-dressed sales consultants in the showroom. If it were in the past, Shen Shubai wouldn't have even had the courage to step into a place like this, always feeling he would be pierced by the snobbish gazes of the salespeople. But today was different. Shen Shubai pushed open the heavy glass door. A mix of cool air and the unique leather fragrance of new cars rushed towards him. "Good morning, sir. Welcome to the Mercedes dealership." A well-dressed woman in a fitted suit approached quickly, her face adorned with a standard professional smile. "How may I assist you today?" Her gaze swiftly scanned Shen Shubai's attire. Her smile did not waver, but the fleeting assessment in her eyes was something Shen Shubai caught. "I reserved an E300 on the official website. I'm here to pick it up," Shen Shubai stated directly. The saleswoman paused for a moment, then her smile became even warmer and more genuine. "You must be Mr. Shen, right? Our manager has already briefed us. Your car is ready. Please follow me." The change in attitude made Shen Shubai chuckle inwardly. Indeed, money is the best business card. Even without seeing the money, just the identity of a reserved customer was enough to earn him a different kind of respect. Shen Shubai was led to the VIP lounge, where there were leather sofas, hand-brewed coffee, and exquisite pastries arranged on glass plates. The saleswoman hurried off to retrieve documents, while another male sales manager rushed over, handing over his business card with both hands. "Mr. Shen, you are truly young and accomplished," the manager said while sizing up Shen Shubai, evidently speculating about his background. "The E300 is our star model in the mid-sized sedan category, both stable and sporty, particularly suitable for elite individuals like you." Shen Shubai took the coffee and took a sip. It was leagues better than the instant coffee he usually drank. "He'll take a look at the car first." Of course. Right this way." The car was parked in a dedicated delivery area, black exterior and brown interior, the streamlined body gleaming with a delicate sheen under the lights. Shen Shubai approached, his fingers lightly gliding over the engine hood, the cold touch igniting warmth in his heart. This car was about to belong to him. 500,000, a sum that yesterday he wouldn't have dared to even think about, but today he could spend it with a wave of his hand. "Mr. Shen, here is your key." The saleswoman handed over an exquisite key box with both hands. "We have completed a comprehensive PDI inspection for you, and the fuel tank is full. If you have time now, we can arrange a test drive for you to familiarize yourself with the vehicle's performance." Shen Shubai took the key and pressed the unlock button. With a soft beep, the car lights elegantly flashed twice as if greeting him. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The high-quality leather-wrapped seat automatically adjusted to the memory position, and the large central display screen slowly lit up with the Berlin sound system playing soft jazz. Everything felt like a dream. Shen Shubai fastened his seatbelt, took a deep breath, and started the engine. The low rumble was smooth and powerful, completely devoid of the shaking and noise typical of cheaper cars. He lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car glided smoothly out of the showroom and onto the road outside. The steering was precise, the suspension comfortable, and the soundproofing excellent. The city's clamor outside was filtered into a blurred background sound with only the music and his gradually quickening heartbeat inside the car. Awesome. Shen Shubai couldn't help but shout out. 3 years of taking the subway and buses, shivering in the winter, sweating in the summer, enduring the suffocating feeling of being packed like sardines during rush hour. And now he was sitting in a 500,000 yuan luxury car, the air conditioning set just right, the seat massage function gently kneading his back. This was the freedom and dignity that money brought. At that moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring your first prestigious luxury car. Happiness value skyrockets, earning a reward of 200,000 yuan. Additional reward: mastery of driving skills covering city, highway, mountain, road, and all-weather driving techniques, reaching professional driver level. Shen Zubai's eyes lit up. 200,000 cash reward. Adding to his spending, he still had over 800,000 left in his account. What was even more surprising was the mastery of driving skills. Along with the system's notification sound, a wealth of knowledge and muscle memory regarding vehicle handling, road condition prediction, and emergency response flooded into his mind. The driving maneuvers that were once a bit awkward suddenly became fluid, and the car seemed to come alive under his control, with every turn and lane change executed precisely and elegantly. The sales manager in the passenger seat looked at Shen Shubai in astonishment and exclaimed, "Mr. Shen, your driving skills are excellent. You don't seem like a first-time driver of an E-Class car at all." Shen Shubai smiled, not offering an explanation. He activated the turn signal and smoothly merged into the left turn lane, mentally planning his next steps. Now that he had the car, it was time to find a decent place to live. After the test drive ended and all the paperwork was completed, the salesperson respectfully handed over the keys and flowers, congratulating him. "Mr. Shen, congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a Mercedes-Benz. Wishing you joyful journeys and safe travels." Shen Shubai smiled as he took the keys, the heavy metallic feel reassuring. Then he drove away under the respectful gaze of the salesperson. At 2 in the afternoon, near the financial city in Tianfu New area, Shen Shubai parked the Mercedes in a temporary roadside spot. Just as he got out of the car, he saw a young girl in a professional suit jogging towards him, holding up her phone. "Are you Mr. Shen?" I'm Wang Yue from Anjuk. The girl was slightly out of breath, an apologetic smile on her face. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It was difficult to find a parking spot." Her voice trailed off as her gaze fell on the black Mercedes E300 behind Shen Shubai, quickly scanning his youthful face, a flash of surprise in her eyes, but she quickly resumed her professional demeanor. Shen Zubai's lips curled slightly as he noticed the look in the real estate agent's eyes, as if surprised that he was driving a Mercedes. "It's fine, I just arrived too." Shen Shubai had a good impression of this young agent who seemed fresh out of university. He smiled faintly as he got, "Hello, Mr. Shen, I have all the information prepared for the apartments you saw online. Let's start with the most recent one, which is right in front of us, the Tianji Yundi. It's a fully furnished apartment, 100 square meters facing south, with a particularly good view." After Shen Shubai exited the car, the female agent immediately began her introduction. "Lead the way." Shen Shubai locked the car and followed Wang Yue into the community. On the way, Wang Yue couldn't help but glance back at the Mercedes, tentatively asking, "What does Mr. Shen do? You look quite young." "I just resigned and plan to take a break for a while," Shen Shubai casually replied. "You just resigned?" Wang Yue felt a bit puzzled, but did not dare to ask more. She nodded, but in her mind, she had already tagged Shen Shubai as an elite individual. Young, driving a Mercedes, taking a break after resigning, and planning to rent a high-end apartment with a monthly rent of over 3,000. Wasn't that a typical elite? Upon entering the residential complex, the environment was indeed worlds apart from the dilapidated old house. The garden landscape was meticulously designed with children's play areas and fitness equipment fully available, and even the trash bins were smart classified units. "The apartment we're viewing is on the 18th floor, an auspicious number," Wang Yue said as she swiped the access card for the unit door. The elevator ascended directly to the 18th floor. The moment the door opened, Shen Shubai was awestruck. Floor-to-ceiling windows unreservedly welcomed the afternoon sunlight. The living room was so spacious that one could play badminton in it. The open kitchen was equipped with smart appliances. The master bedroom featured an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet. The interior decoration was a minimalist modern style, and the furniture appeared to be from well-known brands. Most importantly, the view. Standing by the window, one could clearly see the twin towers of the financial city not far away, their glass curtain walls shimmering with golden light under the sun. Below the traffic was bustling, yet the soundproof glass rendered it nearly silent. This apartment was owner-occupied and renovated, and only put up for rent because they went abroad, so it's exceptionally well maintained. Wang Yue, while introducing the place, secretly observed Shun Zubai's reaction. The monthly rent is 3500 yuan, which is the best value in this area. Shen Shubai made a full circle of the apartment, growing more satisfied with each step. Compared to the previous dark, cramped rental that barely allowed him to turn around, this place was heaven. "He'll take this one," Shen Shubai said decisively, not even asking about the other options. "Can we sign the contract now, eh?" Wang Yue's eyes lit up, surprised by his prompt decision. "Of course. I have the electronic contract with me. Please review the terms, and if everything is fine, we can sign online. You can move in today." "All right." Shen Shubai handed over his ID card. The formalities were handled with remarkable speed. He transferred 4 months' rent plus the agency fee via mobile banking, totaling 14500 yuan. Wang Yue handed him the keys and access card, and patiently guided him through setting up his fingerprint and the password lock. "Mr. Shen, feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. I can help coordinate property maintenance and repairs." Wang Yue offered her business card with a sweet smile. "By the way, our company has some other high-end listings. If your friends are interested, they'll reach out if there's a need." Shen Shubai accepted the card politely. "All right then, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." After the door closed, the room fell silent, leaving Shen Shubai alone. Shen Shubai walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city where he had struggled for 3 years. Previously, he had been one of the countless masses gazing up at those towering skyscrapers from below. Now he stood at a height possessing a space of his own. The sunlight fell on his face, warm and real. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for moving into a new environment rental. Happiness value increased. You have received a reward of 3000 yuan. Bonus reward, a double happiness gold item card." Here it comes again. By now, Shen Shubai had roughly understood that as long as he did things that made him happy regardless of what they were, he would receive rewards from the system. He immediately checked the description of the happiness gold item. Double happiness gold item card. Upon use, the next cash reward obtained will be doubled, single use only. Validity period 30 days. After reading this, Shen Zubai's eyes sparkled. This was a fantastic item. If he received a 1,000,000 yuan reward next time and used this card, it would directly become 2 million. So Shen Shubai stored the item card in the system space, already scheming about when it would be most advantageous to use it. At 4 p.m., Shen Shubai drove his Mercedes back to the old rental apartment building. As he parked, he saw landlord's sister Wang standing akimbo at the unit entrance, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a vest and slippers, presumably her husband. "Oh, Xiaoshen, you're back." Sister Wang put on a forced smile as soon as she saw him. "I'm just here to inspect the apartment. Have you moved everything out?" "I'm about to move the last of my things now," Shen Shubai said, heading upstairs to get his remaining luggage. "All right, I'll go upstairs with you." Sister Wang hurried over, laughing cheerfully. "They'll go up to check the apartment's condition. If there are no issues, I can return your deposit. You know, some tenants deliberately cause damage when they leave, so I have to be cautious." The distrust in her words was practically written on her face. Shen Shubai frowned, but couldn't be bothered to argue. "Fine, go ahead and look." Sister Wang and her husband went upstairs one after another. After Shen Shubai opened the door, he placed his luggage in the hallway, not bothering to enter. 5 minutes later, Sister Wang's exaggerated voice came from inside. "Oh dear, the range hood is so greasy. And there's mold in the corners of the bathroom. The floor is scratched too." Shen Shubai sneered. The range hood had been like that when he moved in. The bathroom was damp due to poor ventilation in the old building, and the floor scratches had been there for 3 years. After a while, Sister Wang and her husband came out, putting on a calculating expression. "Xiaoshen, I'm not one to complain, but you've lived here for 3 years, and the wear and tear is too much." Sister Wang shook her head and sighed. "How about this? The deposit is 800 yuan. After deducting cleaning and repair fees, they'll give you back 200. I'm not a petty person, but with the apartment in this state, it'll be hard to find the next tenant." With that, she pulled 2 crumpled red bills from her wallet and handed them over. In the past, Shen Shubai might have argued or even started a fight. But now, he looked at the 200 yuan and suddenly let out a laugh. Shen Shubai took the money, turned around, and left without a single unnecessary word. Seeing Shen Shubai so agreeable, the landlady was inwardly pleased. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, landlord's sister," Shen Shubai said as he picked up his luggage to leave. "Xiaoshen will go downstairs with you." The landlady asked her husband to stay and tidy up while she followed Shen Shubai down the stairs, still smiling ingratiatingly. "Xiaoshen, will you come back after the new year?" Looking at her sharp, mean face, Shen Shubai knew exactly what she was plotting. He gave a faint smile. "They'll be back, but I'm not considering this broken-down place of yours. Goodbye." Just then, the elevator doors opened. Shen Shubai walked straight in, leaving the landlady stunned. When she came to her senses, she immediately chased after him. "Hey, you little brat. What did you say? What broken-down place?" Say it again if you dare. By now Shin Shubai had reached his Mercedes. He placed his luggage in the trunk, then slid into the driver's seat, his movements fluid and seamless. Seeing this, the landlady swallowed her words. Her family also drove a Mercedes, but it was the cheapest model. Looking at Shin Zubai's E300, her eyes widened in disbelief. Shin Shubai started the car, glanced at the landlady, and grinned. Take care, sister. As the Mercedes roared away, the landlady's face twisted in dismay. She never imagined that a down-and-out young man could afford to drive a Mercedes. At 6 p.m., Shin Shubai moved his luggage into his new home. One suitcase, one backpack, a box of books, and some newly bought daily necessities. The 100-square-meter apartment still felt empty. However, Shin Shubai knew he would gradually add things over time. Exhausted from the day, he ordered takeout and sat on the floor by the floor-to-ceiling window, eating while scrolling through his phone. On his Douyin feed, the female streamer he had tipped last night was live. The title read, "Thanks to brother Xiaoyao from last night's leaderboard for the carnival. He'll dance for a full 3 hours today." Shin Shubai clicked in. The streamer immediately recognized his ID and made a heart sign in front of the camera. "Good evening, brother Xiaoyao. What dance would you like to see today?" He casually sent a 99 yuan fireworks gift and commented, "Dance whatever you like. Just have." It wasn't that he couldn't afford more expensive gifts, but he suddenly felt that this kind of steady small tipping had its own charm. Watching the streamer beam with joy over a modest gift was a different kind of pleasure. True enough, the streamer's face lit up with a smile upon seeing the fireworks. "Thank you for the fireworks, brother Xiaoyao. Today you'll dance the recently popular Dangerous Party." The music started and the girl in front of the camera began to move to the rhythm. Shin Shubai watched for a few minutes, then exited the live stream to seriously contemplate his next plans. He still had over 8,000 yuan in his bank account, more than enough. "I need to plan this out," Shin Shubai said, opening his phone's memo. "First, I need to buy some decent clothes. The new year is coming and I want a fresh start. Second, I need to go home. My parents have worked hard their whole lives, and this time I want to make them proud." Just as he was lost in pleasant thoughts, his phone vibrated. Shin Shubai glanced at the screen. It was a former colleague, Zhao Su. He hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hello, Shin Shubai. You're something else." A slightly drunken voice came through the phone. "I heard you resigned and exposed that bastard Zhang Ditsai in the company group. You're a legend, man." This guy was from the design department. They had joined the company around the same time, and their relationship was decent. At least Zhao Su had never stabbed him in the back. "Did that old baldy curse me out in the office today?" Shin Zubai's lips curled into a smirk, already picturing the scene. "Of course. That bombshell you dropped is the talk of the entire company. Zhang Ditsai was called in for a chat with HR, and I heard the admin department has started investigating the secret filming incident." Zhao Su lowered his voice. "But watch your back. Zhang Ditsai is threatening to take you down, saying you leaked company secrets, and will hold you legally responsible." Shin Shubai sneered. "Let him try? Who's afraid of whom?" Zhao Su gasped on the other end. "Man, of course. Even a clay figurine has its temper," Shin Shubai said calmly. Zhao Su paused, his tone turning envious. "Seriously, what are your plans after quitting? Got another job lined up?" "No, I'm planning to take a break and enjoy life." "I envy you. I have to keep being a workhorse in this dump." Zhao Su sighed. "By the way, a few of us former colleagues are getting together privately this weekend. All of us have been screwed over by Zhang Ditsai. Are you coming? Everyone admires you and wants to hear about your heroic deeds." Shin Shubai thought for a moment. "It'll pass. I'm heading home in a few days. Maybe another time." "All right," Zhao Su chuckled. "Let's keep in touch. If you find a good opportunity, don't forget about us." "I will." After hanging up, Shin Shubai gazed at the setting sun outside the window. He figured he should go buy some New Year's goods, at least get a few decent outfits. Just then his phone rang again. Looking at the caller ID, it was his mother from his hometown. If it were before, Shin Shubai might have brushed it off and sent a message saying he was busy, which is a common thought among many young people outside. It's not that he despises his parents, but rather that he feels embarrassed to face them due to his perceived lack of accomplishments. However, Shin Zubai's mindset had changed at this moment. He immediately answered the call and cheerfully called out Mom. At that moment, his mother's voice came through, cautious, yet hopeful. "Son, will you come home for the new year this year?" Shin Shubai couldn't help but think of last year, when he couldn't go back due to overtime at work, and to be honest, he wasn't too keen on facing the interrogation from a myriad of relatives. Who would have thought a day later things were different? Shin Shubai confidently replied, "Mom, I'm coming home this year." After receiving the answer, his mother's mood visibly brightened, and she cheerfully said, "Son, when does your company have a holiday? Have you booked your plane ticket? Remember to do it early so the prices don't rise." Shin Shubai, facing the setting sun, spoke to his mother with immense joy. "Mom, I'll be home early, don't worry." "That's great." His mother seemed very happy and reminded him, "Make sure to eat on time while you're out, don't starve yourself." "I know, Mom." Shin Shubai felt a pang in his heart, and then asked, "Mom, have you bought the New Year's goods yet?" Shin Shubai understood the hardships his parents faced. Years ago, his father was swindled out of over 40,000 yuan by a trusted friend, leading to their family losing. Shen Shubai understood the hardships his parents faced. Years ago, his father was swindled out of over 40,000 yuan by a trusted friend, leading to their family losing everything overnight and owing over 3,000 yuan. It was from that time that his father fell ill, but fortunately, after several years of recovery, he suffered no lasting effects. Soon after, he began working diligently with his mother, riding an electric tricycle to sell fruits, and they had already paid off 2,000 yuan of their debt through frugality. With over 1,000 yuan left plus interest, they planned to grow sugarcane to earn money to repay the rest gradually. Throughout this time, they never asked Shen Shubai for a single cent to help with the debt, insisting he save his money for his future marriage. This year they had about 10 acres of sugarcane, and it was just the two of them managing it, only hiring temporary workers when they couldn't keep up. Life had been quite tough, and now it was the season for selling sugarcane. Shen Shubai knew they would have to leave early and return late selling sugarcane in the fields. Shen Shubai came back to the present and said to his mother with concern, "Mom, let's wait until I come back to buy it. Also, you and Dad be careful while selling sugarcane. Don't stand on the road to wave. Watch out for vehicles. I'll help you sell when I'm home." His mother loved him dearly and smiled, saying, "I know. Your dad and I can sell the sugarcane. But you take care of your health. While working late, by the way, is your money enough? Should I send you some?" Shen Shubai felt warmth in his heart and smiled slightly. "Mom, I have enough money, so don't worry." His mother didn't say much more. "All right, take care of yourself. If anything happens, just let me know." "Okay, Mom." Shen Shubai didn't want to report his current situation to his mother. He thought he would surprise them when he returned home. "Son, you get back to work. I won't disturb you. Let me know when you book your ticket so I know when you're coming back." His mother and Shen Shubai agreed and hung up the phone. At that moment, he felt a mix of emotions, but mostly he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming days. At that moment, his mother sent a message. Shen Shubai opened it to find that she had sent a red envelope of 1,000 yuan along with a voice message, nearly bringing him to tears. Shen Shubai looked at the 1,000 yuan transfer sent by his mother on the phone screen, his finger hovering above the screen, hesitating to click. 1,000 yuan. For Shen Shubai now it was hardly enough for a single tank of gas. But for his mother, that 1,000 yuan was hard-earned money from selling dozens or even hundreds of sugar canes in the cold wind. It was their savings scraped together from their meager living expenses. The red dot of the voice message was still Shen Shubai clicked on it, and his mother's gentle, yet slightly cautious voice flowed from the speaker. "Son, take this 1,000 yuan to buy your plane ticket. If it's not enough, let me know. You're on your own out there, don't be too stingy. Make sure to eat and drink well, your health is the most important." Her voice choked up towards the end, but quickly masked it. Shen Zubai's eyes turned red in an instant. He recalled returning home during the winter break of his junior year, inadvertently spotting his mother's small notebook, where she kept track of expenses. Amid the dense numbers, one line read, "Saving for son's plane ticket, 500 yuan monthly." At that moment, he realized that since he started college, his mother had been squeezing out 500 yuan from their meager household allowance each month, just so he could afford a full-price plane ticket during the winter and summer breaks, instead of taking a 30-hour hard-seat train. He recalled last spring festival, when he couldn't go back due to overtime. On New Year's Eve night, during a video call, his parents had prepared a table of dishes, but only the two of them were eating. His mother smiled and said, "I made too much food," but Shen Shubai clearly saw that most of the dishes were. He remembered even earlier, before the family fell on hard times, his mother would take him to the mall well in advance to buy new clothes for the new year, a brand new outfit from inside to outside. His father would smile and take out money, saying, "My son looks handsome in anything." But after their family fortunes declined, such rituals ceased to exist. In its place were discounted clothes his mother found at night markets, his father's guilt-ridden gaze, and the words, "When we have money in the future, Dad will buy you something nice." And now, Shen Shubai took a deep breath, wiped his face, and clicked to accept the transfer. In the moment the transfer was successful, he immediately sent a voice message to his mother, "Mom, I received the money, thank you. You and Dad take care of yourselves at home. If you can't sell all the sugarcane, don't force it. I'll be back soon. Okay, be careful." His mother sent another message, but Shen Shubai didn't reply. He stared at that 1,000 yuan, thinking to himself, "Mom and Dad, this year for the new year, I'll make sure you enjoy yourselves." Afterward, he tidied his mood and went to the International Financial Center shopping plaza at 7:30 in the evening. This landmark building in Chengdu was a place he had only dared to look at from outside before. A huge panda sculpture lay on the rooftop, overlooking the flowing crowd below, also looking down at the once cash-strapped version of himself. In the underground parking lot, Shen Shubai parked the Mercedes-Benz steadily in its spot. Next to him was a Porsche Cayenne, and beside that was a Tesla Model X. In the past, he would have envied them greatly, but now he simply locked his car calmly and adjusted his clothing slightly. He was still wearing that gray sweatshirt and the same ordinary jeans. Yet Shen Shubai stood tall and straight. The elevator went straight to the men's clothing section on the third floor. The lighting was soft, and a faint fragrance filled the air with each luxury brand storefront, designed simply yet tastefully. The salespeople wore matching uniforms and smiled, yet discreetly scrutinized each customer. Shin Shubai had a clear goal and walked straight to the Burberry counter. In the display window, a classic khaki trench coat glimmered under the lights, priced at 1800 yuan. If it were 3 days ago, Shin Shubai would have gasped at this price and walked away without a second glance. But now he walked in with confidence. "Good evening, sir. Welcome to Burberry." A well-made-up female sales associate in her 30s approached him with a proper smile, saying, "What styles do you like? I can help you with recommendations." Her gaze quickly scanned Shin Shubai's attire. Her professionalism prevented her from showing any reaction, but Shin Shubai could sense the distance. There were too many young people in fast fashion brands wandering in this place, mostly trying on clothes for selfies on social media, and very few could afford to buy. "I'd like to see coats suitable for men in their 50s, warm and stable, but not too old-fashioned." Shin Shubai directly stated his intention. Also for women's clothing suitable for a woman in her 50s, about 1.6 meters tall, on the slimmer side. The salesperson's eyes flashed with surprise. Was he not buying for himself, but for his parents? "Sir, you truly have a filial heart." Her attitude became more sincere. "Please follow me. Here is our autumn and winter collection. These coat styles are all classics, cashmere blend, good insulation, and the design is quite simple yet elegant." As she spoke, the sales associate took down a dark gray double-breasted coat and introduced, "This one is a fitted style with a well-structured shoulder design that can enhance your aura. May I ask how tall your father is?" 175 centimeters, a average build. Shin Shubai took the coat, feeling its delicate softness, clearly different from the regular merchandise in ordinary malls. He imagined how his father would look wearing this coat. In his memory, his father's last decent coat was bought 10 years after the family fell into trouble. That coat was worn repeatedly until the cuffs were frayed, yet they couldn't bear to. Last year, during a video call, Shin Shubai saw that his father's coat had visible mended patches on the cuffs. Though the stitches were tight, they were still noticeable upon closer inspection. "Please wrap this one up for me." Shin Shubai didn't hesitate much. "Are there other colors available?" "We also have black and deep blue." The salesperson's eyes lit up. "Would you like to see them?" "Bring them all over. Also, please prepare a shirt, a sweater, and a pair of pants to go with it." In the next half hour, Shin Shubai seemed to enter shopping mode. He picked out 2 coats, 3 shirts, 2 pairs of wool trousers, a cashmere sweater, and 2 pairs of leather shoes for his father. For his mother, he chose a cashmere coat, silk blouse, wool skirt, thermal underwear, and a Hermes silk scarf. The salesperson said it was this year's most popular style, perfect for gifts. Finally, it was his turn. Shin Shubai stood in front of the mirror, trying on a deep blue casual suit. The fit was perfect, the fabric firm, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His already enhanced look shone under the lights, almost making him feel like a different person. No, it's not just about money, it's also about the confidence radiating from within. Coupled with an enhancement in appearance, physique, and youthfulness, Shin Shubai's demeanor had transformed completely. He recalled a time when he accompanied his ex-girlfriend shopping, and she had her eyes on an 800 yuan dress. He had stammered for a long time before finally saying, "You'll buy it next month when I get paid." Yet before the next month arrived, she had proposed a breakup, saying, "I can't see a future with you." Looking back, he realized how pathetic he had been at that time. "They'll take this set, and please help me match a few casual outfits. Something more relaxed." Shin Shubai removed his suit jacket. "Pack everything separately. My parents' items and my own must be separated." "All right, sir." The salesgirl's smile was as bright as a flower. "Please have a seat. We'll calculate the total for you." In the interim, Shin Shubai sat on the genuine leather sofa at the counter, browsing through the brand catalog. On the coffee table nearby, the salesgirl brought over Evian mineral water and exquisite snacks. This feeling of being respected is truly wonderful. A few minutes later, the salesgirl approached with the bill, her voice barely containing her excitement as she said, "Sir, the total for the items you've selected is 12860 yuan. Since your purchase exceeds 1000, you can become our VIP member, and you'll be notified first of new arrivals. You will also receive 2 free dry cleaning services each year." 128,000. In the past, that would have been Shin Shubai's salary for 2 years. But now, without changing his expression, he took out his bank card and said, "Charge it." The salesgirl immediately took the bank card in both hands to process the payment. Shin Shubai felt no pain in spending. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of pride and joy in being able to buy clothes that his parents liked. It had been years since he had bought his parents decent clothes, and now Shin Shubai was determined to be filial. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for shopping for their parents and fulfilling their filial duty. Family satisfaction skyrocketed, happiness value surged, and a reward of 300,000 yuan has been granted. Additional reward: health boost for parents. Their physical condition will slightly improve, chronic illness symptoms will lessen, and their energy will increase. At that moment when the system notification sounded in his mind, Shinzubai's fingers paused slightly. It wasn't about the money. Though 300,000 was substantial, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. It was the additional reward that caught his attention. A health boost for his parents. His father had high blood pressure, and his mother suffered from chronic back and leg pain. These were ailments accumulated from years of hard work. Sir, the salesgirl noticed him lost in thought, and gently reminded him, could you please input your password? All right. Shinzubai snapped back to reality and entered his password. After that, the transaction was successful. The salesgirl respectfully handed over the receipt and the beautifully packaged shopping bags, saying, Sir, would you like me to help you take these to your car? No need, I'll manage myself. Shinzubai took the bags. Though heavy with 7 or 8 large paper bags, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. As he walked out of the counter, he heard the salesgirls whispering behind him, wow, he bought over 100,000 in one go without batting an eye. He must be a rich second generation, right? And he looks so handsome. I don't think so. He bought a lot for his parents. A rich second generation wouldn't be so filial. Shinzubai's lips curled up slightly without turning back. For the next hour, he entered full shopping mode. In the skincare section, he bought a classic set of LAMER for his mother along with the best-reviewed anti-wrinkle eye cream and essence. The salesgirl patiently explained the effects of each product, and upon learning that he was buying for his mother, she repeatedly praised his filial piety. This essence is particularly effective for diminishing fine lines. Many customers have reported their mothers looking several years younger after using it. The salesgirl smiled and said, Sir, if you take this home for the new year, I believe your mother will be very happy. Shinzubai imagined the expression on his mother's face upon receiving the gift, feeling warm inside, and said, wrap it up. Ding. Detected that the host is purchasing skincare products for their mother. Happiness from hope for her beauty has increased, and a reward of 50,000 yuan has been granted. Another 50,000 added to his account. Shinzubai continued shopping with a cheerful heart. At the watch counter, he chose a classic Rolex for his father. His father had loved watches in his youth, and had collected several before the family crisis, but all were sold off later. Shinzubai remembered a time when he returned home and saw his father staring blankly at his empty wrist. He'll take this one. He pointed to a simple yet elegant Datejust watch in the display case, and added, please adjust the strap length for me. Sir, you have a good eye. This model is a classic among classics and retains its value well. The salesgirl carefully took out the watch and asked Shinzubai, what is your father's wrist size? Shinzubai provided a number, watching as the salesgirl professionally adjusted the strap. Before long, everything was adjusted. The salesgirl asked Shinzubai, Sir, would you like to try it on now, or? No need, just wrap it up. Shinzubai handed over his bank card, saying, let's settle the bill. Of course, sir, please wait a moment. The salesgirl started processing the payment, then packaged the luxury watch and handed it to Shinzubai. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purchasing a watch for their father, enhancing the warmth of father-son affection, and a reward of 80,000 yuan has been granted. Additional reward, mild relief of father's wrist arthritis symptoms. Another health-related reward. Shinzubai's heart raced. If the system's health boost was truly effective, it would be worth more than billions to him. Carrying a huge pile of gift boxes and bags, he headed to the health supplement section, selecting fish oil, calcium tablets, and vitamins suitable for middle-aged and elderly people. Though the system had already provided health rewards, dietary supplements were equally important. Even after spending several 100,000 in a flurry, the system would instantly reimburse his expenses effectively, allowing Shinzubai to shop for free with additional surplus. Lastly, he reached the New Year goods section. Pushing a shopping cart, Shinzubai aimed to clear out the entire supermarket. Imported cherries, Chilean blueberries, Spanish ham. These were all items his parents usually hesitated to buy, and he filled the cart with boxes and crates. Organic grains, camellia oil, wild honey, aged porti. Health foods were also a must. He added various nut gift boxes, candies, chocolates, and specialty pastries, piling the shopping cart high. Surrounding customers turned to look, filled with curiosity, envy, and whispered discussions. Is this handsome guy planning to open a supermarket? Shinzubai paid no mind. He was immersed in the happiness of shopping for family. At checkout, the cashier scanned for a full 20 minutes. The final total was over 23,000 yuan, filling up 8 large shopping bags. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purchasing New Year goods, anticipating the happiness of family reunion skyrocketing, and a reward of 150,000 yuan has been granted. Additional reward, warmth of family reunion time enhanced. During the spring festival, the family atmosphere will be more harmonious and warm. The system's notification sound echoed continuously in Shinzubai's mind, lifting his spirits even higher. For the first time, he was shamelessly buying New Year goods, and he felt utterly exhilarated. He truly experienced what it meant to be rich enough to do as one pleases. Pushing the shopping cart toward the elevator, he couldn't help but smile. Tonight's shopping trip, not counting the car, had already cost nearly 300,000. And the system rewards. 300,000 plus 50,000 plus 80,000 plus 150,000 totaling 580,000. Not only did he net a profit of 280,000, but he also received health boosts for his parents and enhanced family warmth, rewards that money couldn't buy. This deal was too worthwhile. In the parking lot, Shinshubai stuffed the large and small bags into the trunk and back seat of the Mercedes. The car was filled to the brim, leaving almost no space. Sitting in the driver's seat, he didn't start the car immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and flipped through the photos he had taken tonight. Burberry shopping bags, LAMER gift boxes, Rolex receipts, and the towering piles of New Year goods from the supermarket. He selected a few images to post on his social media with a simple caption, "This year for the new year, I can finally show my filial piety properly." He didn't set a group, making it visible to everyone. Within less than a minute of posting, likes and comments flooded in. Former colleague Zhao Su, damn. Bro, did you win? College classmate Wang Tao, Burberry. Rolex. Bro, you've struck it rich. Cousin Shin Xiaoyu, did you bring me gifts? Several people whom he rarely contacted also chimed in, their tones filled with surprise, and Shinshubai scrolled through these comments feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It wasn't about showing off, but rather being able to stand tall and tell everyone, I am doing well and my parents will be well too. Just as he was about to put down his phone, a private message popped up. It was Zhang Ditsai. To be precise, it was Zhang Ditsai, who he had blocked and then readed with a different account. Shinshubai, you're something, buying so many luxury items. Where did the money come from? Did you steal client data from the company to sell? Let me tell you, I've already reported this to the police. Oh, wait for your lawsuit. His words were filled with anger and malicious suspicion. Shinshubai chuckled coldly and replied, Director Zhang, oh sorry, former director, I still have high-definition evidence of you secretly photographing female colleagues. Want me to help you report it first? The other party showed typing for a long time before finally sending. You're ruthless. We'll see about this. Then the profile picture went gray again, likely blocked once more. Shinshubai shook his head and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. A clown not worth mentioning. He had more important matters to attend to now. He started the car and drove out of the parking lot. The city streets were alive with lights, and the car's sound system played cheerful jazz music. While driving, Shinshubai calculated in his mind originally, there was over $1 million in his account minus the $30,000 spent tonight, plus the system rewards of $580,000. His actual assets had increased to nearly $1,300,000. He had bought all the gifts for his parents, prepared the New Year goods, and acquired clothes, a car, and a place to live for himself. So what's next? Next, Shinshubai was feeling rather carefree at the moment, or rather he acted on whatever came to mind. After an extravagant shopping spree, he filled his Mercedes-Benz to the brim and headed straight onto the highway, intending to drive home through the night. The late-night highway glimmered like a luminous ribbon winding through the mountains. Shinshubai drove his black Mercedes-Benz E300, cruising at a steady 120 kilometers per hour with the car's audio system playing the singer's Blue Lotus, creating a wonderfully enchanting atmosphere. Nothing can stop your yearning for freedom. The lyrics resonated deeply within Shinshubai. With his left hand resting on the steering wheel, he fished a piece of chewing gum from the armrest with his right hand and tossed it into his mouth, the refreshing mint flavor instantly spreading through his mouth. Shinshubai blew a bubble, and with a crisp pop the sound echoed vividly in the enclosed cabin. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This feeling of unrestrained freedom was absolutely exhilarating. Outside, the darkness rushed by, occasionally illuminated by headlights from oncoming traffic like shooting stars. Inside the car was his little world. The temperature was comfortable, the seat massage function was gently working, and the ambient light on the dashboard was set to a tranquil blue. No overtime notifications, no clients pushing for drafts, no supervisor's roars. Just him, the road ahead, and his yearning to return home. Ding! Detected that the host is enjoying the freedom of driving. Happiness value continuously increasing, reward of 20,000 yuan granted. The system's prompt sounded in his mind as cheerful as if it were celebrating with him. Shinshubai glanced at his phone screen, and indeed the bank text message had arrived. The balance had increased again, now exceeding 1,300,000. He gently patted the steering wheel, smiling. Buddy, on this journey we're going to eat, drink, and have fun, and money will just grow on its own. Before he finished speaking, a white BMW 3 Series caught his attention ahead. The car was speeding in the fast lane, going at a decent pace, but there was something off about the rear. Shinshubai squinted, his keen observational skills honed from expertise in driving immediately picking up on the anomaly. Wisps of gray smoke were billowing from the rear of the BMW, particularly obvious under the car's lights. It wasn't the white smoke of exhaust, but rather a thick gray-black smoke mixed with particulates. Is it on fire? Shinshubai was taken aback. What left him speechless was that the BMW driver seemed completely unaware, continuing to speed down the highway at 120 kilometers per hour. The smoke thickened, and he could now see flickers of flames. While this driver has some serious guts. Shen Shubai wasted no time immediately signaling to merge into the right lane and then flooring the accelerator. The Mercedes 2.0T engine let out a low growl as the car surged forward like an arrow. In the moment they were side by side, Shen Shubai turned to look. In the driver's seat was a young woman wearing headphones, seemingly swaying gently to the rhythm of the music, completely oblivious to the danger outside. Her profile was exquisitely beautiful under the flickering lights. "Hey, your car is on fire." Shen Shubai rolled down the window and shouted at the BMW. The wind howled, and with the windows up on the highway she couldn't hear him at all. Shen Shubai grew anxious. If it caught fire on the highway, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Fuel tank, electrical system, tires. Any issue could be fatal. Shen Shubai pressed the horn several times. The sound echoed loudly across the sky. After speeding for several hundred meters, the BMW driver finally reacted, glancing over at Shen Shubai. He quickly pointed at her car's underbelly and made a fire gesture. The girl looked through the car window at Shen Shubai's gestures, first stunned, then seemingly catching a glimpse of something in the rearview mirror, her face turning pale instantly. The BMW began to slow down, its turn signal flashing, gradually moving towards the emergency lane. Shen Shubai let out a sigh of relief and signaled right, but instead of stopping, he continued driving forward. He had done his part in alerting her. What happened next was up to the driver. The emergency lane on the highway shouldn't be occupied for long. That was a common safety rule. After driving about 100 meters, Shen Shubai could still see in the rearview mirror that the white BMW had come to a complete stop at the roadside, its hazard lights flashing urgently, and he could vaguely see the driver getting out to check. "It should be fine now," Shen Shubai murmured to himself. Just then, ding! "Congratulations to the host for helping a stranger avoid an accident. Joy from helping others has increased. Reward of 30,000 yuan granted. Additional reward, driving safety aura for the next 72 hours. The accident rate of vehicles within 100 meters of the host is reduced by 50. Shen Shubai's expression brightened. Helping others has such benefits. Not only a 30,000 yuan cash reward, but also a safety aura. Although he wasn't sure how this 50 reduction in accident rate would work, it sounded very reliable. After all, far too many drivers travel overnight, especially on highways, and the worst fear is an accident. That's no joking matter. Not bad, not bad. Good deeds bring good rewards. Shen Shubai was in high spirits, even humming a little tune. An hour later his stomach began to protest. Since departing from Rongqing, he had only had one dinner, and it was already past 1 in the morning. It was indeed time. 2 kilometers ahead was the Shanqing service area. Shen Shubai signaled and entered the ramp. The service area was brightly lit, and although it was late at night, many large trucks and long-distance buses were parked in the lot. Shen Shubai parked close to the restaurant, turned off the engine, and got out. The cold wind of the night made him shiver, prompting him to wrap his coat tighter. After using the restroom to relieve his physiological needs, he headed straight for the restaurant in the service area that looked the most decent. Though it was termed a restaurant, it was actually a fast food stall styled like a large diner, but the tables and chairs were relatively clean and the food looked decent. "Boss, what do you have to eat?" Shen Shubai asked as he approached the counter. "We have stir-fried dishes, noodles, and rice sets," an uncle in an apron replied, without looking up, engrossed in his phone. "The menu is on the wall." Shen Shubai looked up and ordered a twice-cooked pork set meal, adding a large chicken leg, and requested a bottle of iced cola. The price wasn't cheap at 58 yuan, but for Shen Shubai, it was just a small expense. After paying, he found a window seat. Outside was his black Mercedes, reflecting a low-key sheen under the lights, surrounded by large trucks and vans, making it stand out even more. Before long, the food arrived. The twice-cooked pork was greasy and succulent, with sides of shredded potatoes and stir-fried cabbage, and the rice was served generously. The large chicken leg was fried to a golden crisp, making it incredibly appetizing. Shen Shubai was genuinely hungry and picked up his chopsticks to dig in. The first bite of the twice-cooked pork was rich, but not greasy, savory, and just right, surprisingly delicious. He quickly polished off half the rice, then bit into the chicken leg. As he took a bite, the crispy skin and tender meat burst in his mouth, and Shen Shubai squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Indeed, when hungry, everything tastes good. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly felt someone stop it. Shen Shubai looked up, still holding the chicken leg in his mouth, and saw a girl standing across from him with a tray, looking at him in surprise. To be precise, she was looking at his face. The girl appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, standing about 168 centimeters tall, with an exceptionally well-proportioned figure. She wore a long cream-colored down coat left unbuttoned, revealing a light gray turtleneck sweater underneath. Her fitted jeans paired with combat boots made her legs look long and straight. But the most captivating aspect was her face. It wasn't the typical cookie-cutter internet celebrity look, but rather featured delicate classical beauty. Her large eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, were the very definition of peach blossom, eyes wide open at this moment, reflecting the lights of the restaurant. With a high nose bridge and naturally cherry-colored lips, she looked rosy and plump without any makeup. Her chestnut-colored long hair was tied into a high ponytail at the back, revealing a smooth forehead and graceful neck. Perhaps having just come in from the cold wind, her cheeks had a faint blush and the tip of her nose was slightly red, adding to her charm. From Shun Zubai's perspective, he could undoubtedly give this girl a score of 9 out of 10. He withheld a point to prevent her from becoming arrogant. "It's you." The girl spoke first, her voice crisp and pleasant, tinged with surprise. "You're the handsome guy who warned me about my car catching fire on the highway." Shun Zubai finally realized, hurriedly swallowing the piece of chicken in his mouth, almost choking, and quickly took a sip of cola. Cough, cough. "It's you, the BMW owner. Is your car okay?" Shun Zubai wiped his mouth and smiled widely. "It's fine." The girl placed her tray on the table and naturally sat down across from Shun Zubai. It was just that the undercarriage got snagged on some rag from who knows where, probably debris dropped from a truck. The high temperature of the exhaust pipe ignited it, causing smoke. "If you hadn't warned me, I might not have noticed until the car caught fire. I was still thinking about how to thank you, and I didn't expect to run into you here at this service area. We really are fated," the girl said with gratitude on her face. "Thanks to your warning, I was on the phone with my headphones in and completely oblivious until you honked. It scared me to death." Shun Zubai waved his hand modestly, saying, "It was just a small act, no need to be so polite. As long as you're okay. By the way, I'm Shun Zubai." The girl extended her hand, her smile as bright as her name. Tang Xiao Xiao Tang, from the Tang dynasty, and Xiao meaning smile. "And you?" Shun Zubai gently shook her hand. Her hand was soft, and her fingertips cool. "Shun Zubai." Tang Xiao Xiao repeated it, then began to tackle her tray. She ordered a bowl of beef noodles. "Are you driving so late for a business trip or something?" "Going home." Shun Zubai continued to gnaw on his chicken leg. "But I'm not in a hurry. I plan to take a road trip back, making up for the travels I've missed over the past 3 years." "A road trip?" Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. "Me too. I'm also heading back home early for the new year, hoping to enjoy some sights along the way." "Where's your hometown?" "Mindu Rongqing." Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed seriously. "I'm from Luda Island, we're fellow townsfolk." Shun Zubai was also taken aback. "What a small world. You're from Luda Island. Your accent doesn't sound like it," he noted, as Tang Xiaoxiao's Mandarin was very standard with almost no Minnan accent. "I studied in the north for college and worked out of town for 2 years after graduation, so my accent got a bit mixed up," Tang Xiaoxiao explained with a smile, then became excited. "Then we can travel together. Having company on the road is safer." However, Shun Zubai shook his head, saying, "I might not be suited for traveling with someone. I plan to take my time on this trip, stopping wherever I find interesting cities. I might even take a detour." So he thought this would make Tang Xiaoxiao back off. To his surprise, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up even more. "What a coincidence. That's my plan too. I hate rush travel. A road trip should be free-spirited. I haven't even made an itinerary. I just want to go wherever the road takes me." She counted on her fingers. "I originally planned to reach the mountain city tonight, visit Hongya Cave tomorrow for hot pot, and then, depending on my mood, maybe go to Zhangjiuji or directly east to Changsha for tea at Tianyan Yueshing." Shun Zubai looked at her in surprise. Her thoughts coincided perfectly with his. "Are you planning to stay overnight in the mountain city tonight?" "Yes. I've already booked a hotel right near Jifengbai," Tang Xiaoxiao replied, taking out her phone. "Look, the Vienna International Hotel. I heard the location is particularly good." Shun Zubai leaned in to take a look. It truly was a coincidence. He had just booked the same hotel an hour ago. "I booked that one too," Shun Zubai chuckled, incredulous at such a serendipity. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously burst into laughter. This fate felt oddly enchanting. "So, together." Tang Xiaoxiao tilted her head, her ponytail swaying gently with the movement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and playfulness. "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. We'll split the hotel bill, go Dutch on meals, and cover our own gas and tolls. It's just nice to have someone to talk to on the road for safety's sake." Shun Zubai looked at the brightly smiling girl before him, quickly calculating in his mind. A score of 9 for looks and outgoing personality, and a fellow townsfolk with matching travel philosophies. The key point was having such a beauty as a companion would surely make the journey far from boring. Moreover, the system had just rewarded him with a driving safety halo. Even if some unexpected situation arose, he should be able to turn danger into safety. "All right." Finally, Shun Zubai nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let's go together. But I must warn you, I'm quite spontaneous, and my plans might change at any time." "What a coincidence." "So am I." Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes curved into crescents as she laughed. "Shall we set off right after we finish eating? We'll arrive in the mountain city by around 2, and still have time for a lazy sleep." "Sure." During the meal, the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. The two exchanged basic introductions. Shun Zubai mentioned he had just resigned and planned to take a break for a while. Tang Xiaoxiao said she worked in marketing at a foreign company in Rongqing, and her project had ended early this year, so her boss had specially approved her early vacation. "What do you do?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked curiously. I see you driving a Benz, you must have a decent income. I used to be a designer working like a horse, Shin Shubai replied half-jokingly. The car is newly purchased, a reward for my hard work over the past 3 years. Design. Impressive. Tang Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up. I admire people who can draw. I can't even manage a simple doodle. The two chatted and laughed, and the meal quickly came to an end. When it came time to pay, Shin Shubai intended to cover the bill for Tang Xiaoxiao, but she firmly refused. We agreed to split, don't try to buy me off. Shin Shubai had no choice but to relent. Stepping out of the restaurant, the biting cold wind of the night was even more piercing. Tang Xiaoxiao wrapped her down coat tighter, jogging towards her white BMW. Shin Shubai, on the other hand, strolled leisurely towards his Benz. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat. Tang Xiaoxiao leaned out of her car for easier contact. They scanned each other's codes and added each other as friends. Tang Xiaoxiao's WeChat profile picture was a shot of her back at the beach during sunset, her long hair cascading, exuding a poetic ambience. Her moments were mostly filled with travel and food photos interspersed with some work-related content, making her seem like a girl who loves life. So, see you in the mountain city. Shin Shubai settled into his car and fastened his seatbelt. See you in the mountain city. Tang Xiaoxiao gave an okay sign, then started her car. The white BMW took the lead out of the service area, and Shin Shubai followed after a moment. The two cars entered the highway one after the other, their headlights tracing two parallel light trails in the night. Shin Shubai watched the white BMW ahead, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. This journey home seemed to be far more interesting than he had imagined. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host has encountered a high-value travel companion, greatly enhancing travel anticipation and enjoyment, happiness levels soaring, earning a reward of 8,000 yuan. Additional reward: slight increase in attractiveness to the opposite sex. The host's charm increases in the eyes of the opposite sex traveling with him. Shin Shubai nearly burst out laughing. Was the system encouraging him to date? However, to be fair, a girl like Tang Xiaoxiao truly was heart-throbbing. But he quickly shook his head. Just go with the flow. The most important thing now was to enjoy the journey and the freedom. As for everything else, what should come will come. He turned on the music, selected a light-hearted song, and gently tapped the steering wheel along with the rhythm. The road ahead was still long, but at this moment Shin Shubai felt that he was no longer alone on this road. Hello, Sister Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? After answering the call, Shin Shubai greeted Tang Xiaoxiao. Young Master Shin, I have nothing to do, haha. Shin Shubai was amused by her words, but he could understand. Driving on the highway late at night indeed makes one drowsy. Which role do you think I fit best among the disciples of the journey to the West? Shin Shubai opened up, jokingly teasing Tang Xiaoxiao. Well, Tang Xiaoxiao paused and said, I think you resemble Bai Long Ma more, hee. Bai Long Ma. Shin Shubai reacted and grinned, saying, Is it because there's a Bai in my name? Not at all. Tang Xiaoxiao explained, You don't fit the role of Tang Song, he's too pedantic and stubborn. As for Sun Wukong, he's too rebellious and impulsive. And Zhu Beiji, well, not to mention he's too ugly for you, and Sha Monk has a weak presence and lacks initiative. Finally, Tang Xiaoxiao continued, Bai Long Ma is more like you, a low-key contributor. A low-key contributor. Listening to Tang Xiaoxiao's evaluation of his character, Shin Shubai felt an inexplicable sense of enlightenment, though he was also slightly surprised. Tang Xiaoxiao had only just met him, but could already discern some traits of his character. Of course, this was just her personal impression. Young Master Shin, did I guess right? Shin Shubai returned to his senses and grinned, saying, It seems you might have, then that means I guessed right. Tang Xiaoxiao said happily, I can read people really well, hey. I agree. Shin Shubai cooperated. His words seemed to please her, and suddenly Tang Xiaoxiao's voice came through the Bluetooth headset, crisp, yet slightly lazy, especially clear in the late-night car. Comrade Shin Shubai, reporting your position. Over. Shin Shubai was amused by this sudden military-style opening and quickly responded. Reporting, Comrade Tang Xiaoxiao. I am about 500 meters behind you, currently traveling at 118 kilometers per hour. Everything is normal, over. Puffed. A suppressed laugh came from the headset. You're quite cooperative. Of course, I generally respond to Shin Shubai grinned. However, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly changed the topic, saying, Brother Bai, may I ask you a question? Sure, what's on your mind? Just to be clear, I can't tell you anything about state secrets. Shin Shubai readily agreed, then added seriously, Cut it. Who wants to hear your secrets? Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was full of laughter. I'm just curious. You're so handsome driving a Mercedes, and you're traveling home alone. Where's your girlfriend? Shin Shubai raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. This girl was quite direct in her questioning, but it wasn't something he couldn't answer. Currently single, Shin Shubai answered truthfully, then countered, What about you, Miss Tang? I bet suitors are lined up from Rongqing to Luda. The headset fell silent for 2 seconds before a soft sigh came through. There are people pursuing me, but I don't feel anything. Moreover, I've been focused on work these past 2 years thinking about building my career first. As a result, my mother has issued an ultimatum. If I don't bring a boyfriend home this year, she'll arrange a blind date for me. Misery loves company. Shen Shubai sighed, recalling a recent conversation with his mother, and chuckled. My mom has also been subtly asking if I have a partner, saying something like the neighbor Aunt Wang's son is 2 years younger than me and already able to buy soy sauce. Ha ha ha. Tang Xiaoxiao laughed happily. All parents are the same. So, what do you plan to do? What else can I do? Just say I'm busy with work and have no time to find someone. Shen Shubai shrugged, even though he knew she couldn't see him. Tang Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, then cautiously probed, well, Brother Bai, I have an idea that might solve this problem. But don't think I'm being abrupt when I say it. Go ahead, Shen Shubai said, intrigued. How about we pretend to be a couple? Tang Xiaoxiao spoke rapidly as if afraid of regretting it. Look, you don't want to be pressured into marriage, and I don't either. We're both from Mindu, and in terms of looks. Ahem, at least standing together, we won't embarrass ourselves. You help me deal with my parents, and I'll help you deal with yours. We can help each other out, and enjoy a good new year together. What do you think? Shen Shubai tightened his grip on the steering wheel. This girl is really bold. While he sensed Tang Xiaoxiao's cheerful and generous personality during their chat at the service area, suggesting a temporary couple still exceeded his expectations. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Shen Shubai asked half-jokingly. Bad people wouldn't risk reminding strangers of a fire in their car on the highway. Tang Xiaoxiao said confidently. Besides, I'm good at reading people. You're not a bad person. Moreover, it's just pretending, but we're not actually going to date. We can set some ground rules. No interference in private lives, just acting in front of our parents, and after going home, we're free to go our separate ways, hee. She spoke clearly, evidently having thought it through. Brother Bai, just say whether you agree or not. Shen Shubai didn't expect this girl to be so charming, and he quickly calculated in his mind. To be fair, Tang Xiaoxiao was undoubtedly a perfect choice for a temporary girlfriend. She had good looks, great temperament, and was articulate, plus she was from the same hometown. Bringing such a girl home would surely please his parents. Moreover, Shen Shubai indeed needed someone to handle his family's pressure regarding marriage. As for the risks, with the system in place, he wasn't truly afraid of anything. All right, Shen Shubai finally agreed. But we need to discuss the details clearly, like, when did we meet? How did we meet? How long have we been dating? All of this needs to match up. That's easy. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice noticeably brightened. Just say we met at a friend's gathering. 6 months ago. I was in Jincheng, you were in Rongqing, a long-distance relationship, and we haven't dated long enough to tell our families. Since we both plan to go home for the new year, we're thinking of meeting our parents. The logic is smooth and reasonable. Shen Shubai had to admit this girl thought fast. So, whose house do we visit first? Shen Shubai laughed again. Tang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, and said, how about we go to my house first? My parents are pressing me, and Luda has good weather, so we can have some fun for a few days before heading to your place. After all, they were both in Mindu, and it wasn't far apart. Sounds good, Shen Shubai agreed. But I need to clarify that my family is just an ordinary one of my parents' sell fruit, so they might not match up with your family. Stop. Tang Xiaoxiao interrupted him. My family is also ordinary. My dad is a middle school teacher and my mom is an accountant. We're not a wealthy family. Besides, we're just pretending to be a couple, though we don't need to consider social status or compatibility. Tang Xiaoxiao paused, her tone suddenly becoming playful. But comrade Shen Shubai, I must remind you. Let's not let this pretend play turn into something real. Shen Shubai laughed. What, afraid of falling for me? Self-absorbed, Tang Xiaoxiao retorted, but with a hint of laughter in her voice. I'm afraid you'll fall for me. After all, this girl is beautiful and kind-hearted. Ooh, she has plenty of admirers. Then let's wait and see, Shen Shubai said half seriously. At this moment, an inexplicable atmosphere became ambiguous. The two cars traveled one behind the other in the night, but neither spoke again. Shen Shubai held the steering wheel, a smile involuntarily rising at the corners of his mouth. Temporary couple. It sounded quite interesting. Moreover, with a girl like Tang Xiaoxiao, if it really developed into something genuine, it wouldn't be bad at all. Just then, ding, detected that the host has established a special relationship. Temporary couple with a high-value opposite-sex emotional experience and anticipation, greatly enhanced happiness value, significantly increased reward of 50,000 yuan granted. Additionally, activating function target favorability value can check specific opposite sex's favorability towards the host and basic background information. Shen Zubai's eyes brightened. He didn't expect the system to offer him a romantic blessing and unlock a new feature. With a thought, he immediately summoned the system interface in his mind. In the next second, below the original reward record, a new tab for interpersonal relationships appeared. Clicking in, the first name was Tang Xiaoxiao. Name: Tang Xiaoxiao, age 27 years, height 168 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, measurements 8660888, occupation marketing specialist at a foreign enterprise in Rongqing, monthly income approximately 280 yuan, including bonuses, dating history, none, first kiss, and first love, still intact, hobbies, traveling, photography, gourmet, food, reading, fitness, current. Favorability towards host 71100, good impression. Note favorability above 90 indicates liking, and 100 means hopelessly in love. The host's charm value is increasing current attraction to the opposite sex. 15. Shen Shubai carefully read through this information, a strange feeling surging in his heart. 2 cars arrived at the urban area of Shanqing at 2:40 a.m. The Vienna International Hotel is located near the Jifangbai, and its location is indeed excellent. Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao drove into the underground parking lot one after the other and parked in adjacent spots. As they got out of the car, they exchanged a smile. Pleasure to cooperate, temporary boyfriend, said Tang Xiaoxiao, extending her hand and winking. Pleasure to cooperate, temporary girlfriend, Shen Shubai replied, giving her a high five, the crisp sound echoing through the parking lot. Then the two entered the hotel together. While checking in, the receptionist's eyes lit up as she looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman entering one after the other. Are you two together? Have you booked a room? 2 rooms, Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao replied almost in unison. The receptionist showed a hint of surprise, thinking that Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to know each other, only to realize they weren't a couple. However, she did not ask further. After quickly completing the procedures, the receptionist handed over the room cards and said, your rooms are both on the 12th floor, 1218 and 1220, which are adjacent rooms. Here are your room cards, and the elevator is over there. Thank you, Shen Shubai said, taking the room cards, and then walking toward the elevator with Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao followed him closely and whispered, Brother Bai, did you see her expression just now? She must have thought we were a couple, but we're booking 2 rooms, ha. I saw it too, but unfortunately she was mistaken, ha. Shen Shubai pressed the elevator button, and then said, Xiaoxiao, why don't we cancel 1 room and save some money? Dream on. Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. The first rule of our agreement. Maintain a proper distance, no crossing boundaries. Shen Shubai grinned, not disappointed, as he was just joking. The elevator doors opened, and the two walked inside. In the enclosed space, Shen Shubai could smell the faint scent of Tang Xiaoxiao's perfume, not the overpowering commercial fragrance, but a refreshing citrus note with a hint of cedarwood, very pleasant. What perfume are you using? Shen Shubai casually asked. It's Joe Malone's Orange Blossom, nice scent, right? Tang Xiaoxiao raised her wrist to take a sniff, smiling. Very nice, it suits you well. The elevator reached the 12th floor. The corridor was covered with thick carpets, and walking on it made almost no sound. Upon finding the rooms 1218 and 1220 were indeed adjacent. So, good night. Tang Xiaoxiao stood at her room door, tilting her head to look at Shen Shubai, and asked, what time should we wake up tomorrow? We agreed to go to Hongya Cave. Let's sleep until we wake up naturally. Shen Shubai thought for a moment, and said, anyway, there's no rush, we'll contact each other on WeChat when we wake up. Okay. Tang Xiaoxiao swiped open the room door, and turned back saying, by the way, I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow as a thank you for saving my car today. Alright then, I won't be polite, Shen Shubai replied directly, not declining. The door closed, and the corridor returned to silence. Shen Shubai walked into his room, and the first thing he did was go to the window and pull back the curtains. The night view of the mountain city indeed lived up to its reputation. Tall buildings stood in clusters brightly lit, with the Yangtze River and Jialing River appearing like 2 glowing silk ribbons flowing through the city. In the distance, the stilt houses of Hongya Cave were illuminated with golden lights, tier upon tier, resembling scenes from a Hayao Miyazaki animated film. Shen Shubai watched for a while before heading to take a shower. The hot water washed away the fatigue of the journey. He recalled everything that happened tonight, from setting out alone to encountering Tang Xiaoxiao, and then becoming temporary lovers. It all felt like a dream. After finishing his shower, Shen Shubai dried his hair and picked up his phone. There was a new message on WeChat from Tang Xiaoxiao. Are you asleep? Suddenly remembering that they hadn't aligned their story regarding the details of their relationship, he replied with a smile, not asleep, yet just got out of the shower. You're right, the details matter for success. Tang Xiaoxiao replied instantly then. How about a voice call? Typing is too slow. Shen Shubai initiated the voice call, which was almost immediately accepted. Hello. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice came through the background, quiet, indicating she was likely in her room. I'm here, Shen Shubai said, leaning against the headboard while drying his wet hair. What details do we need to align? First, how did we meet? Tang Xiaoxiao had clearly thought this through. I have a college classmate working in Rongqing, and 6 months ago at her birthday party you also attended, and that's how we met. How does that version sound? Even if my parents investigate, there are witnesses. Sounds good, Shen Shubai nodded. Then who pursued whom? This. Tang Xiaoxiao hesitated. What do you think? By common sense it should be me pursuing you, Shen Shubai said half-jokingly. After all, with a beauty like Tang, I must have been the one to take the initiative. You do have good taste. Tang Xiaoxiao laughed. Then let's say, At the party you fell for me at first sight, asked for my WeChat, and started pursuing me. She vividly described it as if it were true. Shen Shubai couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xiao, have you ever written a novel before? This plot sounds quite believable. Of course. I was in the literary club back in school. Tang Xiao Xiao replied proudly. Alright, next question. How long have we been dating? From the day you agreed. About 4 months. Shen Shubai thought for a moment and said, 4 months sounds reasonable, let's go with that. Tang Xiao Xiao confirmed. Alright. The two of them exchanged dialogue, weaving their love story into a more complete narrative. They planned when they would hold hands for the first time. Tang Xiao Xiao insisted on waiting a month when their first date would be. Shen Shubai suggested it should be in Jinsheng, where he specifically drove to meet Tang Xiao Xiao, and even the reason for their first quarrel, because Shen Shubai forgot their anniversary due to being busy with work, was designed. As they chatted, the topic gradually deviated from the script. Seriously, have you ever been in a relationship before? Tang Xiao Xiao suddenly asked. Shen Shubai thought for a moment and replied, I dated once in college, but we broke up after graduation. What about you? Really never. Really never. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice lowered. I focused on studying in college, thinking about taking the graduate entrance exam. Later, when I didn't make it, I went to work in Rongqing. The first year was particularly tough, renting a 10 square meter partition room, working overtime until late at night. I had no time to think about dating. Once I found my footing, I felt there was no suitable match. I might have a bit of perfectionism, or I hope to find someone. With compatible values, someone I can talk to, good looking, and with economic conditions at least not worse than mine. Brother, why do you think my requirements are too high, eh? Not too high, Shen Shubai said honestly. With your qualifications, it's natural to have high standards. What about you? What kind of girl do you like? Shen Shubai was stumped by the question. In the past, he might have said gentle and understanding, filial to parents, and other standard answers. But now, after a series of experiences, and with a new life at the moment, his thoughts had changed. I don't know, Shen Shubai answered honestly. I used to think it was enough to find someone to live with, but now I probably care more about feelings. It should be someone I can talk to, someone with their own thoughts, someone who makes my heart race. Heart racing. Tang Xiao Xiao repeated the phrase. So tell me, do you think us pretending to be a couple might turn into something real? She asked lightly, as if testing the waters. Shen Shubai was silent for a few seconds, then laughed. Comrade Tang Xiao Xiao, are you hinting at something? Of course not. Tang Xiao Xiao immediately denied it, but there was a hint of panic in her voice. I'm just curious. After all, we need to know each other's boundaries since we are pretending to be a couple. My bottom line is, Shen Shubai elongated his voice, I do not reject the possibility of turning this act into something real. On the other end of the line, Tang Xiao Xiao paused her breath. After several seconds, she said softly, I feel the same. Then, as if afraid Shen Shubai would misunderstand, she quickly added, what I mean is I'm open to getting to know you better, but that doesn't mean I like you right now. We've only known each other for a few hours. I know, Shen Shubai replied with a smile in his voice. Then let's just go with the flow. Go with the flow. Before ending the call, Tang Xiao Xiao asked again, by the way, what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I know a great little noodle place near the hotel that locals queue up for. Do you want to go together? They'll go with your arrangement. Shen Shubai replied straightforwardly. Great then. Good night, Shen Shubai. Good night, Tang Xiao Xiao. After hanging up the voice call, Shen Shubai lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. In his mind, the system interface popped up automatically, with Tang Xiaoxiao's affection value jumping from 71 to 73. Although it only increased by 2 points, it was a positive sign. Shen Shubai closed his eyes with a smile on his lips. This trip home was truly becoming more and more, and as if responding to his mood, the notification sound rang again. Ding. Detected that the host has had deep communication with Tang Xiaoxiao. Emotional interaction is pleasant. Happiness value continues to rise. Reward of 30,000 yuan granted. Additional reward: emotional intelligence, enhancement, ability to perceive others' emotions more keenly, improving communication skills. The money was credited again, along with an emotional intelligence boost. Shen Shubai was almost certain now the system truly wanted him to fall in love. However, if the partner were a girl like Tang Xiaoxiao, having a relationship didn't seem too bad. Meanwhile, in room 1220, Tang Xiaoxiao hugged her pillow, staring at Shen Zubai's WeChat profile picture on her phone screen. It was a side profile shot of him in front of a Mercedes, looking very handsome. She recalled everything that happened tonight, Shen Zubai's anxious reminder when her car caught fire, the cute way he munched on a chicken leg at the service area, his straightforwardness when agreeing to be temporary lovers, and how he said, I do not reject the possibility of turning this act into something real, during their call. Go with the flow. Tang Xiaoxiao softly repeated the phrase, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Perhaps this impulsive fake couple game would indeed bring some unexpected surprises. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden spot of light on the hotel carpet. Shen Shubai opened his eyes. The first thing he did was reach for his phone. The time displayed on the screen was 9:47 in the morning, and there were 3 unread messages from Tang Xiao. The earliest message was sent at 8:30 where Tang Xiao asked brother, "Bye, are you awake?" Then at 9 o'clock she sent another message, "Looks like you're still not awake. Pig." Shen Shubai smiled upon reading this. He scrolled down and saw that around 9:30 Tang Xiaodian sent another message, "Let me know when you wake up, we'll head out around 11. We agreed to go to that little noodle shop." Shen Shubai didn't expect this girl to wake up so early. However, he didn't rush to reply but opened his banking app, where his balance showed 1507342. 19 yuan. 1,500,742 yuan and 19 fun. This figure made Shen Zubai's heart surge with excitement. In just 2 days he had transformed from a corporate worker with only 20,000 left in his account to a soon-to millionaire with over 150,000 in savings. This rapid change felt unreal, like riding a rocket. If he counted the money he spent, 500,000 for his Mercedes E-Class, 200,000 for gifts to his parents' last night's hotel, and shopping. He had already spent about 70 to 80,000. But this expenditure was almost entirely covered by system rewards, and there was even a surplus. In other words, Shen Zubai's total assets, cash, car, purchased items, had already exceeded 2 million. 20,000 turned into 2 million, a 100-fold return. This was a figure Shen Shubai had originally planned to earn in 10 or even 20 years. Yet now he achieved it in just 2 days. Shen Shubai lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, suddenly bursting into laughter. It wasn't a laughter of wild joy, but rather one of relief, lightness, and a hint of surrealism. At that moment the system made its timely appearance. Ding! Detected that the host woke up in the morning reflecting on asset growth filled with expectations for the future, happiness levels continuously rising, received a reward of 5,000 yuan. Another 5,000 entered his account. Shen Shubai grinned. This system was like a wealthy friend who was constantly giving out red envelopes. Then he sent a message to Tang Xiao, "Good morning." Tang Xiao almost instantly replied, "Are you a pig? I thought you had slept to death. If you didn't reply soon, I was thinking of calling the police." Looking at her message, Shen Shubai knew she was joking, and he quickly replied, "Don't say that. Honestly, I woke up because I was so handsome, huh?" However, Tang Xiao sent a disdainful emoji and said, "We're heading out at 11. Hurry up and get ready." Shen Shubai also sent an emoji in response. After that, he put down his phone and got up to wash up. While brushing his teeth in front of the mirror, he couldn't help but stare closely at himself. His skin looked extraordinarily good. The dullness and acne marks left from late nights had all disappeared, replaced by a healthy glow. Moreover, Shen Shubai also discovered something quite surprising. He no longer had the morning breath that usually stayed after waking up. This indicated that his physical condition was excellent. Additionally, his facial features seemed to have become more refined. His eyebrows were thick, his eyes were bright, and even his hairline seemed to have moved slightly forward, though he wondered if it was just an illusion. More importantly, his overall mental state was vibrant. In the past, every morning when he woke up, he would think about the day's workload, the boss expression, and the ever-unfinished KPIs, making him feel utterly drained. But now he looked forward to going out with Tang Xiao to eat Mountain City noodles, visiting Hongya Cave to enjoy the scenery, and driving around in an unfamiliar city. Carefree. These 4 words Shen Shubai had only seen in the dictionary before, but now he finally experienced them in person. At 10:30, Shen Shubai changed into casual attire, simple yet appropriate. He sent a message to Tang Xiao, "I'm ready, we can set off anytime." Tang Xiao replied instantly, "I still have 10 minutes. Wait a bit." She even included a cute cat facepalm emoji. Shen Shubai chuckled and replied, "No rush," then sat on the couch in the room to browse short videos. At exactly 11 o'clock a knock sounded at the door. Shen Shubai walked over to open it, and as he did he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Tang Xiao stood outside the door, clearly having dressed up carefully. She wore a cream-colored cashmere coat that reached her calves with a belt accentuating her slim waist. Underneath was a light pink turtleneck sweater paired with a dark gray pleated skirt and black knee-high boots. Her chestnut long hair wasn't tied up in a ponytail today, but flowed smoothly over her shoulders with the ends slightly curled, adding a touch of softness. Her face was adorned with delicate makeup. The eyeliner accentuated her beautiful eye shape, her lashes were neatly brushed, and her lipstick was a soft nude color, making her complexion appear even fairer and more radiant. What was most attractive was her overall state, radiant with a bright smile and her eyes sparkling as if she were glowing. "How do I look?" Tang Xiao twirled around in front of Shen Shubai, the hem of her skirt fluttering slightly. "Is it okay?" "It's more than okay." Shen Shubai sincerely said, "You're simply dazzling, blinding my eyes." Tang Xiao smiled, even more happily. "At least you know how to say nice things. Let's go, it's time for noodles," she said, naturally reaching out her hand to link arms with Shen Shubai. Shen Zubai's body stiffened, looking down at her hand resting in the crook of his arm. Her fingers were slender and fair with neatly trimmed nails painted in a light nude polish. Around her wrist a delicate silver chain glimmered softly. "What's wrong? Not used to it?" Tang Xiaoxiao looked up at him, her eyes holding a hint of mischief. We're a couple now, linking arms is perfectly normal. You have to get used to it from now on, or you might slip up when meeting the parents. She spoke logically, and Shen Shubai found it hard to refute. Moreover, he had to admit having such a beautiful girl linking arms with him felt quite nice. You're right. Shen Shubai relaxed, and even slightly adjusted his posture, making it more comfortable for Tang Xiaoxiao. From now on, I am your boyfriend, comrade Tang Xiaoxiao. Please take care of me, comrade Shen Shubai. Tang Xiaoxiao responded, her beautiful eyes carrying a gentle smile. The two of them walked out of the room through the corridor, waiting for the elevator to go downstairs. Along the way, they garnered quite a few glances. Hotel staff, other guests, even cleaning ladies couldn't help but look at them a few extra times. After all, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was visually pleasing, and the natural intimacy between them made anyone who saw them think they were a sweet couple. Shen Shubai could feel those gazes secretly pleased. In the past, when he walked down the street, he was always just a passerby. No one would even glance at him. But now he and Tang Xiaoxiao had become the center of attention. This feeling of being envied was simply exhausting. Detected that the host is publicly appearing with a high-value girlfriend. Vanity and satisfaction greatly fulfilled. Happiness level skyrocketed. Received a reward of 30,000 yuan. Additional reward, boyfriend power-up skill. The rewards came again. Moreover, there was an additional skill. Upon checking, he found it to be a skill related to combat power, and Shen Shubai wasn't sure if he would ever use it in his lifetime. But as the saying goes, better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Shen Shubai thanked the system's generosity in his heart, standing even straighter. Since he had received the boyfriend power reward, he had to perform well. In the elevator, Shen Shubai naturally pressed the button for the first floor for Tang Xiaoxiao. She exchanged smiles with Shen Shubai, and as they walked out of the hotel door, the wind outside was a bit strong. He immediately turned slightly to block the wind for her, asking with concern, "Are you cold? Should I wrap your scarf tighter?" Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him in surprise, then smiled. "You really know how to take care of people, brother Bai. It's the least I can do." Shen Shubai replied with a grin. In the end, Tang Xiaoxiao wrapped the scarf tightly, making it much warmer. Afterward, the two chose to walk to the legendary noodle shop instead of driving. Upon arriving, Shen Shubai found that the noodle shop was indeed bustling. Even though it was noon, the place was already packed with 7 or 8 people waiting in line at the door. The shop was small, simply decorated, but the spicy, fragrant aroma in the air was mouth-watering. "Let me tell you, the noodles here are a must-try in the Mountain City." Tang Xiaoxiao excitedly introduced. "The last time I came to the Mountain City for business, my local colleagues brought me here. I waited half an hour in line to eat, but it was definitely worth it." Shen Shubai began to look forward to it as she spoke. Having lived in Chengdu for 3 years, Shen Shubai had never been to the Mountain City. After all, facing such high work pressure and life stress every day, Shen Shubai couldn't dare to relax. But at this moment, he finally had the opportunity to enjoy himself. The two took a number and stood at the door. Most of the people in line spoke with a local accent, with a few tourists like them mixed in. Standing amidst the crowd, Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao looked very eye-catching. "Look over there, that couple. The guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful. I wonder if they're internet celebrities." 2 young girls nearby were whispering. "Really? That girl's outfit is so pretty. Is that Max Mara? The guy is also really tall, probably over 180 centimeters. He gives off a model vibe." Shen Shubai had good hearing and caught all of this, feeling secretly pleased. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a table finally became available. The two ordered the signature noodles, adding ingredients like fatty intestines, beef, and pea paste, and soon 2 large bowls were served, glistening with red oil and exuding a tantalizing aroma. "Let's dig in." Tang Xiaoxiao eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Shen Shubai took a bite. Spicy and fragrant, the noodles were chewy, and the toppings abundant, truly living up to their reputation. "How is it? Tasty, right?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked while eating, her lips reddened by the spice, looking particularly enticing. "It's delicious." Shen Shubai nodded. "Just a bit spicy." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, "That's how food in the Mountain City is. The spicier the better. Do you want me to get you a bottle of soy milk to ease the spice?" "Sure." Shen Shubai did not refuse. After that, the meal was thoroughly enjoyable. When it was time to pay, Shen Shubai insisted on footing the bill. "What kind of logic is it to let your girlfriend pay?" Tang Xiaoxiao didn't argue, just smiled and said, "Then I'll treat you next time." "No problem," Shen Shubai said with a faint smile. At that moment, a system notification chimed again. Ding. Detected that the host is performing naturally in a couple roleplay, receiving positive feedback from Tang Xiaoxiao. Happiness value increased, reward of 50,000 yuan obtained. Additional reward, fire eye greatly enhances observation, can keenly capture details, see through disguises, and perceive essence. Shen Shubai's eyes lit up. Fire eye. This ability sounds very practical. He instinctively looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and indeed noticed some details he hadn't paid attention to before. Her right index finger had a faint callus, likely from frequent writing or holding a pen. There were 2 earring holes in her left earlobe, but today she only wore one stud. She had a habit of licking the bottle cap before drinking soy milk, and when she was happy the left corner of her mouth would lift slightly more than the right. These details made Tang Xiaoxiao appear more three-dimensional and real in his eyes. However, Shen Shubai didn't share these new discoveries with Tang Xiaoxiao, but enjoyed them privately. After finishing their meal, the two took a taxi to Hongya Cave. Although the daytime Hongya Cave wasn't as stunning as it was at night, it still had its own charm. The stilted buildings built against the mountain were layered, and the yellow exterior walls looked warm and ancient under the sunlight. The two strolled slowly along with the crowd, bought local snacks, watched folk handicraft performances, and even took a group photo at the observation deck. Should we post it on social media? Tang Xiaoxiao asked, looking at the group photo on her phone. In the photo, the two were very close, with Shen Zubai's arm naturally resting on Tang Xiaoxiao's shoulder, while she tilted her head slightly, her smile radiant. The background featured the ancient buildings of Hongya Cave and the distant Yangtze River. Anyone who looked would think they were a couple in love. Post it, Shen Shubai said confidently, since we're pretending we should make it look convincing. That makes sense, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, starting to edit her post. Shen Shubai also took out his phone and posted the same photo with a simple caption, "Mountain City, very beautiful." Almost instantly after posting, likes and comments flooded in. Xiao Su, what the heck? Who is this beauty? Shen Shubai, when did you get a girlfriend? Cousin Shen Xiaoyu's sister-in-law is so beautiful. Brother, you finally came to your senses. A university classmate. Not bad, Xiaobai, are you trying to torture me, a single dog, during the new year? Shen Shubai couldn't help but laugh at these comments. My cousin thinks you're beautiful, he said to Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao leaned over to take a look and said confidently, of course, just look at who I am. Shen Shubai looked at her proud demeanor, feeling somewhat emotional inside. In the past, he couldn't have imagined being so close to a beauty of this caliber. Just then Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to think of something and said, by the way, shouldn't we buy some gifts for each other's parents? Moi. Shen Shubai hadn't reacted yet. Think about it, we're going to meet the parents, and we can't go empty-handed. Tang Xiaoxiao analyzed seriously. If I take you to meet my parents, I have to bring a gift for your parents to show respect. If you come to my house, you should also bring a gift for my parents. It's a matter of etiquette. Shen Shubai thought for a moment and agreed. All right, shall we go buy them now? Let's go. For the next 2 hours, the two entered shopping mode. Tang Xiaoxiao chose a set of Yunnan pure tea for Shen Zubai's parents, along with some local specialties like fried dough twists, hot pot base, and old-style fried dough twists. What do your parents like? Do they drink tea? Drink alcohol? She asked while carefully selecting. My dad used to love smoking, but quit after a family incident. As for alcohol, he doesn't drink, but I can buy him some tea leaves. Then let's go with tea, Tang Xiaoxiao decisively decided. Pure tea is mild and suitable for middle-aged and elderly people. All right. Shen Shubai watched Tang Xiaoxiao seriously choose gifts for her parents, and for a moment truly felt that he was dating her to the point where they could be considering marriage. When it was Shen Zubai's turn to choose gifts for Tang Xiaoxiao's parents, he thought for a moment and said, your dad is a teacher, so he should like stationery or books. Your mom is an accountant. My dad really likes calligraphy. You can get him a good set of brushes, Tang Xiaoxiao suggested. As for my mom, she loves beauty, skincare products or silk scarves would work. The two split up. Shen Shubai went to a stationery store to choose a set of wolf hair brushes and an inkstone, while Tang Xiaoxiao went to a counter to pick a Hermes silk scarf. At the checkout, they both competed to pay for each other's gifts. This is my gift for your parents, so of course I'll pay, Shen Shubai insisted. Then this is my gift for your parents, so I should pay, Tang Xiaoxiao retorted. As they bantered, they exchanged. In the end, they each paid for their gifts, but Shen Shubai felt warm inside. The fact that Tang Xiaoxiao thought to buy gifts for his parents showed that she was genuinely taking this temporary couple game seriously. In fact, she was more considerate and thoughtful than he had imagined. Ding. Detected that the host is choosing gifts for each other's parents, feeling the warmth of being valued and cared for. Happiness value, significantly increased reward of 50,000 yuan obtained. The system generously provided, once again covering his expenses for the day. Shen Shubai could now almost confirm that as long as he did happy things with Tang Xiaoxiao, the system would keep rewarding him. This was simply the perfect virtuous cycle. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two returned to the hotel to check out and drove to their next destination, Zhangjiajie. Shen Shubai led the way with Tang Xiaoxiao following behind. The two cars maintained a safe distance on the highway. This time they continued to use voice navigation, as it would help keep them awake for the 6-hour drive. After putting away their luggage and resting for a while, Tang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to invite Shen Shubai to explore the nearby night market. After putting away their luggage and resting for a while, Tang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to invite Shen Shubai to explore the nearby night market. Since we're here, not going to the night market would be a wasted trip, Tang Xiaoxiao stated with conviction. Shen Shubai had no choice but to accompany the beauty. The night market in Zhangjiajie was more lively than he had imagined. Even though it was already 11 at night, it was still brightly lit and bustling with people. There were various snack stalls, specialty shops, and craft booths filled with an array of goods. Tang Xiaoxiao was like a child excitedly wanting to try everything she saw. This berry tea smells so good. Buy some for my mom. Wow, this cured meat looks so authentic. Shen Shubai, look, this silver jewelry is so beautiful. She stopped in front of a store selling ethnic clothing, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the traditional Tujia costumes displayed in the window. Do you want to try it on? Shen Shubai smiled and said, of course. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up even more. Really? Of course, Shen Shubai found that shopping with Tang Xiaoxiao was not boring or tiring at all. In contrast, he remembered how every time he went shopping with his ex-girlfriend, he was always stressed and preoccupied. Especially when it came to buying things, he would calculate whether his balance was enough, which made him feel anxious and reluctant. But now Shen Shubai was free from those worries and became more carefree. This feeling, to be honest, was especially. The shop owner was a warm-hearted Tujiani. Upon seeing that Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao seemed interested in buying, she promptly welcomed them, saying, would the beautiful lady like to try on some clothes? Come, we have many styles, and with your figure you'd look good in anything. In the end, with Shen Shubai accompanying her, Tang Xiaoxiao chose a set of blue embroidered Tujia women's clothing and went to the fitting room to try it on. When she walked out, the entire store fell silent for a moment. The traditional Tujia attire radiated a fresh brilliance on her. The blue fabric accentuated her snow-white skin, and the exquisite embroidery patterns flowed from the neckline to the hem, while the silver accessories at her waist jingled with her movements. Her hair was simply styled in a bun, with a silver hairpin inserted. So beautiful. Even the shop owner couldn't help but exclaim. Shen Shubai was left stunned. He knew Tang Xiaoxiao was beautiful, but he hadn't expected her to be this stunning. That traditional outfit seemed tailor-made for her, preserving the cultural charm of the Tujia, while highlighting her personal beauty. What do you think? Tang Xiaoxiao twirled in front of him, the skirt fluttering. It's too beautiful, Shen Shubai sincerely said. It's stunning beyond words. Tang Xiaoxiao blushed, but smiled happily. Let's buy it. Shen Shubai couldn't help but say to the shop owner, we'll take this set. All right. The shop owner beamed. Young man has good taste. This outfit paired with your girlfriend is simply celestial. Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but Shen Shubai had already scanned the payment. As they walked out of the shop, Tang Xiaoxiao whispered, actually, you didn't have to buy it. I just wanted to try it on. But you look really good in it, Shen Shubai said seriously. And this is our first trip together. Buying a meaningful outfit is quite nice. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Shen Shubai, she said, touched. You're welcome. Shen Shubai smiled back. The two continued to stroll through the night market with Tang Xiaoxiao, carrying the bag with her outfit, her mood evidently brighter. Shen Shubai felt the same way. Looking at the blooming smile of Tang Xiaoxiao beside him, he suddenly thought that if this temporary couple game could continue indefinitely, it wouldn't be too bad. However, the pleasant atmosphere was shattered in the next moment. A man in a black jacket and hat brushed past Tang Xiaoxiao, moving so quickly it was almost imperceptible. But Shen Shubai saw it. With the enhancement of fire eye, he clearly noticed that at the moment of brushing past, the man skillfully pinched Tang Xiaoxiao's phone from her pocket and continued walking as if nothing had happened. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, smooth as flowing water, clearly a skilled individual. Stop. However, Shen Shubai would not let the other party leave so easily. Before Tang Xiaoxiao realized that something had been stolen, Shen Shubai shouted at him, then rushed forward and grabbed the man's wrist. The man was startled and struggled to break free, then glared and said, "What are you doing? Let go." Shen Shubai coldly replied, exerting force with his hand to prevent the other from escaping. "What phone? I don't know what you're talking about." The man was stubborn, but his eyes began to show panic. Only then did Tang Xiaoxiao react as she touched her pocket, and her face changed, saying, "Shen Shubai, my phone is gone." People in the night market began to look over, but all kept their distance, none approaching. "I'll say it one last time." Shen Shubai fixed his gaze on the man, his eyes sharp. Seeing that he could not deny it, the man suddenly changed his tone, saying, "Damn it, mind your own business." He abruptly swung his arm while with his other hand he pulled out a small knife from his pocket, shouting, "Let go, or I'll stab you." Gasps erupted around them as people quickly retreated. Tang Xiaoxiao was also frightened and reminded Shen Shubai, "Be careful, Shen Shubai." But Shen Shubai did not let go. With his overwhelming boyfriend power, he remained surprisingly calm, even able to analyze the opponent's movements for weaknesses. Just as the man swung the knife, Shen Shubai sidestepped, and in one smooth motion executed a reverse hold, firmly gripping the man's wrist, holding the knife, and twisting it hard. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony as the knife clattered to the ground. Shen Shubai took the opportunity to pin him down, pressing his knee against his back, saying, "The phone. It's in my pocket." The man grimaced in pain. Shen Shubai reached into his pocket and pulled out the phone, discovering that this guy had a lot of stuff in his pockets. Besides Tang Xiaoxiao's phone, there were wallets and other valuables. For instance, gold necklaces, and so on. This guy had definitely stolen a lot that night. Shen Shubai quickly found the phone and handed it to the approaching Tang Xiaoxiao. Just when Shen Shubai thought things were coming to an end, a sudden voice broke through. Jiangzi, what happened? 5 or 6 men rushed out from the crowd surrounding Shen Shubai. Shen Shubai glanced and saw they were all accomplices. The leader was a bald man with a face full of meat and a fierce tattoo on his arm saying, "Kid dare to touch my brother. Tired of living, huh?" Shen Shubai released the pickpocket and stood up protecting Tang Xiaoxiao behind him. Tang Xiaoxiao, also worried, clung to Shen Zubai's arm, sensing her tension. However, Shen Shubai quickly scanned the situation. There were a total of 7 of them, all looking menacing. And they only had 2 people on their side still on the enemy's turf. A direct confrontation would definitely lead to a disadvantage. But Shen Shubai did not back down. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao whispered, "Shen Shubai, should we call the police?" "Oh, you call the police?" Shen Shubai nodded, then looked at the predatory gang of pickpockets and said, "Do you have any reason to steal? Hand over everything you've stolen and go to the station to turn yourselves in. I won't pursue it." "Ha ha ha." The bald man suddenly burst into laughter. "You're quite bold," he shouted. "Brothers, teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 men rushed forward. Tang Xiaoxiao turned pale and shouted, "Shen Shubai, be careful." But what happened next left her stunned. Shen Shubai seemed to transform, moving so fast, it was almost imperceptible. He dodged the first person's punch, seized the opponent's arm, and flipped him over, then kicked the second person's knee, causing him to scream and fall. In the next moment, Shen Shubai elbowed the third person in the abdomen. With the dual boost of overwhelming boyfriend power and enhanced physical abilities, Shen Shubai surprisingly held his ground against 7 opponents. Moreover, his fighting style was quite skillful, targeting vital points while not using lethal force, merely incapacitating his opponents. In less than 3 minutes, all 7 thugs lay on the ground groaning. The night market fell into silence as everyone stared in disbelief. Then someone started clapping. "Good. Well done. These pickpockets should have been dealt with long ago. Oh, my wallet is missing. That necklace was mine. Everyone call the police and arrest this gang of pickpockets." In the center, Shen Shubai remained unfazed as he straightened his disheveled clothes, then squatted down in front of the bald man and provocatively asked, "Do you want more?" "No. No more." The bald man shivered in fear, saying, "Brother, we were wrong. We want dare again." Just then the sound of police sirens approached. It was the nearby patrol car that had responded to the call. 2 police cars stopped at the night market entrance, and several officers walked over to ask, "What happened? Who called the police?" A bystander stepped forward saying, "Officer, it was me. These people are a gang of pickpockets stealing the girl's phone and threatening with a knife." Thanks to this young man for his bravery. After understanding the situation, the police handcuffed all 7 thugs and thanked Shen Shubai, saying, "Comrade, please accompany us to the station to give a statement. Thank you for contributing to our city's safety." "You're welcome," Shen Shubai nodded. Tang Xiaoxiao tightly grasped his arm and said, "I'll go with you." Afterward, the 2 arrived at the station, and by the time they finished the statement, it was already past 1 in the morning. The police praised Shen Shubai, saying, "Young man, impressive. You took on 7 by yourself. Have you trained?" "I learned a bit of self-defense," Shen Shubai replied vaguely. In reality, those combat skills were a result of the system's reward for enhanced physical abilities combined with his boyfriend power. Without prior practice, Shen Shubai wouldn't have known he was so capable. Exiting the station, the night had grown deep. The police wanted to escort them back, but Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao declined. The 2 walked silently on the way back to the hotel, with Tang Xiaoxiao tightly linking her arm with Shen Zubai's, as if afraid he would disappear. "Were you scared?" Shen Shubai asked softly. "Yes. A little." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, still a bit shaken, saying, "Just now, I was so afraid something would happen to you. But I'm fine, aren't I?" Shen Shubai reassured her, saying, "Besides, if your phone hadn't been found, I would have been to blame." Tang Xiaoxiao stopped and looked up at him. Under the streetlight, her eyes shimmered with tears, but more was admiration and gratitude. "Shen Shubai." Tang Xiaoxiao's expression turned extremely serious, her beautiful eyes reflecting Shen Zubai's figure. Then she focused and said, "You were really handsome just now." Shen Shubai smiled. "You only just realized I'm handsome?" "No." Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I mean, you fought 7 people alone to protect me. That bravery, that responsibility. It was truly handsome." As she spoke, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Shen Shubai on the cheek. The soft touch was fleeting, yet it left Shen Shubai frozen. "This is a thank you gift." Tang Xiaoxiao set her face as red as a ripe apple, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Thank you for protecting me." Shen Shubai looked at her, his heart racing. He suddenly felt that the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him was burning. Ding! Detected that the host saved a damsel in distress, showcasing boyfriend power and responsibility, obtaining high recognition and admiration from Tang Xiaoxiao. Happiness value skyrocketed, rewarded with 200,000 yuan. An additional reward significant increase in opposite-sex attractiveness in the eyes of those who have had intimate contact with the host. The host's charm value doubles. The system's prompt sounded, but Shen Shubai barely noticed it. His entire focus was on Tang Xiaoxiao. Her face glowed softly under the streetlight, her gaze gentle, lips slightly pursed, a mix of shyness and anticipation. Shen Shubai took a deep breath, raised his hand, and gently stroked her head. Isn't it my duty to protect my girlfriend? He referred to her as his girlfriend instead of temporary girlfriend. Tang Xiaoxiao clearly noticed, and her eyes sparkled even more. She wrapped her arms around Shen Zubai's arm again, resting her head on his shoulders, saying, "Yes, you're right." The two walked back to the hotel like this, nestled together in silence, but a warm and sweet atmosphere flowed. Arriving at the door of their room, Tang Xiaoxiao released her grip and looked at Shen Shubai, asking, "What time shall we leave tomorrow?" "Let's sleep until we wake up naturally." Shen Shubai smiled. "After all, we're not in a hurry." "Okay." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, hesitated for a moment, then added, "Well, good night." "Good night." Tang Xiaoxiao opened the door to her room, then turned back to shout, "Shen Shubai, moi. Today, I had a great time. Thank you for being with me." After a pause, Tang Xiaoxiao raised a shopping bag and said, "And thank you for the clothes you bought me." After saying this, she quickly slipped into her room and shut the door. Shen Shubai stood in the corridor, touching his cheek, where she had kissed him, smiling. He returned to his room, and the first thing he did was open the system interface to check Tang Xiaoxiao's affection level. Tang Xiaoxiao's current affection level 85100 from 73 to 85, an increase of 12 points in one day. Only 5 points away from the 90 points of affection needed to be liked. Shen Shubai lay on the bed, reflecting on everything that had happened today, holding hands while shopping, eating noodles, visiting Honya Cave, buying gifts, trying on clothes, facing danger at the night market, saving the damsel, and the kiss on his cheek. Everything felt like a movie, yet so real and tangible. He opened his phone and saw a message from Tang Xiaoxiao. "By the way, I forgot to ask where you hurt just now." Awkwardly worried emoji. "The time was 5 minutes ago." Shen Shubai replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." Tang Xiaoxiao responded immediately, "That's good. By the way, they'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow, no stealing." "Okay, I'll listen to you." He put down the phone and closed his eyes. In his mind, the image of Tang Xiaoxiao twirling in her tujia attire, her panicked expression when her phone was stolen, and the moment she stood on her tiptoes to kiss him flashed by. Shen Shubai smiled. This trip had truly exceeded his expectations. Moreover, his relationship with Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to be developing at an uncontrollable speed towards a certain direction. However, he did not dislike this feeling. In fact, he somewhat looked forward to it. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Shen Zubai's eyes opened automatically, and his first sensation was one of vigor and clarity. Unlike before, when even after 8 hours of sleep his mind felt as heavy as lead, requiring at least half an hour to fully awaken. Now he transitioned from slumber to complete alertness in an instant, his body feeling so light he could perform 10 backflips on the spot. The system's physical enhancement is truly no joke. Shen Shubai stretched his joints, emitting soft clicks as a wave of comfort washed over him. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. 9:18 a.m. WeChat showed only a few trivial group messages. There was nothing from Tang Xiaoxiao. This was somewhat unexpected. Based on their interactions yesterday, she would usually send a good morning or "Are you up?" around 8:30, then start urging him to leave by 9. But today the chat screen remained silent. Shen Shubai waited a few minutes, and when there was still no response, he took the initiative to send a message, "Are you awake?" The reply came almost instantly, but its content caught him off guard. "Tang Xiaoxiao, I'm awake. But why are you up so early today?" Shen Shubai, early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy. How about you? Did you sleep well last night? This time there was a silence of over a minute. Shen Shubai stared at the screen, puzzled. This wasn't like Tang Xiaoxiao, as she usually replied quickly and with a lively tone. Could last night's heroic rescue have embarrassed her? Or did the kiss on the cheek make her regret it? Just as he was pondering, his phone vibrated with her message. Shen Shubai, could I ask you for a favor?" "Shen Shubai, what is it?" "Go ahead." Another silence followed, with the chat box showing typing. "For a full half minute before the message arrived, I got my period. My stomach hurts so badly. Could you buy me some sanitary pads?" A pleading emoji followed. Shen Shubai looked at the message, his first reaction being surprise, and his second, a desire to laugh. It wasn't a mocking laugh, but rather finding it endearing that Tang Xiaoxiao, usually so carefree and bold, even proposing a fake relationship, would find such a thing hard to say. The contrast was adorable. Before he could reply, she sent another supplement. "I'm really sorry to trouble you, but my flow is heavy today, and I dare not go out. I don't have any pads either." Sad. Shen Shubai could imagine her embarrassed and helpless expression as he quickly typed, "No problem, it's nothing. What brand do you want?" "Tang Xiaoxiao, you. Don't you find it awkward?" "Shen Shubai, what's there to be awkward about? It's just a physiological thing." Tell me what you need, and he'll go buy it. Tang Xiao Safi brand daytime long type. If you can get overnight sleep pants, that would be even better. Thanks. Kneeling in gratitude, Shun Shubai, alright, wait for me. He put down his phone, quickly washed up, changed clothes, and left the room with his key card. There was a medium-sized supermarket right downstairs from the hotel, and Shun Shubai headed straight for the feminine care aisle. The shelves were a dazzling array of products. Various brands, types, and functions of sanitary pads neatly arranged, their colorful packaging bewildering to the eye. Daytime, nighttime, long, ultra-thin, cotton soft mesh sleep pants, tampons. Shun Shubai stood before the shelves, momentarily lost. Although he didn't find buying sanitary pads for a girl embarrassing, he truly didn't understand the differences. Daytime long sleep pants, he muttered while searching, his gaze sweeping across the rows. He found the Safi section, but even just that one brand had dozens of different products. He picked up a pack of Super Sleep 420 nighttime sleep pants, and a pack of daytime long 290, hesitating over which to choose. Forget it, he'll buy both. Not wanting to dwell on it, Shun Shubai tossed both into his basket, then after a moment's thought added a pack of ultra-thin daytime 240. As he was about to head to the checkout, a hesitant male voice came from beside him. Buddy, could I ask for some advice? Shun Shubai turned to see a guy about his age wearing black-rimmed glasses and a plaid shirt standing awkwardly before the shelves. His eyes darted about his face, screaming, "I'm doing something shameful." "What's up?" Shun Shubai asked, puzzled. The guy pointed at the shelves and lowered his voice. "My girlfriend asked me to buy pads, but how do you choose these things? She said daytime use, but there are so many kinds. And what's the difference between cotton soft and mesh?" He pulled out his phone to show Shun Shubai the chat history. On the screen, his girlfriend had sent, "Go buy pads daytime once. If you get it wrong, it means you don't love me." Smile, Shun Shubai. This familiar formula, this familiar flavor. He thought of his ex-girlfriend who had once tested him in a similar way. Back then, Shun Shubai foolishly bought only the most basic pack and got scolded for an entire week. "I don't really know either," Shun Shubai admitted. "So I decided to buy a bit of everything and let her choose." The glasses guy's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea. But my girlfriend specified only one pack, saying it's a test. Then get the daytime long type." Shun Shubai, relying on the packaging descriptions he just saw, picked up a 290mm pack. "This length is moderate, should work for daytime. Cotton soft is more comfortable than mesh, most girls prefer it." "Really? Thanks so much." The glasses guy took the pad as if it were a treasure, then hesitated. "But what if she likes mesh?" Shun Shubai shrugged. "Then just say you thought cotton soft is gentler on the skin, more considerate." "Makes sense." The glasses guy brightened, then exclaimed in admiration, "Dude, you're experienced." Shun Shubai gave a wry smile. Learned from bitter experience. The two walked to the checkout together. While queuing, the glasses guy kept rambling. "My girlfriend has such a temper. If I got it wrong, she'd badmouth me in her girl group chat for 3 days straight." Shun Shubai nodded in understanding. When it was their turn, the cashier, a woman in her 30s, saw the pads in Shun Zubai's basket and scanned them with a completely neutral expression. But when she saw the glasses guy also pull out a pack of pads, her expression shifted subtly. She looked from Shun Shubai to the glasses guy, suppressing a smile as she asked, "Are you two together?" Shun Shubai quickly shook his head, "No." The glasses guy also hurriedly clarified, "We don't know each other." The cashier let out a laugh as she continued scanning. Young men are so considerate these days. Good. But Shun Shubai didn't think it was a big deal. He paid, grabbed the bag, and quickly left the supermarket, leaving the glasses guy and his endless romantic woes behind. As he reached the hotel entrance, he couldn't help but smile. That little incident was quite amusing. Once on the floor, Shun Shubai messaged Tang Xiao, "I'm back at the door. Open up if you can." Tang Xiao replied, instantly coming. Within 10 seconds, the door opened. Tang Xiao stood there in a pink coral fleece pajama, set, her hair slightly messy, her face noticeably paler than yesterday, and her lips lacking color. Her posture was the most telling, slightly hunched, one hand clutching her stomach, brows furrowed, clearly in severe pain. "Thanks," she said as she took the bag, her voice weak. "How much?" "They'll transfer it to you." "No need, it's nothing." Shun Shubai looked at her pale face, concerned. "Are you okay? You look terrible." "It's a chronic issue." Tang Xiao smiled bitterly. "Every time it's like this, the pain makes me want to die. I might have to leave later today." "That's fine, your health comes first." Shun Shubai noticed her hand trembling slightly as she clutched her stomach. "Does it hurt badly?" Tang Xiao nodded, fine beads of sweat even forming on her forehead. "It feels like a knife twisting in my gut." "Then you should rest first," Shun Shubai said with some concern. "All right, I need to use the bathroom," she said, embarrassed. Shun Shubai didn't think much of it and smiled slightly. "I'll wait here. Call me if you need anything." Tang Xiao gave him a grateful look, took the bag, and entered the bathroom. After the door closed, Shun Shubai heard rustling sounds followed by the flush of the toilet. A few minutes later, Tang Xiao emerged, looking even paler, swaying slightly as she walked. "You should lie down and rest." Shen Shubai helped her to the bed. Want to eat anything? They'll go buy breakfast. No thanks. I have no appetite. She shook her head and sat on the edge of the bed. It hurts too much to eat anything. An empty stomach is worse. Shen Shubai insisted. Eat a little something warm to soothe your stomach. Soy milk. Porridge. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at his concerned eyes, felt a warmth in her heart, and finally relented then. Millet porridge with some brown sugar. All right, wait for me. Shen Shubai turned and left, but as he walked down the hallway his phone buzzed. Tang Xiaoxiao had sent a message. Thank you, boyfriend heart. Shen Shubai looked at the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily. Though he knew it was just a term from their fake relationship being called that. Didn't feel bad. Ding. Detected host's attentive care of girlfriend, earning her genuine gratitude and reliance. Emotional satisfaction greatly increased, happiness value surged. Reward 100,000 yuan. Bonus reward top-tier medical skills proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine theories, mastering comprehensive medical techniques, including acupuncture, massage, and herbal prescriptions, with clinical experience equivalent to a national master of Chinese medicine with 30 years of practice. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Shen Shubai felt as if a clear spring had been injected into his brain. Countless medical knowledge, theories, cases, and techniques surged in like a tidal wave. Chinese medicine's yin-yang and 5 elements, meridians, and acupoints, observation and palpation, along with Western medicine's anatomy, physiology, pathology, and pharmacology, diagnosis and treatment, as well as the techniques of acupuncture, its depth and angles, and the force sequence and skills of massage. This knowledge wasn't memorized by rote, but was as if he had studied and practiced for 30 years, thoroughly integrated and at his fingertips. At the same time, he felt a change in his hands. His fingers became more agile and sensitive, achieving astonishing precision in controlling force and positioning. This skill couldn't have come at a better time. Shen Zubai's eyes lit up a surge of delight in his. Shen Shubai immediately searched his mind for treatment options for dysmenorrhea. In almost an instant, dozens of different treatment plans appeared. Traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions, acupuncture points, massage techniques, dietary therapies. He quickly selected the most suitable plan for Tang Xiaoxiao's current condition. Her complexion was pale, her hands and feet cold, and she was sweating profusely. This was a typical case of cold congealed blood stasis dysmenorrhea, requiring warming the meridians and dispelling cold while invigorating blood circulation. Acupuncture points: Guan Yuan Qi Hai, San Yin Jiao Zhu, San Li Shui Hai. Massage technique: clockwise abdominal, kneading, pressing on the waist, and sacral acupoints. Dietary assistance: brown sugar, ginger tea, add a little cinnamon twig, and angelica. Shen Shubai immediately changed his plan. Instead of directly buying breakfast, he first found a nearby pharmacy. Young man, what do you need? The pharmacist inquired as Shen Shubai walked in. Shen Shubai listed a series of medicinal ingredients. Doctor, I need 10 grams of dried ginger, 6 grams of cinnamon twig, 10 grams of angelica, 5 grams of mugwort, 6 grams of chuanqiong, and an appropriate amount of brown sugar. The pharmacist looked at him with some surprise. A prescription for dysmenorrhea? Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? I've studied a little, Shen Shubai replied vaguely. While preparing the herbs, the pharmacist said, this prescription is good for warming the meridians and dispelling cold. However, dysmenorrhea comes in different types. If it's heat type, it can't be used. I know it's the cold congealed blood stasis type, Shen Shubai explained. The pharmacist was even more surprised, scrutinizing Shen Shubai closely, and said, you seem quite knowledgeable, young man. Shen Shubai merely smiled slightly without responding. After buying the herbs, he went to a breakfast shop and bought 2 bowls of millet porridge, asking the owner to add extra brown sugar, and then hurried back to the hotel. He knocked on the door, and Tang Xiaoxiao quickly opened it. She looked like she had just taken a shower, her hair wet and draped over her shoulders, and she had changed into another set of pajamas, a light blue pure cotton fabric, thinner than the previous set, yet still wrapped tightly. Her complexion was still pale, but her spirit seemed a little better. Brother Bai, I'm really troubling you, making you run around so much, Tang Xiaoxiao said, feeling somewhat touched as she watched Shen Shubai busying about for her. No need to be polite with me. After all, I'm now your boyfriend. Let's eat first. Shen Shubai entered the room and placed the breakfast on the table, then took out the bag of herbs. After we eat, ill treat your dysmenorrhea. Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned. Treat? How will you treat it? Acupuncture, Shen Shubai replied with a grin. What a... Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Acupuncture? You can do that? I learned a little from the old Chinese medicine practitioner in the village when I was young, Shen Shubai said nonchalantly, lying through his teeth. Don't worry, it won't hurt, and the effects are great. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him with skepticism. Is that true? Don't treat me like a guinea pig. If it's this painful, trying it out won't hurt, right? Shen Shubai opened the lid of the millet porridge, steam rising. First, let's eat. You can't have acupuncture on an empty stomach. Tang Xiaoxiao hesitated for a few seconds, but sat down. She truly couldn't bear the pain. Every time she had dysmenorrhea, it felt like undergoing torture. Painkillers had led to tolerance, and brown sugar water was practically useless. If Shun Shubai really had a way, then she might as well give it a try. The two quietly finished their breakfast. After the hot porridge went down, Tang Xiaoxiao felt her abdomen warm slightly, and the pain seemed to lessen a little, but that was all. What do we do now? Tang Xiaoxiao put down her spoon, looking at Shun Shubai, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Lie down on the bed. Shun Shubai explained. Lie on your back and lift your shirt slightly to expose your waist and back. Tang Xiaoxiao's face flushed. I have to lift my clothes. Yes, there are several acupoints on the waist and sacral area that need direct contact with the skin, Shun Shubai clarified. But don't worry, you'll only touch the necessary areas. If you feel awkward, you can cover the other areas with a towel. Tang Xiaoxiao bit her lip, struggling internally. Letting a man she had known for less than 2 days see her waist and back. This was too much. However, the cramping in her abdomen made it nearly impossible for her to think clearly. Moreover, deep down she didn't actually reject Shun Zubai's touch. The way Shun Shubai protected her last night, and how he had unhesitatingly gone to buy sanitary pads this morning, not to mention the concerned gaze he had right now. I trust you, she finally said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Slowly she walked to the side of the bed, lay down facing away from Shun Shubai. After hesitating for a moment, she lifted the hem of her pajamas slightly, exposing a section of her fair waist and back. Her skin was delicate and smooth, her waistline slender, the spinal groove deep, and the dimples on either side of her waist were faintly visible. Shun Shubai took a deep breath, forcing himself into a professional state. Then he quietly took out the complimentary silver needle set from the system space. A rustic leather needle case neatly arranged inside were dozens of silver needles of varying lengths glinting coldly under the light. I need to disinfect first, Shun Shubai said, wiping his hands and the silver needles with alcohol swabs, his movements skilled and professional. It might feel a bit cool. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao turned around and saw the set of silver needles on the table, surprised. Brother Bai, you also bought silver needles? Yes, Shun Shubai replied with a grin, and traditional Chinese medicine, which you'll use together later. Tang Xiaoxiao realized at that moment how serious Shun Shubai was about treating her. He wasn't just saying it. She couldn't help but feel her heart swell with emotion, almost to the point of tears. However, Shun Shubai didn't notice the change in her gaze and gently pressed his fingers against Tang Xiaoxiao's sacral area, searching for the acupoints. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, Tang Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly. Relax, Shun Shubai said gently. We'll first massage you to invigorate your qi and blood circulation. Okay, you go ahead, Tang Xiaoxiao replied, trying to endure as his large hands roamed over her back, a sensation of tingling she had never felt before. At this moment, Shun Zubai's palms warmed to the touch, applied moderate pressure as he slowly pushed along both sides of Tang Xiaoxiao's spine from her waist all the way to just below her shoulder blades. The professional massage technique gradually relaxed her tense muscles, and Tang Xiaoxiao felt a warm flow spreading from the areas being pressed. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. So comfortable. Shun Shubai explained, this is the pathway of the governing vessel and bladder meridian. The massage can warm the yang and dispel cold. As he continued with his movements, Shun Shubai indeed had a professional touch. Every pressure was accurately placed on the acupoints, the force just right, enough to promote qi and blood circulation without causing pain. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaoxiao felt her entire back warm up and the cramping in her abdomen surprisingly lessened somewhat. This brought a hint of surprise to her beautiful eyes. Unexpectedly, Shun Shubai was quite skilled. Now it's time for acupuncture. Shun Shubai picked up a slender silver needle, his focus intense. The first acupoint is the Ming Men point, located below the second lumbar vertebra. You might feel a slight prick like a mosquito bite, but it will be over quickly. Tang Xiaoxiao anxiously gripped the bedsheet, her lips pressed together, her expression suggesting something unspeakable. However, Shun Shubai was too focused to pay attention to that. Instead, he found the right spot on Tang Xiaoxiao's back. His wrist flicked, and the silver needle accurately pierced in. Indeed, there was only a momentary mild prick, followed by a sensation of soreness and fullness from the needle, then a warm flow spread outwards. How does it feel? Shun Shubai asked. Warm. A bit sore. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, but it doesn't hurt. Yes, that indicates accurate placement of the needle, Shun Shubai said, proceeding to insert a few more needles. Shinyu de Chanyu Guanyuanyu. Each needle was placed quickly and accurately with strong sensations, but no pain. Tang Xiaoxiao could distinctly feel that with each silver needle inserted, the knife-like pain in her abdomen was visibly diminishing. In its place was a warm, comfortable feeling, as if someone had placed a hot water bottle inside her belly. This is amazing, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her entire body relaxing. Shun Shubai, you're really... Shun Shubai smiled broadly. At this moment of praise, he didn't stop his actions, but continued to find acupoints on Tang Xiaoxiao's legs. San in Jiaozu, San Li Shuai. When he inserted the needle into the San in Jiao point, Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah! What happened? Did it hurt?" Shen Shubai immediately stopped. "No, it's not pain." Tang Xiaoxiao blushed. The sensation is just too intense, sort tingling, and a bit indescribable. Shen Shubai understood this was a sign of qi flow indicating that the acupuncture was effective. It's a normal phenomenon indicating that the meridians are open. Shen Shubai thought with relief, continuing to insert needles, his technique deftly twisting and lifting to enhance the sensations. 20 minutes later, all the silver needles were in place. Shen Shubai checked the time and told Tang Xiaoxiao, "Just lie there for now. We need to leave the needles for 30 minutes. You can close your eyes and rest a bit. They'll be here watching over you." Tang Xiaoxiao replied softly. The room fell silent, only the faint sound of the air conditioning could be heard. Tang Xiaoxiao lay on the bed, feeling warmth emanating from each silver needle's location, these warm currents flowing through her body, melting away the pain. What surprised her even more was that as the pain eased, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She hadn't been able to sleep during her dysmenorrhea for a long time, usually tossing and turning all night due to pain. But now, she really wanted to sleep. "Shen Shubai," she called out drowsily. "Moi." Shen Shubai responded, "What's wrong?" "Thank you." "Really?" Tang Xiaoxiao felt grateful, her voice growing softer. "Now I feel so comfortable. I just want to sleep for a while." "Sleep, I am here," Shen Shubai said gently. After receiving a positive response, Tang Xiaoxiao completely relaxed and fell into a dream. Her breathing was steady, her brows relaxed, and her complexion was no longer so pale. In fact, a faint blush appeared. In her sleep, she looked even gentler, less lively and flamboyant, and more serene and tranquil. Shen Shubai gently tucked her blanket, and then took out his phone, switching it to silent mode. He looked at the system interface, showing Tang Xiaoxiao's affection level. It had unknowingly risen to 87 points. Only 3 points away from the desired 90. This made Shen Shubai realize that as the affection level increased, it would become harder to gain more. However, his intention was not in this. At that moment, Shen Shubai just wanted things to unfold naturally. Just then, the system's notification sound rang again. Ding. Detected that the host used medical skills to alleviate Tang Xiaoxiao's pain, gaining her deep reliance and trust, strengthening emotional connection. Happiness value greatly increased, awarded 500 yuan. Additional reward: complete guide to traditional Chinese medicine, including medicinal diet recipes, seasonal health tips, acupoint healthcare, and comprehensive wellness knowledge. Another 50000 added along with wellness knowledge. Shen Shubai was now almost certain the system was indeed doing its utmost to match him with Tang Xiaoxiao. Moreover, he also thought of his parents, and in the future, he could personally treat their hidden ailments. After all, as people age, their resistance and immunity decrease. With top-notch medical skills and the complete guide to traditional Chinese medicine, he could take good care of his parents. Thinking of this, his mood brightened even more. Immediately, the system's notification sound rang again. Ding. Detected that the host thought about being able to treat his parents' health issues. Happiness value increased, awarded 500 yuan cash. Shen Shubai instantly felt refreshed. He then looked at the girl sleeping on the bed, a gentle smile. Great. The room was quiet, but there was a hint of intimacy. 30 minutes passed quickly. Tang Xiaoxiao had completely fallen asleep, while Shen Shubai gently began to remove the needles. Each silver needle pulled out caused Tang Xiaoxiao to stir slightly, but she did not wake up. It seemed she was truly exhausted and sleeping very deeply. After finishing the needle removal, Shen Shubai disinfected the puncture sites with alcohol swabs and then covered Tang Xiaoxiao with the blanket. After that, the room fell silent save for the faint sound of the air conditioning. Shen Shubai sat in the chair beside the bed, scrolling through Douyin for a while, but found it uninteresting. The algorithm pushed similar content, and it became tiresome after seeing too much. He simply exited Douyin, his gaze sweeping across the phone screen, eventually stopping at a familiar icon piece: Elite. How long had it been since he last played? He remembered that the last time he logged in was 3 months ago. That day, he worked overtime until 2 in the morning. After coming home, he wanted to relax, but in the first match, he encountered 4 cheaters, nearly prompting him to uninstall the game. Looking back now, that period was truly suffocating. Work was unsteady, life was tight, and he couldn't even find joy in gaming. Things are different now, Shen Shubai chuckled as he clicked to start the update. The hotel's Wi-Fi was fast, and soon the game was downloaded and installed. He logged into his account. A blank account registered for 2 years, but hardly played. The character wore the most basic starting outfit, had 0 weapon skins, and was stuck at platinum rank with an unremarkable battle record. It could be said that Shen Shubai was definitely a freeloader in the game. He received a bunch of return rewards and free gifts, then queued for a 4-player match. The match was successful, and they entered the spawn island. The other 3 in the team were already chattering away. Number 1, can you even manage this? You promised to help me get chicken, yet I've turned into a box 3 times in a row. Did I pay you to get insulted? A sharp female voice came from position 2, filled with complaints. Sister, you really can't blame me for these last few matches. Number 1, a male voice sounded young and carried a tone of pleading and helplessness. You insisted on landing in crowded places. The environment there is complicated. I can't protect 2 people. Not being able to protect is just being weak. The female player at position 2 relentlessly pressed on. My best friend said that the companion she found got her chicken twice yesterday. What about you? $30 an hour, and this is your level. Shinshubai raised an eyebrow. It turned out to be the relationship between the client and the companion, and it seemed this number 1 male companion was having a tough time. He immediately muted his microphone, deciding to be a bystander for now. Sister, your best friend didn't pay, did she? Number 1 argued softly. I charge by the head 30 for 1 person, 60 for 2, but you only paid for 1 person and expect me to take 2. Oh, so you want to argue with me? Number 2's voice suddenly rose. Fine, after this match, well, settle up and don't look for me again. Number 1 immediately panicked. No. Sister, I didn't mean it like that. Listening to their conversation, Shinshubai couldn't help but shake his head. This number 1 was too aggrieved. Clearly the other side was in the wrong, yet he didn't even dare to argue. But upon reflection, he understood. For that $30 an hour income being lowly was inevitable. Just like he did in the company he had endured for 3 years for that little salary. Lost in thought, the female player at position 2 suddenly turned her attention to Shinshubai. Today is really unlucky. The match stranger is a mute. Number 2's tone was harsh, her words dripping with sarcasm. Look at this number 4, a starting outfit, no skins, only platinum rank. Like a bot, it would be better not to match at all. Shinzubai's expression darkened. He had only wanted to play a game in peace, not to get involved in others' grievances. But her words were too harsh. If it weren't for Tang Xiaoxiao still sleeping and the fear of waking her, Shinshubai would have opened his mic to argue with her. However, not speaking didn't mean he couldn't do anything. With 20 seconds left in the parachute countdown, Shinshubai opened the team chat box and quickly typed on the screen. Number 2, with a mouth like that you must be lacking love in real life, right? As soon as the message was sent, number 2 was clearly stunned. A few seconds later, her voice became even sharper. Who the hell are you talking about? A stinky platinum dares to shout at me. Shinshubai continued typing. Number 1, man up. Are you really going to let yourself be bullied by 2 girls? It's just $30 an hour, right? They'll pay double 60, you take me, don't worry about them. This statement exploded like a bomb in the team voice chat. Who the hell are you? Is having money that impressive? Number 2's voice trembled with anger. But number 1's reaction was unexpected. He fell silent for a few seconds, then cautiously asked, Brother number 4, are you serious? Send me your Alipay account, they'll transfer it now. Shinshubai replied very straightforwardly. 456789. Number 1 almost immediately reported a string of numbers. Shinshubai exited the game, opened Alipay, entered the account, confirmed it was the right one, and directly transferred 100 yuan. He intentionally transferred 40 more as a reward for this guy's venting. After the transfer succeeded, Shinshubai added, 100 paid in advance. Take me to get chicken this match, and if we continue next round, I'll pay again. Brother, you really transferred 100. Number 1's voice was filled with excitement. What do you mean? Number 2 exploded completely. Number 1, I tell you if you dare. Shut up. Number 1 suddenly shouted, his voice full of long-suppressed anger. I've endured you for a long $30 an hour, treated like a dog, and still expected to carry a friend who wouldn't pay. If you want to play out, if not, get lost. This sudden outburst stunned both number 2 and her friend number 3. After a few seconds of silence, the 2 female players began to frantically hurl insults, a slew of nasty words pouring out. Yet Shinshubai could no longer hear them. He had muted their voice. The world became quiet. Brother, thank you. Number 1's voice was a bit choked, really. I didn't expect someone to speak up for me. No problem. Shinshubai continued typing, from now on I'm your boss. Protect me this match, don't care about those 2 girls. Let them jump however they like, if they die don't save them. Understood. Number 1 replied firmly. Brother, you are now my boss. Wherever you say to jump, alright, I'll jump with you, how anything goes. Shinshubai felt oddly satisfied after successfully buying off. Just as Shinshubai finished speaking, the system's notification sound followed. Ding. Detected that the host helped the male companion escape from the torment of unreasonable female players, gaining the other's deep gratitude and reliance. Happiness value greatly increased, awarded yuan. Additional reward, top-level gaming skills covering top-notch operations awareness and tactical understanding of mainstream game types, such as FPS, MOBA, RPG, equivalent to the level of top professional players. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and at the same time, Shinshubai felt subtle changes in his brain and fingers. Originally vague memories of the game map became incredibly clear. The structure of every building, the location of every cover point, the recoil patterns of every type of firearm, even the ability to discern footsteps and predict bullet trajectories. All this knowledge felt as if he had trained thousands of times, imprinted in his neural reflexes. As the parachute countdown ended, Shinshubai marked a point on the map. Jump to Snow City, engage in combat. Snow City. Number 1 hesitated. Boss, there are too many people there. How about we? No, land at the central clock tower. Shinshubai calmly adjusted the landing direction. The visibility there is good, it's easy to defend, but hard to attack. Both landed precisely on the clock tower's rooftop. As soon as Shinshubai touched down, he rushed towards the nearest loot spot. Luck was on his side, as he found an M416 and 60 rounds of 5.56 ammunition, plus a level 2 vest. Boss, he'll search for equipment first, don't stray too far from me. Number 1 reminded Shinshubai. Okay. After saying this, Shinshubai directly jumped from the clock tower's rooftop to the balcony on the second floor. Clear footsteps echoed in his headphones. Someone was downstairs. He positioned himself at the staircase, waiting for the other to show their head, then aimed and shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 quick shots, a headshot took them down. You have used the M416 to knock down the Snow City little overlord. Boss, you are awesome. Number 1 exclaimed from upstairs, providing considerable emotional value. Nicely done, boss. Player 1, who had been closely monitoring the murderous intent, said to Shinshubai with a voice full of admiration. Just as Shinshubai was clearing out the bell tower, 2 messages popped up in the top right corner of the screen. Player 2 knocked down by Nemo War God. Player 4 knocked down by Nemo War God. Those 2 female players had been down less than a minute after landing. Shinshubai, always one to enjoy a bit of chaos, immediately turned on the voice chat. Instantly, the team voice channel was filled with Player 2's cries and screams. Player 1. Come save us. Are you deaf? Boss, they. Player 1 hesitated. Don't bother, Shinshubai said heartlessly. Let them fend for themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the 2 female players erupting in a torrent of abuse. Player 1, are you even human? Standing by while we die? I'm reporting you to the platform. Let's see if you ever get orders again. Shinshubai sneered and typed back. Bro, Player 1, or after this round, I'll give you a good review and send you a red packet. This statement completely ignited the fury of the 2 female players, unleashing a barrage of but Shinshubai paid them no mind. After eliminating Nemo War God, he maneuvered his character using the city's signature ice skates to circle around the 2 female players, deliberately making a few taunting gestures. Destroying them psychologically too, boss. Player 1 laughed. This is nothing, Shinshubai typed quickly, then suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. A stroke of inspiration hit Shinshubai. He maneuvered his character to carry Player 2 on his back. Boss, what are you doing? Player 1 asked, confused. Weren't they not going to rescue them? Shinshubai didn't answer. He slowly moved towards the sound of footsteps carrying Player 2. Sure enough, a few seconds later, an enemy peeked around a corner, clearly stunned to see Shinshubai strolling along with Player 2 on his back. But that moment of hesitation was exactly what Shinshubai wanted. In the instant the opponent froze, he switched weapons, aimed and fired. A seamless sequence of actions. You eliminated Don't Kill Me Dad using M416. Holy crap. Boss, that move. Player 1 was at a loss for words. Just then Shinshubai heard the female Player 2 scream through his headset. A hysterical broken cry. You bastard, using me as bait. I'm reporting you. Reporting you for cheating. Shinshubai chuckled and typed, go ahead and report. Let's see if the officials care. This was the final straw. Player 2, seemingly unable to endure Shinsubai's humiliation any longer, quit the game, followed by her friend Player 4. The team chat fell silent. Boss, they're gone, Player 1 said, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Good riddance, Shinshubai replied, continuing to clear out the remaining enemies in Snow City. Focus on the game. It'll carry you to a chicken dinner this round. Alright, boss is awesome. Player 1, the gaming companion said excitedly. Over the next 10 minutes, Shinshubai displayed a level of skill that left Player 1 utterly astounded. His ability to locate enemies by sound was as precise as if he had wall hacks, his aim was as steady as an aimbot, and his tactical awareness dominated the entire field. There had originally been 5 squads in Snow City, but Shinshubai single-handedly wiped out 4 of them. When the last enemy fell at the base of the bell tower, Player 1 stared at the kill count in the top right corner. 12 kills for Shinshubai, 3 for himself, and fell into deep self-doubt. Boss, with your skill, do you even need a gaming companion? Player 1's voice was tinged with bitterness. I think you could go pro. Just playing for fun, Shinshubai said casually. Let's move into the zone. The rest of the match was a foregone conclusion. Shinshubai led Player 1 straight into the final circle, eventually securing a chicken dinner with a combined total of 28 kills. Boss, you're insane. Player 1 was ecstatic, his words tumbling out incoherently over voice chat. I should refund you this money. You totally carried me this round. I barely did anything. No need to refund, Shen Shubai said, finally experiencing the thrill of a slaughter. That $100 is yours. By the way, how old are you? You sound pretty young. I am 19, player 1 replied quietly. Shen Shubai was taken aback. 19. Not in school. I was, but I dropped out in my sophomore year of high school. Player 1's tone grew somber. Family. Had some. Shen Shubai didn't press further, but just then the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Detected family situation of male gaming companion player 1, Chen Xiaofei, father bedridden, due to a work-related injury, mother visually impaired, younger brother in middle school. Chen Xiaofei dropped out of school to support his family through game companionship and boosting, earning about 20,003,000 yuan per month. The situation he described is accurate. Shen Shubai fell silent after hearing this. He had imagined the boy might have difficulties, but not to this extent. 19 years old, was supposed to be enjoying his youth at university, yet burdened with supporting an entire family. You? Shen Shubai chose his words carefully. By siding with me today, you offended those 2 female clients. Will that affect your work? It's fine, Chen Xiaofei said, feigning nonchalance. I've been wanting to leave that platform for a while. The commission is too high and there are too many rules. They'll just switch to another one or take on some boosting orders. But Shen Shubai could hear the uncertainty in his voice. How about this? Shen Shubai thought for a moment. I have some things to take care of. I'm logging off now. You don't need to refund that 100. Consider it a token of our acquaintance. Maybe we'll play together again sometime. Thanks, bro. Really, thank you. Shen Xiaofei's voice was choked with emotion again. After logging out of the game, Shen Shubai opened Alipay, found Shen Xiaofei's account, and directly transferred 10,000 yuan. Transfer note: live well, keep going. Almost the second the transfer went through, a message from Chen Xiaofei popped up. Why did you suddenly send me so much money? I can't take this. Thanks anyway, bro. Immediately after the 10,000 yuan was returned, Shen Shubai frowned and transferred the money again with a note. Take it. Consider it an investment from me. When you're doing well in the future, you can pay me back. This time Chen Xiaofei didn't immediately return it. Instead, he sent a long message. Bro, I know you're a good person, but 10,000 is really too much. I only earn 2 or 3,000 a month. How long would it take me to pay this back? And we only just met for one game. I can't just take your money for nothing. Shen Shubai looked at the message, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This kid's pride was even stronger than he had imagined. He thought for a moment and replied, since you call me bro, then this brother can't just stand by and watch his younger brother struggle. How about this? Consider this 10,000 a loan from me, no interest. Use it to improve your family's situation or learn a skill. Pay me back when you're able to. If you send it back again, then your brother will be mad. This time Chen Xiaofei was silent for a full 5 minutes. Then the transfer was accepted. Bro, I'll remember you, Chen Xiaofei replied. I will definitely pay this back. And thank you. Really, you're welcome. Keep going. After ending the conversation, Shen Shubai leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. The feeling of helping others was indeed pleasant. Of course, Shen Shubai also felt that within his means, and since the other person had brought him positive emotional value, this was a worthy reciprocation. Ding. Detected host helping others, aiding a struggling youth. Happiness value significantly increased. Awarded 50,000 yuan. As a result, just when Shen Shubai felt he had spent his money well, the system credited him with another 50,000. Shen Shubai smiled and glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was still fast asleep on the bed. She was lying on her side, facing him, breathing steadily, a slight smile on her lips, as if she were having a pleasant dream. Shen Shubai got up, gently tucked the blanket around her, and then returned to his chair. At that moment, the words of the 2 female players from the game echoed inexplicably in his mind. Look at this player 3, default outfit, no skins, only a platinum rank. He's like a bot. Although he knew they were just taunting him, it still stung a little. He logged back into the game and checked his friends list. Player 1 was offline, which was fine. It saved him from another round of enthusiastic greetings. At this point, Shen Shubai had only one purpose for logging in: to enter the in-game shop. The skin system in Peacekeeper Elite was flashy and extravagant, with a dazzling array of limited editions, collaborations, and seasonal skins. The most prominent spot was occupied by the ongoing Starlight Fantasy Gacha event. The prize pool featured the latest gliders, gun skins, and character outfits, all limited editions. The rules were simple: 6 yuan per draw, 60 yuan for a 10 draw, with a pity system guaranteeing all rewards after 300 draws. Shen Shubai did a rough calculation. Hitting the pity would cost about 18000 yuan. 18,000. At that moment, Shen Shubai couldn't care less. Well, might as well have some fun pulling. A grin spread across his face. He first topped up 648 yuan, got 6,480 in-game currency, and immediately went for a 10 draw. The screen flashed with lights and effects as various rewards popped up, mostly fragments and materials, with a few ordinary pieces of clothing. Another 10 draw. Still nothing good. On the 30th draw, he finally got a decent reward, the Starlight Fantasy M24 skin with decent effects. But that wasn't what Shinshubai was after. He directly topped up another 100 yuan and continued pulling. 50 draws, 80 draws, 100 draws. As the number of pulls increased, the pity system began to kick in. On the 120th draw, he got the Starlight Fantasy Glider, a dazzling starry winged hang glider. On the 150th draw, he got the full Starlight Fantasy character outfit set, with both male and female versions effects maxed out. By the 200th draw, he had collected most of the gun skins. On the 300th draw, finally the last grand prize, the Starlight Fantasy Supreme title, was his. Shinshubai glanced at his recharge history. In total, he had only spent 10920 yuan. Not only had he maxed out the entire Starlight Fantasy series, but he had also pulled from several other prize pools, practically clearing out the limited skins from the last 6 months. His account had instantly transformed from a barebones default into a whale that would make anyone envious. Every latest character skin, gun skin, vehicle skin, profile frame, and spray paint. You name it, he had it. Shinshubai equipped his newly acquired Starlight Fantasy outfit and paired it with the matching M416 skin, then entered the training ground to test the feel. It was indeed cool. Especially the glider effect. When parachuting from the plane, a brilliant trail of stars would unfurl behind him. It was unbelievably awesome. Now that's more like it. Shinshubai nodded in satisfaction, his mood lifted to something extraordinary. And just then, ding, detected host spending money on gacha, obtaining multiple limited edition skins. Sense of collection and satisfaction greatly fulfilled. Happiness value off the charts. Awarded 200,000 yuan. Spent 109,000 but earned 2,000. In the blink of an eye, his spending had turned into a money-making machine. Shinshubai couldn't help but laugh out loud. This system was without a doubt the world's best financial tool. In high spirits, Shinshubai decided to start a new game this time, donning the full set of Starry Fantasy skins. The moment he matched into a game, a teammate exclaimed, "Wow, a Starry set expert. How much did you have to draw for that? Big brother, do you need a medic? I can play as a healer. Where will the expert jump this time? We'll follow you." Shinshubai smiled slightly and typed back, "Jumping at Snow City, let's go guns blazing." With top-notch gaming skills and a dazzling skin, this game turned into Shinsubai's personal showcase. He no longer needed to be cautious like in the previous game. Instead, he jumped straight into the most dangerous spots, engaging anyone he encountered, his shooting accuracy as precise as if he were using an aimbot. In the final circle 1v4, he single-handedly held down a small building, relying on sound cues and sharp predictions to eliminate all 4 enemies, successfully securing a chicken dinner. On the results screen, kill count, 29 kills. MVP damage, King Survival Expert. He received all honors to the point of being overwhelmed. His teammates sent friend requests one after another, flooding the public chat with 666, and "Please carry me expert." Shinshubai felt delightful and was about to start the second round when he suddenly felt a gaze directed at him. He looked up and met Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes. Tang Xiaoxiao had woken up at some point, lying sideways on the bed with her hand propping up her head, staring at him intently. Her eyes were somewhat hazy, as if she hadn't fully woken up, but a faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips. "When did you wake up?" Shinshubai put down his phone. "Why didn't you call me?" "Just woke up," Tang Xiaoxiao replied softly. "I didn't want to disturb you since you seemed so focused on the game." "How long did I sleep?" she asked as she slowly sat up, stretching her neck and shoulders. "About 2 hours. Is it almost time now? Is your stomach still hurting?" Shinshubai glanced at the time and inquired with concern. Tang Xiaoxiao felt her stomach and shook her head, smiling. "Not anymore." "Shinshubai, you're amazing. You're practically a miracle worker." She threw off the blanket and stepped onto the carpet barefoot, twirling in front of Shinshubai. "Can you teach me the acupuncture technique, so I can do it myself when I'm in pain?" "That's not a good idea," Shinshubai chuckled, knowing she was joking, but still explaining seriously, "If you can't find the right acupoints, it could be dangerous. However, I can teach you some massage techniques to alleviate pain." "That works too," Tang Xiaoxiao said happily, and then noticed the game interface still open on his phone. "Oh, you're playing Peacekeeper Elite too?" "Yeah, just played a couple of rounds." "I play too." Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. "The night before last, I played until late at the hotel in Shanxing. If I had known you played too, I would have called you to join." She leaned over to look at Shinsubai's screen just in time to see his stunning Starry Fantasy skin. "Wow, this skin. My best friend spent 2,000 and still didn't get it." Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "How did you manage to get it?" "Just lucky, I guess." Shinshubai replied vaguely. "That's not something you can explain just by luck." Tang Xiaoxiao examined his account carefully and found that he had not only the Starry Fantasy skin, but nearly all limited skins. "How much did you spend?" "Not much." Shinshubai didn't reveal his wealth, but exited the game to change the topic. "Are you hungry? It's time for lunch." "I am, but I'm treating you as a way to repay you for your medical help, so you can choose what you want to eat, and today anything is fine. I'll go with your choice." Then, Will you go back to your room first? I'll wash up and change. It'll take an hour. No, 40 minutes will do. Tang Xiaoxiao explained as she spoke. Shen Shubai smiled slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you. As he reached the door, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly called out to him, Shen Shubai? Thank you, Tang Xiaoxiao said sincerely, not just for the acupuncture, but thank you for being. Shen Shubai looked into her earnest eyes, warmth surging in his heart. You're welcome. He grinned. Go wash up. Alright, see you later. As the door closed behind him, Shen Shubai stood in the hallway, unable to suppress the smile on his face. When he returned to his room and had just closed the door, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Tang Xiaoxiao. Boyfriend, wait for me. Wink. Shen Shubai looked at the message, feeling inexplicably that her address was sincere, and he couldn't help but smile as he replied, okay. Just as he returned to his room and hadn't even sat down, his phone vibrated again. The screen displayed a landline number with the area code 028, Rongqing's. He frowned at this time. A call from Rongqing. Could it be from the former company? After hesitating for 2 seconds, Shen Shubai finally answered. Hello, this is Shen Shubai. Hello, is this Mr. Shen Shubai? A polite female voice came from the other end. I'm Li Jing from the HR department of Tianjin Design Company. Is this a good time for you to talk? Indeed it is. Please go ahead. Shen Shubai sat down on the sofa, speaking calmly. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of the company. Li Jing's voice was sincere. Regarding Supervisor Zhang Ditsai's abuse of power, seizing subordinate project achievements, and even illegal acts like secretly filming female colleagues, the company has conducted a thorough investigation. Zhang Ditsai has been officially dismissed, and the relevant evidence has been handed over to the public security authorities. He will face severe legal consequences. Shen Shubai felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing this. Moreover, he thought the company's response was rather swift, considering it had only been 2 days since he exposed Zhang Ditsai in the group. Additionally, regarding last quarter's Starry Plan project, upon verification, it is confirmed that the design scheme was indeed completed independently by you, and Zhang Ditsai acted unlawfully in claiming the results. Thus, the company has decided to issue the project bonus, and considering your contributions over the past 3 years and the impact this incident has had on you, the company has decided to additionally compensate for your losses, which will be credited to your salary card today. Shen Shubai felt a surge of joy in his heart. He hadn't expected such unexpected good news. For 3 years, he had worked tirelessly in that company, putting in extra hours, enduring the theft of his results, and suffering the harassment from someone like Zhang Ditsai. It confirmed the saying in novels, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the poor youth. In this moment, Shen Shubai was no longer who he used to be. Mr. Shen. Li Jing noticed Shen Zubai's silence and continued, I'm listening. Shen Shubai returned to focus. Thank you for uncovering the truth and for having this small person personally called. This is what we should do. However, Li Jing hesitated before continuing. The company's leadership has discussed and believes you are an exceptionally talented designer. If you are willing to return, the company can offer you a higher position and salary. The position of Deputy Director of the Design Department is currently vacant, and the annual salary can increase by 50% from your original salary. And Shen Shubai did not expect the company to value him so highly, and he was aware this was related to his abilities. After all, independently planning the Starry Plan is not something just anyone can accomplish. It's a pity. Having the free-spirited rich system, he was currently enjoying the happiest time of his life, and had no intention of returning to being a workhorse. I'm sorry, Shen Shubai interrupted her managerly. Thank you for the kind offer, but I have already decided to resign. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. Mr. Shen, could you reconsider? Li Jing clearly did not expect him to refuse so decisively. The deputy director position has many people eyeing it, and the compensation is quite generous. The company sincerely wants to invite you back, and the terms can be further negotiated. It's not a matter of terms. Shen Shubai leaned back on the sofa, gazing out at the mountains of Zhangjiajie. It's just, I found a life that Li Jing could hear the determination in his tone and realized that further persuasion would be futile. She ceased insisting, saying, well, all right. However, Mr. Shen, if you change your mind in the future, you can contact us anytime. The company's doors will always be open for you. Thank you. After hanging up, Shen Shubai stared at his phone screen for a few seconds and then smiled. Deputy Director, doubling his salary. Just 3 days ago, this would have been an unimaginable blessing for him. He would have been so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, would have immediately bought a ticket back to Rongqing, and would have gratefully accepted it. But now, he glanced at his account balance and thought of the carefree days of driving a Benz, staying in high-end hotels, and traveling with Tang Xiaoxiao. He no longer wished to return to a life of bowing and scraping for a few thousand in salary. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a bank message. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 3872 received RMB 36820 on August 19th at 1324. Balance 21000894. 46 yuan. He didn't expect the company to transfer the money so quickly, and he couldn't help but smile. However, as Shun Shubai looked at that string of numbers, he felt nothing, as if he had just seen a few extra coins in his account. After all, there were already 2 million in savings securely resting in his account. But the next second, Ding detected that the host's former company uncovered the truth, dealt with Zhang Detsai, and issued bonuses. The delayed sense of justice and relief brings deep joy. Happiness value significantly increased, receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. Hearing the system's prompt and seeing the balance continue to change, Shun Shubai nearly burst into laughter as he suddenly had an additional 100,000 yuan. What's this? The company gave 36,000 as compensation, and the system turned around and gave 100,000 reward. This system really understands me more and more. Shin Zubai's smile nearly split his face. Just as Shin Shubai was about to put down his phone, a WeChat message popped up. It was from Zhao Su, a former colleague with whom he had a decent relationship. Shubai, what sweet justice. That bastard Zhang Detsai was taken away by the police this morning. The whole company saw it. The scene. Tisk handcuffed, head down like a beaten dog. Shin Shubai replied, I heard. HR just called me. Zhao Su instantly responded, HR contacted you. Are they asking you to come back? I heard the higher-ups had a meeting all morning planning to invite you back as deputy director. Shin Shubai answered, yeah, but I declined. Zhao Su sent a series of shocked emojis. Declined. Deputy director, man. An annual salary of at least 200,000. You just declined. Shin Shubai said, I don't want to go back. Planning to take a good long rest. Zhao Su, awesome. Bro, you're really tough now. But seriously, who's that beauty on your moments? The whole company group is buzzing saying you quit because you found a sugar mommy. Shin Shubai found it both amusing and exasperating. A sugar mommy? Did he need one? Just a friend. Don't make wild guesses, he replied. A friend? Like hell I believe it. Zhao Su was clearly unconvinced. That aura, that face, that outfit. Would an ordinary friend travel together and post such intimate photos? Shubai, you're not being a good buddy. You found someone and didn't tell your bro. Shin Shubai couldn't be bothered to explain. Think what you want. I'm driving. Talk later. Ending the chat with Zhao Su, Shin Shubai barely had a moment of peace before his cousin Shin Xiaoyu messaged him. Bro, confess. Is that beauty on your moments my future sister-in-law? Wicked grin, wicked grin. Shin Shubai rubbed his forehead. He knew posting on moments would invite a flood of gossip. Don't pry, kid. Shin Shubai tried to brush it off. I'm 20. Not a kid anymore. Ding Xiaoyu insisted. And you're not denying it. That means you're admitting it. Bro, you're something. You found such a gorgeous girlfriend without a word. Are you bringing her home for New Year's? I want to meet my sister-in-law. Shin Shubai replied helplessly, they'll be back for New Year's. Really? Then I'll come find you to hang out, hee. Ding Xiaoyu typed rapidly. Oh bro, where are you now? When will you be home? Still in Rongqing handling some things. They'll be back in a few days. Shin Shubai thought for a moment, then added, don't go spreading this around. Got it. Got it. Secret's safe. Zip flip emoji. Ding Xiaoyu sent an okay gesture. But bro, you've really changed. You never used to post on moments, let alone photos with a girl. Being so flashy this time. Do you really like her? Shin Shubai stared at the question for a few seconds. Really like her. He had only known Tang Xiaoxiao for 2 days. Saying really like was an overstatement. But undeniably Tang Xiaoxiao did stir something in him. Her cheerfulness, her authenticity, her occasional awkwardness and shyness. He found it all very endearing. Moreover, the natural chemistry and unspoken intimacy between them was something he had never experienced before. Why are you a little kid so nosy? Anyway, I have things to do. We'll talk when I'm home for New Year's. Shin Shubai finally replied thus to dismiss his cousin. After ending the conversation, he glanced at the time. It was almost 1:30. Tang Xiaoxiao had said 40 minutes, so she should be just about ready. As he thought this, a WeChat message arrived. Tang Xiaoxiao, I'm ready. We can go. Spinning around. Shin Shubai smiled and replied, okay. Then he left his room and arrived at door 1220. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened. Tang Xiaoxiao stood in the doorway, her smile radiant. Shin Shubai couldn't help but be dazzled. Tang Xiaoxiao had clearly dressed up with care. Her makeup was more refined than in the morning, her eyeliner subtly winged, and her lip color a striking red that made her fair skin look luminous. She had changed into a black camisole and a short skirt that just covered her hips. Over it, she wore a coffee-colored fleece coat. On her feet were knee-high boots paired with sheer black stockings, an invitation to boundless imagination. What captivated him most was her overall demeanor. A healthy glow on her cheeks, bright eyes, and a brilliant smile that showed no trace of the pale, weak sickness she had that morning. Stunned, Tang Xiaoxiao waved a hand in front of his face, winking playfully. Shin Shubai snapped back to reality and said sincerely, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Thanks for the compliment. Tang Xiaoxiao happily spun around, her skirt flaring slightly. And it's all thanks to you. My stomach doesn't hurt at all now. Your acupuncture was amazing. I feel like I could go hiking, ha ha ha. That's good to hear, Shin Shubai said, relieved. but still take care not to catch a chill. I know Dr. Tang Xiaoxiao said, naturally linking her arm through his, and cheerfully added, "Come on, let's go eat. It's my treat, no arguing." "Okay, whatever you say." Shen Shubai felt a secret thrill as she casually took his arm. The two left the hotel and found a highly rated Hunan restaurant nearby. Tang Xiaoxiao had clearly done her homework, ordering several specialties of zhangjiji, sanxia, with tujia bacon blood tofu, and rakir fungus stewed, with free-range chicken. Every dish was a feast for the eyes and nose, spicy enough to pack a punch and fragrant enough to be irresistible. "Try this sanxiagua. It's the most famous dish in Zhangjiajie." Tang Xiaoxiao enthusiastically served him. "It has bacon, tofu, and radish all stewed together, really flavorful." Shen Shubai took a bite and had to agree it was delicious. The savory saltiness of the bacon, the silky tenderness of the tofu, and the sweet crispness of the radish melded perfectly, spicy without being harsh, fragrant without being greasy. "Well, Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him expectantly. "Delicious," Shen Shubai nodded, then served her in return. "Eat too. Don't just focus on me." "I am eating," Tang Xiaoxiao said, picking up a piece of bacon he had given her. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction. This is the taste. The last time I came to Zhangjiajie was in my junior year with my roommate. We were broke back then. 4 of us ordered just one sanxiagua and ate 3 bowls of rice with it." Shen Shubai couldn't help but smile at her contented expression. "Now you can order more dishes and eat as no way wasting food is shameful." Tang Xiaoxiao was serious. "Let's order just enough. We can add more if needed." This girl had good values. Shen Zubai's fondness for her grew. During the meal, Tang Xiaoxiao's chatterbox opened wide. She talked endlessly about funny stories from college, her experiences at work, and her travel adventures. Shen Shubai mostly listened, chiming in occasionally. The atmosphere was as comfortable as if they were old friends. When the bill came, Tang Xiaoxiao insisted on paying, and Shen Shubai didn't argue. He knew it was her way of showing gratitude. Stepping out of the restaurant, the sunlight was perfect. "Where to next?" Shen Shubai asked. "Shopping," Tang Xiaoxiao said cheerfully. "I heard there's a local specialty street in Zhangjiajie with lots of handicrafts and local products. I want to buy some gifts for my family. Sure, I'll see if there's anything I need to." They strolled along the street, Tang Xiaoxiao naturally linking her arm with his, a gesture Shen Shubai had already grown accustomed to. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but let their gazes linger on them. Indeed, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was pleasing to the eye, and their natural intimacy made anyone think they were a perfect couple. Shen Shubai could feel those stares, but he didn't mind. In fact, he even enjoyed it. Before, when he walked down the street, he was always invisible. Now he and Tang Xiaoxiao were the center of attention, being the object of envy. Felt pretty good. Tang Xiaoxiao noticed the looks too, but instead of being shy, she stood even taller, her smile growing even more radiant. "They're looking at us," Tang Xiaoxiao whispered to Shen Shubai. "Having a stunning beauty by your side, now doesn't it feel amazing?" "Of course it does. Who can blame them when you're this beautiful?" Shen Shubai said truthfully. Tang Xiaoxiao blushed. Smooth talker. But the upward curl of her lips betrayed her delight. Shen Shubai just smiled and said nothing. When they arrived at the local specialty street, it was bustling with activity. Small shops lined both sides, selling various handicrafts, tea, bacon, Métis silver jewelry, and more. Tang Xiaoxiao had a wonderful time browsing. She picked out a set of handmade tujia tea utensils for her father, a hand-woven scarf for her mother, and a purple clay teapot for her grandfather. "Your grandfather likes tea?" Shen Shubai inquired. "He loves it." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. "He used to be a teacher? After retiring, his greatest hobbies are drinking tea, playing chess, and practicing calligraphy. Every time I go home, I bring him tea. This time a purple clay teapot. He'll love it." Shen Shubai filed this information away. Tang Xiaoxiao's grandfather enjoyed tea and calligraphy. They shopped for over 2 hours, buying a large pile of things. Shen Shubai naturally took all the shopping bags. When Tang Xiaoxiao tried to help, he refused. "Leave the heavy lifting to the man." Tang Xiaoxiao watched his upright figure laden with bags, and a warm feeling spread through her heart. At 4 in the afternoon, after a brief discussion, they decided to return to the hotel, check out, and proceed to their next destination, Star City. After completing the checkout procedures, they headed to the underground parking lot to retrieve their car. As Tang Xiaoxiao approached the Mercedes-Benz, she noticed several exquisite gift boxes and a few crates of fruit piled up on the back seat. "What are these?" she asked curiously, having not noticed them earlier. "New Year's goods," Shen Shubai replied as he opened the trunk to store his recent purchases. "For the family." Tang Xiaoxiao leaned in for a closer look, her eyes lighting up. "So many cherries and blueberries. And, is that cured meat? You bought so much." Shen Shubai said, "They usually don't indulge in these at home. For the new year, I want them to have a taste." He opened a box of cherries and took out a container of blueberries. "Want to try some? They're quite fresh. But, these are New Year's goods. Wouldn't it be wrong for me to eat them?" Tang Xiaoxiao hesitated. "What's wrong with it?" Shen Shubai said nonchalantly. If they're gone, ill just buy more. He then took out a bottle of mineral water, carefully rinsed some cherries and blueberries, dried them with a tissue, and packed them in a small bag. Handing it to Tang Xiaoxiao, he said, "Here, you can snack on these while driving." Tang Xiaoxiao watched his movements, a warm current surging in her heart. This kind of thoughtfulness and care was something she had never experienced from any other man. "Thank you." Tang Xiaoxiao took the bag and popped a cherry into her mouth. It was indeed sweet with just a hint of tartness, exactly to her liking. "Delicious," she said contentedly. "Glad you like it," Shun Shubai replied, packing another bag. "Hey, race, another one for you to enjoy on the road." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit hot. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to arrange the bag to hide her emotions. How could this man be so wonderful? Afterwards, they each got into their cars. Just as Shin Shubai started the engine, Tang Xiaoxiao's voice call came through. He put on his Bluetooth earpiece and answered, "Hello. Boyfriend, we're setting sail." Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was full of vitality. "Next stop, Star City, go. Shin Shubai chuckled. "All right, you lead the way, and I'll follow behind you." "Roger that," Tang Xiaoxiao said playfully. "So, shall we depart? Let's go." The white BMW drove out of the parking lot first, followed closely by the black Mercedes-Benz. Once on the highway, the two cars maintained a safe distance, traveling one after the other. Through the earpiece, Tang Xiaoxiao's voice sounded again. "Oh, by the way, Shin Shubai, I called my parents at the hotel earlier. I told them they'll be home by the day after tomorrow at the latest. So I'll stay one night in Changsha and have to leave early tomorrow morning. From Changsha to Egret, the drive takes about 10 hours. "No problem," Shin Shubai said casually. "He'll follow your arrangements." "Shin Shubai." Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly called his name, her tone hesitant. "Moi. I told my parents that I'd be bringing my boyfriend home this time," Tang Xiaoxiao said, suddenly beaming. "They were overjoyed and said they must meet you." Shin Zubai's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Although he had mentally prepared himself, hearing Tang Xiaoxiao say it still made him nervous. "You're not nervous, are you?" Tang Xiaoxiao probed. "To be honest, a little," Shin Shubai confessed. "After all, meeting the parents is always nerve-wracking." "So is this your first time meeting the parents?" Tang Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of laughter and an almost imperceptible tension. "It's my first time pretending to be someone's boyfriend to meet the parents," Shin Shubai corrected, then added. "But of course it's also my first time meeting the parents." Tang Xiaoxiao inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and laughed along. "Don't worry, my parents are really nice. And with a boyfriend as outstanding as you, they're sure to like you. Aren't you afraid I'll mess it up?" Shin Shubai asked half-jokingly. "No," Tang Xiaoxiao replied with a relaxed and carefree tone. "I trust you. And even if you do mess up, it doesn't matter. We're just a temporary couple. At worst, we can say we broke up due to personality differences." Shin Shubai was speechless for a moment, then laughed. "Well, that's quite casual, isn't it? Right? Or are you hoping we don't break up?" Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly said with a sly smile. This was a loaded question, and Shin Shubai found it hard to answer. However, he had a flash of inspiration and said, "Well, that depends on whether your parents like me." "Hee, dream on." Tang Xiaoxiao laughed heartily. The two kept up their playful banter, which lightened the atmosphere considerably during the journey. A few seconds later, Tang Xiaoxiao changed the subject, her voice light and cheerful. "Oh, and my grandfather will be coming too. When he heard I had a boyfriend, he got really excited and said he wanted to personally vet you. So it's a full family mobilization to interrogate this prospective son-in-law." Shin Shubai remarked. "By the way, what about your parents? Any particular likes?" "My dad is also a teacher. He teaches physics. He's quite serious, but a good person. He loves reading, especially history books. My mom is gentle. She likes gardening and doing handicrafts. Oh, and the Minnan cuisine she makes is especially delicious. You'll be in for a treat." Tang Xiaoxiao chattered on, introducing her family members. Shin Shubai listened attentively, committing it all to memory. He suddenly realized that he was genuinely preparing for this meeting the parents event. Not because of the mission, not because of system rewards, but because he didn't want to let Tang Xiaoxiao down. Shin Shubai, Tang Xiaoxiao called out again. "Moi." "Thank you," Tang Xiaoxiao said, her voice very gentle. "Thank you for being willing to play along in this charade, and thank you for being so good to me." Shin Shubai looked at the white BMW, had a tender smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You're welcome," he said. "Who would have thought we'd be so fated, and now we've become the perfect partners." "Yehehe." Tang Xiaoxiao's mood brightened. At a little past 8 in the evening, Shin Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao drove out of the highway one after the other and entered the urban area of Star City. According to the navigation, the hotel they had booked was near the International Finance Center in an excellent location. After parking the car, they went to the front desk to check in. Tang Xiaoxiao stepped forward and said to the receptionist, "2 adjoining rooms, please." The receptionist looked at the strikingly handsome couple, a flicker of envy and curiosity in her eyes. They looked like a couple, yet they were booking 2 separate rooms. She could only wonder inwardly, quickly taking their 2 ID cards and processing the formalities. Sir, madam, your rooms are 1215 and 1217. Here are your key cards. The elevator is to the left. Thank you. Tang Xiaoxiao took the key cards and ID, then handed Shen Zubai's to him. Is it okay if I take 1217? It's all the same to me, Shen Shubai said indifferently. Whatever you like. Tang Xiaoxiao said nothing more, and took her luggage into the elevator with Shen Shubai, going up to the 12th floor. After finding their respective rooms, Shen Shubai said to Tang Xiaoxiao, after you've put your luggage away, would you like to go out for a meal? Sure, Tang Xiaoxiao agreed. Star City is really beautiful at night. It would be nice to go for a stroll. Alright, I'll contact you later. Shen Shubai nodded, then swiped his card to enter his room. After a brief rest, it was already 9:30 in the evening. Seeing that he had nothing much to prepare, Shen Shubai sent Tang Xiaoxiao a message. Ready yet beautiful. Almost. Just need to put my clothes in the washing machine. Tang Xiaoxiao replied instantly. Are you hungry? How about we go to the IFC area? I heard it's especially lively at night, and you can see the Xiang River night view. Okay, no rush, Shen Shubai responded. You decide what to eat. After sending the message, Shen Shubai waited a few more minutes before leaving his room and knocking on Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao opened the door just as he arrived, and they smiled at each other. How do you always manage to time it so perfectly, she asked. Of course, Shen Shubai said with a grin. He then noticed that Tang Xiaoxiao had changed her clothes again. She wore a black form-fitting knitted sweater paired with high-waisted jeans, a white trench coat over it, and black sneakers on her feet. The overall look was sharp and stylish. She had also touched up her makeup with slightly winged eyeliner and her lips painted in the trendy Rotten Tomato shade, which suited her skin tone perfectly, giving her an air of cool elegance with a hint of allure. Let's go, boyfriend. Noticing the way Shen Shubai was looking at her, Tang Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. She linked her arm through his and said, Tonight I'll show you the nightlife of Star City. Shen Shubai realized that Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to know every city relatively well. Curious, he asked, have you been to Star City before? Yes, Tang Xiaoxiao explained. Whenever I have time off from work, I like to travel alone. This is my third time in Star City. I envy you elite white-collar workers. Shen Shubai knew about Tang Xiaoxiao's job situation. With an annual salary of over 300,000, she certainly had the means to travel extensively. Well, I envy you, Tang Xiaoxiao said. You can just quit your job and be carefree. Unlike me, I'm busy all the time and only occasionally get a holiday. Shen Shubai, however, thought to himself that it was all thanks to the carefree tycoon system, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. They didn't drive knowing that parking in that area was very inconvenient, so they took a taxi to the IFC district. The IFC, true to its reputation as a landmark of Star City, was a dazzling spectacle of neon lights and bustling crowds at night. Giant LED screens scrolled with eye-catching advertisements, and a myriad of colorful neon signs illuminated the entire street as if it were daytime. They strolled slowly along the pedestrian street. Tang Xiaoxiao acted like a little tour guide. Over there is Taiping Street, with the old flavors of Star City and lots of snacks. This way is Posey Street, where the Fire God Temple is. But we're not going to those places tonight. I'm taking you somewhere even better. It was Shen Zubai's first time in Star City, and he was captivated by the lively scene before him. Compared to Rongqing, this place had a different charm, or perhaps each had its own unique appeal. Just then, Tang Xiaoxiao pulled Shen Shubai through the crowd and led him to the banks of the Xiang River. The river breeze brushed against their faces, carrying the coolness of the mist. On the opposite bank, the silhouette of Yuelu Mountain was faintly visible in the night. The colossal youth art sculpture of the great man on orange all stood majestically under the illumination of the lights. On the river, a cruise ship glided by slowly, its colorful lights tracing a beautiful silhouette. Beautiful, isn't it? Tang Xiaoxiao leaned against the railing and turned her head to look at Shen Shubai, grinning. Beautiful, Shen Shubai nodded, but his gaze lingered more on her face. The river wind lifted her long hair, and the strands shimmered with a soft luster under the lights. Tang Xiaoxiao's profile was sharply defined against the night sky. Her eyelashes were long and curled, her nose bridged straight, and the corners of her mouth held a satisfied smile. At this moment, she was more captivating than any night view. What are you looking at? Tang Xiaoxiao noticed his gaze, and her face, slightly flushed, asked knowingly. At you, Shen Shubai said frankly. You're more beautiful than the night view. If a man's words are deceptive. Tang Xiaoxiao's face flushed deeper as she turned away, pretending to admire the scenery, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her mood. The two stood by the river for a while, took some photos, and then Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed that she was hungry and wanted to eat some snacks. They returned to the vicinity of Wui Square, which was even more bustling. There were long lines in front of various snack stalls, the unique aroma of stinky tofu mingling with the sweet scent of sugar oil glutinous rice cakes, tantalizing their taste buds. I want to eat stinky tofu. Tang Xiaoxiao pointed to the longest queue and introduced to Shen Shubai. In my opinion, this stinky tofu is the best in the whole Star City. Alright, you queue up and I'll go buy some tea. Shen Shubai grinned. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Shen Shubai made an okay gesture and walked towards the beverage shop. Their teamwork was efficient, avoiding the time spent waiting in line. After about 10 minutes, they held stinky tofu and milk tea, finding a relatively quiet corner to eat. This is the flavor. Tang Xiaoxiao bit into the stinky tofu, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, infused with flavor paired with cilantro and chili. Absolutely perfect. Shen Shubai tried a piece and agreed it was indeed delicious. The stinky tofu was pungent, but not greasy, spicy, and tasty, the most authentic he had ever had. Here, try my orchid latte. Tang Xiaoxiao brought the milk tea to Shen Zubai's lips to share. Shen Shubai took a sip. The milk foam was dense, the tea fragrant, and the sweetness just right. Delicious, Shen Shubai commented. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled even more happily as they shared the food, the atmosphere warm like a real couple. Moreover, Tang Xiaoxiao showed no reluctance towards Shen Shubai, as they shared the same straw, which could be regarded as an indirect kiss. At this moment, a system notification sound echoed in Shen Zubai's mind. Ding. Detected that the host is sharing food with Tang Xiaoxiao in a romantic setting. Satisfaction greatly fulfilled. Happiness level maxed out. Reward of 50,000 yuan granted. Shen Shubai had grown accustomed to this. It wasn't that he was numb to the rewards, but he knew that as long as his joy was genuine, he would receive the system's rewards. After finishing their meal, they continued shopping. Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to try everything she saw, entering a handmade silver jewelry store, browsing a creative shop, and even stopping to listen to street performers singing. I particularly love this atmosphere, Tang Xiaoxiao explained to Shen Shubai amidst the crowd. It's lively, vibrant, filled with the essence of life. In Jincheng, everyone walks as if rushing to catch a flight, rarely slowing down to enjoy life. Shen Shubai nodded in understanding. During those 3 years in Rongqing, he had lived the same way, going from point A to point B hurriedly, with only work and survival in his sight, missing the beauty of life. Now everything was different. At 11:30, the crowd at Wui Square peaked. Neon lights flickered, music blared, and young people danced, sang, and live-streamed on the streets, full of vitality. Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao walked hand in hand through the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, they had transitioned from linking arms to intertwining fingers. No one explicitly mentioned it, but everyone tacitly accepted this change. Just as they reached an intersection waiting for the green light, an unexpected event occurred. Shen Shubai suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. This was not a system prompt, but a keen intuition brought about by his top-tier physical abilities. He turned sharply, only to see a black sedan speeding towards them from the right, completely disregarding the red light, barreling straight into the crowd on the sidewalk. At the same time, the car seemed to lose its direction, rushing towards them. Xiaoxiao, be careful. Shen Shubai shouted, already reacting. He quickly pulled Tang Xiaoxiao into a tight embrace, channeling power through his abdomen, and leaped to the left. Almost the instant they left their original spot, the sedan crashed through. Several pedestrians who couldn't react were thrown aside, screams, gasps, and the sound of impact mixed together, plunging the scene into chaos. Shen Shubai turned in the air, holding Tang Xiaoxiao tightly, and when they landed steadily, the sedan had already crashed into a lamppost. Bang! The deafening crash sounded like thunder. The lamppost bent, the front of the car severely deformed, and the windshield shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Tang Xiaoxiao was tightly protected in Shen Zubai's arms, still shaken. She could hear her heart racing, feel Shen Zubai's strong arms and solid chest protecting her. A few seconds later, Tang Xiaoxiao finally realized what had happened, her face turning pale. If it weren't for Shen Zubai's timely reaction, they would be. She didn't dare to think further. Shen Shubai felt the same lingering fear. Just a moment ago, his reaction had almost reached the human limit. Judging the direction in the milliseconds as the sedan approached, then holding Tang Xiaoxiao, and leaping while rotating to land, the entire process was fluid, perfectly avoiding the fatal collision. This was not merely an effect of boyfriend's strength and enhanced physical abilities, but also the potential unleashed in a life-or-death situation. Yet now was not the time for relief. Shen Shubai quickly scanned the scene. More than a dozen pedestrians lay on the ground, some groaning, some already unconscious. There was blood on the ground, a shocking sight. He immediately covered Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes, saying, "Don't look." Tang Xiaoxiao's body trembled. She could smell the blood, hear the pained moans, and feel the warmth of Shen Zubai's hand. Fear and shock rendered her speechless, only able to grip Shen Zubai's arm tightly, as if holding onto a... The crowd around them began to stir as some screamed and fled. Others took out their phones to call for help, while others attempted to assist. But at that moment, something even more terrifying happened. The driver's side door of the wrecked sedan was flung open, and a man stumbled out. He appeared to be in his 40s, with disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and a twisted, grotesque expression. What was most chilling was that he was wielding a gleaming machete. "Die? Everyone die!" the man shouted, swinging the machete and starting a random attack. Nearby pedestrians were terrified and scattered in all directions. An elderly lady struggling to move was almost struck, but was fortunately pulled away by someone nearby. The man's gaze swept over the crowd, finally locking onto Shun Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao. They were the closest, and Shun Shubai was protecting Tang Xiaoxiao, which seemed to provoke him. Couple. In love. It'll make you suffer. The man roared, charging towards them with the knife. Shun Shubai. Tang Xiaoxiao, peering through her fingers, saw this scene and screamed in terror. Shun Zubai's expression turned cold. At this moment, if he ran away with Tang Xiaoxiao, it would only expose their backs to this man. Moreover, if they ran into the crowd, the man would attack indiscriminately, inevitably causing more injuries and deaths. In the blink of an eye, Shun Shubai understood everything, pushing Tang Xiaoxiao behind him, saying, "Hide behind the pillar. Don't come out." Then he charged towards the man wielding the knife. This was not a display of heroism, but a necessity. If this madman continued to slash, who knows how many more would be injured. Moreover, the man's target was clearly them. Running away would only put Tang Xiaoxiao in danger. As the man swung his knife down, Shun Shubai sidestepped to avoid it, the blade grazing his clothing, even hearing the sound of fabric tearing. That was close. Shun Zubai's heart raced, realizing this was not an ordinary street fight. The man truly intended to kill. Die. The man swung the knife again, this time horizontally with a wider range, making it harder to dodge. But Shun Shubai did not evade. Just as the blade was about to touch his body, he suddenly stepped forward, accurately grasping the man's wrist, holding the knife with his left hand, while his right elbow struck forcefully at the man's chest. Ugh! The man grunted, his movement stalling. Shun Shubai seized the opportunity, executing a standard grappling move, twisting the man's arm behind him, his knee pressing against the man's lower back, pinning him firmly to the ground. The entire sequence was clean and swift, from evasion to counterattack to subduing, taking no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Let go. Damn it. Let go. The man struggled wildly, his other hand trying to grab Shun Zubai's leg. Shun Shubai showed no mercy, stomping down on the man's wrist with a fierce pressure. Ah! The man screamed, the machete slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. But at that moment, the man suddenly unleashed a terrifying strength, flipping over and breaking free from Shun Zubai's control. He got up, his eyes filled with ferocity, pulling out a folding knife from his pocket, lunging directly at Shun Zubai's face. This was a desperate attack, fast and fierce. Shun Zubai's pupils constricted. In the moment the blade was about to stab his eye, he tilted his head, the knife blade grazing past his ear, narrowly avoiding injury. Tang Xiaoxiao, watching Shun Shubai fight the man barehanded, felt her heart reach her throat. Especially several times the knife almost struck vital points, making her unable to hold back from shouting, "Shun Shubai, be careful, ah!" Some people, having retreated a distance, still lingered, but no one dared to step forward to help. After all, this was a matter of life and death, no one wanted to court disaster. The close calls the man had with Shun Shubai only made him more alert. In the brief moment the man retracted his arm to prepare for another stab, Shun Shubai moved. He no longer defended, but took the initiative to attack. His left leg swept low, accurately striking the man's shinbone. Crack! A light sound echoed, the man bent in pain. Shun Shubai seized the opportunity, his right fist like a cannonball smashing into the man's abdomen. This punch used 80% of his strength, causing the man to double over and spit up gastric juice. But Shun Shubai did not stop. He followed up with a shoulder throw, slamming the man hard to the ground. Bang! The man completely lost the ability to resist, lying on the ground, groaning, unable to get up. Shun Shubai stepped forward, placing a foot on the man's face to prevent him from striking again. The entire process from beginning to end took less than a minute. The crowd around them was stunned. After a few seconds of dead silence, they erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. "Handsome guy, well done. So impressive, that shoulder throw was clean and decisive, absolutely amazing. Young man, you're incredible. Thumbs up for you." A few daring men rushed over at this moment to help restrain the madman. Someone handed over a rope, binding his hands and feet tightly. Only then did Shun Shubai let out a sigh of relief. He touched the wound by his ear, his fingers stained with blood, but it was just a surface injury, nothing serious. Shun Shubai. Tang Xiaoxiao dashed out from behind a pillar, worry clearly etched on her face. "You're hurt." "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Shun Shubai tried to wipe away the blood, but Tang Xiaoxiao grabbed his hand. She carefully examined his wound, her eyes filled with concern as she said, "You're bleeding. Does it hurt?" "It's really nothing." Shun Shubai looked at her, seeing her about to cry, and felt a softening in his heart. He instead asked, "How about you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all." Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she continued, "You scared me to death. When that person came at you with a knife, I thought. She couldn't finish her sentence, gripping Shun Zubai's hand tightly, as if he would vanish if she let go. Shun Shubai held her hand back, gently reassuring her, "It's all over now, it's fine." At that moment, the sound of police sirens grew closer, several police cars and ambulances arriving simultaneously. The police quickly controlled the scene, escorting the driver who was tied up like a dumpling into a police car. Medical personnel began to rescue the injured. The scene was utterly chaotic. Just as Shun Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao were preparing to leave the scene, a middle-aged police officer approached him and saluted, saying, "Comrade, thank you for your bravery. Can you come with us to the station to make a statement?" Of course, Shun Shubai nodded, but my friend is quite shaken. Can she return to the hotel to rest first? The officer glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao's pale face and nodded in understanding, saying, "That's fine, just leave a contact." "Where are you staying?" "I will send this lady back." "No need, I will take her back. If you need anything you can call me," Shin Shubai explained. The officer pondered for a moment and replied, "Okay, then you can go tend to your injuries first, and come to the Wui Square police station afterward." "Thank you." After finishing up with the police, Shin Shubai took Tang Xiaoxiao and left the scene, hailing a cab back to the hotel. In the car, Tang Xiaoxiao kept holding his hand, her eyes occasionally glancing at the wound by his ear. "It's really just—" Shin Shubai chuckled helplessly, saying, "Look, the blood is almost congealed. It still needs to be disinfected and bandaged." Tang Xiaoxiao insisted, "He'll take care of it when we get back to the hotel." Shin Shubai looked at her serious expression and stopped arguing. Just then, the system's notification sound rang again. Ding. Detected that the host encountered a dangerous situation with Tang Xiaoxiao in a different location, and the hero saving the beauty caused her to develop unusual feelings. After helping others in distress, he received applause from everyone. Satisfaction reached a significant peak, happiness points skyrocketed, and a reward of 150 yuan was granted. An additional reward of top-tier martial arts, enhancing boyfriend power to the maximum combat capability, reaching the level of a top special forces soldier. In the next moment, countless combat knowledge flooded Shin Zubai's mind, invigorating him completely. Clearly, the system was compensating for some abilities related to boyfriend power, and Shin Shubai felt elated. Upon returning to the hotel, he intended to take Tang Xiaoxiao back to her room first, but she insisted on staying with him. Entering room 1215, the first thing Tang Xiaoxiao did was look for the hotel's first aid kit. Upscale hotels usually have these. She found the kit, took out iodine cotton swabs and gauze, and carefully attended to Shun Zubai's wound. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, afraid of hurting him. Shin Shubai sat on the edge of the bed, smelling the faint perfume on Tang Xiaoxiao, feeling her warm breath, and watching her focused expression and slightly trembling eyelashes. At that moment, she was unbelievably gentle. All done. Tang Xiaoxiao applied the last piece of tape, stepped back to admire her work, nodding in satisfaction. "Keep it dry for the next couple of days, and I'll change the dressing for you tomorrow." "Thanks, Dr. Tang," Shin Shubai joked. "Still cracking jokes, aren't you? Aren't you the one who's the doctor?" Tang Xiaoxiao, however, did not smile. She looked at Shun Shubai, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Thank you for saving me earlier. If it weren't for you, I might." "There are no might have beens," Shun Shubai interrupted her, not wanting her to dwell on the terrifying memory. He comforted her, saying, "You're fine, and I'm fine. That's enough." Tang Xiaoxiao bit her lip, suddenly stepping forward to gently embrace him. This hug was filled with various complex emotions. Shin Shubai was taken aback for a moment, then slowly raised his hands to reciprocate her embrace. The two of them held each other quietly, with neither saying a word. The room was very quiet, only the sound of their breathing and heartbeats could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Xiaoxiao released her hold, taking a step back with a flushed face. You should change your clothes first. You're covered in dirt and blood." Shun Shubai looked down and indeed saw that after rolling around on the ground during the fight, his clothes were dirty and torn, stained with the madman's blood. "All right, then will you go back to your room to rest?" Shin Shubai asked. He'll come back later. Don't the police need you to make a statement?" "He'll accompany you," Tang Xiaoxiao said softly. "No need, you're still shaken. You should rest well." "I have to go," Tang Xiaoxiao insisted. "Otherwise I won't feel at ease." Shin Shubai looked into her determined eyes, realizing he couldn't persuade her, and finally nodded, saying, "All right, see you in a bit." After Tang Xiaoxiao left, Shin Shubai took off his dirty clothes and walked into the bathroom. As the hot water cascaded over him, he finally felt a sense of dread. Just now, if his reflexes had been a fraction slower, or if he had misjudged the direction when that car came rushing at them, it could have been him and Tang Xiaoxiao lying in the hospital now. And that knife-wielding madman. His attacks were completely those of a desperate criminal, each strike aimed at a vital point. Without the system's enhancement of his physical abilities, he would never have been able to subdue the opponent so quickly. What a thrilling night, Shin Shubai chuckled bitterly. I wonder if that girl is still shaken up. After showering, Shin Shubai changed into clean clothes. Just as he was drying his hair, there was a knock at the door. Without needing to guess, Shin Shubai knew who it was. He tossed the towel he was using to dry his hair onto the chair and walked over to open the door. Standing at the door was indeed Tang Xiaoxiao. She had changed into a loose set of home clothes, her hair cascading down with no makeup on her face, yet still looking charming. Holding her phone in hand, she immediately handed it to Shin Shubai upon seeing him. Shin Shubai looked. The police have issued a report. Shin Shubai took the phone, then let Tang Xiaoxiao in and looked at a police report displayed on the screen. At approximately 1140 p.m. tonight, an incident of a vehicle crashing into pedestrians and a knife attack occurred at Wui Square in our city. The suspectly male, 43 years old, accumulated massive debts due to stock market failures and developed a nihilistic mentality, thus driving into pedestrians and attacking with a knife. As a result, 8 people died, with 1 suffering serious injuries, 6 severely injured, and 4 lightly injured. Currently, the suspect has been apprehended by the police, and the injured have been sent for medical treatment. The case is under further investigation. There was also a passage praising the courageous citizens present, and though not named, Shin Shubai knew it referred to. Such people are terrifying. Tang Xiaoxiao remarked with lingering fear after Shin Shubai finished reading. If they can't live, they want to drag others down with them. There are all kinds of people in the world. Shin Shubai returned her phone, then added, "It's just that we were unlucky to cross paths with them." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him, suddenly noticing something, and said with concern, "Your hair is still wet. Be careful not to catch a cold." "It's fine, it will dry soon," Shin Shubai replied, casually picking up a towel to dry off. Water droplets dripped from his hair, sliding down his chiseled jawline and disappearing into his collar. Due to just having showered, his skin glowed with health, and his muscular lines were faintly visible beneath his home clothes. Tang Xiaoxiao watched her face, suddenly turning red. She quickly averted her gaze, pretending to examine the room's decor. It's about time. Shall we head to the police station?" "All right." Shin Shubai set down the towel and picked up his coat. But Tang Xiaoxiao didn't move. She stood there, her fingers intertwined, as if she had something to say. "What's wrong?" Shin Shubai, noticing her dazed expression, asked curiously, "Do you not want to go? If so, you can stay at the hotel, and I can go alone." "No, Shin Shubai." Tang Xiaoxiao looked up, her eyes flickering. Trying to sound relaxed, she said, "Earlier, thank you for saving me. I don't know how to repay you. After thinking it over, it seems like the only way is to offer myself." Shin Shubai felt a stir in his heart upon seeing her like this. He took a step closer, looking down at Tang Xiaoxiao, a slight smile curving his lips. "Is that so?" Tang Xiaoxiao was startled by his sudden approach, stepping back half a step against the wall. The distance between them was very close enough to feel each other's breath. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart raced like a drum, a hint of panic suddenly surfacing in her beautiful eyes. "I was joking. Offering myself. Did you really take it seriously? Otherwise?" Shin Zubai's voice lowered, laced with a hint of amusement. Tang Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. She gazed at Shin Zubai's face, which was just inches away, watching his deep-set eyes and the teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. In a moment of heat, she closed her eyes. The meaning of this action couldn't be clearer. Shin Shubai swallowed hard. At that moment, the two were in an ambiguous position, with Shin Shubai completely cornering Tang Xiaoxiao. Slowly, Shin Shubai leaned down, nearing her slightly trembling lips. Just as their lips were about to touch, the piercing ring of a phone suddenly broke the intimate atmosphere in the room. Tang Xiaoxiao opened her eyes like a startled fawn, pushing Shin Shubai away in a fluster and hurriedly straightening her clothes, saying, Your phone." Shin Shubai also came back to his senses, taking a deep breath as he reached for his phone. It was a call from the police station. "Hello, is this Mr. Shin? We are from the Wui Square police station and would like to confirm when you might be able to come in to make a statement." "I can be there in about half an hour," Shin Shubai explained. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Shin," the officer replied before hanging up. After Shin Shubai put away his phone, he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with a grin, saying, "The officer is urging us. Should we leave now or wait a bit longer?" Tang Xiaoxiao turned around, noticing the teasing tone in Shin Zubai's words. Her face once again flushed with a rosy hue as she said, "Of course it's about going over now." Then she dared not look into Shin Zubai's eyes and quickly walked toward the door. Shin Shubai watched her fleeing silhouette and smiled helplessly. Just a little more. Just a little more. But it's fine, as such matters are best left to unfold naturally. The two took a taxi to the police station, and after completing the report, it was already past 1 in the morning. Back at the hotel, right at the door of their respective rooms, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly called out to Shin Shubai. "Shin Shubai. Moi. Good night," Tang Xiaoxiao said, then swiftly opened her room door and slipped inside. Shin Shubai stood in the corridor looking at the closed door, smiling. "Good night, Tang Xiaoxiao." He returned to his room, and just as he closed the door, the system notification sounded. Ding. Detected that Tang Xiaoxiao's affection for the host has surpassed 90, reaching 92, completely liking the host. Congratulations, the host has received a reward of 1 million yuan in the Love Fund. Additional reward: all-around talent skills, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, history, mathematics, logic, and other comprehensive talents all integrated to reach a master level. Shen Shuabai was stunned. 1 million in the love fund. All-around talent. This reward is simply too generous. And Tang Xiaoxiao's affection has already reached 92. Does that mean she really likes him? Reflecting on everything from tonight, her worried eyes gentle embrace, shyly closed eyes. Shen Zubai's heart suddenly raced. He walked to the mirror looking at himself, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Although rescuing a damsel in distress was perilous, the rewards seemed quite promising. Moreover, just a moment ago when he held Tang Xiaoxiao in the room, his hand inadvertently brushed against her thigh. The touch was delicate and the warmth was inviting. Shen Shuabai shook his head, pushing those fleeting thoughts aside. Now was not the time for such musings. However, lying on the bed, he simply couldn't fall asleep. The scenes from tonight replayed in his mind. The moment the car charged at them, the ferocity of the knife-wielding maniac Tang Xiaoxiao's tears, and that near kiss. Meanwhile, in room 1217, Tang Xiaoxiao lay on the bed, burying her face in the pillow. Her heart continued to race, and her cheeks felt as hot as a fever. Just now, she actually closed her eyes. What did that mean? Was she inviting Shen Shuabai to kiss her? Oh, Tang Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? She pounded the pillow, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, the atmosphere at that moment, Shen Zubai's gaze, and the suffocating feeling when he leaned closer. She truly couldn't restrain herself. I can't possibly really like him, can I? Tang Xiaoxiao murmured. Once this thought took root, it grew wildly like weeds. She recalled the past few days of getting to know Shen Shuabai, the reminder on the highway, their encounter at the service area, the suggestion to pretend to be a couple, the photo at Hongya Cave, the tenderness during acupuncture, the focus during gaming, and tonight's life-saving act. Every moment was so vivid. Each scene made her heart race. Oh no, oh no. Tang Xiaoxiao buried her face deeper this time. The act is about to become real. But why was there a hint of joy in her heart? She rolled over, looking at the ceiling, her lips involuntarily curling up. If she really ended up with Shen Shuabai, it didn't seem so bad. Ah, Tang Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking? Soon she was startled by her own thoughts and immediately denied them. But the more she tried not to think about it, the more she remembered Shen Zubai's handsome face. Oh no, could it be that I've truly fallen completely? Tang Xiaoxiao hugged her pillow and rolled around on the spacious bed, then picked up her phone and tapped on Shen Zubai's WeChat avatar. It was a side profile of him in front of a Mercedes, looking quite handsome. She stared for quite a while before typing, Shen Shuabai, are you asleep? Then with an inexplicable sense of anticipation, she waited for Shen Zubai's reply. A few seconds later, Shen Shuabai replied, not yet, what's up? Can't sleep. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart raced again as she quickly typed, no, I just wanted to ask if your ear hurts. It hurts if I don't go to the hospital to bandage it, soon it will start to scab. Shen Shuabai sent a message that left Tang Xiaoxiao both amused and exasperated. After reading it, Tang Xiaoxiao indeed laughed out loud and responded, since it's fine, good night. After exchanging good nights, Shen Shuabai did not immediately fall asleep. He lay in bed looking at the bank balance from the text message, the dizzying number on the screen, 34074142. 19 yuan. Just 3 days ago this number was astronomical, something he would need to work 50 years to save. Now it's merely a culmination of the system's rewards. Shen Shuabai stared at the screen for a long time, then smiled. It wasn't a joyful laugh, but rather a smile akin to the liberation felt when achieving financial freedom. He finally understood the carefreeness that comes from not worrying about money. When you no longer have to worry about your next meal, next month's rent, or your parents' medical expenses, the entire world seems to brighten. Afterwards, Shen Shuabai casually scrolled through short videos. Those displays of luxurious lifestyles that once made him envious, the unboxing of expensive cars and mansions, and the hot dances of beautiful streamers. Now all seemed dull. It wasn't that these things lost their allure, but rather that he already possessed them, or could possess them at any moment. Even giving tips had lost its novelty. Even if he gave tips again, receiving a compliment from a beautiful girl wouldn't stir any feelings within him. Just last night, he casually tipped a dancing streamer, and she became so excited that she sent him a barrage of suggestive photos and messages. Shen Shuabai glanced at them a few times before losing interest. Material satisfaction came too quickly, leaving one feeling empty. Games are still more genuine. Shen Shuabai exited Douyin and tapped on the Peace Elite icon. His top-tier gaming skills should not go to waste, and the skins he spent tens of thousands on deserve to be showcased. He selected the most eye-catching Ramen Girl limited skin, a pink cartoon style complete with an exaggerated ramen bowl helmet standing out in a sea of cool military-themed skins. Just as he was about to click to start matching, a WeChat message popped up. Tang Xiaoxiao, Shen Shuabai can't sleep, wronged. Shen Zubai's lips curled up slightly as he quickly replied, me neither. Tang Xiaoxiao replied instantly, then what are you doing? Shen Shuabai thought for a moment and typed, I was just about to play a game, do you want to join? As soon as he sent it, Tang Xiaoxiao's message came in, I was just thinking the same thing. I was hoping since you're not asleep we could play a game together, hee. Looking at her playful texting style, Shen Shuabai couldn't help but smile. Soon Tang Xiaoxiao sent her game ID over called Lu Jia, which sounded like a cute game name. After adding each other as game friends, when Tang Xiaoxiao saw Shen Zubai's ramen girl skin, she opened the voice chat in shock, exclaiming, "Shen Shuabai, you actually have this skin. I spent almost 2,000 and didn't get it, woo woo woo." Shen Shuabai opened his mic and laughed. "I guess I was lucky, I didn't spend much to get it." Not spending much. Tang Xiaoxiao clearly didn't believe it. This skin is currently being sold in the black market for 5,000. And your account? Let me see. My god, besides the ramen girl you also have the entire set of Starry Sky Fantasy Future Warrior, Dunwang Fakian. Did you manage to get all the limited skins from the past 6 months? How much did you spend? Shen Shuabai vaguely replied, "A few tens of thousands, I guess." "A few tens of thousands. Shen Shuabai, do you think I'm stupid?" Tang Xiaoxiao laughed and scolded in the voice chat. "Just the entire set of Starry Sky Fantasy requires at least 18,000 Dunwang, Fakian 12,000, Future Warrior 8,000. You must have spent at least 50 or 60,000 to start." Shen Shuabai just smiled, not denying it. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't press further, continuing to browse his account. "Huh? Your rank is only platinum. Wait. Your stats." She clicked on Shen Zubai's stats page, and the latest few games were all chicken dinners, with the lowest kill count being 18 and the highest 42. KD as high as 28. 7. Shen Shuabai, are you cheating? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in shock. How could that be? Shen Shuabai chuckled. Low rank means matching weaker opponents, many are just bots. This explanation was somewhat plausible. In Peace Elite, low ranks often have many bots, and it's common for experts to dominate. But Tang Xiaoxiao still felt something was off. No matter how many bots there were, such a kill count was too exaggerated. What about your rank? Shen Shuabai asked while glancing at her game profile. Me. Super Ace 3. Tang Xiaoxiao replied with a hint of pride, average KD of 2.6, which is quite good among female players, right? That's quite impressive. Shen Shuabai grinned. In the past his KD would barely reach that number. So he understood what that did. Moreover, Super Ace is a high rank in the game, second only to God of War, so a KD of 2.6 is already very good. Many male players can't reach it. Shall we play a game to see? Tang Xiaoxiao suggested. You can help me rank up. Sure. With that they began to team up and selected the Winter Limited map, Ice and Snow Harbor. This was a special holiday map in Peace Elite with the entire island covered in snow, adding elements like ice skating and sledding, creating a festive atmosphere. Upon entering the spawn island, Shen Shuabai noticed that Tang Xiaoxiao was wearing a cute white dress skin. Very adorable, but it looked plain among the flashy limited skins everywhere. He thought for a moment, took off his ramen girl outfit, and gave it to her. Tang Xiaoxiao understood immediately, put it on, and began to bounce around the spawn island. It was clear that she was particularly fond of this skin. As the game began, the plane flew over the snowy plains. Shen Shuabai marked a point on the map and asked Tang Xiaoxiao, "Shall we jump into the ice and snow world?" There are so many people there. Tang Xiaoxiao hesitated a bit. "I never survive more than a minute when I jump there." "Don't worry, I'm here," Shen Shuabai said confidently. Though his words were simple, they carried a reassuring strength. Tang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, "All right, let's jump. Jumping or not. Worst case we lose points." In their 4-person squad, the other 2 teammates were a couple, and upon seeing Shen Shuabai mark the ice and snow world, they jumped along with him. "Are players 3 and 4 a couple?" the female teammate asked over the mic. Shen Shuabai admitted with ease. His quick acknowledgement made Tang Xiaoxiao's heart skip a beat, filling her with an inexplicable joy. "Bro, we can count on this one," the male teammate said kindly. "My girlfriend's shooting skills are quite lacking, so I need—" "Who's lacking skill?" "You are the one lacking," the female teammate retorted. Shen Shuabai and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged smiles. Encountering couple teammates in the game is always quite entertaining. Parachuting, diving, landing. The icy, snowy world truly lived up to its reputation. At least 5 or 6 teams landed simultaneously, and the sky was filled with parachutes. Shen Shuabai landed precisely on the roof of the main building and rushed towards the nearest supply box, an M762 assault rifle along with 60 rounds of ammunition. 62 bullets along with a level 2 vest. The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. At least 3 people were encircling from different directions. "Shen Shuabai, I have someone over here," Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she landed on the adjacent building. "Stay hidden, I'll be there soon," Shen Shuabai replied calmly. He then climbed out the window and jumped directly from the 3rd floor, rolling upon landing while aiming down sights. An enemy was aiming at Tang Xiaoxiao from the 2nd floor window of the adjacent building. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired, headshot, takedown. You have knocked down a snowfield hunter with the M762. There's another one on the stairs, Tang Xiaoxiao shouted. Shen Shuabai rushed into the adjacent building and encountered the 2nd enemy face-to-face at the corner of the stairs. Both fired almost simultaneously, but Shun Shubai reacted just a fraction of a second faster. He crouched to evade the first wave of bullets, while his crosshairs locked firmly onto the enemy's head. Tat tat tat. You have eliminated a player who was cheating with the M762. Nice. Tang Xiaoxiao cheered over the voice chat. Shun Shubai, there's another one downstairs, I'm too scared to move. Shun Shubai did not hesitate and jumped directly down from the second-floor window, landing right behind the last enemy. That person clearly didn't expect someone to jump in from the window and was caught off guard. Shun Shubai did not give him a chance, firing at close range, every bullet hitting the target. You have eliminated a player who didn't even pick up a gun. All clear. Shun Shubai said to the trembling Tang Xiaoxiao hiding in the corner, you can come out to loot now. Tang Xiaoxiao emerged from her hiding place, looking at the 3 boxes on the floor, and then at Shun Shubai, stunned into silence. Within just a minute of landing, he had wiped out an entire team. Shun Shubai, are you sure you're not cheating? Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Absolutely, Shun Shubai chuckled. Quick, loot the supplies, more people will be coming soon. Tang Xiaoxiao, not thinking further, hurriedly began scavenging. She was lucky to find a level 3 vest and a level 3 helmet along with a fully equipped M416. This is for you. She ran over to Shun Shubai, taking off the level 3 helmet and vest. You wear these, you're the skilled one and deserve the best gear. I'll be your healer. You should wear them yourself, Shun Shubai replied with a bemused smile. No, you wear them. Tang Xiaoxiao insisted. I'm fine with a level 2, you protect me, and you have to survive for us to win. Shun Shubai looked at her serious expression, feeling a warmth in his heart, and accepted. The next 10 minutes became Shun Zubai's personal showcase. He led Tang Xiaoxiao through the icy, snowy world, charging at enemies and shooting with precision, as if he had an aimbot. Tang Xiaoxiao merely followed behind, occasionally taking a shot, while mostly being in awe. Second floor window on the left. There's one. Bang. You have knocked down a player named Wu Tian with the M762. To the right. Behind the snow pile. 2 of them. Tat tat tat. You have eliminated a player from the signal service area with the M762. On the roof. There's a sniper on the roof. Tang Xiaoxiao was like a radar on Shun Shubai, calling out enemy positions whenever she spotted a player, saving him a lot of time looking for enemies. Shun Shubai quickly skated to dodge the sniper's bullet. While pulling out a grenade, he accurately tossed it onto the roof. Boom. You have eliminated a player with the 98K using a fragmentary grenade. Tang Xiaoxiao watched the kill notifications continuously refresh in the top right corner of the screen, her mouth agape in astonishment. When Shun Shubai led her out of the icy, snowy world with a record of 21 kills, Tang Xiaoxiao was already so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Surprisingly, Tang Xiaoxiao also had 4 kills, 13 assists, all from Shun Shubai's takedowns. I killed 4 people. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement. I killed 4 people in the icy, snowy world. This is the first time I've come out of this dreadful place alive and killed someone. That's great, Shun Shubai sincerely praised. It's all thanks to your boyfriend's protection, hee Tang Xiaoxiao. In contrast, the other 2 teammates weren't so lucky. They landed at the edge of the icy, snowy world and ended up being caught between 2 teams, having already died twice. The snowy map has a respawn mechanism allowing for 1 revival, but dying a second time results in complete elimination. The female teammate was clearly very angry, complaining over voice chat. Look at teammates 3 and 4. Their boyfriends are so skilled, taking their girlfriends to kill so many people. What about you? You brought me down with you. I lost rank. It's driving me insane. The male teammate weakly defended himself. I was just trying to protect you. Protect my foot. That's what real protection looks like. What you did was just sending me to my death. After arguing for a bit, they directly exited the game. Only Shun Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao remained. They quit, Tang Xiaoxiao said, feeling inexplicably good as she spoke to Shun Shubai. Just right for a 2-person world, Shun Shubai joked. Tang Xiaoxiao's face flushed, and she didn't respond, but her heart felt sweet. The upcoming match was bound to be a breeze. Shun Shubai drove the snowmobile, with Tang Xiaoxiao roaming the map to find and eliminate enemies, while Tang Xiaoxiao merely played the role of a mobile healing station, occasionally collecting kills and having a delightful time. In the final circle 1v3, Shun Shubai, positioned behind a slope, relied on his precise hearing and marksmanship to eliminate all 3 enemies successfully, achieving a chicken dinner. On the results screen, Shun Shubai had 34 kills with a damage total of 4,920. Tang Xiaoxiao had 5 kills, but an impressive 18 assists with a total damage of 2,643. My goodness. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the stats, muttering to herself, Shun Shubai, you are amazing. So much better than those male companions I used to find. Shun Shubai raised an eyebrow. You've looked for male companions before. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart tightened, and she hurriedly explained that. That was before. To rank up. And it was purely a gaming relationship. I deleted them as soon as we finished playing. Now I play by myself. It's been a long time since I found anyone. She spoke quickly and anxiously, fearing Shen Shubai might misunderstand. Hearing her flustered explanation, Shen Shubai couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you so nervous? I didn't say anything. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao realized she had overreacted, her face instantly turning red. Yes, why did she have to explain so much? Shen Shubai wasn't even her real boyfriend. But she didn't want him to misunderstand. Ding detected that the host is happily coexisting with Tang Xiaoxiao in the game, taking her to achieve a chicken dinner, gaining admiration and reliance from her satisfaction, skyrocketing happiness value, significantly increased, earning a reward of 50,000. The system notification sounded just in time. Shen Shubai looked at the additional 50,000 in his account and felt even better. If you want to rank up in the future, just look for me. Shen Shubai said domineeringly to Tang Xiaoxiao, I'll be your exclusive companion free of charge. Tang Xiaoxiao felt sweetness in her heart. Really? Really? Then, since my boyfriend is so skilled, shouldn't there be a reward? Shen Shubai joked. Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder. She bit her lip and softly blew a kiss into the microphone. Although it was just a flying kiss in the game voice chat, Shen Shubai felt his heart flutter. Got it. Shen Shubai grinned and said, so obedient. You can't get too greedy now. Tang Xiaoxiao at that moment felt her face burning, her voice turned soft. Of course, let's keep going, and I'll help you rank up. Shen Shubai added. Alright. They then played a few more rounds with Shen Shubai, carrying Tang Xiaoxiao, her rank rising from Ace 3 to Ace V, and her KD increasing from 2.6 to 3.1. Oh my god, my KD is above 3.0 for the first time, ha. Tang Xiaoxiao said excitedly. Shen Shubai, you're simply my support. So what's my reward for being such a support? Shen Shubai teased her. Yes. Once we get home, I'll have my mom cook something delicious for you, haha. Tang Xiaoxiao said happily. Shen Shubai found it hard to hold back his laughter. After playing a couple more rounds, it was already close to 2 in the morning. It's time to sleep. Shen Shubai looked at the game interface and said to Tang Xiaoxiao, aren't we traveling tomorrow? Tang Xiaoxiao felt a bit reluctant, so. Good night. Good night. After Tang Xiaoxiao logged off, Shen Shubai didn't immediately exit the game. Instead, he remembered the surprised look on Tang Xiaoxiao's face when she saw the Ramen Girl skin and opened the game store. The Ramen Girl draw event had already ended, and now it was the Dunhuang Flying Apsara theme. However, Shen Shubai recalled that there was a gifting feature in the game allowing players to gift their existing skins to friends. He found the Ramen Girl set, clicked on gift, and selected Tang Xiaoxiao's ID. The system prompted, this skin is a limited edition. Gifting requires 5 gift vouchers. Do you confirm the gift? Without hesitation, Shen Shubai clicked confirm. 5 gift vouchers cost around 500 yuan. To him, it was merely pocket change. Gift sent successfully. He then browsed his skin inventory, sending several limited edition skins that Tang Xiaoxiao might like. Starry Fantasy, Future Warrior, Sweetheart. In total, he sent 8 skins, spending almost 10,000. After finishing this, Shen Shubai logged out of the game and lay down to sleep. Before sleeping, he checked WeChat, where Tang Xiaoxiao sent her last message. I had a great time tonight, thank you, boyfriend. The moon. Shen Shubai smiled and replied, me too, good night. The next morning, Shen Shubai was awakened by the ringtone of a WeChat video call. He groggily reached for his phone, seeing Tang Xiaoxiao's avatar on the screen. Shen Shubai immediately answered, and in the following image, Tang Xiaoxiao appeared barefaced, her hair a bit messy, yet still astonishingly beautiful. The morning sunlight streamed through the window behind her, enveloping her in a soft glow. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Shen Shubai. Shen Shubai, did you send me a game skin? Shen Shubai rubbed his eyes and smiled. Do you like it? I love it. I absolutely love it. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, but those skins must be expensive, right? I calculated, and they should be worth over 10,000. He'll transfer the money to you. No need. Shen Shubai shook his head. It's a gift for you, no charge. But, no buts. Shen Shubai interrupted her with a smile. It's only natural for a boyfriend to give gifts to his girlfriend. Tang Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed red. She bit her lip and softly said, thank you, boyfriend. Those 3 words were spoken softly, carrying shyness and sweetness. Shen Zubai's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, the system's notification chime sounded again. Ding detected that the host gifted Tang Xiaoxiao a game skin, gaining her affection, greatly enhancing personal satisfaction and earning a reward of 50,000 yuan. His mood brightened even more. The benefits of being with Tang Xiaoxiao far outweighed the 10,000. Of course, Shen Shubai understood that his actions were not solely about taking advantage of Tang Xiaoxiao. He was genuinely sincere. Only by doing so could he earn the system rewards, and the joy he felt inside was genuine, not false. Are you awake? Shen Shubai looked at the 50,000 yuan that arrived and asked Tang Xiaoxiao again. I'm awake. Tang Xiaoxiao responded, but Shen Shubai, you can keep sleeping. I woke you up, so you should sleep a bit more, and I'll call you later. I'm not sleeping anymore. Shen Shubai sat up. I want to give you acupuncture. Acupuncture. Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback, but my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Yesterday was just a temporary relief. You need continuous acupuncture for 3 days to fully cure it, Shen Shubai explained seriously, otherwise it will hurt again next month. Is it really like that? Tang Xiaoxiao thought it was a one-time thing, suddenly losing her playful demeanor. But Shen Shubai, are you sure it can be cured? I've seen many doctors who said it can only be alleviated. Trust me, Shen Shubai insisted. After all, I am your personal physician. I certainly believe you. Tang Xiaoxiao replied without hesitation then. Will you come over now? Wait for me to freshen up, half an hour. As Shen Shubai spoke, he was already getting up. Alright, I'll wait for you, Tang Xiaoxiao responded. After ending the video call, Shen Shubai quickly got up and freshened up. He took out an ancient-style acupuncture kit from the system space, checked the silver needles, then changed into casual clothes, and walked toward Tang Xiaoxiao's room. Standing at the door of 1217, he knocked. A few seconds later, the door opened. The moment Shen Shubai saw Tang Xiaoxiao, his breath caught. Tang Xiaoxiao was wearing a black silk nightgown at the door. The dress was a spaghetti strap style with delicate lace at the neckline, and its length reached mid-thigh, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. The silk fabric hugged her body, softly outlining her graceful curves. She wasn't wearing stockings, and her bare legs gleamed healthily in the morning light. What was most striking was that she had clearly just taken a shower, her hair still damp and cascading over her shoulders, exuding the fresh scent of shampoo. With no makeup on, her skin was fair and radiant, her lips naturally pink, and her eyes glistened with moisture, as if shrouded in mist. This appearance was more alluring than any careful adornment. Come in, Tang Xiaoxiao blushed from his gaze, stepping aside. Shen Shubai inhaled deeply and entered the room. The air was filled with the same fragrance as her body, and the bed was a bit messy, clearly indicating she had just woken up. On the small table by the window was a glass of water along with her phone and cosmetics. After a while, Shen Shubai heard Tang Xiaoxiao's voice. How should we start? Tang Xiaoxiao asked a bit nervously. She knew her outfit was quite daring. But after receiving Shen Zubai's gift in the morning and hearing him say, it's only natural for a boyfriend to give gifts to his girlfriend, a surge of impulse rose within her. She wanted him to see her at her best, even if it was this intimate side. Lie down on the bed. Shen Shubai tried to keep his voice steady. Lie on your back and lift the hem of your nightgown a little to reveal your waist and back. Tang Xiaoxiao's face reddened even more. But she didn't hesitate as she walked to the edge of the bed, lay down, and turned her back to Shen Shubai. Then she bit her lip and slowly lifted the hem of her nightgown. The black silk inched up, revealing her fair skin. First her calves, then her thighs, and finally the curve of her waist above her hips. When the nightgown was lifted to her waist, Shen Shubai saw the complete curve of her back. The spine formed a deep dip, and her waistline appeared subtly. Her skin glistened like pearls in the morning light, so delicate that her pores were invisible. Can we start? Tang Xiaoxiao asked softly, her voice trembling. We can, Shen Shubai replied, his throat tight, as if it were choked, his response awkward, a sign of his rising desire. Shen Shubai struggled to suppress his impulses, then opened the acupuncture kit, took out the silver needles, and disinfected them. But this time his movements were slower than yesterday, not due to a lack of skill, but because it was hard to concentrate. The scene before him was too impactful. Tang Xiaoxiao lay on the bed, the nightgown raised to her waist, the black silk contrasting sharply with her fair skin, her curves breathtakingly enticing. Shen Shubai took several deep breaths, forcing himself into a professional doctor mindset. Then he reached out, his fingers gently pressing against Tang Xiaoxiao's lower back, searching for acupuncture points. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, Tang Xiaoxiao's body visibly trembled. Relax, Shen Shubai reminded her, his voice more tender than usual as he explained. I'll first give you a massage to invigorate your qi and blood circulation. As he spoke, his palm pressed against her back, beginning to massage slowly. This time the massage felt different from yesterday. Yesterday he had a purely medical mindset, his technique professional. But today, he could clearly feel the delicate touch of her skin beneath his palm, could smell the unique scent of Tang Xiaoxiao, a mix of body wash and her natural fragrance, and could see her shoulders trembling slightly from nervousness. All of this made his heart race uncontrollably. Tang Xiaoxiao let out a soft moan. Today, it feels even more comfortable than yesterday. That means your meridians are gradually opening up. Shen Shubai explained, continuing his movements. He pressed along the bladder meridian on either side of the spine from the lower back all the way to just below the shoulder blades. At each acupuncture point, he would apply slightly more pressure, holding it for a few seconds. Tang Xiaoxiao could feel that Shen Zubai's hands seemed warmer today than yesterday, and his strength was gentler. Not soft, but a kind of gentleness imbued with a certain emotion. She couldn't quite describe what it was, but it made her heart race and her body feel weak. Now it's time for acupuncture. Shen Shubai picked up a silver needle and reminded her, it's still those acupuncture points that might feel a bit sore and swollen. Tang Xiaoxiao replied softly, "Go ahead, I can endure it." The first needle went into the Mingmen point. The moment the silver needle was inserted, Tang Xiaoxiao's body trembled again. But this time it wasn't due to pain. Shun Zubai's technique was indeed precise, causing almost no discomfort. It was because the sensation from the needle was far too intense. A warm current surged from the needle, quickly spreading throughout her lower abdomen, warm and tingling, as if someone were gently massaging her internal organs. "How does it feel?" Shen Shubai inquired. "It's very strange." Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was a bit airy, warm. "And there's a feeling I can't quite describe. That's the sign of getting qi, indicating the acupuncture is effective," Shen Shubai said as he inserted a few more needles. As each silver needle went in, Tang Xiaoxiao felt her entire body warming up. The warmth wasn't feverish, but a gentle, comfortable heat akin to soaking in a perfectly tempered hot spring. What made her even more embarrassed was that as the warmth spread, certain areas began to feel unusually sensitive. She bit her lip, afraid to make a sound. Shen Shubai noticed her unusual reaction. With his top-notch medical skills, he could determine her current physical state through the sensations from the needles and her responses. "Relax," Shen Shubai said softly. "This is a normal phenomenon indicating that your qi and blood are flowing." Tang Xiaoxiao buried her face in the pillow and nodded. But she knew deep down that it was more than just qi and blood circulation. The 20 minutes of leaving the needles in was a trial for both of them. Shen Shubai sat at the edge of the bed watching Tang Xiaoxiao's skin slightly redden from the acupuncture, observing her body occasionally tremble from the sensations and the expanse of her fair thigh revealed beyond the nightgown. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Tang Xiaoxiao lay on the bed, feeling the strange warmth within her body, sensing Shen Zubai's gaze upon her and the ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Her heart raced as if it would leap out of her chest. Finally, the time for leaving the needles ended. Shen Shubai began to remove them. With each silver needle he pulled out, he moved gently and carefully. When the last needle was removed and disinfected, Shen Shubai finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "All right, how do you feel today?" Tang Xiaoxiao slowly sat up, the nightgown slipping down to cover her previously exposed skin. Her face was flushed, unsure if it was due to the warmth from the acupuncture or something else. Very good," Tang Xiaoxiao said softly, her face blooming with color. "It feels like my entire abdomen is warm and not painful at all." "That's great." Shen Shubai packed away the acupuncture kit. "We'll consolidate it again tomorrow, and it should be fully cured." "Thank you." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Shubai, her gaze filled with affection and other complex emotions. There was gratitude, reliance, shyness, and something deeper. Shen Shubai looked at her too. Her nightgown was slightly disheveled, her hair flowing down, her cheeks flushed. At that moment she was so beautiful that one couldn't look away. They locked eyes for a few seconds, and the air seemed to freeze. Then Tang Xiaoxiao was the first to avert her gaze. "So, are you hungry? Shall we go have breakfast?" Tang Xiaoxiao deliberately changed the subject. "Sure," Shen Shubai nodded. "You go change first, and it'll wait for you outside." Shen Shubai stepped out of the room, closing the door and leaning against the wall in the hallway. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Just now in the room, he almost lost control of himself. He almost leaned down to kiss her. He almost wanted to say, "Let's turn this temporary couple's game into something real." But he held back. Meanwhile, in the room, Tang Xiaoxiao hugged her pillow, burying her face into it. Her heart was still racing, and the warmth from the acupuncture lingered in her body. More importantly, she could feel the gaze Shen Shubai had just directed at her. It wasn't the gaze of a doctor looking at a patient, nor that of ordinary friends. That was the gaze of a man looking at a woman, filled with desire, filled with possessiveness. But isn't this exactly what I wanted? Otherwise I wouldn't have worn such a tempting nightgown, Tang Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Shen Shubai returned to his room, closed the door, and leaned against it. The scene from Tang Xiaoxiao's room was still vivid in his mind. A black silk nightgown, fair skin, dazed eyes, and her soft moans during the acupuncture treatment. Almost losing his composure, he shook his head forcefully to dispel these alluring images. Just then, it wasn't a WeChat message or a text, but an incoming call. Shen Shubai picked up the phone, and the name on the screen made him freeze. Zhao Xiaowei, his ex-girlfriend. They had broken up over a year ago. After the breakup, he had deleted all her contact information, and she had never reached out to him. This long-ended relationship, which he thought he had forgotten, suddenly resurfaced. Shen Shubai stared at the screen for a few seconds, his finger hovering over the red decline button. After a moment's hesitation, he swiped left to decline. No need to reconnect, let the past be the past. But almost instantly the phone rang again. It was Zhao Xiaowei's number again. Shen Shubai frowned. She was persistent. Maybe something serious had happened. After a brief pause, he answered the call. "Hello, Shen Shubai, is that you?" A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came through, tinged with hesitation and uncertainty. "It's me." Shen Zubai's voice was calm. "What's the matter?" "It really is you." Zhao Xiaowei's voice carried surprise and delight. You didn't block me. Shen Shubai was speechless. To discourage any false hopes, he said coldly, if you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up. Have you become so cold now? Zhao Xiaowei tried to play on his emotions. But Shen Shubai wasn't swayed. Since there's nothing, I'll hang up. Zhao Xiaowei hurriedly said, wait, I do have something. Are you in Star City? Shen Shubai was surprised and puzzled. He had never told anyone about his whereabouts. How did Zhao Xiaowei know? How do you know? Shen Shubai asked without concealing. It was a coincidence, actually. I was scrolling through videos earlier and saw a major incident at Star City's International Financial Center last night. Someone drove into people and attacked with a knife. The person subduing the criminal in the video looked a lot like you, so I called to confirm. Shen Shubai was stunned. He hadn't expected someone to film him and post it online. The video was a bit far away and unclear, but I thought it was you. Zhao Xiaowei continued, so I called to ask. Yes, I'm in Star City. Shen Shubai didn't deny it. Is that all you called to confirm? Zhao Xiaowei hesitated. I also saw a very beautiful woman beside you in the video. Is she your girlfriend? Shen Shubai didn't answer, but retorted, what business is it of yours? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, followed by a light sarcastic laugh. Shen Shubai, it seems you've been doing well without me this past year. Zhao Xiaowei's tone turned sharp. Playing the hero, getting a pretty girlfriend. I never realized you were so capable before. This remark ignited Shen Zubai's buried memories. He recalled the day of their breakup. That day, he worked overtime until 3 in the morning and came home hoping to surprise Zhao Xiaowei. He had pre-ordered the necklace she always wanted, even though it would cost a month's salary. Instead, he was met with her cold words, Shen Shubai, let's break up. You can't give me the life I want. No explanation, no guilt, not even an apology. At that moment, Shen Shubai understood what it meant to be despised for poverty. He said nothing, put down the gift box, gathered his few belongings, and walked out of the rented apartment they had shared for 2 years. He never contacted her again. Now, hearing Zhao Xiaowei speak in that tone, Shen Shubai felt nothing but a sense of absurdity. If you're just calling to say this, there's no need to stay in touch, Shen Shubai said flatly. I'm busy. Wait. Zhao Xiaowei panicked. Shen Shubai. I am not doing well. Her voice suddenly broke into sobs. My current boyfriend. He hits me. Last week, when he was drunk, he slapped me just because I didn't pour him water in time. I want to break up, but that was your choice. Shen Shubai interrupted without a trace of pity. You chose to leave me back then. If you're suffering now, you have no one to blame but yourself. I know it's my fault. Zhao Xiaowei cried harder, but Shen Shubai, can you help me? I'm really at my wit's end now. He took out loans using my ID, and I owe over 300,000 now, with interest piling up daily. I'm afraid to break up with him because he won't pay it back. My parents aren't well either. My mom is in the hospital, and I want to send some money home, but I can't even scrape together 1,000. She grew more distraught, nearly choking on her tears. Shen Shubai listened, but inwardly he sneered. A year ago, Zhao Xiaowei left to pursue a better life. A year later, she was beaten, controlled, drowning in debt, and couldn't even afford her mother's medical bills. Fate could be so ironic. I can't help you, Shen Shubai said, his heart utterly unmoved. You can call the police or seek legal aid, but when it comes to money, I can't do anything. How can you not have a way? Zhao Xiaowei grew frantic. In the video, your girlfriend was carrying a Gucci bag. That bag costs at least 50,000. If you can have a girlfriend like that, you must be rich. Shen Shubai, for the sake of our past relationship, lend me 10,000, okay? Just 10,000. They'll send it to my mom and never bother you again. I said I can't help you. Shen Zubai's tone turned icy. And whether I have money or what bag my girlfriend carries is none of your business. Shen Shubai, how can you be so heartless? Zhao Xiaowei wailed, growing more hysterical. We were together for 2 years. 2 years. Can you bear to see me like this? Heartless. Shen Shubai laughed. Zhao Xiaowei, when you left me for money back, then did you think you were being heartless? There was silence on the other end. After a few seconds, Zhao Xiaowei's voice turned shrill. Fine. Shen Shubai, now that you have money and a pretty girlfriend, you've forgotten the old times, haven't you? I'm telling you, you'll regret this. That girlfriend of yours is clearly a rich girl. She's just playing with you. Once she gets bored, she'll dump you, and then you'll... Enough. Shen Shubai cut her off, his voice cold. This is our last call. Don't contact me again. With that, he hung up and added her number to his blacklist. After doing this, Shen Shubai tossed his phone onto the bed and took a deep breath. He had thought he might feel schadenfreude, or at least some emotional turmoil, upon hearing about Zhao Xiaowei's plight. But there was nothing. It was like hearing a stranger's story. His heart was utterly calm, without a single ripple. Perhaps this was what true letting go felt like. When he no longer wasted any emotion on people or things from the past, it meant that person had truly vanished from his heart. Just then his phone vibrated with a WeChat message. It was from Tang Xiaoxiao. Shen Shubai, I'm ready. We can go now? Spinning, seeing this message, the corners of Shen Zubai's mouth lifted involuntarily. All the gloom instantly dissipated. He replied, okay, coming right now. Composing himself, he left the room and walked to door 1217. The door was ajar, and Shun Shubai gently pushed it open. As he stepped inside, he saw Tang Xiao. She had changed into a beige casual outfit, a fitted knit top with high-waisted wide-leg pants paired with a light gray trench coat and white sneakers. Her hair was tied up in a neat high ponytail, and she wore delicate light makeup. The most captivating thing was her whole demeanor, radiant and beaming with no trace of the shyness or ambiguity from the acupuncture session. She exuded a vibrant, youthful, and pure charm. Shin Shubai was mesmerized. "Let's go," Tang Xiao said upon seeing him immediately dragging her suitcase over. Shin Shubai naturally took it from her. "He'll handle it." "Thanks," Tang Xiao said without declining, gently taking his arm. The two walked side by side out of the room and arrived at the elevator. Inside the elevator, a middle-aged couple couldn't help but glance at them a few times. "They really match each other," the auntie whispered to her husband. The husband nodded. "A perfect pair." Tang Xiao heard them, her cheeks flushing slightly, but she held Shin Zubai's arm a little tighter. Shin Shubai heard it too, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. The checkout was quickly completed. They loaded their luggage into their respective cars, and Tang Xiao asked Shin Shubai, "What do you want to eat?" "My treat is thanks for the game skin you gave me." "Anything works, whatever you say," Shin Shubai said with a slight smile. "Then, how about some authentic Hunan cuisine? I know a really authentic place not far from here." "Sure." Tang Xiao drove ahead, and Shin Shubai. 10 minutes later they arrived at a rustic-looking Hunan restaurant. Though it wasn't yet noon, the place was already. The rich aroma of chili wafted from the kitchen, whetting their appetites. "Their chopped pepper fish head is a," Tang Xiao introduced while ordering, "and stir-fried yellow beef mouse, braised pork, steamed cured meats. All signature dishes." She ordered 5 or 6 dishes, and Shin Shubai reminded her, "That's too much, we can't finish it all. We'll take the leftovers home." Tang Xiao said boldly. "Today we're eating to our heart's content. We still have 10 hours of driving ahead." Shin Shubai thought that made sense and couldn't help but laugh. While waiting for the food, they chatted about games. "Your 34 kills yesterday were absolutely insane." Tang Xiao was still in awe. "I've been playing Peacekeeper Elite for 2 years and never seen such a high kill count." Shin Shubai said modestly. "The opponents were weak." "No way." Tang Xiao shook her head. "I can tell your skills, awareness, and reactions are top-notch." Shin Shubai, "Were you a "No," Shin Shubai said with a wry smile. "Maybe I'm just naturally gifted." "You're way too gifted." Tang Xiao sighed. "If I had half your skills, I'd already be an invincible war god." "You want to reach war god?" Shin Shubai asked curiously. "Of course. That's the ultimate glory. Who wouldn't want it?" Tang Xiao admitted with self-awareness, "But I'm not good enough. The highest I've hit is ace with 10 stars. "Then this season it'll help you reach war god," Shin Shubai said generously after a moment's thought, deciding to fulfill this small wish of hers. "Really?" Tang Xiao's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Really? Then it's settled. No backing out. No backing out." While they were talking, Shin Zubai's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar local number from Xingqing. Shin Shubai frowned and hung up. But less than 5 seconds later the phone rang again. It was the same number. Shin Shubai hung up again. Tang Xiao noticed and softly asked, "Why don't you answer?" "It's a nuisance call." Shin Shubai replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it." Saying this, he silenced his phone and placed it on the table. But soon the phone screen lit up and a text message popped up. "Is this Shin Shubai? How dare you seduce my girlfriend? Zhao Xiaowei is my woman. If you dare to contact her again, I'll kill you. Adulterer and harlot, you won't end well." The sender was an unfamiliar number, but the content clearly came from Zhao Xiaowei's current boyfriend. Since Shin Shubai and Tang Xiao were sitting very close, she also saw the content of the message. She was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Shin Shubai. Shin Shubai opened the message with an expressionless face, clicked delete, and then blacklisted the number. Throughout the process, he didn't say a word, and his face showed no signs of emotion. "Shouldn't you explain?" Tang Xiao tentatively asked. "There's nothing to explain." Shin Shubai replied lightly, "Just a madman." Tang Xiao looked at his calm demeanor, feeling a bit uneasy. It wasn't that she doubted Shin Shubai, but rather, she was worried about him. That text message was so vicious, anyone would be angry, right? Yet Shin Shubai seemed completely. Did he truly not care, or was he just suppressing his emotions? "The dishes are here." The waiter brought over steaming hot dishes, interrupting Tang Xiao's thoughts. Chopped chili fish head, stir-fried beef mouse, red braised pork, mixed steamed delicacies, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, dish after dish, filled the table, rich in color, aroma, and flavor. "Try it quickly." Tang Xiao served a piece of fish head meat to Shin Shubai. "This must be eaten with chopped chili. It's especially fragrant." Shin Shubai took a bite, and it was indeed delicious. The fish meat was tender, the chopped chili was spicy, and the pairing was just perfect. Delicious. Shin Shubai looked at Tang Xiao, who was resting her chin on her hand and staring at him for feedback, and smiled sincerely. "Right? I didn't lie to you." Tang Xiao said proudly, and then began to eat as well. The two chatted while eating, and the atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful again. Shen Shuabai drank quite a bit of beverage and stood up midway, saying, "Xiao Xiao, I'm going to the restroom." "Go ahead." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled slightly at him. As Shen Shuabai left his seat and headed towards the restroom, Tang Xiaoxiao's smile gradually faded. She took out her phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. Although she had only glanced at that text message, she had already remembered the number. Tang Xiaoxiao had always had a good memory. This was a skill she honed during her time in marketing, allowing her to quickly memorize clients' information and needs. She stared at the number for a few seconds to confirm, then dialed it. The phone rang 5 or 6 times before being answered. "Hello? Who the hell?" A coarse male voice came through, impatient. "If you're a debt collector, don't waste your breath. There's no money, just a life. If you have the guts, come here and get it." Tang Xiaoxiao frowned. It seemed this man was not only abusive but also in debt, living a chaotic life. "I'm not a debt collector," Tang Xiaoxiao said calmly. "Then who the hell are you?" "I'm busy. I'm Shun Zub. I'm straightforward," Tang Xiaoxiao stated. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then the man's voice became even more agitated. "Shun Zubai's girlfriend. Huh? Are you here to defend your boyfriend? Let me tell you, that coward Shen Shuabai seduced my girlfriend. I'm already letting him off easy by not settling the score. You still dare to call? Do you believe I'll get rid of you too? Are you done cursing?" Tang Xiaoxiao interrupted him, her voice still calm, but carrying a chilling undertone. Let me finish." Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable force. "What other skills do you have besides running your mouth? In debt up to your ears, can't even keep your own woman, and still want to complain to your ex-boyfriend. If I were in your shoes, I'd rather die than live like this. I'm telling you, your existence is a waste of air, a drain on national resources. How are you in your 50s and still act like a fool? If you really have a problem, go see a vet." She spoke at a steady pace, but each word pierced through like an ice pick. The man on the other end of the phone was evidently stunned into silence for several seconds. You're really asking for it," the man said, exasperated. "Do you want to die? Is that all you can say?" Tang Xiaoxiao's voice turned colder. "Or did a donkey kick your mouth, making you incapable of speaking properly? I'm telling you, you're truly disgusting. Listening to you feels like an insult to my ears. I beg you, you miserable creature, hurry up and find a river to drown yourself. Also stop harassing my boyfriend, or I won't let this go. You ugly freak, don't ever show your face again." After venting, Tang Xiaoxiao hung up the phone directly. She then set her phone down and took a deep breath. It had been a long time since she had vented so freely. At that moment, Shen Shuabai returned, and Tang Xiaoxiao put a smile back on her face. "What's wrong? You look so happy," Shen Shuabai asked curiously after sitting down and seeing the smile on her face. "It's nothing, just..." Tang Xiaoxiao blinked. "I just did something really satisfying." "What?" "I called back and gave that person a piece of my mind." Tang Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Shen Shuabai and whispered. Shen Shuabai was taken aback. "Gave them a piece of your mind? Who?" "The person who sent you the nasty message," Tang Xiaoxiao explained while serving more food to Shen Shuabai. "I took the opportunity while you were in the restroom to call him and scold him mercilessly." Shen Shuabai stared at her in astonishment. He never expected Tang Xiaoxiao would do something like this. How did you get his number?" Shen Shuabai was surprised. "I have a good memory," Tang Xiaoxiao said proudly. "I just noted it down when I saw the message. Seeing that man insult you made me uncomfortable. My boyfriend shouldn't be bullied by anyone." The phrase "my boyfriend" rolled off her tongue so naturally, as if it were the most genuine thing in the world. Shen Shuabai looked at her, feeling a strong warmth swelling in his heart. From childhood to now, he had grown accustomed to independence, to shouldering everything by himself. No one had ever stood up for him like Tang Xiaoxiao did without hesitation. "Thank you," Shen Shuabai said softly, his voice filled with sincere emotion. "You're welcome." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled knowingly. "But, did your ex-girlfriend contact you?" Shen Shuabai nodded. "Can you tell me about it?" Tang Xiaoxiao tentatively asked. "Of course, if you don't want to, then don't. I'm just a bit curious." Shen Shuabai remained silent for a few seconds. He didn't really want to talk about the past, especially the unpleasant past. But looking into Tang Xiaoxiao's sincere eyes, he suddenly felt that it wouldn't hurt to share. Perhaps letting her know the full version of himself wasn't a bad thing. "I and she," Shen Shuabai began slowly, "we were college classmates. We started dating in our second year, worked together in Rongqing after graduation, and were together for more than 2 years. Then, he briefly recounted the beginning and end of that relationship. How he saved every penny to buy her gifts, how he worked late into the night just to earn a bit more money, only to be met with the dismissive words, 'You can't provide the life I want.'" Tang Xiaoxiao listened earnestly, not interrupting. After Shen Shuabai finished, she was silent for a while, then softly said she didn't know how to cherish you. "Really?" Shen Shuabai smiled, not saying anything further. "You're so good, yet she didn't cherish you," Tang Xiaoxiao said seriously, looking at him. "But it's okay." She paused and spoke each word with conviction. "Since your ex-girlfriend didn't know how to cherish you, there will naturally be better girls who will." She spoke this resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Moreover, it was strongly suggestive. Shen Zubai's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were clear, and a gentle smile adorned her face. The sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a golden halo around her. In that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, every word she spoke felt like a seed falling into Shen Zubai's heart and taking root. The better girl you mentioned. Shen Shuabai suddenly smiled, slightly a hint of scrutiny in his expression. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart inexplicably raced for a moment, and her delicate face instantly flushed. She lowered her head, fiddling with the rice in her bowl, then suddenly raised her head, looking at Shen Shuabai with a smile. How would I know? But I believe you deserve better. Shen Shuabai laughed. He didn't pursue the question, but instead served her a piece of red braised pork, saying, "Eat up, the dishes are getting cold." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Shuabai, picked up a few grains of rice, and put them in her mouth and smiled back at him. It was a very radiant smile. At that moment, a system prompt sounded again. Shen Shuabai heard it and looked at the reward in shock, wondering why it felt different from before. As soon as Shen Zubai's words fell, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that Tang Xiaoxiao vented for the host, taught a lesson to the ex-girlfriend's boyfriend, maintained the host's dignity, and the host experiences the happiness of being protected and cherished, resulting in a significant increase in happiness value, earning a special reward. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a property at room 1802, 18th floor, building C, Tianwei Yunsong Community, Siming District, Lidioshi, with an area of 245 square meters, fully renovated, ready for immediate move-in. Current market valuation 205 RMB. The property deed and related documents have been stored in the system space and can be extracted by the host at any time. The house keys and access cards have been issued to the host's backpack. Special reminder: this property has permanent ownership, no mortgage, no disputes, and full documentation. The community is located in the core area of Lidioshi Island with complete surrounding facilities and superior educational resources, making it one of the top luxury residential areas in Lidioshi. A barrage of information left Shen Shuabai stunned. Property on Lidioshi Island, Siming District, Tianwei Yunsong Community. Although he had never lived in Lidioshi, he knew about the city. As an economic special zone in Fujian Province, Lidioshi's housing prices have always ranked among the highest in the country. Especially in the Siming District, which is the most central and bustling area of Lidioshi, housing prices easily reach 70 or 80,000 per square meter, or even over 100,000. And Tianwei Yunsong Community. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere. Shen Shuabai glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was focused on her meal, and quickly searched for it on his phone. As the search results popped up, he gasped in shock. Tianwei Yunsong Community, one of the top luxury districts in Lidioshi, located along the Ring Island Road in Siming District, directly facing the sea, boasting an unbeatable sea view. The community has a low plot ratio of 1:5, a greening rate exceeding 60, and is equipped with high-end facilities such as a private clubhouse, heated swimming pool, gym, and owner's restaurant. The most critical factor is the property price. The current listing price for second-hand houses starts at 8,500 per square meter and can go up to 12,000. This 245 square meter unit, calculated at the conservative estimate of 8.5 million, is worth 20825,000. The system's valuation of 2058000 is quite accurate. This. Shen Zubai's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. It wasn't anxiety, it was excitement. In just a few days, he had transformed from a wage slave with only 20,000 in savings, living in a 10 square meter partitioned room, into a successful individual with $1 million in savings, a Mercedes, and a 20 million luxury apartment in Lidioshi. All of this felt like a dream. No, not even a dream could be so extravagant. Shen Shuabai, what's wrong? Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Shuabai, who was lost in thought, while staring at his phone, thinking it was another message from his ex-girlfriend, and cautiously called out. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice brought Shen Shuabai back to reality. He looked up and saw Tang Xiaoxiao gazing at him with concern. Your complexion seems a bit strange. Are you unwell? No. Shen Shuabai took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I just suddenly thought of something happy. You look so happy. Tang Xiaoxiao noticed the smile on Shen Zubai's face and couldn't help but feel relieved. He'll tell you later, Shen Shuabai replied with a mysterious smile. Alright, I'll wait to hear it when you're ready to share, Tang Xiaoxiao said with a knowing smile, not pressing for details. But Shen Shuabai couldn't say it just yet. He couldn't possibly tell Tang Xiaoxiao that because she helped him vent at his ex-girlfriend's boyfriend, the system rewarded him with a 20 million property right. Yet as he looked at the girl who stood up for him, Shen Zubai's gaze unconsciously softened. Tang Xiaoxiao was truly his lucky star. From the moment they met, every time he was with her, the system generously issued rewards. Moreover, the amounts were growing larger and the types more varied. This time it even directly gifted a luxury apartment. Shen Shubai watched Tang Xiaoxiao as she focused on her meal, observing her slight frown from the spiciness and her occasional smiles directed at him. His gaze became increasingly affectionate, nearly melting. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly sensed his gaze. She looked up, meeting Shen Zubai's gentle eyes. Her face flushed slightly, and she chuckled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I noticed you're becoming more beautiful," Shen Shubai blurted out. He said it so naturally, completely from the heart. Tang Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, poking at the rice in her bowl with chopsticks, mumbling softly, "Smooth talker." But the corners of her upturned lips betrayed her good mood. Seeing her shy demeanor, Shen Shubai felt even better. Their meal concluded in an atmosphere of flirtation and warmth. When it came time to settle the bill, Tang Xiaoxiao insisted on paying. "I promised to treat." Shen Shubai did not argue with her, but after leaving the restaurant he immediately went to a nearby milk tea shop and bought 2 cups. "Here." Shen Shubai handed 1 cup to Tang Xiaoxiao, saying, "Thank you for standing up for me earlier." Tang Xiaoxiao accepted the drink and saw the label red taro milk tea, exactly her favorite flavor. "You remember my taste?" Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. "Of course," Shen Shubai explained with a smile. "You had this in Zhangjiajie and you ordered the same milk tea while shopping last night, so I remembered." Tang Xiaoxiao's heart warmed, and she took a sip, finding it perfectly sweet, with creamy taro and chewy bubbles. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Shen Shubai grinned. Since they had eaten too much, they strolled around the nearby commercial street to digest. The winter in Xinjiang is much warmer than inland, with bright sunshine and gentle breezes. Tall palm trees line the streets, and the architectural style blends traditional Minnan design with modern aesthetics, creating a unique charm. "It's really comfortable here." Tang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. "It's much warmer than Rongqing." Indeed, Xinjiang maintains a relatively high temperature throughout the year. Even in winter, it doesn't get too cold. As Tang Xiaoxiao spoke, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Shen Shubai, asking, "By the way, what are your plans for the future? Having gotten used to life in Rongqing, can you adapt to living in Mindu?" Shen Shubai thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, I don't have any specific requirements about where to live. What's important is who I live with." This statement carried profound meaning. Tang Xiaoxiao's face flushed again. She pretended to look at the nearby shops to change the subject, saying, "It's about time. We should head out. It will take about 10 hours to reach Lidioshi, and if we leave now it will probably be around midnight by the time we arrive." "All right." The two returned to the parking lot and got into their respective cars. Shen Shubai sat in the driver's seat of the Mercedes and couldn't help but take out his phone again to check the property documents in the system space. It was real. The property deed, land certificate, purchase contract, and tax invoice. All the documents were complete, all bearing his name, Shen Shubai. Moreover, the house was fully renovated. From the photos provided by the system, the decor style was modern and minimalist, primarily in white and natural wood tones, complemented by large floor-to-ceiling windows that provided excellent lighting and a broad view. What excited Shen Shubai the most was the south-facing large balcony, directly facing the sea, perfect for watching the sunrise and enjoying the ocean view. "Is this my home in the future?" Shen Shubai murmured to himself. Previously in Rongqing, that 10 square meter rental was just a place to sleep, not a home devoid of any sense of warmth and human touch. Now he had a real home, one that truly belonged to him, in Lidioshi, in this beautiful coastal city. And Tang Xiaoxiao was here too. Shen Shubai put away his phone, started the car, feeling an unprecedented clarity of mood. At 1:30 p.m., the two cars drove one after the other onto the highway, heading toward Lidioshi. The WeChat voice chat remained open as they chatted casually. "Shen Shubai, what would you do if your ex-girlfriend?" Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Without thinking, Shen Shubai replied, "Block her. All unfamiliar numbers, if they are calling from her or her boyfriend, I will block them all." So decisive, eh? Tang Xiaoxiao was somewhat surprised. "Yes," Shen Shubai explained. "Let the past remain in the past. My current life has nothing to do with her." This statement was calm and resolute, and as Tang Xiaoxiao listened, she felt inexplicably happy. She wasn't petty and wouldn't feel jealous because of Shen Zubai's ex. But hearing Shen Shubai so clearly draw the line made her feel reassured. "What about you?" Shen Shubai countered. "If other men pursue you in the future, what will you do?" "Me?" Tang Xiaoxiao laughed. "I would tell him I have a boyfriend." She said it naturally, as if stating, "What about you?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked back, feeling inexplicably nervous. Shen Shubai grinned and replied, "I would say the same, that I have a girlfriend." At this moment, the two continued to maintain their ambiguous relationship without breaking that last layer of paper, tacitly understanding each other. After a brief period of awkward silence, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly called out his name softly, "Shen Shubai." "Moi. It's nice to meet you." "Me too." The atmosphere between the two grew more intimate and natural as they continued their journey. They chatted about work life, future plans, and each other's interests. Shen Shubai learned that Tang Xiaoxiao's job in Jincheng was actually quite good, earning over $20,000 a month with generous bonuses and room for advancement. However, she had always wanted to return to Ludao as she considered her parents' old age and wished to be closer to her family. This time when I go back, I plan to find a job in Ludao. If that doesn't work out, I'll return to Jincheng. Tang Xiaoxiao said, although the salary might not be as good as in Jincheng, being with family is worth it. What type of work do you want to do? Shen Shubai asked curiously. I think I will stick to marketing, as that's my forte, Tang Xiaoxiao explained. By the way, what are your plans regarding design? Do you still plan to stay in this field? Shen Shubai pondered. I might take on some freelance work picking up projects, as I don't want to be constrained by a company like before. That sounds great. Tang Xiaoxiao thought it was quite good as well, and it was something she yearned for. Freelancing offers flexible hours, allowing you to do what you love. As they chatted, time flew by. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Shen Shubai glanced at the navigation, realizing they had been driving for over 4 hours since the last service area. Are you tired? Shen Shubai asked Tang Xiaoxiao. Should we take a break at the service area? A bit, Tang Xiaoxiao replied. My eyes are a little sore. Let's stop at the next service area to refuel and grab something to eat. Okay. 10 minutes later, their cars entered the service area. The service area was quite large, with a gas station, restaurant, supermarket, and restrooms. All facilities were available. Since it was evening, the traffic was heavy and parking spots were hard to find. After much effort, Shen Shubai found 2 adjacent parking spots. After parking, he first refueled Tang Xiaoxiao's BMW. He'll pay. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly took out her phone. No need, Shen Shubai said, already having paid via QR code. You've treated me to meals and hotel stays along the way, but it's just gas, don't be polite. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him, feeling warm inside. Then, thank you. You're welcome. After refueling, they each went to the restroom. Shen Shubai came out first and stood at the entrance of the women's restroom, waiting for Tang Xiaoxiao. After waiting for a few minutes without seeing her come out, Shen Shubai felt a bit worried. Just as he was about to send a message to check on her, he suddenly heard barking and Tang Xiaoxiao scream from within the restroom. Oh. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's scream, Shen Zubai's heart tightened, and he saw her panic-stricken running out of the stall, her face pale. Behind her, a white Pomeranian dog was barking furiously, chasing after her with a leash around its neck held by a plump middle-aged woman. The woman was wearing an exaggerated mink coat, heavily made up, with a face full of excess flesh and an arrogant expression. Not only did she not stop her dog, but she also leisurely followed behind, mumbling, "What are you running for? My baby won't bite." Shen Shubai. Seeing him, Tang Xiaoxiao rushed into his arms like a savior. Her body was trembling, clearly quite frightened. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Shen Shubai said, hugging Tang Xiaoxiao gently and patting her back to soothe her, while coldly glaring at the fat woman and her barking dog. What happened? Shen Shubai inquired. That dog. It charged at me as soon as I came out, almost biting me. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled. I dodged and it chased after me, barking. Shen Shubai's expression turned cold as he looked at the fat woman, saying, Your dog almost bit someone, shouldn't you apologize? The fat woman sized Shen Shubai up, and seeing he was dressed plainly, her tone became even more arrogant. Apologize? For what? Who told her not to watch where she was going and avoid my dog? She scared my baby. I haven't asked her to apologize. This outrageous logic made Shen Shubai laugh in anger. Your dog was running loose in a public place, chasing people and barking, almost biting someone, and you think, what do you mean I'm not in the right? The fat woman raised her voice. My baby is usually very well behaved and never bites. It must have been your girlfriend who scared it. Besides, did it bite? If it didn't bite, stop yelling here. At this moment, a crowd had already gathered. Some had just come out of the restroom, while others were drawn by the commotion to see what was happening, including staff from the service area. Everyone looked at the still barking dog, and then at the frightened Tang Xiaoxiao, and they began to form their judgments. How can you be like this? A middle-aged aunt couldn't help but speak up. The dog was running around in the restroom, scaring that young girl. What's wrong with apologizing? Exactly, another young girl chimed in. I almost got scared by that dog too. Seeing others supporting Tang Xiaoxiao, the fat woman not only didn't back down, but became even more arrogant, shouting, What business is it of yours? Mind your own business. I tell you, my baby is a purebred Pomeranian worth 20,000. It's much more precious than any of you. This statement completely enraged the onlookers. A dog is more precious than a person. What kind of value system is that? What's so great about having money? Does having money mean you can disregard reason? Where are the service area staff? Hurry up and get this person out of here. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. At that moment, a short, plump, middle-aged man squeezed in. He was about 1.6 meters tall, wearing an ill-fitting suit, and had a protruding belly with sparse hair. Upon closer inspection, it was a wig. What's going on? Who bullied my wife? The man barged in, yelling in a domineering tone. The fat woman immediately complained, Honey, these people are bullying me, and these two scared my baby and want me to apologize. The short man immediately turned to Shen Shubai, and Tang Xiaoxiao, his eyes lighting up for a moment before he became arrogant again. You scared my wife's dog. Apologize quickly. Shen Shubai could hardly believe his ears. This family was indeed a perfect match. The one who should apologize, Shen Shubai said coldly. Your dog was chasing people and barking in a public place, almost biting someone. Not only did you fail to stop it, but you also turned things around. It's simply ridiculous. Apologize. I'll apologize to your mother. The short man cursed loudly, spitting as he spoke. Do you know who I am? I own 3 chain stores in Xingqing, and I know a lot of people. Believe it or not, with one word I can make sure you can't leave here. Shen Shubai looked at his furious expression and suddenly found it laughable. This nouveau riche-style threat sounded absurdly childish to him now. Are you threatening me? I can go wherever I want. It's not up to you to threaten me. Now I'll say it one last time. Apologize. I won't apologize, or what are you going to do about it? The short man stepped forward and grabbed Shen Shubai's collar. This completely escalated the conflict. Tang Xiaoxiao was frightened and cried out, What are you doing? Let go. The onlookers also began to criticize, Why are you getting physical? This man has gone too far. Call the police. Hurry and call the police. Shen Shubai looked down at the hand gripping his collar, and his gaze turned cold. Let go. As he spoke, Shen Zubai's body tensed up. I won't let go. What can you do? The short man continued to shout, adopting an aggressive stance. Shen Shubai stopped talking nonsense. In the moment the other party was caught off guard, he grabbed the wrist of the hand gripping his collar with his right hand, while his left hand grasped the opponent's shoulder, using his waist and abdomen to exert force, executing a clean shoulder throw. Bang! An echoing sound rang out as the short man was heavily slammed to the ground. Following that, a horrendous scream erupted from his mouth, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Even more comically, due to the heavy fall, his wig flew off, revealing a bald head. The crowd was momentarily stunned before bursting into uproarious laughter. The wig flew off. Serves him right. Let him be arrogant. The young man has good skills. Seeing her husband fall and furious, the fat woman let go of the dog leash, pointing at the Pomeranian. Baby, bite him. Bite him to death. The Pomeranian obediently bared its teeth and lunged at Shen Shubai. Be careful, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. But Shen Shubai hadn't moved yet. Tang Xiaoxiao acted first. With courage she didn't know where it came from, she lifted her foot and accurately kicked the dog in the stomach as it lunged. Ow! The Pomeranian was kicked away, rolling on the ground in pain while yelping. Seeing her beloved dog get kicked, the fat woman's eyes reddened as she screamed and charged at Tang Xiaoxiao, clawing at her. In an instant, a dozen people surrounded the plump woman and the short, stout man who had just gotten up from the ground. Meanwhile, the Pomeranian, kicked by someone, rolled a few times before lying on the ground, whimpering and no longer daring to bark. The short, stout man picked himself up from the ground, grabbed his wig, and awkwardly put it back on. He looked at the angry crowd around him, and then at Shen Zubai's cold expression, finally realizing that he had kicked a hard stone today. I am sorry. The short, stout man gritted his teeth, forcing out those 3 words through clenched teeth. Louder. Didn't you hear? A bystander shouted. I'm sorry. The short, stout man raised his voice. Who are you apologizing to? Someone else questioned. The short, stout man looked at Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao, struggling to say, I apologize to this gentleman and lady. It is our fault that the dog scared you. The plump woman wanted to say something, but was shot a fierce glare by her husband, reluctantly saying, I'm sorry. Shen Shubai watched them, knowing that this apology was insincere, but continuing to press further would be pointless. In the future, keep your dog under control in public places, Shen Shubai said coldly. Also manage your tempers. Not everyone will put up with your nonsense. Yes. The short, stout man nodded repeatedly. Get lost. The couple, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly picked up the still whimpering Pomeranian and scampered away. Looking at their embarrassed retreat, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Young man, well done. That kick from the girl was also impressive. Such people deserve to be dealt with. Eliminating harm for the people. It's simply gratifying. Shen Shubai nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd, and then turned to Tang Xiaoxiao with concern, asking, Are you okay? Are you hurt? Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head, her eyes filled with admiration, saying, I'm fine, Shen Shubai. You're amazing. Just now Shen Zubai's shoulder throw was simply cool. Moreover, the way he protected her made her heart race. You're also quite impressive, Shen Shubai smiled. That kick, that was a reflex action, Tang Xiaoxiao said, a bit embarrassed. Seeing the dog about to bite you, I just... Thank you. Shen Shubai grinned. You're welcome. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled back. After all, we protect each other. This statement felt natural, but warmed Shen Zubai's heart. Protecting each other. Indeed, this is what true feelings are. Not one-sided giving or taking, but mutual safeguarding and support. Just now, although Tang Xiaoxiao's kick at the dog was somewhat impulsive, her unhesitant way of protecting him. At this moment, staff from the service area rushed over, understood the situation, expressed their apologies, and promised to strengthen management by prohibiting pets from entering restrooms and other public areas. As the storm settled, the crowd dispersed. Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao bought some drinks and snacks at a small supermarket in the service area and found a seat to rest. That was really terrifying, Tang Xiaoxiao said after sipping some hot tea still shaken. Fortunately, I wasn't bitten. Shen Shubai nodded, and then stated firmly, otherwise I would have made sure they couldn't leave here. Shen Shubai, thank you. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at him, her gaze gentle, saying, during this journey, it seems I've always been protected by you, from the fire on the highway to Zhangjiajie night market, and then to Xingqing, and just now. Every time there's danger, you're by my side. Haven't you protected me too? Shen Shubai laughed. You scolded my ex-girlfriend's boyfriend, and just now you kicked the dog to protect me. That's different. Tang Xiaoxiao explained. You've always taken risks to stand up for me. Shen Shubai laughed, finding Tang Xiaoxiao increasingly beautiful. At this moment, Ding detected that the host is protecting Tang Xiaoxiao, displaying boyfriend strength and responsibility, gaining a deeper level of affection and dependence from her. Tang Xiaoxiao's affection for the host increased to 92. Simultaneously, the host's sense of justice and satisfaction from protecting Tang Xiaoxiao and teaching a lesson to the rude individual has greatly increased, with happiness value skyrocketing and a cash reward of 500 yuan received. Additional reward: top-notch culinary skills, mastery of the 8 major Chinese cuisines and various Western, Japanese, and dessert cooking techniques, reaching the level of a national banquet master. Shen Shubai was taken aback. His affection level increased again, and this time he gained top-notch culinary skills. A flood of culinary knowledge surged into his mind: knife skills, cooking time, seasoning, plating, ingredient handling, nutritional pairing. From the spicy and fragrant flavors of Sichuan cuisine to the delicate elegance of Cantonese cuisine, from the romantic elegance of French cuisine to the exquisite delicacy of Japanese cuisine, all techniques felt as if he had practiced them for decades. More importantly, his dexterity had also changed. His fingers became more agile, and his control over force and angles reached an astonishing precision. What's wrong? Tang Xiaoxiao noticed him lost in thought, biting on her straw as she asked. It's nothing, Shen Shubai snapped back to reality, smiling. I just suddenly thought. Once we reach Lai Island, I can cook for you. You can cook? Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. A little, Shen Shubai modestly replied. In reality, he might now be one of the best cooks in the world. Then I must try it. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. I love delicious food. I promise to satisfy. After resting for half an hour, the two set off again. The next leg of the journey was smooth, and at 11:50 at night, they finally arrived in the city center of Lai Island. The night view of Lai Island was dazzling, with the lights along the ring road outlining the coastline, and in the distance the outline of Galanjiu could be faintly seen in the night. We finally arrived. Tang Xiaoxiao sighed in relief. After driving for more than 10 hours, I'm exhausted. You've worked hard. Shen Shubai smiled. It's too late today. Do you want to go back now, or find a hotel for the night? Let's find a hotel to stay for the night. Tang Xiaoxiao explained. My parents don't know I'm arriving tonight. Oh well, it'll be a surprise for them. All right, Shen Shubai agreed, nodding. Then the two found a seemingly nice upscale hotel in the city center of Lai Island Yuehua Hotel. After parking, they entered the lobby, which was already past midnight. Hello, we would like to book 2 rooms, Shen Shubai said to the front desk. The front desk clerk was a young girl. She looked at the computer and showed an apologetic expression, saying, I'm sorry, sir, the hotel is fully booked today. We only have a recently vacated deluxe double room left. Would you like to stay in that? Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao were both taken aback. 1 room. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly blushed, as if realizing something. Yes, there's only 1 deluxe double room left. The front desk confirmed. Would you like to check other hotels? However, at this time the nearby hotels might also be fully booked. Shen Shubai looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, silently asking for her opinion. Tang Xiaoxiao bit her lip, hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded, saying, Let's stay here. I'm too tired to look for another one. Shen Shubai nodded and said to the front desk, Then we'll take this room. Okay, please show me both of your ID. While checking in, the front desk girl glanced at them with a hint of a suggestive smile. Clearly she thought Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao were a couple. After receiving the room card, the two walked towards the elevator. The elevator was very quiet, with only the two of them. Tang Xiaoxiao kept her head down, her fingers intertwined, clearly nervous. Shen Shubai was also quite nervous. Although they had become very familiar with each other, sharing a room was still Tang Xiaoxiao sensed the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous and proactively sought a topic, saying, Thank you for accompanying me all the way out. Without you, this journey would have been boring to death. Me too, Shen Shubai smiled slightly, saying, Having you here made the journey much more enjoyable. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly didn't know how to continue. At this moment, the elevator arrived at the 18th floor. They found room 1808, swiped their cards and entered. The room was spacious and luxuriously decorated. The most eye-catching feature was the 2-meter-wide large bed with white sheets and bedding neatly arranged glimmering softly under the light. Opposite the bed was a floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of Lai Island's night scenery. However, at this moment neither of them had the mood to appreciate the night view. Tang Xiaoxiao dropped her bag and stood in the middle of the room at a loss. Shen Shubai also felt a bit uneasy, but he knew he had to take the initiative to break the stalemate. "You should take a shower first," Shen Shubai said. "After driving for so long, you must be tired. Take a shower and rest early." Okay. Tang Xiaoxiao felt as if she had been pardoned and grabbed her toiletry bag, dashing into the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water came from inside. Shen Shubai sat on the sofa taking a deep breath. Listening to the continuous sound of water coming from the bathroom and seeing the frosted glass, he could vaguely see the silhouette inside. Unconsciously, Shen Zubai's body became heated. Tonight, it seemed, would be an insomniac night. Brothers, please push for updates and send some free gifts. Daily updates of 10,000 words should have everything necessary, allowing everyone to feast their eyes, while also remembering to take care of the little brother so he doesn't starve. The sound of water in the bathroom trickled softly for nearly 20 minutes. Shen Shubai sat on the sofa staring at the television screen, yet he was unable to absorb any of the content. On the frosted glass, a graceful silhouette could be faintly seen swaying. Water droplets slid down the glass, refracting a dreamy halo under the light, outlining tantalizing contours, slender shoulders, a waist that could be held in one hand, long legs. Shen Shubai forced himself to look away, picking up his phone to mindlessly scroll through the news, attempting to distract his attention. Yet the sound of water in the bathroom seemed to carry a certain magic, each drop striking a chord in his heart. The warm humidity appeared to seep through the door crack, carrying the unique fresh floral scent of body wash lingering at the tip of his nose. Finally, the sound of water ceased. In the ensuing silence, Shen Shubai could even hear his own slightly accelerated heartbeat. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened a crack and warm, humid air rushed out, carrying the fragrance of a post-bath. "Shen Shubai." Tang Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of hesitation and shyness, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. I forgot to grab my sleepwear. It's in my bag. Could you please hand it to me?" "Sure, just a moment." Shen Zubai's throat moved slightly as he stood up and walked toward the backpack on the side. Then Shen Shubai opened the backpack, his fingers rummaging through the clothes until he touched a neatly folded silk nightgown. Pale purple, the fabric so thin and soft that it almost slipped through his fingers. He remembered that the silk nightgown Tang Xiaoxiao wore yesterday during acupuncture was also silk, but today seemed even more alluring. As he lifted the nightgown, Shen Shubai felt the silky smooth texture beneath his fingertips. He walked to the bathroom door, turning his back to it, and passed the nightgown through the crack, reminding, all right. In the next moment, a pair of delicate arms reached out, and Shen Zubai's fingertips unintentionally brushed against Tang Xiaoxiao's warm, damp hand during the exchange. At that instant, it felt as if a faint current passed through their skin, causing both of them to shiver slightly. Thank you." Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was as soft as a whisper, laced with evident embarrassment. Soon after, the glass door was quickly shut, producing a faint click. Shen Shubai remained in place, feeling the lingering warmth on his fingertips, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. He returned to the sofa, but could no longer calm his mind. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened once again. As Tang Xiaoxiao stepped out, Shen Shubai turned his head to look, instantly unable to avert his gaze. There she was, the pale purple silk nightgown he had just handed her, fitting snugly against her beautiful curves, its length just above her knees revealing a glimpse of her fair, slender calves. Her damp, long hair cascaded over her shoulders, a few strands sticking to her graceful neck, while water droplets slid down her exquisite collarbone, disappearing into the neckline of her nightgown. Her cheeks were flushed from the steam, resembling a ripe peach. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's gaze darted away, unable to meet Shen Zubai's eyes, long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. "I'm done washing. You can go wash now," Tang Xiaoxiao said softly, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. She then quickly moved to the edge of the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket and leaving only her head exposed. Shen Shubai nodded, picking up his change of clothes and entering the bathroom. Once inside, he breathed in the lingering fragrance of Tang Xiaoxiao's post-bath scent, layered water vapor mixed with a hint of sweet floral notes. On the rack lay the white towel she had used, and the fog on the mirror had not yet completely dissipated, vaguely reflecting a figure. Shen Shubai turned on the shower, letting the warm water wash over his body. He needed to calm down. Although there was mutual affection between them, with Tang Xiaoxiao's favorability reaching 92, Shen Shubai did not want to take advantage of her. He knew Tang Xiaoxiao agreed to share a room today because she was truly exhausted, not for any other reason. "I need to maintain my gentlemanly demeanor," Shen Shubai told himself, allowing the water to cascade over his face. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept across the wall, his breath hitched slightly. There hung Tang Xiaoxiao's intimate, clothing-drenched fabric outlining suggestive shapes. Water droplets slowly dripped along the edges, splashing tiny droplets on the tiled floor. Shen Shubai quickly looked away, hastily finishing his shower and changing into a clean t-shirt and sweatpants. Outside the bathroom, Tang Xiaoxiao was also facing an awkward situation. She glanced around the bathroom and saw Shen Zubai's faint silhouette swaying in front of her. Though very blurry, the outline was still visible, instantly brightening her eyes. It felt as if something was crawling inside her heart, making her feel ticklish. Tang Xiaoxiao hurriedly diverted her gaze, then picked up her phone to shift her attention. In less than 10 minutes, when Shen Shubai stepped out of the bathroom, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao hurriedly diverted her gaze, then picked up her phone to shift her attention. In less than 10 minutes, when Shen Shubai stepped out of the bathroom, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao lying on the bed, turned away from him, seemingly asleep. The bedside lamp was still on, the warm yellow light softly casting over her, enveloping the pale purple nightgown in a golden glow, accentuating the undulating lines of her body as she lay on her side. With the air conditioning on, the temperature in the room was sufficiently high, and with the climate of Luda Island it remained above 10 degrees, even at night, so Tang Xiaoxiao had not covered herself with a blanket. Shen Shubai tiptoed over, just about to turn off the light, when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's gentle voice. "Shen Shubai, are you going to sleep?" "Not yet." Shen Shubai paused his actions and immediately returned to sit on the chair by the bed. Tang Xiaoxiao turned over, her eyes sparkling under the light with a hint of allure. "I feel more awake after my shower. I can't seem to sleep." "Nervous?" Shen Shubai smiled slightly, his gaze falling on her slightly flushed cheeks as he Tang Xiaoxiao honestly admitted, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the blanket. "It's the first time sharing a room with a boy, and I feel a bit indescribable. My heart is beating particularly fast." "Well, just think of it as if you're sharing a room with your boyfriend," Shen Shubai said lightly, his voice resonating deeply in the quiet room. This statement eased the atmosphere a bit, yet also added a touch of ambiguity. In the late-night hotel room with the dim yellow light, the two in their nightwear, everything hinted at a certain possibility. Tang Xiaoxiao noticed Shen Shubai shifting uncomfortably in the chair. Clearly the chair was not suitable for prolonged sitting. Thinking that he might be holding back for her sake, her heart softened. "Shen Shubai, you can come up to the bed too. It's very spacious." Tang Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her voice barely audible. "You can sleep on the other side." As she said this, she shifted over, leaving a clear boundary between them. Shen Shubai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, thank you." He then turned off the bright light, leaving only a dim bedside lamp, and carefully lay down on the other side of the bed. The two lay back to back, the space between them enough for another person to sleep. The room was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing along with the distant sound of cars honking outside. This silence made Tang Xiaoxiao's heart race like a drum, a blend of tension and unease, yet intertwined with a hint of inexplicable anticipation. "Shen Shubai," Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. "Moi. You were really handsome today at the service area," Tang Xiaoxiao said, clearly wide awake as she sought a topic to discuss. "I was so stunned at the time, but you were so calm, knocking that guy down in an instant." Shen Shubai chuckled softly. "You were quite brave too. That kick was decisive and stopped that dog from biting me. That was just instinctive reaction." Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, her voice becoming softer. "Seeing the dog about to bite you, I just lost my head and rushed up. I didn't even think about what would happen afterward." "So you were worried about me?" Shen Zubai's voice carried a gentle smile. Tang Xiaoxiao replied softly, and they fell into a brief silence. "After all, you were fighting to save me. Protecting you is only natural, right?" Shen Shubai smiled faintly. "After all, you are my friend." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, but did not respond, lost in her thoughts. After a while, Tang Xiaoxiao finally spoke. "Shen Shubai, what does it feel like to like someone?" This question came quite suddenly, leaving Shen Shubai momentarily unsure of how to respond. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" "Just curious." Tang Xiaoxiao's voice drifted softly in the dark. "I used to think that liking someone meant heart fluttering, blushing, and racing hard when seeing them. But now I feel like it might be more than that." Shen Shubai thought for a moment, then answered earnestly. "I think liking someone means wanting to protect her, wanting her to be happy, and seeing her smile will make you happy too. When she encounters danger, you would unhesitatingly stand in front of her, and when she is sad, you would do everything to annoy." At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and the anxiety and tension within her gradually eased as the two engaged in deeper conversation. "Tell me which girls pursued you during your college years." Tang Xiaoxiao began to gossip, her voice laced with laughter. "How did you end up choosing your ex-girlfriend?" Shen Shubai did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao to be so curious, but he did not shy away. "Actually, it was nothing special. I just liked her based on feelings, and I thought her personality was good, making it comfortable to be together." He revealed a bitter smile at this point. But who knew that after graduating and entering society with more people and pressures, it was nothing like the carefree campus life. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, his gaze deep. You know what happened next is she couldn't stand living a life with me that was so uncertain and chose to leave. Through these days of contact, Tang Xiaoxiao realized that Shen Shubai was exceptionally outstanding and had become quite successful. He was handsome, wealthy, and full of charm. Thus she smiled gently, her voice soft, as she said, so now she regrets it, but unfortunately time cannot flow backward, and everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Indeed. Shen Shubai sighed, I never thought I would be able to pick myself up again and attain the life I'd. That's wonderful. Tang Xiaoxiao rested her hands under her head, lying sideways, as she looked at Shen Shubai, her face beaming with a sweet smile. From now on you can pursue a brand new life. What about you? Shen Shubai asked curiously. A girl as beautiful and talented as you must have had quite a few. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but lift her chin proudly, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Of course. Whether in school or at work, there were plenty of people pursuing me. At that moment her eyes curved into crescents as she spoke, looking exceedingly cute. So didn't you find anyone you liked? Shen Shubai pressed on. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head, her tone becoming serious. Not really. I go by feelings too, but those boys were just playing around, and they didn't really love me. Besides, I didn't feel anything, and I was focused on my career, so I didn't pay attention to matters of the heart. Shen Shubai nodded slightly. You will meet a boy who makes your heart flutter in the future. As soon as he said this, Tang Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed visibly. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering, as she whispered almost inaudibly, I already have. After saying this, she quickly buried her face in the pillow, then flipped over to face away from Shen Shubai, saying, I'm going to sleep now, good night. Shen Shubai couldn't help but chuckle softly at her shy demeanor. Good night. The two of them turned their backs to each other again, but this time the distance between them seemed to have decreased. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, or perhaps their bodies unconsciously drew closer. Shen Shubai closed his eyes, but found no sleepiness. He could hear Tang Xiaoxiao's slightly hurried breathing, realizing she was just as nervous. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Shubai felt the mattress gently sink as a warm, soft body cautiously approached him from behind. Tang Xiaoxiao gently wrapped her arms around him from behind. Shen Zubai's body tensed, his heart racing instantly, almost audible in the silence of the room. Shen Shubai? Tang Xiaoxiao's voice came from behind him, laced with hesitation and shyness. Your body is so warm. Shen Shubai took a deep breath, slowly turning to face her. In the dim light, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes shining with a faint glow. In the darkness, her lips pressed together, both expectant and tense. Her breath lightly brushed against his neck, carrying warmth. Then hold me tighter, Shen Shubai said in a low and gentle voice, extending his arm to pull her into his embrace. Tang Xiaoxiao's body first stiffened slightly, then relaxed, leaning against his chest, one hand gently resting on his waist. The two of them embraced and fell asleep like this, neither saying another word, yet their hearts were filled with sweetness and warmth. Shen Shubai could smell the refreshing fragrance from Tang Xiaoxiao's hair and feel the softness and warmth of her body. His hand gently rested on her back, and through the thin silk nightgown, he could feel the warmth of her skin and the curve of her spine. Gradually their breathing synchronized and their heartbeats seemed to resonate in the same rhythm. That night they both slept exceptionally soundly. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm patches of light on the floor. Shen Shubai woke up first. He realized that he and Tang Xiaoxiao were still in an embracing position, but during the night their positions had changed. Now Shen Shubai was hugging Tang Xiaoxiao from behind, her back pressed tightly against his chest. Tang Xiaoxiao was sleeping soundly, a sweet smile gracing her lips, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. Shen Shubai gazed at her quietly, reluctant to wake her. Her sleeping face was serene and beautiful, her long eyelashes drooping like little fans, casting faint shadows beneath her eyes. Her lips were slightly pouty, tinged with a natural pink, appearing softer and cuter than usual. Shen Shubai gently brushed aside the stray hairs from her forehead, his movements tender, as if touching a fragile treasure. His fingertips inadvertently grazed her smooth forehead, sending a tingling sensation through him. At that moment Tang Xiaoxiao's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was hazy upon waking, carrying a hint of confusion, as if she hadn't fully emerged from her dreams. Upon seeing Shen Zubai's face so close, she froze for a few seconds, then her memories returned, and her face flushed bright red, reaching all the way to her ears. Good morning, Tang Xiaoxiao whispered, trying to retreat from Shen Zubai's embrace, but his arms were still around her waist, preventing her escape. Good morning. Shen Zubai's voice, still husky from sleep, was deep and sexy, particularly enticing in the quiet morning room. He did not let go. Instead, he tightened his embrace a bit more, bringing their bodies even closer. Did you sleep well? Shen Shubai asked softly. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, the blush on her face lingering, her voice soft from just waking up. I haven't slept this well in a long time. Me too. Shen Shubai smiled slightly, his gaze lingering on her face. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I didn't want to wake you. This natural and gentle remark made Tang Xiaoxiao's heart unconsciously race. She looked at Shen Zubai's face so close. The morning sunlight cast a golden hue on him, enhancing the already handsome contours of his features. His eyes seemed to be filled with a gentle sea, making one unconsciously want to drown in them. Perhaps the morning atmosphere was too beautiful, or perhaps the intimacy from the previous night still lingered. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a rush of impulse. She looked at Shen Zubai's lips, her mind going blank as her body acted before her consciousness. She tilted her head slightly and quickly pressed a feather-like kiss on his lips. The moment their lips touched, Tang Xiaoxiao realized what she had done. Her face flushed bright red like a ripe. Almost bouncing out of bed, she hurriedly wanted to escape the ambiguous atmosphere. I'm going to, she stammered as she prepared to get out of bed. But Shen Shubai would not let her escape that easily. In the moment she stood up, he swiftly reached out, grasping her wrist and gently pulling her back. Oh! Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, losing her balance and falling back onto the bed, landing right in Shen Shubai rolled over, gently pinning her down, his hands braced on either side of her body as he looked down at her panicked and flushed face. You tease and then run away. Shen Zubai's voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of jest, yet his gaze was so heated it seemed capable of igniting her. Tang Xiaoxiao, that's not very polite. Tang Xiaoxiao gazed at Shen Zubai's face, so close above her, her heart racing like a drum. She could feel the warmth radiating from him, smell his refreshing scent, and see the unmasked desire in his eyes. I'm not. Tang Xiaoxiao tried to explain, but the words caught in her throat. Shen Shubai did not give her another chance to speak. He lowered his head, precisely capturing her lips. This kiss was entirely different from the featherlight one before. It was heated, domineering, and irresistible. Shen Zubai's lips were hot and soft, pressing down with undeniable force. His kissing technique was exceptional. Or perhaps at this moment instinct prevailed over all technique. Shen Shubai first gently sucked on her lower lip, then seizing the moment when she was surprised and slightly parted her lips, his tongue ventured in, exploring tenderly. Tang Xiaoxiao let out a faint whimper, her body instantly softening. This was her first kiss. She didn't know how to respond, only awkwardly following Shen Zubai's rhythm. Tang Xiaoxiao's hands clumsily grasped Shen Zubai's clothing, her fingertips trembling slightly. Occasionally, due to nervousness, her teeth would lightly bump against Shen Shubai, but he didn't mind, instead guiding her even more gently. Gradually, Tang Xiaoxiao began to relax, instinctively responding to the kiss. She awkwardly sucked on his tongue, her hands slowly wrapping around his neck, pulling him closer. This response caused Shen Zubai's breath to hit sharply. Initially, he only intended to steal a kiss and let go, but Tang Xiaoxiao's reaction ignited the fuse, instantly exploding the long-suppressed desire within him. Shen Zubai's hand was no longer content to rest beside her. It began to move slowly. One hand gently cradled her face, deepening the kiss, while the other hand slid down her waist, lifting the hem of her silk nightgown. The moment his fingertips touched her thigh, Tang Xiaoxiao's body trembled violently. Shen Shubai, she gasped, calling his name between kisses, her voice trembling and uncertain, yet without any resistance. Shen Zubai's hand stopped at the mid-thigh, his fingertips gently caressing her delicate skin. His kiss moved from her lips to her chin, then to her neck, leaving a trail of soft kisses. Moi. Shen Shubai murmured softly, his voice deep and husky. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't find her words, gripping his clothes tightly, her body slightly trembling from his touch. With her eyes closed, her long eyelashes cast fluttering shadows beneath her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and her lips, slightly swollen from the earlier kiss, glistening with an enticing sheen. Shen Shubai looked at her, this picture of temptation, and the strands of rationality within him were nearly breaking. His hand continued to explore upwards, about to touch more intimate areas. Just then a harsh ringtone suddenly pierced the air. Dingling, dlingling. It was Tang Xiaoxiao's phone vibrating furiously on the bedside table. This sound was like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking both of them up. Tang Xiaoxiao abruptly opened her eyes, as if waking from a dream. She pushed Shen Shubai away, sitting up in a flurry, grabbing her phone. The screen displayed a WeChat video call invitation with the caller mom. It's my mom. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, still panting, her face flushed and her gaze flustered as she explained to Shen Shubai. Shen Shubai also snapped back to reality, quickly getting out of bed, taking a few deep breaths to try to calm his botus reactions. Don't make a sound. Tang Xiaoxiao whispered, pointing towards the balcony. You go over there, he'll take the call. Shen Shubai nodded, quickly walking towards the balcony and pulling open the glass door. The cold morning breeze swept in, clearing his foggy mind slightly. Along with the system's prompt sound, Ding. Detection of Tang Xiaoxiao's automatic response to the host's kiss feelings have developed, willing to engage in intimacy, with the host experiencing the happiness of love happiness value, significantly increased reward of 100,000 yuan granted. Shen Shubai didn't expect that the deeper kiss with Tang Xiaoxiao would yield such a substantial monetary reward. Leaning against the railing, he took a few deep breaths of the cool air, trying to suppress the surging desire within him. But even standing on the balcony, he could still vaguely hear the conversation inside the room. "Hello, Mom." Tang Xiaoxiao answered the video call, her voice still carrying a hint of unnatural tremor, but she tried to sound normal. "Good morning." A gentle middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. "Good morning, sweetheart. Where are you now? Didn't you say you would arrive at Lu Island soon?" "I'm already here," Tang Xiaoxiao replied, instinctively tidying her messy hair and nightgown. "It got too late last night, and I was worried about disturbing your rest, so I stayed at a hotel. They'll go back after I tidy up." "Oh, I see." Tang's mother replied with a hint of laughter in her tone. "What about your boyfriend? Is he coming back?" Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance towards the balcony, seeing Shen Shubai standing with his back to the room, her face flushed again. He is coming back too. That's good, that's good." Tang's mother's voice clearly became more excited. "Where is he now? Let me see. I want to see what kind of man my daughter has chosen." Tang Xiaoxiao hurriedly shook her head to explain. "He is in another room, it's not convenient right now. Let's wait until we're home to show you." "Oh dear, you child," Tang's mother chided. "Why are you still in separate rooms now that you're home? It's such a waste. You two are already in a relationship. What's the big deal about sharing a room? Young people nowadays are like this. I'm very open-minded." These words made Tang Xiaoxiao's face burn with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. "Mom, what are you saying?" she retorted, her voice clearly carrying a hint of shyness. "I can't talk to you anymore. They'll wash up and come back soon. We'll continue this conversation when I get home. Bye." She hastily ended the video call, throwing the phone onto the bed and covering her flushed face with her hands. Heavens! What did Mom just say? About them sharing a room. And she and Shen Shubai, almost just. Tang Xiaoxiao recalled the heated kiss from before, the feeling of Shen Zubai's hands wandering across her body, and the blush on her face refused to fade, her ears burning hot. She stole a glance towards the balcony. Shen Shubai was still standing there with his back to her. The morning light outlined his tall figure, broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist, his physique strikingly impressive. Tang Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her heart racing even faster. That kiss from earlier, although interrupted, the feeling was something she would never forget. Shen Zubai's lips were soft, the kiss gentle, yet domineering. His arms were strong, his embrace warm, making her feel an unprecedented flutter in her heart. While she was lost in thought, Shen Shubai turned around and walked in from the balcony. He had completely calmed down, wearing a gentle smile, as if the passionate man from moments ago was not him. But Tang Xiaoxiao noticed that his eyes were still deeper than usual, and the gaze he cast upon her still held a trace of lingering heat. "What did your mom say?" Shen Shubai asked with a hint of a smile. Tang Xiaoxiao felt shy to look him in the eye. "She asked when I would come home, and she also asked about you." "What did she ask?" Shen Shubai moved closer and sat down beside her. Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned redder. "She asked if you were coming back together and wanted to see you. I told her you were in another room, and it's not convenient." Tang Xiaoxiao spoke softly. "Then my mom said we shouldn't have separate rooms, it's a waste of money." As she spoke, her voice became softer, nearly inaudible. Shen Shubai chuckled softly. "Your mom is quite open-minded. You're still laughing." Tang Xiaoxiao shot him a playful glare, but there was no power behind it. Instead, it was tinged with shyness. "It's all your fault. For what happened earlier." "What happened earlier?" Shen Shubai feigned ignorance, a teasing smile in his eyes. Tang Xiaoxiao's face was burning with embarrassment, grabbing a pillow and lightly hitting Shen Shubai with it. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have what?" Shen Shubai took the pillow and, holding her hand, pulled her closer, saying, "Wouldn't have initiated a kiss with me." Tang Xiaoxiao stumbled as he pulled her, nearly falling back into his embrace. She quickly steadied herself, but her hand remained in Shen Zubai's grasp. That was just a moment of impulse." She began to explain softly. "I certainly wasn't impulsive earlier," Shen Shubai replied earnestly, his fingers gently stroking her hand, providing a positive answer. "Xiaoxiao, do you like me kissing you?" This question was so direct that Tang Xiaoxiao found it hard to respond. She bit her lip, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded honestly. A small nod, but Shen Shubai saw it. The smile in his eyes deepened as he leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. "The next time, let's find a place where we won't be disturbed and continue." Tang Xiaoxiao's body visibly shuddered, but she did not refuse. She merely buried her head lower. This was already a silent agreement. Shen Zubai's mood lifted greatly as he released her hand and stood up, saying, "Go wash up, then you can't be late for your boyfriend's first meeting with your parents." Tang Xiaoxiao replied softly, also standing up and heading towards the bathroom. As she reached the bathroom door, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Shen Shubai. Shen Shubai. Moi. Thank you. Tang Xiaoxiao's gaze was filled with sincerity as she said, thank you for accompanying me to Lu Island. Thank you for being my boyfriend. Shen Shubai smiled. It's my duty after all, you are my girlfriend. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled, her eyes forming crescent moons, then walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Shen Shubai stood in the room listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, the smile on his face impossible to suppress. At that moment the system's prompt sounded just right. Ding. Detection of a breakthrough in the relationship with Tang Xiaoxiao. First kiss, achieved intimacy, deepened emotional connection, happiness value skyrocketed, reward of 500,000 yuan granted. Additional reward, charm value significantly increased, all aspects such as temperament, eloquence, and charisma enhanced, making it easier for others to feel goodwill and trust. Hearing the system's prompt, Shen Zubai's smile widened, even more unable to be restrained. 500,000 yuan in rewards unexpectedly because of that first kiss. Moreover, there was an increase in charm value. This was simply tailored for the upcoming meeting with the parents. Shen Shubai could almost confirm that as long as his relationship with Tang Xiaoxiao progressed, the system would continue to offer explosive rewards. This was simply the most perfect, virtuous cycle in the world. Being with the girl he liked, their feelings warming up, the system rewarding him, and then he could provide her with a better life, and their relationship would continue to grow. This system is simply a love-assisting artifact. Shen Shubai felt joyful. Next, he was going to meet Tang Xiaoxiao's parents. It would be a lie to say but Shen Shubai was confident. He had a car, a house, savings, a decent appearance, charm value boosted by the system, and heartfelt feelings for Tang Xiaoxiao. With all this, he should be able to satisfy Tang Xiaoxiao's parents right. After that, Shen Shubai changed into a more suitable outfit in the room, then waited for Tang Xiaoxiao to come out. Before long, the bathroom door opened, and Tang Xiaoxiao emerged, having finished washing up and changed her clothes. She wore a cream-colored knitted dress with a light gray coat, her hair styled into an elegant low ponytail, and her face adorned with delicate light makeup, looking both gentle and graceful. I'm ready. Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Shen Shubai, who was already dressed, her eyes inexplicably carrying a hint of nervousness. You go wash up, and then we can have breakfast before going home. All right. Shen Shubai nodded, and as he passed by Tang Xiaoxiao, he took the opportunity to pull her into his embrace and leaned down for a kiss. Their lips met instantly, their breaths mingling. This kiss was deeper and more entangled than before, his hand gently cradling the back of Tang Xiaoxiao's neck, his fingertips threading through her soft hair. Tang Xiaoxiao was no longer as clumsy as she had been during their first kiss. She tilted her face up, wrapping her arms around Shen Zubai's neck, responding with youthful enthusiasm. Shen Shubai could feel the softness of her body and the gradually rising temperature, could hear her breathing becoming more rapid, and the soft moans that made his heart tremble. His palms slowly slid down her slender waist, caressing the curves of her body, fingertips carrying a probing heat, ready to lift her skirt. Just as those warm fingertips were about to touch more sensitive skin, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly stiffened, as if waking from a dreamy state, gently pushing Shen Shubai away. Her cheeks were as red as a sunset, her eyes clouded with a layer of moisture, yet she shot him a playful glare, raising her hand to lightly smack Shen Zubai's unruly hand. You're so improper. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was soft and sweet, still carrying a hint of breathlessness. No more teasing, go wash up now. Shen Shubai looked at her, shy yet trying to appear calm, and chuckled softly. He did not press further, merely leaning down to lightly peck her slightly swollen lips again, saying, as you command. Half an hour later, both of them were ready. Order placed, payment made, 370 yuan. In the past, that was a whole week's food budget. Now, it's barely a fraction, yet easy. He had deliberately styled his hair, looking refreshed and upright, exuding a youthful charm. Tang Xiaoxiao, meanwhile, wore a cream-colored knitted dress paired with a light gray coat, her long hair styled into an elegant low bun, her makeup delicate, and her lips a gentle shade of pink. She stood beside Shen Shubai, looping her arm through his, resembling a pair of beautiful lovers. When they reached the hotel lobby to check out, they caught the attention of the passing guests. In the underground parking lot, a black and a white car were parked side by side. Shen Shubai opened the door to the driver's seat of the BMW for Tang Xiaoxiao, and as she sat down, he leaned in close to her ear and softly said, I'll follow you as my navigator. The warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Tang Xiaoxiao's ears to flush slightly as she gave a soft The car drove out of the hotel, merging into the morning traffic of Lu Island. Shen Shubai drove the Mercedes, closely following Tang Xiaoxiao's white BMW, and her clear and melodious voice came through the WeChat voice message. Shen Shubai, I'm taking you to a little fly restaurant. I've been eating it since childhood. Don't judge by the small size of the place. The taste is absolutely amazing. It's definitely a flavor you can't find elsewhere on Lu Island. Is it really that good? Then I must try it properly, Shen Shubai replied with a smile, his gaze never leaving the familiar silhouette of the car ahead. By the way, how many times have you been to Lu Island? Tang Xiaoxiao asked while driving. I've been here over a dozen times as several of my university classmates are from here. I used to visit them for fun. What about Galanjiu? Have you been there? Actually, I haven't, Shen Shubai admitted. Every time I come it's always in a rush, or there's a crowd, and it's too much hassle, so I haven't gone up. This time I'll take you there. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with excitement. And Lu Island University too. Our school's Furong Tunnel is so beautiful, the graffiti there is particularly charming. She introduced everything like a treasure, her tone filled with pride and anticipation of sharing her hometown scenery with the one she loved. Shen Shubai listened quietly, his heart filled with warmth and yearning. Before long the car twisted and turned into a narrow street in the old town. Tang Xiaoxiao skillfully found a corner to park, and Shen Shubai parked right next to her. This shop was small, the sign faded, and it could only fit 5 or 6 old tables inside. Yet there was a line at the door, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of food mingled with the sweetness of seafood and the crisp fragrance of fried dishes. This is it. Lin Bo. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the friendly face of the other person and greeted, long time no see. Isn't the new year approaching? I happened to get off work early because the company is on holiday. As she spoke she glanced at Shen Shubai, her cheeks involuntarily flushing, and continued, he is my boyfriend named Shen Shubai. My mom keeps urging me to go on blind dates, so I simply found a boyfriend to take back for them to see. Shen Shubai, listening from the side, could tell that Tang Xiaoxiao was quite familiar with Lin Bo, so he nodded slightly to the elderly man as a greeting. Xiaoxiao, what do you want to eat today? Lin Bo asked with a cheerful smile. The usual 2 servings of fish balls plus 2 bowls of peanut soup and oyster omelet. Tang Xiaoxiao grinned. All right, you guys wait a moment, it will be ready soon. After jotting it down, Lin Bo looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, revealing a kind smile. His gaze lingered on Shen Shubai for a moment, and the smile deepened. While waiting, Tang Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Shen Shubai and explained, Lin Bo has watched me grow up. The fish balls from his place are all handmade, and the oysters used for the omelet are particularly plump. The peanut soup is fragrant and rich. Taking a bite is such a delight. When I was in Jincheng, I particularly missed his fish balls and oyster omelet. As she spoke, her breath gently brushed against Shen Zubai's ear, carrying the fragrance of a young girl and a sense of sharing a secret. Then I must savor it well. Shen Shubai replied, turning his head to look at her, noticing that the atmosphere between them had changed after last night and this morning. That kind of ambiguous intimacy seemed to have permeated every detail of their daily interactions. A glance, a closeness, all carried an unspoken sweetness. Without needing to articulate it, their relationship had quietly taken root. Soon the food was served. The milky white fishball soup was steaming. The fishballs were round and plump, and the edges of the golden oyster omelet were crispy, while the inside remained tender, accompanied by the rich aroma of peanut soup. The smell made Shen Zubai's appetite surge. Tang Xiaoxiao picked up a fishball with her chopsticks, carefully blew on it, and then brought it to Shen Zubai's mouth, saying, quick, try it, be careful, it's hot. Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao personally feeding him, Shen Shubai felt delighted and opened his mouth to eat. The fishball was bouncy, and the fresh juice burst open in his mouth, perfectly blending the original flavor of the fish with just the right seasoning, indeed worlds apart from ordinary frozen products. How is it? Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Shubai expectantly. Delicious. Shen Shubai exclaimed sincerely, it really is different from the fishballs in Mindu and Changle. It's the best fishball I've ever eaten. Right? Tang Xiaoxiao smiled with her eyes crinkling and began to eat as well. The two of them, heads leaning together, shared simple food, as if returning to their purest student days, with an atmosphere of plain, yet genuine happiness filling the air. Breakfast concluded in a warm atmosphere. Tang Xiaoxiao rushed to pay, then pulled Shen Shubai out of the small shop. All right, we're full, it's time to go home. When she said the word home, Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, a hint of barely perceptible tension flashing across her face. However, Shen Shubai naturally held her hand tighter, saying with a relaxed demeanor, let's go. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Zubai's relaxed appearance and chuckled. I said, boyfriend, but why does it feel like I'm going to your house? I should be the one feeling nervous. I'm nervous too, but I just don't show it. Shen Shubai smiled broadly. Under the sunlight, his smile was radiant, almost magical, helping Tang Xiaoxiao's anxious heart to relax a bit. Then the two walked towards the parking area, but Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something and said to Shen Shubai, by the way, Shen Shubai, the gifts I bought just say they're from you. No need, Shen Shubai replied with a faint smile. Why not? Are you planning to buy gifts now? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. But Shen Shubai didn't answer and walked straight to his Mercedes, then opened the trunk, signaling Tang Xiaoxiao. Then Shen Shubai explained, the gifts actually I have prepared. Tang Xiaoxiao curiously leaned over, and in the next moment her eyes widened in surprise. In the trunk, several exquisite gift boxes and bags were neatly arranged in stark contrast to the local specialties and purple clay teapots she had bought along the way. It was clear at a glance that they were quite valuable. Shin Shubai took out a few boxes and introduced them one by one. This is for your dad. Imported calfskin shoe sizes 41-43 can fit. I think your dad should be about that size. And this is for your mom, a specially selected Hermes silk scarf along with this set of LAMER skincare products, plus these pure tea and nut chocolate gift boxes, which are New Year gifts to bring some joy to your family. Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned, then seemed to guess something, and exclaimed at Shin Shubai, "These are for your family? These are for my parents too. These are extras." Shin Shubai lied, without changing his expression. In fact, these were all top gifts he originally carefully selected for his parents, but at this moment, he took them out without hesitation. Of course, Shin Shubai had also planned to choose similar gifts for his parents before returning home. He would not shortchange his parents, and would give them the best things. At that moment, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for soon meeting Tang Xiaoxiao's parents. To adhere to the proper etiquette for elders, he willingly took out gifts meant for his own parents to give to the other party. His mood was pleasant, happiness points increased, and he received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Additionally, the gifts given by the host will be replenished by this system. In the next second, in the system's storage space, Shin Shubai saw the same gifts, even more expensive, filling him with surprise. Coming back to himself, Shin Shubai saw that Tang Xiaoxiao hesitated again and explained, "All right, don't overthink it. After all, this is my first time visiting. How can I really come empty-handed? I appreciate your kindness, but these represent my intentions." As he spoke, Tang Xiaoxiao met Shin Zubai's gaze, instantly moved to the point of being unable to say anything. Shin Shubai then gently continued, "Xiaoxiao, let me express my respect and sincerity towards your family in my own way, okay?" Tang Xiaoxiao's nose suddenly felt slightly sour. She wasn't someone who valued the worth of gifts, but Shin Zubai's thoughtfulness and seriousness deeply touched her. He not only considered it, but he did so in such a thoughtful and respectful manner. "Then, the purple clay teapot for Grandpa, let's say we picked it out together and you paid for it." Tang Xiaoxiao finally compromised and explained. "All right." Shin Shubai readily agreed, as he really hadn't prepared a gift for the old man. Once they had properly packed the gifts, the two got back into the car and drove towards Tang Xiaoxiao's neighborhood. The voice call remained connected, but they both fell silent for a moment, the air flowing with a subtle atmosphere before the impending encounter. "Shin Shubai, why is my heart racing so much, like I'm about to go on trial?" Tang Xiaoxiao's voice came carrying a slight tremor that she herself was unaware of. Shin Shubai looked at the familiar white car ahead and grinned, saying, "Shouldn't the one who should be nervous be me? I don't know, after all, this is my first time bringing a boyfriend home." Tang Xiaoxiao could introduce Shin Shubai to outsiders with ease, but she felt uncertain about her family. "Relax, after all, we've prepared our lines along the way." Shin Shubai smiled and said, "Trust me, it should go smoothly." He paused, adding with a hint of humor, "After all, my girlfriend is so exceptional, I have to perform well to be worthy of her, right?" Narcissistic. Tang Xiaoxiao was instantly distracted by Shin Zubai's joke and playfully scolded him, but her tone had noticeably lightened, as if the tension had been eased somewhat by Shin Zubai's confidence. Before long, the car entered an old community with a serene environment. Although the buildings had a sense of age, they were shaded by trees, neat and quiet, with a strong atmosphere of life. Parking in the underground garage, the two got out of the car with bags in hand. Then they exchanged glances and stepped into the elevator. As the elevator slowly ascended, the small space was filled only with the two of them and the sound of their increasingly quickened heartbeats. Ding! Finally, the elevator arrived. Tang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and looked at Shin Shubai. Shin Shubai responded with an encouraging glance, smiling slightly. "The door has opened, let's go." "Okay." Tang Xiaoxiao finally gathered her courage, stepped out of the elevator, and walked towards her home. At this moment, Shin Shubai noticed that Tang Xiaoxiao's grip on the gift tightened. It was as if she was about to meet her parents, making Shin Shubai find it somewhat amusing, thinking how increasingly adorable Tang Xiaoxiao was becoming. Brothers with 100,000 words in 9 heavens, updating over 10,000 words daily. If you find it decent, please click to urge updates and give a 5-star rating. If you can offer some encouragement with free gifts, the little author will be extremely grateful. The elevator doors slowly closed behind them, emitting a faint hum. Shin Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao stood side by side in front of the door. This was an old residential building with a clean and tidy hallway and a faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. The couplets on the door appeared to have been posted last year, yet they looked remarkably fresh. The red paper with golden characters now exuded a festive atmosphere. A cartoon Fu character that could move its eyes was affixed to the security door, appearing lively and cute. On the shoe cabinet beside the door, a pot of narcissus was blooming gracefully, its pure white petals cradling tender yellow stamen, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air. This was Tang Xiaoxiao's home. Shin Shubai quietly noted the door number, watching as Tang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and raised her hand to ring the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The crisp sound of the bell echoed inside, followed by the sound of light footsteps. Shin Shubai felt his heartbeat quicken subtly in rhythm with the footsteps. Instinctively, he straightened his already upright back and steadied the heavy, beautifully wrapped gift in his hands. Tea leaves, silk scarves, skincare products. Each item was carefully selected to express his sentiments without being overly ostentatious. Coming. A warm and joyful female voice with a distinct Minnan accent came from inside. In the next moment, the door opened. A middle-aged lady with a gentle demeanor and a warm smile appeared at the door. She looked to be in her early 50s, well-maintained with fair skin, although there were fine lines at the corners of her eyes, they only added to her charm. Dressed in soft beige loungewear with a light brown knitted cardigan, her hair was neatly styled in a low bun at the back of her head, with a few wisps softly framing her face. There was a striking resemblance between her and Tang Xiaoxiao, with the added grace and composure that came with age. She was indeed Tang Xiaoxiao's mother, Zhou Huixian. "Mom." Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, her voice filled with the joy of returning home, and like a cheerful little bird, she rushed forward to give her mother a big hug. "Oh my precious daughter is back. I've missed you so much." Zhou Huixian immediately embraced her daughter tightly, her face blossoming with a radiant smile that emanated love and joy. She gently patted her daughter's back, her gaze then drifting over Tang Xiaoxiao's shoulder to rest on Xin Shuai, who was standing beside her upright and holding the gift. That gaze held no veil of scrutiny, filled with curiosity, joy, and a hint of a mother's instinctive. Xin Shuai immediately raised the most courteous smile, slightly bowing, and spoke in a clear and pleasant voice. "Hello, Auntie. I am Xin Shuai. I hope it's not too much trouble to disturb you today." Zhou Huixian's smile instantly brightened, even more, her eyes squinting with joy as she quickly stepped aside to make way, saying, "Oh, hello. Come in. Why are you standing outside? Xiao, why aren't you inviting him in?" Tang Xiaoxiao finally stepped back from Zhou Huixian's embrace, a satisfied smile on her face. She took Xin Shuai's arm and led him inside, cheerfully saying, "Xin Shuai, come and make yourself at home." Xin Shuai followed her inside, gently closing the door behind him. As he stepped into the room, a mix of the faint fragrance of narcissus, the scent of old books, and the aroma of home-cooked meals enveloped him, creating a warm atmosphere. This was a typical old-fashioned unit apartment. The living room wasn't particularly spacious, but it was neatly arranged with bright windows and clean surfaces. The beige walls exuded warmth, and the wooden floor was polished to a shine, reflecting the soft daylight streaming in through the window. Against the wall stood a somewhat aged wooden bookshelf, its deep color filled with various books, magazines, and many family photos framed within. The sofa was a light gray fabric style, covered with an elegant beige checkered throw, and several brightly colored soft cushions were scattered on it. On the windowsill there were a few pots of pothos and spider plants, their vines cascading lushly, adding a touch of vitality to the interior. Although the furniture was not particularly new or expensive, the entire space radiated signs of the owner's careful management and love for life. Clean, comfortable, filled with a rich sense of life and a hint of scholarly atmosphere. "The house is a bit small and a bit old, I hope you don't mind." Zhou Huixian greeted warmly, her gaze sweeping over Xin Shuai, from his handsome features to his decent attire and then to his composed demeanor. The more she looked, the more satisfied she felt with her smile, becoming more genuine. "Auntie, you are too polite," Xin Shuai said sincerely, quickly and politely scanning the living room. "The home is decorated very warmly and comfortably, it really feels like home." His compliment was heartfelt, making Zhou Huixian feel more at ease. Apart from the three of them, there were no others in the living room. Tang Xiaoxiao, while taking out 2 pairs of brand new slippers still with tags from the shoe cabinet, asked, "Mom, where's Dad? And Grandpa, why isn't anyone here?" "Your dad has a class in the morning and hasn't come back yet, but he should be back soon," Zhou Huixian explained with a smile, her tone reflecting her understanding of her husband's work habits. "As for your grandpa, he must have slipped off to Zhongshan Park again to play chess with his old friends. I haven't told him you were coming back today, or I wanted to give the old man a surprise." "Mom, you're so bad." Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at these words, sticking out her tongue and playfully saying, "But I like it. When Grandpa comes back, it will definitely surprise him." She smiled with eyes squinted, clearly more relaxed and playful at home than outside. The naturally affectionate conversation between the mother and daughter made Xin Shuai smile involuntarily. He could clearly feel the warm and harmonious atmosphere filled with love within this family, which eased his previously tense nerves considerably. After changing into comfortable slippers, Xin Shuai held the gift, pondering how to present it appropriately. Tang Xiaoxiao gave him a knowing glance. He immediately understood, stepping forward to present the beautifully wrapped gift box with both hands to Zhou Hui. "Auntie, this is my first visit, and I didn't know what you uncle and grandpa would like, so I just prepared a little something. I hope you don't mind." Xin Shuai's tone was humble and sincere, perfectly gauging the weight of the gift, expressing enough respect and seriousness for this meeting without making the recipient feel pressured or uncomfortable. Zhou Huixian, seeing the exquisitely wrapped gift boxes of all sizes, beamed even brighter, quickly taking them, while playfully scolding. "Oh dear, you young man, why bring so many things just for a visit? It's too extravagant. Please sit down, don't just stand there." She placed some of the gifts on the coffee table for the time being, but still held onto Shun Xuebei's wrist, directly leading him to sit in the prime seat on the sofa, enthusiastically leaving her daughter aside. Tang Xiaoxiao watched her mother being excessively enthusiastic, helpless yet amused, shrugged at Shun Xuebai, and made a keep-it-steady gesture, then sat down beside Zhou Huixian on the long sofa. "Mom, let me formally introduce you." Tang Xiaoxiao linked her arm with her mother's, trying to make her voice sound natural, yet a bit proud. "This is my boyfriend Shun Xuebai. You can call him Xiaobai or Xuebai." Shun Xuebai immediately adjusted his expression in response, facing Zhou Huixian seriously as he added to his self-introduction, "Hello, Auntie. I am Shun Xuebai, a friend of Xiaoxiao. Am honored to visit your home and appreciate your hospitality." All right, Xiaobai Xuebai, what lovely names, very cultured." Zhou Huixian held on to Shun Xuebei's hand, without letting go, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. "Don't be so polite, just treat this place like your own home and relax a bit." "Yes, I will, Auntie," Shun Xuebai nodded with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Huixian's curiosity as a prospective mother-in-law could no longer be contained. She looked at Shun Xuebai with burning curiosity, a friendly smile on her face, and began the classic 3 questions for a first meeting. "So Xiaobai, when did you and Xiaoxiao start dating?" Shun Xuebai was prepared, calmly responding according to the half-true half-false script he had discussed with Tang Xiaoxiao beforehand. "Auntie, I've known Xiaoxiao for more than half a year. We met at a gathering of mutual friends in Jincheng, and as we gradually got to know each other, we found we were very compatible in personality. I think Xiaoxiao is a wonderful girl, so I took the initiative to pursue her, and recently we officially established our relationship." He specifically emphasized the formal establishment of their relationship, making it clear that this bond was the result of a period of interaction and careful consideration rather than a fleeting impulse, which would sound more reliable to the elders. "Over half a year, huh?" Zhou Huixian nodded, pondering, then asked, "So where are you from? Your accent. It sounds a bit like ours here." "Auntie, you have a keen ear," Shun Xuebai smiled, his tone containing appropriate admiration. "I am from Rongcheng in Mindu, and since Xiaoxiao and I are somewhat from the same place, my accent might be influenced a bit, but it still carries the tone from Rongcheng." "From Rongcheng. Oh, that's wonderful." Zhou Huixian's eyes instantly brightened at this, practically overjoyed, lightly slapping her thigh. "Rongcheng is so close to our Lu Island. It takes just over an hour by train. Great, truly great." She patted Tang Xiaoxiao's hand affectionately, her face unable to hide her relief and happiness. "I was worried before. This girl has high standards and a stubborn temper. If she dated someone from afar, it would be so hard for me and your dad to visit. Now it's good. Rongcheng is great, close by and easy to visit. It's also convenient for her to return." Tang Xiaoxiao listened with a mix of amusement and exasperation, clinging to Zhou Huixian's arm and pouting in protest. "Mom, you didn't say it like this when you urged me to find a boyfriend. You clearly said that it just had to be a man alive, good to me, and of good character, without specifying that he had to be from this province or even this city. Go away. How improper." Zhou Huixian lightly slapped her daughter's hand, rolling her eyes at Tang Xiaoxiao, and with a hint of complaint added, "Isn't it just because I worry about you? Look at you, already 27, and you've never even brought home a boyfriend. How can your dad and I and your grandfather not be anxious? Now that you've finally brought someone back, and he seems to be just perfect and he's from nearby, how can I not be happy? This is what we call wishes coming true." Shun Xuebai watched the mother-daughter duo banter affectionately, and found it both amusing and heartwarming. Tang Xiaoxiao was more relaxed, charming, and even a bit playful at home, making her seem exceptionally genuine and lovable. "So how exactly did you two meet? Do you work at the same company?" Zhou Huixian continued to inquire, evidently eager to learn more about this future son-in-law's background and the details of their acquaintance. "No, Annie, we don't work at the same company. I previously worked at a tech company in Rongcheng focusing on design, and I met Xiaoxiao at a birthday party for a mutual friend," Shun Xuebai patiently explained, his tone calm. "At that time I thought Xiaoxiao was particularly cheerful and generous, her smile infectious, and her personality delightful. Later I took the initiative to find opportunities to get to know her better, which can be considered as formally pursuing her." He cleverly blended the concepts of love at first sight, affection developing over time, and taking the initiative into his response, demonstrating both his sincerity and proactiveness, while subtly praising Tang Xiaoxiao's charm. Zhou Huixian felt overjoyed, her gaze towards Shun Xuebai growing increasingly affectionate. "Oh dear, our Xiaoxiao, aside from being a bit quick-tempered and straightforward at times, has no ulterior motives. Everything else is just fine. As for her looks, she takes after me and is quite presentable. Her job is stable and reliable, but in the past her standards were a bit high. She found this one unsatisfactory and that one not suitable, which made us quite worried. Mom, I don't have high standards. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately protested, her cheeks slightly flushed. I just haven't met the right person yet. If it doesn't feel right, how can you settle it? Zhou Huixian shot a sidelong glance at her daughter, her eyes shifting between her daughter and Shen Shuabai, implying something deeper. Tang Xiaoxiao was instantly at a loss for words, her cheeks reddening even more, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Shen Shuabai. The bashful and hesitant look on her face made it clear to Zhou Huixian her daughter was genuinely in love and serious about this relationship. Although she had a very good first impression of Shen Shuabai, as a mother it was necessary to address certain practices. Zhou Huixian shifted the conversation, seemingly casually asking, Xiaobai, you mentioned you're doing design work at a tech company. What exactly do you design? Is your job busy? Is the pay decent? These questions touched on the practical concerns regarding future stability. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, wanting to speak up to defend Shen Shuabai or change the topic. But Shen Shuabai gave her a reassuring look, signaling that he could handle it. Auntie, I mainly work on some product UI and user experience design. In simpler terms, I make the software on phones and websites on computers easier to use, more visually appealing and more in line with user habits. Shen Shuabai explained in relatively simple terms that elders could understand. I was indeed quite busy at my previous job, often needing to work overtime during project deadlines. However, the pay is considered good within the industry, and I've been using my spare time to study and improve my professional skills. He was neither exaggerating nor being overly modest. His response was practical and sincere, indicating the nature of his work and potential busyness, while affirming his income and ambition. At the same time, mentioning his previous job also subtly planted a seed for his potential career changes in the future, preventing Zhou Huixian from being overwhelmed by too much information at once. Zhou Huixian might not fully understand what UI design or user experience entailed, but the keywords tech company, design, good pay, and always learning to improve painted a picture in her mind of a young man with professional skills, a decent job, stable income, and ambition. She nodded in satisfaction, her face showing a relieved expression. Doing tech design is good. It's a talented field. It's stable. It's good for young people to be busy and ambitious, but you also need to take care of your health and not overdo it. Seeing that Zhou Huixian's questions were nearly done and the atmosphere was pleasant enough, Tang Xiaoxiao quickly stood up, picked up several gift boxes from the coffee table, and began to present them as a way to change the subject and increase Zhou Huixian's fondness for Shen Shuabai. Mom, stop asking so many questions. Come and see what great things we brought you. I guarantee you'll love them. She first opened the striking Hermes orange gift box, carefully taking out a beautifully crafted silk scarf. The silk glimmered under the light in the living room, radiating a soft and smooth sheen. The classic equestrian chain pattern paired with elegant colors was both classic and stylish. Mom, look, this Hermes silk scarf was specially chosen for you by Shen Shuabai. He said this color and pattern really suit your temperament, being both intellectual and elegant. Tang Xiaoxiao unfurled the scarf, playfully wrapping it around Zhou Huixian's neck, saying, you'll definitely look beautiful wearing it. And this? She picked up the classic gift box from LAMER, opening it to reveal a full set of skincare products, explaining, this skincare set was also bought by him. This brand is really effective and very moisturizing, suitable for your skin. Give it a try. As Zhou Huixian was surrounded by her daughter, trying on the scarf, looking at the high-end exquisite skincare gift box in her hands that emitted a subtle fragrance, she continued to habitually mumble, oh dear, why buy such expensive things? It's too extravagant, don't do this next time. But the smile in her eyes, the joy on her face, and the way she cherished the scarf couldn't be hidden. Especially when she heard her daughter repeatedly emphasize, this was specially chosen for you by Shen Shuabai, and he said it suits your temperament. She felt immensely pleased, believing that this child was not only generous, but also thoughtful and discerning. I'm glad you like it, Annie. Shen Shuabai spoke up at the right moment, his smile warm and sincere. This is my first visit, and I didn't know what you specifically liked, so I asked Xiaoxiao to help me with the reference. If you don't mind, I'm very happy. The gifts aren't expensive, but it's mainly our little token of appreciation. Like, I love it. Zhou Huixian touched the smooth, cool texture of the scarf, and finally stopped being polite. The affection and satisfaction in her gaze towards Shen Shuabai grew. You're such a thoughtful child, and you have great taste. This scarf is perfect for wearing when visiting relatives during the new year. Just then they heard the sound of a key gently turning in the lock at the door. Then the door was pushed open from the outside. An old man, sprightly and with hair that had turned gray but neatly combed, entered, hands behind his back, humming a tune from a Manon opera, strolling in leisurely. He wore a slightly faded but very neat dark blue Zhongshan suit and a pair of black cloth shoes with a layered sole. His face was lean and his eyes were bright and expressive, exuding the unique elegance of a scholar and the wisdom gained from life's experiences. Who has come? I could hear Huixian's laughter from downstairs. It's so lively. The old man asked cheerfully as he bent down to change his shoes, his voice resonant. When he straightened up after changing his shoes and turned his gaze towards the living room, he noticed two young people sitting on the sofa. Especially when he saw his beloved granddaughter cozily nestled next to a handsome stranger. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by a warm smile of understanding. "Grandpa!" Tang Xiaoxiao sprang up from the sofa like a cheerful little bird, her face blossoming with a radiant smile, as she rushed over and affectionately wrapped her arms around the old man's arm, her voice sweet and soft. "I'm back. Were you surprised? Are you happy? Oh, my dear granddaughter has come back." The old man named Tang went in immediately broke into a blooming smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum when he saw his granddaughter, the corners of his eyes crinkling in delight, looking particularly kind. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you give your grandpa a call beforehand? I could have come to pick you up. I just got home not long ago. I wanted to surprise you and Mom and Dad." Tang Xiaoxiao pouted while shaking her grandfather's arm, showing her completely spoiled side at home. Shen Shuabai also stood up immediately, facing the old man, politely bowing slightly and respectfully said, "Hello, Grandpa. I am Shen Shuabai. I came to visit today and apologize for intruding on you and Uncle and Auntie." Tang Wenyuan looked at Shen Shuabai with a warm and detailed gaze. From his appropriate attire, calm demeanor, and bright sincere eyes, along with the gentle care he unconsciously displayed when looking at his granddaughter, he already had a preliminary judgment in his heart. Good, good, good. Young man, you seem to be quite spirited and talented. Please have a seat, but don't stand there. At home you're a guest, so don't be so formal." The old man was carefully supported by Tang Xiaoxiao as he took a seat in the main spot on the sofa. Shen Shuabai politely gave up the spot Zhou Huixian had invited him to sit in and moved to a nearby single sofa. "Grandpa, let me formally introduce you." Tang Xiaoxiao sat beside her grandfather, her tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable nervousness, coupled with more anticipation and sweetness. "This is my boyfriend Shen Shuabai. From now on, please take care of him." Tang Wenyuan looked at his granddaughter, whose face was filled with shyness, yet could not hide her happiness, and then at Shen Shuabai, who sat upright and had a righteous expression, nodding in understanding. He smiled even wider and said, "Xiaoxiao has always had high standards and a good heart. To bring someone home for us to see must mean he's not a bad choice. Young man, I'm happy for you to be friends with Xiaoxiao." The old man's attitude was open and kind, filled with trust and blessings for his granddaughter. Unlike Zhou Huixian, who was eager to pry into details, he expressed more acceptance and contentment. This made both Shen Shuabai and Tang Xiaoxiao secretly breathe a sigh of relief, the tension in their hearts easing a little. "Special thanks to I Always Thought for the explosive updates and gifts. Thank you. Grandpa Xiaoxiao is truly wonderful, kind, cheerful, and opinionated." Facing the elder's gaze, Shen Shuabai spoke sincerely and earnestly. "Being with her is my fortune and blessing. I will cherish and take care of her, so please rest assured." This promise came naturally and firmly from him, his eyes clear and unwavering. Tang Xiaoxiao felt as if her heart was filled with honey, her cheeks flushed, and although her eyes were lowered, the corners of her mouth were lifted high. Tang Wenyuan watched their interaction, feeling increasingly satisfied. The youth displayed affection and responsibility, and his clean gaze was truly rare. "Grandpa, look. Shen Shuabai even brought you a gift." Tang Xiaoxiao proudly held out a brocade box containing a purple clay teapot, carefully opening it in front of the elder. "He knows you love tea, so he specifically chose this. He said the clay material is authentic Banshan green clay and the workmanship is exquisite. You will definitely enjoy brewing tea with it." Tang Wenyuan took the brocade box, carefully examining the purple clay teapot that he pulled out. It was an ancient-style teapot with a simple and elegant design, warm and jade-like in color. The pot was full-bodied with a short and sturdy spout and a gracefully curved handle. Although he was not a professional purple clay collector, he had developed a certain appreciation and affection for purple clay teapots after years of enjoying tea since retirement. This pot had smooth and natural lines with a delicate and smooth feel, and one side was engraved with the two characters Qingxin in seal script. The brushwork was strong and ancient, while the other side was engraved with several slender bamboo shoots, clearly crafted by a skilled artisan, certainly not a cheap machine-pressed product. This pot. The elder was somewhat surprised, looking up at Shen Shuabai with a questioning gaze. "It must not be cheap, right? You've spent too much." "Grandpa, please don't say that." Shen Shuabai hurriedly explained, his tone sincere. "This is truly a small token from Xiaoxiao, and mean mainly to see if you like it, and whether it's convenient for you to brew tea with it. The item itself isn't worth much, it's valuable only if you enjoy using it. If you like this style, I'll look out for matching teacups to complete the set for you." I like it. Tang Wenyuan caressed the smooth and warm pot, clearly reluctant to part with it, but the elder's frugality and desire not to let the younger generation spend too much prompted him to say, "Little Shin, you young people have it tough earning money these days. Don't keep spending it on us elders, we already have several good teapots at home that are usable. This pot. It's clearly a good item, far too precious. Besides, I'm getting old and won't be able to use it for long, so don't waste it. Grandpa, Tang Xiaoxiao insisted, gently shaking her grandfather's arm with a playful pout. You're someone who should live. What's precious or not? If you like it and enjoy using it, that's worth more than anything. Moreover, this is Shun Shubai's heartfelt intention. He chose it after much consideration, so just accept it. Otherwise, he might feel upset. Alright, I'll accept it. Tang Wenyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily, his wrinkles relaxing as he acquiesced to his granddaughter's persuasion. My Xiaoxiao is right. Then Grandpa will strive to live to 100 using it for a few more years to make good on the value of this pot, so as not to let down the kindness of you young people, ha. As the elder accepted the purple clay teapot, a system notification echoed in Shun Zubai's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the affection of the elder through words and actions, leading to a very pleasant mood and receiving a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Shun Shubai hadn't expected that just chatting with Tang Xiaoxiao's family would result in a Favethazandiyuan gain, instantly filling him with confidence. The living room was suddenly filled with light-hearted laughter, and joy, the atmosphere warm and harmonious, dissolving any remnants of strangeness and tension from the initial meeting. Watching the affectionate interaction between the grandfather and granddaughter and feeling the warm and inclusive family atmosphere of the Tang family, Shun Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with reassurance and joy. Shun Shubai knew that this crucial first hurdle seemed to have been successfully passed, and the outcome was even better than he had anticipated. Zhou Huixian saw that the timing was right and the atmosphere was well set, so she smiled and stood up, saying, You two enjoy your time together, Xiaoxiao. Spend more time with your grandpa and Xiaobai. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare the soup and stir-fry a few dishes. When your dad returns from class, we can all gather for a family reunion dinner. As she spoke, she was about to head to the kitchen when she paused, turned back, and said to Shun Shubai in a tone that allowed no refusal, Xiaobai, you must stay for lunch today and try your auntie's cooking. No refusing. Auntie's Minnan cuisine is something Xiaoxiao loved the most when she was a child. Thank you, Auntie, I'm in for a treat today. Shun Shubai replied with a smile, his demeanor gracious and proper. Xiaoxiao has mentioned several times on the way here that your cooking is exceptional, especially your soups, and a few home-style stir-fries, claiming they taste like nothing I can find in restaurants. Of course, this girl isn't lying, haha. Zhou Huixian beamed at his words, her smile nearly overflowing as she nodded contentedly before turning to enter the kitchen to busy herself. In the living room, only Tang Wenyuan, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Shun Shubai remained. The afternoon sun poured through the window, casting warm patches of light on the clean floor. The elder held the newly acquired purple clay teapot, fondly examining it, occasionally asking Shun Shubai a few casual questions, his tone friendly, as if they were just chatting. For instance, how were his parents' health? Which district in Rongqing did they live in? What did his parents do for a living? Were they retired yet? Shun Shubai answered each question politely, also mentioning that his parents were rural folks who made a living selling fruit, expressing himself with full respect for the elder, leaving no concealment. He did not feel ashamed of his parents' status. Rather, he spoke with pride and conviction. Tang Xiaoxiao listened nearby, occasionally chiming in to support a few sentences or offering Shun Shubai some freshly washed fruit, pouring him a cup of warm tea. The atmosphere among the three quickly transformed from initial slight strangeness and tension to a natural harmony, even acquiring a familial warmth and casualness. At that moment, the door lock clicked again, and Tang Xiaoxiao's father, Tang Jinhua, walked in, carrying a brief. In his 50s, wearing thin-framed glasses with a lean face, dressed in a neat gray jacket, he exuded a steady and refined aura, the typical image of a teacher. However, behind Tang Jinhua was another person, a young man dressed in a well-tailored dark blue suit, polished shoes, and impeccably styled hair. The man held several elegantly packaged high-end gift boxes and wore a confident, even somewhat smug smile. Dad, you're back. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately stood up to greet Tang Jinhua, but upon seeing the person behind her father, she suddenly halted, her face showing clear surprise and a hint of subtle embarrassment. Liang Tianyu, what are you doing here? The man called Liang Tianyu's eyes lit up upon seeing Tang Xiaoxiao. He quickly stepped forward, his smile even more radiant and enthusiastic, casually explaining, Xiaoxiao, long time no see. What a coincidence. I happened to be here on business today and ran into Uncle Tang at the building entrance. While chatting, I heard you were back, so I took the liberty of coming to visit. You haven't changed a bit, you're still as beautiful as ever. As he spoke, Liang Tianyu's gaze lingered on Tang Xiaoxiao's face, his tone overly enthusiastic, as if she were the only one in his eyes, completely ignoring the presence of others in the living room. Especially Shun Shubai, who was already politely standing up on the sofa. Tang Jinhua seemed taken aback to see another guest at home, momentarily stunned upon seeing the outstanding Shun Shubai, but soon revealed a warm smile. He explained to Tang Xiaoxiao, yes, I just ran into him at the building entrance. Tianyu said he's your university classmate and hasn't been in touch for a long time, so he specifically came to see you. I thought you were coming back today, and since your classmate came with good intentions to reconnect, I brought him up. Tang Jinhua's tone carried a hint of helplessness, clearly feeling somewhat pressured by the situation. While speaking, Tang Jinhua looked at the already approaching Shen Shubai, his eyes questioning and appraising upon their first meeting. This is, "Hello uncle, I'm Shen Shubai, Xiaoxiao's friend." Shen Shubai stepped forward, politely nodding and greeting, his tone neither servile nor overbearing, his voice clear. Tang Xiaoxiao nearly immediately walked to Shen Shubai's side, naturally linking her arm with his, her tone clear and assertive as she emphasized, "Dad, let me formally introduce you. This is my boyfriend Shen Shubai." Then she turned to Liang Tianyu, her smile becoming polite, yet distant, with a clear boundary in their relationship. "Tianyu, long time no see. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Shen Shubai. Xiaobai, this is my university classmate Liang Tianyu, but he transferred abroad for further studies after his second year, so we haven't been in touch for a long time." With that, the relationship became instantly clear. Liang Tianyu's radiant smile froze for an instant, his gaze swiftly scanning Shen Shubai. From the other's handsome features, to their well-fitted clothing and calm demeanor, to the unopened, yet visibly valuable gift boxes by his feet. A fleeting glimmer of scrutiny and comparison flashed in his eyes, and ultimately a barely perceptible disdain and a hint of competitive awareness surfaced. In his view, although Shen Shubai appeared outstanding in looks and demeanor, he seemed to lack any particularly striking labels or a halo. "Oh, Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. What a pleasure to meet you." Liang Tianyu quickly adjusted his expression, proactively extending his hand to Shen Shubai, his face back to that standard smile cultivated in business settings. "I am Liang Tianyu, Xiaoxiao's university classmate. I just returned from abroad not long ago, and am currently a senior algorithm engineer at Future Technology, that well-known Fortune 500 tech giant. Where do you work, brother Shen?" Liang Tianyu from the outset eagerly threw out his credentials: a top company, a prestigious position, and an elite background from studying abroad. His tone contained an unintentional sense of superiority and identity affirmation, as if these titles were some invisible medals that could quickly establish his advantageous position. At the same time, he seemed to politely inquire about Shen Zubai's profession, but there was an underlying comparison attempting to gain an upper hand in both status and future prospects. Shen Shubai calmly shook hands with the other party, the grip, just right, a brief touch, swift and decisive. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Liang. I previously worked in design at a tech company in Rongqing, but I recently resigned and plan to take some time off to adjust while seriously considering my future development direction." He answered simply and honestly, neither intentionally concealing nor embellishing the situation, nor exaggerating for the sake of appearances. His tone was calm, as if stating an utterly ordinary matter. However, these words seemed to confirm a certain preconception in Liang Tianyu's mind. An ordinary young person, without a stable job, possibly in a career gap, was just the opportunity he needed to strike. "Oh, design. That's not bad. It's considered a creative industry." Liang Tianyu nodded, his tone resembling that of a senior caring for a junior, yet carrying a hint of condescension. "But the design industry in China, especially in the internet and tech fields, is indeed quite competitive, isn't it? Jumping out of a second-tier city like Rongqing to establish oneself in a first-tier or new first-tier city and find an ideal position is probably not that easy." He shifted the topic, seemingly casually referring to himself. "When I first graduated from MIT, I also faced many choices, but fortunately my educational background stood out, and I received calls from headhunters almost non-stop. After careful consideration, I chose Future Tech. Although the work intensity is high, often 996, the platform and development prospects are indeed the best, and my annual salary barely crossed the $1 million mark." He casually mentioned the $1 million salary, yet his gaze subtly darted towards Tang Xiaoxiao and her family, seemingly observing their reactions, expecting to see astonishment or approval. Zhou Huixian and the elderly Tang Wenyuan exchanged glances, but did not respond, merely maintaining polite smiles and nodding slightly. Tang Jinhua slightly furrowed his brows, seemingly not appreciating Liang Tianyu's eagerness to self. Tang Xiaoxiao felt somewhat uncomfortable, sensing a sting in Liang Tianyu's words, which clearly belittled Shen Shubai while elevating himself. Just as she was about to say something for Shen Shubai, he gently squeezed her hand, giving her a reassuring look, signaling her to remain calm. "Mr. Liang is young and accomplished, which is admirable." Shen Shubai smiled faintly, his tone calm, revealing no hint of offense or jealousy. He was neither overwhelmed by the imposing atmosphere Liang Tianyu intentionally created, nor did he retaliate or rush to defend himself. He simply stated facts, showcasing good composure. This calm and composed demeanor, unperturbed by praise or blame, instead left Liang Tianyu feeling as if he was striking a soft pillow with a forceful punch, unable to find leverage. Shun Zubai's eloquence remained appropriate throughout, a quality enhanced by the emotional intelligence and experience granted by the system, leaving a very good impression on everyone present, steady and reliable. "I don't just stand there chatting, please sit down. Have some tea." Zhou Huaxian, as the hostess, quickly smiled to ease the tension, inviting everyone to take their seats again and getting up to refill the tea. In her heart, she already had some opinions about Liang Tianyu's eagerness to show off right from the start. In contrast, Shun Zubai's modesty and low profile made her feel more comfortable and admirable. Although this boy might not seem as glamorous in his job as Liang Tianyu, as long as he has good character, is sincere towards her daughter, and has ambition, other matters are not an issue. Liang Tianyu placed several gift boxes he brought on the coffee table positioned right next to the gifts Shun Zubai had sent, seemingly intending to create a visual contrast. "Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, this is my first visit and I don't know what you like, so I randomly bought some imported health supplements, nutritional products, and some seasonal high-end fruits." He handed a delicate paper bag with a conspicuous double C logo to Tang Xiaoxiao, his eyes eager. "This is for Xiaoxiao, a set of the latest Chanel skincare and makeup kit. I remember you liked this brand back in college. Ooh, I don't know if your taste has changed." Tang Xiaoxiao did not reach out to take it, merely smiled politely and declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind gesture, Tianyu, but due to the nature of my work, I usually wear light makeup and have fixed brands for skincare." She added, tightening her hold on Shun Zubai's arm, clearly stating, "Moreover, my boyfriend has already bought me a lot, so really you don't need to spend." Liang Tianyu's hand, which was extending the gift, froze in midair, his smile faltering slightly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face, but he quickly readjusted, restoring his confident demeanor. "Xiaoxiao, you still have such a unique personality, not changed at all." He withdrew his hand, placing the bag aside, and turned to look at Tang Jinhua, continuing, "By the way, Uncle Tang, coincidentally, my father works in the education system, as well at the provincial education department. This time returning to the country, he specifically told me to consult experienced and excellent teachers like you to learn about the experiences of teaching and nurturing students." He began to intentionally mention his family background, attempting to score points through his father's connections. Tang Jinhua nodded at this, his tone plain and practical, as he said, "In education, the key is to be diligent and earnest, treating each student sincerely." "Tianyu, what specific major did you study abroad?" "I completed my undergraduate studies in computer science at Ludi University, then received a full scholarship to MIT, where I earned my master's and doctoral degrees, focusing on optimizing machine learning algorithms in artificial intelligence." When Liang Tianyu mentioned his top-notch qualifications, his chin instinctively lifted slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of uncontainable pride. "Now I work in the core AI lab of the company, mainly responsible for developing and optimizing key algorithms." The decision to return to the country for development was also motivated by the immense market potential and growth opportunities in the domestic AI field. He wanted to use what he learned to genuinely do something impactful. He spoke eloquently, transitioning from his elite study abroad experiences to cutting-edge work content, from grand industry prospects to personal aspirations, his words filled with confidence, even bordering on arrogance. Throughout the conversation, he occasionally sprinkled in a few English technical terms or internal company abbreviations, as if that would highlight his sophistication and international perspective. The Tang family listened quietly, occasionally nodding to indicate they were listening, but their reactions were not enthusiastic, and they did not display the astonishment or admiration Liang Tianyu hoped for. Old Tang Wenyuan slowly savored his tea, his calm gaze sweeping between Liang Tianyu and Shun Zubai, imbued with the wisdom of having seen much of the world. Tang Jinhua observed Shun Zubai's reactions, more wanting to see how this young man would maintain his composure and respond in such a situation. Shun Zubai maintained an appropriate smile, listening attentively, showing no signs of impatience. Even when Liang Tianyu mentioned specific technical points or industry trends, he could effortlessly interject with a line or two of understandable insights, offering comments or questions of considerable depth. This demonstrated that he not only had a solid foundation in his professional field, but also a broad knowledge base, far from the narrow-minded, ordinary designer Liang Tianyu imagined. However, he never interrupted the other party or sought to outshine them with comparisons or displays of boastfulness. This composed and reserved demeanor, substantial yet unobtrusive, formed a stark contrast to Liang Tianyu's extroverted impatience to showcase and prove himself. Tang Xiaoxiao observed all of this, her inner balance increasingly tipping towards Shun Zubai. She leaned closer to Shun Zubai and whispered in a volume only they could hear, "This Liang Tianyu has always been a bit showy in school. Oh, I didn't expect that after a few years abroad his style has become even more exaggerated, which is quite unbearable." Shun Zubai slightly turned his head and returned her a smile, gently saying, "It's a good thing for capable people to be confident. It's just a matter of different expression, so don't take it too seriously." His magnanimity made Tang Xiaoxiao feel warm inside. Soon Zhou Huixian called everyone to move to the dining room, where lunch was ready to be served. The round table was filled with fragrant and visually appealing Minnan home-cooked dishes, making everyone's mouth water. Everyone took their seats. Liang Tianyu naturally wanted to sit next to Tang Xiaoxiao, but she had already pulled Shen Shubai close to sit down. Liang Tianyu paused for a moment, having to settle for sitting beside Tang Jinhua. At the dining table, Liang Tianyu still attempted to dominate the conversation. He talked about international current events, domestic macroeconomic policies, the latest technological trends, and the appreciation and collectible value of luxury brands. He covered almost everything, striving to showcase his vast knowledge and refined taste. When he got carried away, he even rolled up his suit sleeves, seemingly casually adjusting the position of his watch, letting the watch face reflect a dazzling metallic luster under the light. This watch was a gift from my dad when I started working. It's a classic Blancpain model, not too expensive, just over 300,000. Mainly I enjoy diving, and thought this one suited daily wear, so I wear it casually. He mentioned it, as if it were a trivial matter. Zhou Huixian and Tang Jinhua exchanged glances again, both seeing a hint of helplessness and slight embarrassment in each other's eyes. Old Tang Wenyuan seemed to have not heard, leisurely picking up a piece of steamed fish and savoring it. Shen Shubai merely smiled, gently asking Tang Xiaoxiao, "This fish is very fresh. Oh, would you like some soup? Shall I serve you a bit?" His attention seemed fully devoted to caring for his girlfriend beside him. Tang Xiaoxiao felt warm inside, shaking her head, and naturally added a piece of what she thought was the best braised pork ribs to Shen Shubai's plate, whispering, "You should try this. It's my mom's specialty." The natural intimacy and mutual care between the two formed a contrasting picture to Liang Tianyu's deliberately crafted elite image. Liang Tianyu noticed that his flashy display did not elicit the expected admiration or envy, and the topic failed to gain momentum, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. He redirected the conversation towards a more practical aspect that could better showcase strength, his gaze directly turning to Shen Shubai. Then, wearing an expression of senior concern towards a junior, he asked, "Brother Shen, during your visit from Rongqing, are you temporarily staying at a hotel on Lai Island, or do you have other arrangements?" He added without waiting for Shen Zubai's response, as if speaking from the heart, yet concealing a hidden agenda, "Have you considered long-term development and settling down here?" However, the housing prices on Lai Island have indeed risen significantly in recent years, especially in the core areas, making the cost of living quite high. My parents, with a long-term vision, prepared a set of wedding accommodations for me in a good location in Siming District a few years ago, roughly 120 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Though the area is not particularly large, the community environment and location are decent. The market value is now nearly 10 million, which resolves any lingering worries. This statement of his effectively killed 3 birds with 1 stone. First, it clearly demonstrated his solid strength with a 10 million property on Lai Island. Second, it steered the conversation towards the potential real-life difficulties Shen Shubai might face. Third, it subtly hinted to the elders of the Tang family that marriage requires a material foundation, and he already possesses favorable conditions. The underlying implications seemed to be, can Shen Shubai, who just quit his job, solve this problem? In Liang Tianyu's view, when elders choose a partner for their daughter, they mainly value a stable career, a decent income, and a home to settle down in. Now he could present all these hard indicators. Even if Tang Xiaoxiao temporarily had a boyfriend, the strength he displayed would be sufficient for her family to reconsider. Tang Xiaoxiao's brows immediately furrowed, but she felt quite unhappy with Liang Tianyu's relentless, calculating, and comparative way of speaking. Just as she was about to retort, Shen Shubai gently pressed her hand under the table, signaling her not to get. He calmly set down his chopsticks and elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Then he raised his head, meeting Liang Tianyu's somewhat provocative and probing gaze with a calm expression. Shen Zubai's face still bore that gentle and indifferent smile, but his eyes held an indescribable depth and understanding. "Mr. Liang is right. As a popular tourist destination and livable city, the housing prices on Lai Island have indeed remained high, and the cost of living is steep. However, coincidentally, I recently purchased a property on Lai Island, and the paperwork was just completed not long." Upon hearing this, the table fell silent. Tang Xiaoxiao abruptly turned her head to look at him, her eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief and shock. Zhou Huixian, Tang Jinhua, and Tang Wenyuan also looked at Shen Shubai in surprise, their eyes filled with astonishment. Though the Tang family sensed Shen Zubai's reliability from his demeanor and gifts, they truly never expected him to casually mention having bought a house on Lai Island during their first meeting, especially right after Liang Tianyu had just ostentatiously flaunted his 10 million property. This contrast and twist were indeed dramatic. Liang Tianyu was also taken aback, his confident expression instantly frozen, followed by a quick flash of doubt and disbelief in his eyes. He soon masked it with a smile. "Oh, Brother Shen, which district did you buy in? What is the area? Buying a house on Lai Island nowadays, especially for quality properties in good locations, is quite competitive, and the paperwork can be quite complicated. Shen Shubai smiled slightly, his tone as casual as if chatting about the pleasant weather, and said in Siming District Tianhui Yunsong community, the area isn't large, just 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. I just completed the transfer paperwork and haven't had the chance to go over and take a detailed look. I was thinking of going to tidy it up in a couple of days. Tianhui Yunsong. Tang Jinhua instinctively repeated, his tone filled with clear astonishment. As a native of Lai Island and an intellectual, he was all too familiar with the high-end residential areas there. Tang's mother Zhou Huixian was so surprised that she almost bit her chopsticks. She put down her utensils, looking at Shen Shubai, with eyes full of shock and disbelief reflecting her inner turmoil. Tang Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back. She quickly took out her phone from her pocket, lowered her head, and began. A few seconds later she gasped sharply, covering her mouth, her eyes widening further, looking at Shen Shubai with disbelief, as if seeing a superhero suddenly unveil a mystery. Tianhui Yunsong. The top luxury residential area along Huandao Road in Siming District. The one facing the sea. Her voice trembled slightly as she turned her phone screen towards her family, pointing at the information on it. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Look, the houses there, especially the large flat-type units, over 200 square meters. According to the latest data from real estate trading platforms, the average price per square meter has already exceeded 85,000. And the properties are extremely scarce. So Shen Zubai's house. Doesn't that mean it's worth over 20 million? 20 million. Zhou Huixian truly exclaimed, this time nearly dropping her chopsticks on the table. This number struck her coming from an ordinary family with immense impact. Tang Jinhua and Tang Wenyuan also displayed shocked expressions. They knew Shen Shubai must have decent conditions and was reliable, but to be able to casually buy a luxury property worth over 20 million in the most core and expensive area of Lai Island. This completely exceeded their expectations and imagination. Liang Tianyu's expression changed dramatically. His confidence and the commanding presence he had just displayed vanished, leaving only embarrassment, shock, and his earlier claim of a 10 million wedding house was instantly overshadowed by the mere mention of Shen Zubai's 20 million luxury home, regardless of price per square meter, total price, or the scarcity of location. More importantly, when Shen Shubai mentioned it, his nonchalant attitude, as if he had merely bought an everyday item, contrasted sharply with Liang Tianyu's previous ostentatious display of adjusting his cuffs and highlighting the price. One truly had strength and was indifferent, while the other was eager to showcase what little he had. 20 million. Brother Shen. Truly, deeply hidden and unassuming. Liang Tianyu managed to squeeze out a sentence, his voice growing hoarse and his smile stiff. However, I have heard of the properties in Tianhui Yunsong. That is the top luxury area on Lai Island, and the properties are very scarce. I heard that many require connections or take a long time to acquire. For Brother Shen to obtain one so quickly is truly good luck and great courage. His tone seemed to imply a hint of doubt regarding the authenticity of this matter, or attempted to attribute it to luck. Shen Shubai seemed not to have caught the underlying sting in his words, remaining calm as he replied, luck has indeed been good. A friend knew I was looking for a property and introduced me to this one that just came on the market. The owner was eager to sell, and the price and conditions were quite reasonable, so I settled on it. I originally planned to wait a few days until everything was settled before taking Xiao to see it to give her a surprise, but unexpectedly it came up in conversation today, so I mentioned it early. As he spoke, Shen Shubai turned to Tang Xiao, his eyes filled with a hint of apology and more tenderness. Sorry, I initially wanted to give you a surprise, but mentioning it now doesn't seem too late. Tang Xiao was still in shock, digesting the information. Upon hearing his considerate words, her heart warmed, and she felt a bit teary. All confusion and astonishment transformed into overwhelming feelings of gratitude and sweetness. She shook her head momentarily, too excited to find the right words, merely squeezing Shen Zubai's hand tightly. Xiaobai. Tang Wenyuan the elder set down his teacup, wiped his hands with a napkin, and finally spoke slowly, his voice steady and filled with approval. Young man, having ability is a good thing, but what is even more commendable is having confidence inside, while maintaining composure outside, quietly accomplishing significant matters. You have done very well in this regard. This praise seemed to not only commend Shen Zubai's calm demeanor, but also subtly pointed out Liang Tianyu's impatience and flamboyance, contrasting their characters starkly. At this moment, Liang Tianyu still forced a smile on his face, but that smile was already very strained. However, Liang Tianyu was unwilling to accept defeat so easily. His mind raced as he tried to make a final effort to regain some face, or perhaps he still harbored a glimmer of hopeful doubt deep down. Brother Shen is truly impressively low-key. Liang Tianyu tried hard to make his tone sound normal. However, buying a house is a major life event. Just listening to you, we have no concept of it. Luckily, everyone is free this afternoon, and the atmosphere is so pleasant. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Tang family members, finally landing on Shun Shuba, suggesting with a hint of defiance, how about, after dinner we all go visit Brother Shen's new house. Let us all broaden our horizons and see what this 20 million mansion in Tianyue Yunsong really looks like and how good the environment is. Then Liang Tianyu even used Tang's parents as an excuse. I believe uncle and aunt as well as grandpa would also be very interested, right? It can just be a post-meal stroll. His words were clearly insinuating that Shun Shuaba might be just boasting and could not provide tangible proof. If Shun Shuaba declined, or if the house was not as good as he claimed, then his previous statements would lose significant credibility. Upon hearing this, Shun Shuaba showed no change in expression, as if he had anticipated such a question. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, then glanced at Tang Jinhua, Zhou Huixian, and Tang Wenyuan, noticing that curiosity and anticipation indeed shone in their eyes. After all, who wouldn't want to see a top-tier mansion worth 20 million with their own eyes? Thus Shun Shuaba readily nodded, speaking naturally, that's fine. I actually haven't had the chance to properly explore the house since I just got it. If Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, and Xiao Xiao don't mind and are willing to help me take a look and give some decorating or arrangement advice, that would be wonderful. By the way, I have the property deed and keys with me. No worries, no worries. Zhou Huixian immediately chimed in, cheerfully, full of enthusiasm. We were just thinking of seeing it. Broaden our horizons. Tang Xiaoxiao also nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. She was eager to see what secrets this man who constantly brought her surprises and shocks still held, and what his so-called new home would look like. Thus, this originally warm family lunch ended in a dramatic atmosphere full of twists. After the meal, everyone took a short break, had a cup of tea, and prepared to set off. Arriving at the underground garage of the community, Liang Tianyu walked towards his Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Although it was also a Mercedes brand compared to Shun Zueba's stable and elegant black E300L, both the model and the aura were clearly a notch lower. When he saw Shun Shuaba confidently walking towards the E300 and unlocking it with his key, his expression darkened, feeling overshadowed everywhere. Tang Xiaoxiao brought her parents and grandfather into her white BMW 3 Series. The car started and slowly drove out of the community. Zhou Huixian, sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but express her feelings. Oh my, I really didn't expect it, truly didn't expect it. This kid Xiaobai looks so young, yet he is so capable, and so low-key and composed. A 20 million house. Bought just like that, like buying a cabbage. Xiao, you really found a treasure this time. You must hold on tight, do you hear me? Tang Xiaoxiao, while driving, glanced at the black Mercedes E300 behind her through the rearview mirror, her lips unable to suppress a sweet smile. Mom, what are you talking about? We've only just confirmed our relationship for a short while, there's no need to rush. Just go with the flow. What's wrong with confirming a relationship? If the feelings are good and you trust each other, then it's time to settle down early. Zhou Huixian teased, then quickly shifted the topic with a tone filled with obvious comparison. Just look at Liang Tianyu. In comparison, the difference is apparent. What's he so proud of? It seems like he thinks he's the best in the world. Impetuous, loves to show off, not at all steady or reliable. Xiao Bai is better. He is calm and composed, has real skills, but doesn't flaunt them, knows how to hold back, and is the kind of person who can achieve great things and maintain family stability. Tang Jinhua, sitting in the front passenger seat, also nodded, agreeing with his wife's opinion. Tianyu has professional capabilities and educational background, but in character, he is indeed a bit impetuous, not steady enough. It might be because he's studied abroad, seen the world, and his aspirations are high, but his mindset hasn't fully settled down yet. Xiao Bai is great, not arrogant or impatient, has real abilities, yet remains humble, understands how to conceal his talents and avoid showing us. This is the kind of character that can accomplish great things and keep a family stable. The old man Tang Wenyan, who had been resting his eyes, slowly opened them at this moment, his voice calm, yet weighty. Observe his actions and listen to his words. This young man Shun treats people with courtesy and propriety. His speech and demeanor are composed and measured, neither hurried nor slow. He is capable, yet unassuming, values relationships while understanding boundaries. He is a solid and responsible young man, perfectly complementary to our Xiao Xiao, truly a good match. With the unanimous high praise and recognition from her family, Tang Xiaoxiao felt as if she had consumed the sweetest honey, warm and sweet inside. She looked at the black Mercedes behind her, closely following like a guardian, imagining Shun Zueba's focused and composed profile, while driving, her heart filled with unprecedented security and pride. Meanwhile, Liang Tianyu was driving his Mercedes C-Class at the end of the convoy, his expression fluctuating, his fingers gripping the steering while turning slightly pale from exertion. He did not expect that today he intended to take the opportunity of Tang Xiaoxiao returning home to fully showcase his hard power and superior conditions in front of her and her family. He planned to subtly dissuade that seemingly ordinary boyfriend, but instead he had kicked a real iron plate, turning himself into a complete backdrop and clown to highlight the other. Tianyue Yunsong. For rooms 3 halls 245 square meters. 85,000 per square meter. Over 20 million. Liang Tianyu ground his back teeth, his heart filled with shock and defeat, while a strong sense of unwillingness and an unshakable doubt surged within him. How is that possible? He looks so young. Could he be boasting? Or is there something wrong with the house? I must see it with my own eyes to find out if it's really as good as he said. Then he slammed the accelerator, closely tailing the convoy ahead, as if he wanted to uncover Shun Zueba's true background himself. The mini convoy of 3 cars slowly approached the Tianyue Yunsong community. Even from a distance, one could feel the unique aura of this community. The understated yet modern entrance, constructed from deep gray stone with simple and clean lines, featured a massive metal grille gate tightly closed, exuding an air of solemnity that deterred strangers. On either side of the gate were meticulously designed tropical plant landscapes with tall palm trees and low shrubs layered, distinctly looking lush even in winter. The security guard, dressed in a crisp uniform and standing like a pine, had sharp eyes that scrutinized every approaching vehicle, his professionalism far surpassing that of an ordinary residential area. This stood in stark contrast to the cozy, familiar, and friendly old unit family building of Tang Xiaoxiao's home, exuding an unspoken sense of luxury and privacy. The leading white BMW was signaled to stop by the security guard. Tang Xiaoxiao rolled down the window, leaned out, and was about to explain that they were visitors and might need to register. In the black Mercedes E300 following closely behind, Shen Shuaba gently pressed the horn, signaling her to wait a moment. Then Shen Shuaba drove the car to the entrance, precisely stopping in the most suitable position to communicate with the security guard, and then lowered the window. The security guard quickly approached, his gaze swiftly scanning Shen Zueba's face, and the car emblem, politely asking, "Good day, sir. May I ask if you are a visitor or an owner?" "Owner." Shen Zueba's voice was steady and clear, immediately providing the key information. "Block C 1802, Shen Shuaba. You can check it." The security guard was slightly taken aback, clearly recognizing that this young and handsome owner was a new face. However, he quickly returned to the booth to check the internal computer system. A few seconds later, the security guard quickly walked out again, his expression noticeably more respectful. "Mr. Shen, welcome home." The security guard stood at attention, saluting crisply, then picked up the walkie-talkie on his shoulder to report, "The gate is calling. Allow the vehicle of owner Mr. Shen from block C 1802 to pass, along with the accompanying white BMW 3 Series and the following Mercedes C-Class." With his instructions, the heavy metal grille gate silently and smoothly slid open, revealing the exquisitely beautiful garden landscape and impeccably clean internal roads of the community. Xiao Bai, he really has a house here. Zhou Huaxian, sitting in the back seat of the BMW, only at this moment witnessing the security guard so respectfully confirming the identity and granting access, truly believed this shocking fact 100%. She murmured to herself, her face filled with shocked joy and a kind of awakening from a dreamlike daze. Although she had heard Shen Shuaba personally admitted at the dining table and checked the shocking house prices, there was always a sense of unreality. At this moment, the luxurious door that opened for Shen Shuaba became the most indisputable evidence. Tang Xiaoxiao also came back to her senses from the initial shock, watching the steady black Mercedes E300 driving in, as if it belonged there, a surge of complex and overwhelming emotions rising within her. Tang Jinhua and Tang Wenyuan exchanged glances in the rearview mirror, both seeing deep recognition and appreciation in each other's eyes. At the back, Liang Tianyu watched as Shen Zueba's car smoothly entered, followed by Tang Xiaoxiao, and her car being allowed to pass, his expression suddenly turning extremely ugly. His fingers gripping the steering wheel turned slightly pale from exertion. The last shred of hope that Shen Shuaba might be exaggerating and bluffing was completely shattered at this moment. As Shen Shuaba followed the clear route guide and smoothly drove into the underground garage entrance ramp, the familiar and pleasant prompt tone sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is leading Tang Xiaoxiao and her family to visit the mansion under his name, successfully verifying his strength with indisputable facts, gaining the deep recognition and high praise of the Tang family host's sense of satisfaction and achievement, significantly increased happiness value maxed out. Reward 100,000 yuan in cash. Additional reward 3 independent property parking spaces 018019020 in Block C of Tianyue Yunsong Community Market. Total value approximately 2 million yuan. After the system's prompt sound faded, Shen Zubai's lips subtly curled upwards. Another 100,000 in cash credited. Moreover, 3 parking spaces. Are they consecutive numbers? This system is simply incredibly considerate. It's common to receive a parking space with a house, but to receive 3 consecutive ones at once is simply extravagantly generous. Not only did it completely resolve the parking issue, but it also provided extra spaces, showcasing strength. The convoy entered the brightly lit underground parking lot with good air circulation. The epoxy resin floor paint gleamed like a mirror reflecting the neatly arranged LED lights on the ceiling, and the signage was clear and prominent. Looking around, the vehicles parked in the garage were akin to a miniature luxury car exhibition. His driving skills were proficient, and he smoothly parked the black Mercedes-Benz E300 precisely in This place was not just a residence, but also a silent display of the car owner's strength. Based on the parking information provided by the system in his mind, Shinshubai drove directly towards Area B. His driving skills were proficient, and he smoothly parked the black Mercedes-Benz E300 precisely in space 018 and not a bit off. After parking, he immediately got out and pointed to the adjacent empty space 019, which was right next to him, reminding Tang Xiaoxiao, who was following closely and searching for a parking spot. Xiaoxiao, park here. Tang Xiaoxiao was quite skilled. At Shun Zubai's gesture, she deftly maneuvered the white BMW into space 019. At this moment, Liang Tianyu also drove in. He instinctively wanted to find a parking spot near Shun Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao so they could act together. However, he soon realized that Shun Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao, as well as the adjacent space 020 on the other side of Tang Xiaoxiao, were all taken. There were no other available spots nearby. Shin Shubai saw the Xiaomi car parked in space 020 and smiled helplessly. That was also his spot, but it had been temporarily occupied by someone. He didn't say anything for the moment. The others didn't think much of it, and turned their attention back to Liang Tianyu, who was still searching for a parking space. Liang Tianyu found an empty spot on the opposite lane and was about to back in. Just as the rear of his car was about to enter the parking space, a middle-aged man in a casual jacket in his 40s shouted loudly, "Hey buddy, wait a second. That spot is mine. Find another place to park." This shout resonated in the quiet garage, making it particular. Liang Tianyu was startled and nearly mistook the gas pedal for the brake. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, hurriedly shifted back into drive, and awkwardly moved his car out of that parking space. In the end, he had to drive to a farther corner and find an empty spot to park. After parking, Liang Tianyu walked over with an expression that was somewhat displeased. Seeing Shun Shubai and the others still waiting for him, he forced a smile and sarcastically remarked to Shun Shubai, "Looks like parking spots are quite tight in your community, huh? You have to compete just to park. If we park here and the owner comes back asking us to move the car, won't we have to run all the way down to do so?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Brother Shin, since you've bought a house here, why not consider getting a fixed parking space?" Shun Shubai understood Liang Tianyu's current mindset. He smiled and replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about that. I bought parking spaces. These two spots we're parking in now belong to me and Xiao Xiao." Upon hearing this, Liang Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You mean you bought two park?" Not just Liang Tianyu, but even Tang Xiaoxiao, along with Tang's father, mother, and grandfather, all looked at Shun Shubai with astonishment. They all knew that in such a high-end luxury area, the price of one ownership parking space could equal that of a small apartment in a regular city. Purchasing two parking spaces at once was not just a matter of money, but also a display of strength. However, before they could recover from their shock, Shin Shubai glanced again at the Xiaomi SU7 parked next to space 019 and added a bit helplessly, "To be precise, it's not two, but three parking spaces. The space 020 next to Xiao Xiao is also mine, but it seems to be temporarily borrowed by a neighbor." Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Purchasing three consecutive parking spaces at once. This gesture was simply jaw-dropping in its extravagance. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the casual jacket who had interrupted Liang Tianyu clearly overheard their conversation. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face as he hurriedly walked over, somewhat awkwardly greeting Shin Shu. "I'm really sorry. That 020 parking space you mentioned is yours. I truly apologize. I saw that this space was always empty and my family thought it was either unused by anyone or a public reserve, so they parked there. I sincerely apologize. If you need it, I can go get the keys right now and move the car for you. I absolutely won't delay you." His attitude was very sincere, filled with the usual politeness and a hint of embarrassment for disturbing someone. Shin Shubai smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need to trouble yourself. It's fine, the space can remain empty. You can park there for now, I'm not in a rush to use it. Thank you so much." "Thank you." The man who introduced himself as Chun visibly relaxed, showing a grateful smile, as he quickly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. "I live in Building C, Room 1503, my name is Chun Zhangwo. We'll be neighbors from now on, so please take care of me. This is my number. Whenever you need to use the parking space, just call me, and I'll guarantee to move it within 5 minutes. Mr. Shin, you're too polite. My surname is Shin Shubai. I've just moved in, and I'll be counting on your guidance in the future." Shin Shubai accepted the business card, exchanged a few pleasantries with him, and his demeanor was friendly, showing no displeasure over the occupied parking space. This scene was witnessed by Liang Tianyu and the Tang family. Shen Shubai not only had parking spaces, but not just one but three. Even the neighbor who occupied the space personally came forward to confirm Shen Zubai's status as the owner and the ownership of the parking space, and his attitude was so respectful. Liang Tianyu's previous questioning and confrontational tone now seemed utterly ridiculous. He felt like a clown desperately trying to find a flaw in the other, yet the other not only had no flaws, but also casually displayed even more astonishing strength along with broad-mindedness. The Tang family observed everything, and Shen Zubai's impression gradually rose to a new level. Having strong capabilities while being magnanimous, not petty, and treating others with calmness and courtesy truly reflected one's character and refinement. Shen Shubai felt secretly delighted. This Liang Tianyu was simply here to help him gain experience and provide. Sure enough, the system's prompt sound rang out again at the right moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveraging the parking space incident to perfectly resolve potential doubts, further gaining the favor and recognition of the Tang family, while enhancing personal happiness. Reward 100,000 in cash. Another 100,000 credited. Shen Shubai almost wanted to give Liang Tianyu an award for best support. His presence had become his own happy ATM. Let's go, we should head upstairs to see the house. Shen Shubai no longer paid attention to Liang Tianyu, whose face was a mix of red and green, awkwardly wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He smiled gently at the Tang family and gestured for them to follow him toward the passage leading to the elevator. The elevator required a special access card or the owner's preset password to activate and reach the corresponding floor. Shen Shubai input a series of numbers on the keypad, and the elevator doors slid open silently. The interior of the cabin was exquisitely decorated, the mirrors polished to a shine, and it operated so smoothly that one could hardly feel any jolting at startup or stop. Liang Tianyu quietly followed at the back, his head down, having completely lost the desire and courage to speak, his face pale like a defeated rooster. The elevator arrived at the 18th floor. With a light ding, the door slid open to reveal a spacious and bright private elevator hall with elegant stone walls and soft indirect lighting overhead. Directly opposite was a heavy, deep gray metal entrance door featuring a minimalist modern design with a high-end smart fingerprint password lock exuding a strong sense of technology. Under the curious and expectant gazes of everyone, Shen Shubai calmly stepped forward. He did not take out a key, but instead extended his right thumb and gently pressed it on the fingerprint sensor area of the lock. Beep! A crisp prompt sound rang out, and the sensor area lit up with a soft green glow. Following that, Shen Shubai grasped the door handle and gently twisted it. Click! The sound of mechanical operation came from inside the lock, and the heavy door opened in response. The entire process was seamless and natural. Shen Shubai took the lead and pushed the door open, then stepped aside to let the others in, smiling slightly as he said, "Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt Xiao, please come in." Oh, good. Tang Jinhua was the first to regain his senses, leading his family, filled with a mix of curiosity and more shock, into the legendary 20 million luxury home. The first thing that captured their sight was an extremely spacious and bright living room that took their breath away. A gigantic floor-to-ceiling window spanning an entire wall with almost no divisions framed the bustling city skyline of Luda Island and the vast blue ocean in the distance like a giant dynamic painting that was unreservedly brought indoors. The bright and warm winter afternoon sunlight poured in unobstructed, filling the entire open space, and the light danced on the light gray natural marble floor, reflecting a soft halo. Just the view and lighting at first glance were worth the price. My goodness. Zhou Huixian stood at the entrance hallway, almost afraid to step inside, fearing that the dust on the soles of her shoes would dirty the floor that was as clean as a mirror. Then she looked around, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Tang Jinhua also took a deep breath. He was a person who valued quality of life and details, and he could tell at a glance that the materials and craftsmanship used in the house's decoration far exceeded that of ordinary residences. Whether it was the color and texture of the marble tiles, the quality of the wall paint, or the lines of the custom furniture, and the warmth of the wood, it all exuded a sense of understated luxury and excellence. The design of the spatial flow and lighting layout was impeccable. Old Master Tang Wen Yuan, however, walked step by step into the center of the living room, finally halting before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. With his hands clasped behind his back, he silently gazed out at the vast sea and sky, the distant cityscape scattered like stars. After a long moment, he slowly nodded, his voice steady as he spoke. The view is unobstructed, utterly vast. Standing here, one's state of mind broadens considerably. No wonder. So much was spent. Tang Xiao, on the other hand, was utterly speechless, stunned by the sight before her. She knew Shen Shubai was wealthy and had imagined a luxurious home, but witnessing it firsthand far exceeded her imagination. This house was exactly the home she had once fantasized about deep in her heart, but never dared to hope for. Supreme spaciousness, airiness, brightness, and comfort brimming with modern design and sophisticated taste, all graced with an invincible, soul-soothing ocean view. She turned to look at the smiling man beside her, stars shimmering in her eyes, instantly filled with an indescribable sense of admiration. Liang Tianyu, trailing at the very end, was like a shadow out of place. As he gazed upon this luxurious apartment, so far beyond his understanding and imagination, and the breathtaking sea view, the last flickers of his pride were utterly extinguished like dying embers in the wind. The wedding house his parents had prepared for him, worth over 10 million yuan, which he had once proudly boasted about, now seemed utterly lackluster in comparison to this one, whether in location, size, decoration, style, view, or overall sense of space and elegance. He opened his mouth, his throat dry, wanting to say something to mask his embarrassment, but found that any words at this moment seemed pale and absurd. Shen Shubai did not linger long and began a brief tour. The expansive living room connected to an open Western-style kitchen and dining area featuring a dual Chinese-Western kitchen design, all appliances being high-end built-in brands. To the south, there was a spacious guest bedroom with its own bathroom. On the other side lay a fully functional study, its wall-tile bookshelves waiting to be filled. The master suite was truly breathtaking. An oversized sleeping area connected to a walk-in closet and a luxurious master bathroom. The closet was well-planned with soft lighting. In the master bathroom, dual vanities, a smart toilet, and a separate rain shower were standard, but the most striking feature was the round massage bathtub positioned before a small viewing window, as if bringing the luxury of a presidential suite right into the home. This master bathroom feels bigger than my living room. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim again in awe as she toured the bathroom, her tone filled with disbelief. Liang Tianyu, like a ghost, lingered at the back of the group, watching it all. The bitterness and sense of defeat within him threatened to drown him. As everyone stood by the master bedroom window admiring the sea view and chatting in low voices, he edged closer to Tang Jinhua and whispered, "Uncle Tang, such a luxurious house in the prime diamond location of Egret Island. Even if bought a few years ago, the price would have been astronomical. Mr. Shin must be under considerable mortgage pressure, right? Even with a high down payment, the monthly installments must be tens of thousands, maybe even six figures." Tang Jinhua frowned, slightly displeased by Liang Tianyu's persistent probing. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Shubai, who was walking ahead, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, or had overheard their whispers, turned around and said calmly, "Mr. Liang, you needn't worry. This house was bought in full with no mortgage. Full payment. Over 20 million yuan paid in full." Those words exploded like two heavy bombs in everyone's minds, sending shockwaves rippling through them. If earlier they were amazed that Shen Shubai could own such a mansion, now they were faced with his unfathomably deep financial strength. Being able to pay over 20 million yuan for a house in one lump sum, without a loan, meant his liquid assets, or easily convertible wealth, far exceeded the value of the property itself. Liang Tianyu's face instantly flushed an ugly pig liver color. The last remnants of his struggle to regain balance were shattered by those two words, full payment, into nothing but dust. Buying a house for over 20 million yuan in cash. This was completely beyond the cognitive framework and competitive scope of his million yuan annual salary. He would need to save every penny from his pre-tax income for 20 years just to barely reach that threshold, yet the other man had paid it all in one go, as if it were nothing. Shen Shubai no longer looked at him as if he had merely answered an irrelevant question. He continued, leading the Tang family toward the balcony, explaining, "Uncle Annie, this house was actually bought as an off-plan property over a year ago. At that time we caught some favorable policies, so the price was more reasonable than the current market rate. But since I was working in Rongqing, I rarely came back. The house was only recently delivered and inspected. Buying it a year ago still took great vision and courage." Zhou Huixian praised sincerely, looking at Shen Shubai, as if he were a perfect miracle. To have been able to come up with such a large sum back then. "Xiaobai, you are truly so capable, so far-sighted." Now in her eyes, Shen Shubai was no longer just a golden son-in-law, he was a diamond level one with the Midas. Tang Xiaoxiao nestled beside Shen Shubai, feeling her family's undisguised admiration and affection for him, and her heart was sweeter than the world's most delicious candy. She deliberately looked at Liang Tianyu, whose face had already turned grim, blinked her bright big eyes, and asked in a tone of innocent curiosity, "Tianyu, what do you think of the house? Shubai brought us here to see it. It wasn't a wasted trip, was it? Quite an eye-opener, right?" Liang Tianyu's Adam's apple bobbed violently, a bitter taste filling his mouth. He forced out a stiff smile that was uglier than a cry, his voice hoarse as he said, "Very good. The house. Truly, very good. The view, the decoration, the location. All worth the price." He forced the words out one by one, then quickly averted his gaze, unable to look at anyone. Afterward, he could not bear to stay a single second longer in this space that filled him with such embarrassment and defeat. Every breath felt like needles piercing his heart and lungs. So Liang Tianyu hurriedly said to everyone, Uncle Tang, Auntie Zhou, Grandpa Xiao Xiao, and Mr. Shun. He even stumbled over Shun Zubai's name. I just remembered the company has an urgent conference call this afternoon about a multinational project. I need to rush back and prepare. I'm terribly sorry, but I have to leave now. Another day I'll come visit you, Uncle and Auntie. With that, as if fleeing from a beast at his heels, he turned around hastily, not even waiting for a reply, and walked swiftly toward the door with unsteady steps. Pulling it open, his figure quickly disappeared outside. He couldn't even be bothered with basic polite farewells. Watching his almost panicked retreat, everyone in the living room understood perfectly. This proud man, who had intended to flaunt his overseas elite status and affluent background, had suffered a complete defeat today. His face utterly lost, his confidence shattered. Before Shin Zubai's overwhelming strength and composed demeanor, his little sense of superiority was ground to dust, and he finally had the sense to make a graceful exit. With that annoying fly driven away, the atmosphere in the living room instantly became more relaxed, joyful, and harmonious. Shin Zubai's lips curled slightly. The other man's choice was wise. Staying would only have brought further humiliation. At that moment, the adorable system notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for relying on your undeniable strength and composed demeanor to successfully make a potential romantic rival retreat in defeat, fleeing utterly. Host's happiness value has significantly increased. Reward 50,000 yuan in cash. Earning another bonus from Liang Tianyu's unwitting assistance, Shin Zubai's mood became even brighter. This tool was quite handy to use. He walked to the decorative cabinet in the foyer, opened a drawer, and took out a high-quality leather key case. Then, turning around, he walked before Tang Xiao Xiao, and under everyone's gaze solemnly placed the key case in her hands. Xiao Xiao, Shin Zubai said with a faint smile. Here are the keys to the house. Since you've decided to develop your career back in Egret Island, feel free to come anytime you like. Tang Xiao Xiao looked at the heavy key case in her hands, her nose tingling, and her eyes instantly reddened, brimming with tears of emotion. She fully understood how precious this gesture from Shin Zubai was. This key symbolized not just access to a top-tier mansion, but his unreserved trust. Shin Zubai, this is too precious. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice choked, her words stumbling. It's not precious. Shin Zubai gently held her hand with the key case and said with a bright smile, the house is just a thing, you are what matters. If you like it, come and stay often. It would be a waste to leave it empty. Zhou Huixian, watching this scene from the side, was so moved, she wiped away tears, nodding repeatedly. Tang Jinhua and Tang Wenyuan also looked on with relief, their eyes filled with approval and recognition. Shin Zubai then turned to Tang Jinhua, Zhou Huixian, and Tang Wenyuan, and said sincerely, Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa, you can also register your fingerprints. Whenever you feel like taking a stroll by the sea, breathing in the fresh air, or have business in Egret Island, feel free to come and stay for a few days. It will be convenient and free for you. These words moved the Tang family even more, even leaving them somewhat flattered. This was not just a promise to Tang Xiao Xiao, it was treating them as the closest family, offering the highest level of respect and trust. This sincerity and thoughtfulness touched hearts more than any expensive gift and was far more precious. No, that's absolutely out of the question. Zhou Huixian quickly waved her hand, her tone firm. This is your love nest, you young folks. Why would we old folks come and intrude, disturbing your time alone together? Let Xiao Xiao register her fingerprint. She can come over occasionally to help tidy up or cook a meal. Knowing that you have this kind of heart, seeing you two so in love, and how sincerely Xiao Bai treats Xiao Xiao, that makes us happier than anything, more satisfying than living in any big house. Tang Jinhua and the old master also nodded and smiled in agreement, their stance clear. Though moved by Shin Zubai's sincerity, they had a strong sense of propriety and would never act as if they were the owners, freely entering the young couple's private space. This respectful restraint and attitude toward their children's independence earned Shin Zubai's even greater. In the end, with Tang Xiaoxiao's insistence and Shin Zubai's gentle persuasion, Tang Xiaoxiao registered her fingerprint into the door lock's authorization system. As for the physical key, Shin Zubai took it back, as he, being the owner, needed to keep it. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted Tang Xiaoxiao the highest access to the home and received deep emotional resonance and full recognition from the Tang family. Family harmony and future happiness expectations have significantly increased. Host's happiness value is off the charts. Reward 200,000 yuan in cash. The system generously opened its purse once again. Shin Zubai was in an exceptionally delightful mood. Today's display of wealth had directly crushed the annoying flies, earning him hundreds of thousands in cash and 3 valuable consecutive parking spots. Truly a multifaceted achievement, leaving him exhilarated. Amidst the Tang family's admiration of the luxurious mansion, they concluded their tour. By the time they returned to the Tang residence, the sun had already begun to set and the lights were coming on. Zhou Huixian's enthusiasm reached unprecedented heights. She treated Shen Shubai like a national treasure, showering him with warmth and attentiveness. The fruit platters and snacks piled high on the coffee table, as if they wished to present every cherished item from their home to entertain him. Tang Jinhua and Tang Wenyuan also completely set aside their initial formalities and elder restraint, engaging Shen Shubai in deeper conversation. The topics ranged from work plans and industry trends to personal interests, reading habits, family values, and life insights. Shen Shubai, well-versed and articulate, could deftly engage with profound topics raised by the elders, while sharing fresh perspectives from youth, all the while maintaining a sense of maturity and responsibility. This made the two seasoned elders nod in agreement, feeling an increasing rapport and absolute satisfaction. Xiao Bai. Tang Jinhua took a sip of tea, his tone filled with concern as he asked, "Since Xiao Xiao has decided to return to Lu Dao for development after the new year, what about you? What specific plans do you have next? How will you arrange work?" Shen Shubai replied candidly, "Uncle, I do need to return to Rongqing after the new year. It's mainly to wrap up some of my previous work, including the final handover of projects, as well as to settle some personal matters." Upon hearing this, Tang Jinhua and the others secretly admired him, for it showed Shen Zubai's seriousness and responsibility towards his career. On the contrary, they found Shen Shubai to be more mature and steady, not clouded by infatuation, having a clear vision for his career and a long-term commitment in his relationships, each step taken with assurance. As they chatted, the sky gradually darkened. Zhou Huixian glanced at the wall clock and then out the window at the twinkling lights of the city, suddenly smiling and saying to Tang Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, don't just stay at home talking with us. Xiaobai has come to Lu Dao, take him out for a walk. Let's check out the night view of Lu Dao." Zhongshan Road pedestrian street is especially lively at night, and the brightly lit arcades have a unique charm. Walking along the island road at night with the sea breeze is also comfortable, and you can see the lights of Galanjiu across the sea. Tang Jinhua nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, you young people should go out and enjoy your time together. No need to stay with us old folks. We can just watch television and chat." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Shubai, her eyes filled with expectation and inquiry. Shen Shubai naturally acquiesced. He stood up, politely bowed to the elders of the Tang family, and smiled. "All right then, I'll trouble Xiaoxiao to be my tour guide. Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa, let's go out for a stroll. Go. Be careful on the road." Zhou Huixian kindly said, "Call us if you need anything." Okay, the two of them got up and prepared to leave. Zhou Huixian escorted them to the door, and while Shen Shubai bent down to change his shoes, she quickly pulled Tang Xiaoxiao aside, lowering her voice to whisper in her ear, "My dear daughter, have fun. Enjoy yourselves. If it gets late, don't rush back, it's not safe to drive. Isn't Xiao Bei's place empty? You can rest there." After saying this, she winked at Tang Xiaoxiao, revealing a knowing smile. "Mom." Tang Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. She stamped her foot in a mix of shyness and helpless laughter. Mom's words were so straightforward and obvious. Shen Shubai seemed oblivious to the brief and discreet exchange between the mother and daughter. He had already changed his shoes and turned back, politely bidding farewell to the Tang family once again. "Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa, we're leaving now. You all should rest early." All right. Be careful on the road." Tang's father and the elder also responded warmly. After going downstairs, Shen Shubai settled into the passenger seat of his black Mercedes E300, closing the door and shutting out the outside world. Tang Xiaoxiao finally let out a long sigh of relief. The car was filled with Shen Zubai's refreshing and pleasant scent, along with an indescribably reassuring and calming tranquility. Shen Shubai skillfully started the car, the engine emitting a deep and pleasant hum. He turned to Tang Xiaoxiao and asked, "Where do you want to go?" "My exclusive tour guide." Tang Xiaoxiao's blush had yet to fade completely. She thought for a moment and said, "How about Zhongshan Road pedestrian street? It's especially atmospheric at night, very lively with plenty of time-honored snacks, and you can stroll all the way to the seaside. Then we can walk along the beach and see the night view of Galanjiu across the sea with lights twinkling like pearls on the water. Plus, the arcade architecture of Zhongshan Road, illuminated at night, has a distinct Southeast Asian charm, making it great for photos. I'll follow your lead." Shen Shubai set up the navigation, and the car smoothly and steadily drove out of the neighborhood, merging into the dazzling flow of traffic on Lu Dao's night. On the way, Tang Xiaoxiao's phone vibrated continuously in her bag. She took it out to check. It was a WeChat message from her mother, Zhou Huixian, and there were several messages. "Darling, go for it. Mom supports you both 1,000%. This kid Xiao Bai, the more I see him, the more I like him, and the more at ease I feel. Make sure to seize the opportunity. You don't have to come back tonight. Just stay at Xiao Bei's place." Wicked smile. Tang Xiaoxiao blushed even more after reading this, as if she were about to catch fire. She quickly locked the screen, stuffing the phone back into the deepest corner of her bag, pretending to be focused on the rapidly passing colorful street view outside, but her heart was pounding fiercely. Shen Shubai seemed to sense her subtle unease and sudden silence, gently asking, "Is something wrong? Is there something at home, or are you tired?" "No. Nothing. I'm fine." Tang Xiaoxiao hurriedly shook her head, adamantly denying it, quickly changing the topic. "I just want to really thank you for giving my parents and grandpa such a big surprise today. This is what I should do." Shen Zubai's simple words felt like the most touching love vows, resonating deeply in Tang Xiaoxiao's heart. Tang Xiaoxiao felt as if countless fireworks had exploded simultaneously in her heart, a solid sense of happiness enveloping her tightly. She stopped speaking and slightly tilted her head, quietly watching Shen Zubai's profile as he drove. The dim and vibrant streetlights outside cast flickering lights on his handsome and deep features, outlining perfect lines. This man is truly incredibly handsome. Yet the question her mother had deliberately raised earlier echoed in Tang Xiaoxiao's mind. "You don't have to come back tonight." It lingered in her thoughts. As the lights began to glow on Zhongshan Road pedestrian street, the Nanyang-style arcade buildings were outlined by warm yellow light, creating an enchanting silhouette, with eaves gracefully curving and the window frames intricately carved, exuding a unique charm in the interplay of light and shadow. Neon signs flickered with vibrant colors, illuminating the entire street like a flowing galaxy. The crowd thronged, bustling and jostling as the air was woven with the enticing aromas of various street foods. The rich scent of sauté sauce, the fresh fragrance of oyster omelets, the sweet and glutinous aroma of peanut soup, the smoky fragrance of grilled skewers. The rich atmosphere of street food and the lively festive vibe vividly displayed the vitality of Luda Island's night. Tang Xiaoxiao linked her arm with Shen Zubai's, and the two moved through this vibrant and bustling scene like any ordinary couple. She tried hard to play the role of a local tour guide, introducing the historical origins of this century-old street in a lively voice, recommending the most authentic and unmissable Minnan snacks. Shen Shubai had visited a few times, but always hurriedly, so he never truly appreciated the scenery of Luda Island. Now with a beautiful guide leading him, he could finally slow down and enjoy. Shen Shubai, that old brand over there makes the most authentic Tu Shun Zhong. Don't be fooled by the strange name. It has a very refreshing taste. If you go further, the sauté noodles around the corner have been open for over 30 years with a secret broth recipe that is absolutely delicious. And that rice dumpling ahead, the glutinous rice is soft, and the filling is rich. Her words flowed smoothly, as if counting treasures. However, Tang Xiaoxiao's thoughts involuntarily drifted elsewhere, replaying in her mind her mother Zhou Huixin's ambiguous farewell advice, and that bold suggestion that made her blush. Those words were like pebbles thrown into the lake of her heart, stirring up ripples of shyness and secrecy beneath her calm surface. "Try this peanut soup, it's very fragrant and glutinous, a specialty here." At a small stall, Tang Xiaoxiao scooped a spoonful of steaming white peanut soup and turned to offer it to Shen Shubai. Her movements were natural, but her fingertips trembled slightly, betraying her inner unease. Shen Shubai obediently lowered his head to take a sip, the warm sweetness melting in his mouth, and he nodded in praise. "It's indeed very fragrant and sweet. The peanuts are cooked just right, tender and not overly sweet." While speaking, his gaze gently fell on Tang Xiaoxiao's face, easily capturing the fleeting glimmer in her eyes and the blush that faintly appeared on her cheeks. Shen Shubai understood her thoughts, but was reluctant to shatter the veil of shyness enveloping her. He merely grasped her wrist as she offered the spoon, gently squeezing, his warm fingertips brushing against her skin, conveying comfort and unspoken understanding. Tang Xiaoxiao felt as if touched by a faint electric current. She shivered slightly, and the blush on her face deepened, resembling the evening glow. Quickly she lowered her head to avoid his gaze, her voice a bit flustered as she changed the subject. Up ahead at the corner there's a well-known oyster omelet stall with a more authentic taste. Shall we go try it?" Shen Zubai's eyes held a gentle smile as he allowed her to pull his arm somewhat awkwardly and walked along. He savored this little fluster and shyness arising from her, because of him feeling so special and important. In this moment Shen Shubai cherished it immensely. Strolling through a city both strange yet familiar, holding the hand of someone he liked, sharing the most ordinary yet genuine hustle and bustle, as if time slowed down just for them. They shared a bowl of steaming aromatic sauté noodles, taking turns to eat, exchanging smiles. Holding a sizzling skewer sprinkled with spices, they fed each other, not caring if the corners of their mouths were smeared with grease. They paused in front of a stall selling traditional sugar figurines, taking photos with the uniquely shaped Sun Wukong sugar figurine, and Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed. They approached a small stall selling handmade accessories where various silver ornaments shimmered softly under the warm yellow light. Shen Zubai's gaze lingered, finally settling on a simply designed silver chain. The pendant of the chain was a small, smooth, freshwater pearl radiating a soft, warm glow. Though the material was not precious, its unique and delicate design exuded a simple beauty. He bought it without hesitation. Then turning around, he signaled for Tang Xiaoxiao to slightly lower her head, catching her slightly surprised gaze. Next, Shen Shubai circled behind her, gently brushing aside the soft strands of hair at the back of Tang Xiaoxiao's neck. The cool silver chain pressed against her warm skin, causing her to shiver slightly. Shen Shubai carefully fastened the clasp, the small pearl perfectly dangling just below her delicate collarbone, swaying slightly with her breath. "Do you like it?" Shen Shubai stepped in front of her, resting his hands on her shoulders, gazing down at her, his voice as gentle as the night breeze brushing past her ears. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing against the cool pearl, feeling its touch against her skin, her heart swelling with sweetness, like it was filled with honey, even having a slight sourness of emotion. She nodded vigorously, her gaze sparkling like starlight as she looked at Shen Shubai, her voice choked with joy. "I like it. I especially like it." After wandering through the bustling Zhongshan Road, the two slowly strolled to a nearby seaside viewing platform. Under the night sky, the sea stretched deep as ink, with faint fishing lights visible in the distance where it met the sky. Across the water, Galanjiu Island resembled a giant dream ship laden with brilliant lights, quietly docked on the dark sea. The majestic silhouette of the Zhongqinggong statue, the red dome of the Bagua Tower, the jagged daylight rock, and the various buildings scattered across the island were all illuminated by carefully designed lights. In the night lights, the island's dreamy, mysterious, and romantic contours were outlined, reflecting in the gently rippling water with light and shadow intertwined. The waves tirelessly lapped against the concrete embankment below, producing a soothing and rhythmic sound of whoosh, whoosh, like nature's softest lullaby, comforting the clamor of the world. "So beautiful." Shen Shubai naturally extended his arm, wrapping it around Tang Xiaoxiao's slender waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. He gazed at the expansive and tranquil night view before him, sincerely exclaiming. The peace and beauty of this moment made Shen Shubai feel immensely relaxed and content from head to toe. He couldn't help but thank the carefree and rich system that changed his fate once again in his heart, for it gave him the ability to possess everything in this moment. "Yes, every time I return to Luda Island, as long as I have time at night, I always come here to walk, to see the sea, and to see the lights across the way." Tang Xiaoxiao relaxedly leaned against Shen Zubai's warm embrace, her back pressed against his chest, feeling his steady heartbeat. The night air, tinged with a salty breeze, should have felt cool, but at this moment it seemed to carry the warmth transmitted from his embrace against her flushed cheeks. At that moment, a young couple with blonde hair and blue eyes, seemingly tourists, approached with a professional camera. Excitement and admiration graced their faces as they communicated their intentions in broken Chinese, mixed with simple English words and gestures. They meant to express that the silhouette of Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao cuddling by the sea was simply too beautiful, with composition, lighting, and poses perfectly in harmony, akin to a movie poster or a magazine cover. They wished to ask for permission to take a few photos of the two as a memento. Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged smiles, seeing mutual agreement and understanding in each other's eyes. They nodded in agreement. Under the enthusiastic guidance and adjustments of the foreign photographer, the two naturally posed. Shen Shubai embraced Tang Xiaoxiao from behind, loosely encircling her waist, with his arms resting his chin gently on the top of her head, his gentle gaze falling on her profile. Tang Xiaoxiao relaxed completely against his chest, slightly tilting her head, her face adorned with a serene and happy smile, her gaze directed with Shen Shubai towards the Galanjiu Island, which resembled a fairyland. Their silhouettes stood out clearly against the deep blue sky and the sea of city lights, creating a vibrant atmosphere. "Perfect. Beautiful. Just like that. Hold it." The photographer excitedly shouted, pressing the shutter from various angles. His girlfriend quickly operated the portable photo printer connected to the camera. Soon the machine emitted a faint whirring sound. A few minutes later, a 6-inch photo, still warm to the touch and faintly scented with ink, was handed to Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao by the enthusiastic foreign girl. The photo turned out exceptionally well. The night, the deep blue sea, and the distant dreamy lights of the island formed a hazy yet layered background. The focus remained on the two cuddling together. Shen Zubai's profile appeared particularly handsome and clear in the interplay of light and shadow, slightly lowering his head, his gentle and focused gaze resting on the one in his arms, the tenderness seemingly transmitted through the photo. Tang Xiaoxiao wore a genuine sweet smile at the corners of her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped, radiating an aura of peace and joy enveloped by love. The photographer skillfully utilized the ambient light to sketch a soft halo around them, making the entire scene both realistic and infused with a romantic artistic sense. "For you. A souvenir of love." The foreign girl cheerfully laughed and blessed them. "Thank you. We really appreciate it." Tang Xiaoxiao held the precious photo in her hands, her fingertips gently brushing over the image of the two, filled with emotion and surprise. This was far more real, natural, and precious than any art photos taken in a carefully staged studio. It recorded this night, this feeling, this love. After bidding farewell to the warm and friendly foreign friends, time slipped away quietly, nearing 9 o'clock at night. The sea breeze grew cooler, and the viewing platform gradually became less crowded. It's getting a bit chilly, shall we head back? Shun Shubai tightened his hold on Tang Xiaoxiao's arm, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her ear. I'm okay. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded carefully, placing the precious photo into her small bag. On their way back, her heart began to race uncontrollably again, like a restless little deer. She clutched the strap of her small bag, her fingertips slightly sweaty, engaged in an intense internal struggle. The path her mother had hinted at, that bold idea, floated clearly in her mind at this moment. Just as they were about to reach the parking area, she finally mustered her greatest courage, stopped in her tracks, and slightly tilted her head to look at Shin Shubai. The soft light of the street lamp cast upon her face, revealing the intertwining shyness, nervousness, and determination in her eyes. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, almost drowned out by the surrounding night breeze. Shubai, tonight. Can I stay at your place? After saying these words, it felt as if she had exhausted all her strength, quickly lowering her head, not daring to look into Shinzubai's eyes. Her cheeks burned as if they could catch fire, the tips of her ears flushed red, and her heart raced wildly in her chest, as if she had just declared something earth-shattering. Shinzubai's steps hesitated slightly at her words. He turned his head, his gaze deeply fixed on her lowered profile. Under the streetlight, she resembled a child who had done something wrong yet was eagerly awaiting a reward, her innocent shyness and courage instantly striking the softest spot in his heart. A wave of warmth mixed with indescribable excitement, surprise, and intense affection surged through him. In the next moment, Shun Shubai completely halted, turned around, and faced her. He reached out with both hands, gently yet insistently cradling her face, compelling her to lift her gaze to meet his deep eyes. Shun Zubai's gaze was as profound as the night sky, filled with unmasked joy and gentleness, along with a spark of long-suppressed passionate flame. Of course you can. Shun Zubai's voice was slightly deeper than usual, carrying the unique magnetism and sensuality of emotion, each word brushing against Tang Xiaoxiao's heart like a feather. My home is your home. As long as you want, you can stay anytime, forever. As he spoke, he slightly leaned in, drawing close to her flushed ear, his warm breath carrying Shin Zubai's unique refreshing scent, sprinkling over her sensitive skin, causing a slight shiver. Shin Shubai added in a teasing tone with a hint of suggestion, besides, it's time for your third acupuncture session. After this, your menstrual pain should be completely cured, and it will be more convenient over there. His reasoning sounded grand and impeccable. Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned nearly crimson like a ripe peach. Yet she did not shy away. Instead, she bravely met his burning gaze, nodding firmly, her voice soft, yet clear. Okay. Pausing, she recalled something, and her voice became even smaller then. Shall we stop by the mall first? I didn't bring anything, not even sleepwear or a change of clothes. All right, I'll follow your lead. Shin Zubai's heart softened completely due to her thoughtfulness and shyness. He took her hand, intertwining their fingers tightly, palms pressed together, conveying each other's warmth. They made their way to a large shopping center that was still open. Although it was nearly 9:30 at night, the mall remained brightly lit, as bright as day, with a few scattered customers and various counters, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance and background music. Shin Shubai pushed a shopping cart with Tang Xiaoxiao following half a step behind him. As they navigated between the shelves, they occasionally whispered about what they needed to buy. The scene was natural and heartwarming, resembling a young couple shopping for daily necessities for their new home or trip, filled with the essence of life. Shin Shubai placed some basic daily necessities into the shopping cart. 2 new toothbrushes, a tube of toothpaste, 2 soft towels, a pair of comfortable men's slippers, and even a set of soft and skin-friendly dark gray loungewear for himself. Tang Xiaoxiao, however, with a flushed face and a racing heart, lingered in the women's lingerie and sleepwear. At the lingerie counter, she quickly selected 2 sets of comfortable basics. In the sleepwear section, she hesitated much longer. Her fingers brushed over various materials and styles of sleepwear, and in the end, as if she had made a certain determination, she picked up 2 sets. One was a conservative and safe long-sleeved long pants style, made of pure cotton light gray, with cute little bear patterns printed on it. The other set was made of smooth silk, designed as a spaghetti strap short dress in her favorite light purple and nude pink color combination, with delicate lace on the edges, both fresh and subtly sexy. Under the gaze of Shun Shubai, who watched with a smile, she almost closed her eyes, and with a sense of abandon quickly tossed the latter into the shopping cart, then hurriedly covered it with other items. At the checkout, Shun Shubai naturally paid for all the items, his movements smooth and without a hint of hesitation. Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to argue, but was gently stopped by him, pressing her hand down, signaling with his eyes not to contest him on this. Carrying several bulging shopping bags out of the mall, the night breeze blew against her face with a chill, and Tang Xiaoxiao felt the burning temperature on her cheeks drop slightly. But her heart still thumped like a drum, sounding especially clear in the quiet night. The weight of the bags in her hands and the presence of those intimate items inside constantly reminded her of what was about to happen next. Upon returning to the tranquil and private underground parking lot of Tianyue Yunsong Community, she reached the heavy smart entrance door that symbolized Shun Zubai's private domain. Tang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, preparing to lift her somewhat weak fingers to press the fingerprint lock. Just then Shun Zubai suddenly placed the shopping bags he was holding gently on the smooth ground, making a faint sound. He then stepped forward, gently grasping Tang Xiaoxiao's shoulders and turning her around. Zubai. Tang Xiaoxiao let out a soft exclamation as her back pressed against the cold, solid metal door. She instinctively tilted her head back, meeting Shun Zubai's eyes, which appeared particularly deep and fervent under the dim corridor light. In response to her was Shun Zubai's suddenly passionate and urgent kiss. This kiss was unlike any tender probing or deep entanglement before. It carried a suppressed desire that had built up all night, or rather had been pinned up for a long time, a domineering assertion of ownership, and an urgency that seemed ready to break the final boundary. His arms tightly encircled her waist like iron hoops, locking her firmly between his chest and the cold door, leaving no gap. His lips and tongue forcefully pried open her teeth, invading deeply, greedily absorbing every sweetness from her mouth, tangling with her soft tongue, as if wanting to consume her whole. Tang Xiaoxiao's initial shock and slight struggle were soon completely overwhelmed by the surging tide of unfamiliar and intense emotions. Her mind went blank, surrendering to her instincts. She closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his strong neck awkwardly, yet earnestly responding to his passion. Entangled with Shun Zubai's lips and tongue sharing each other's breaths and rising body temperatures. In the silent, deserted underground garage corner, only the dim corridor lights cast a yellow glow. The air was gradually filled with their increasingly heavy breathing and the ambiguous sounds of their lips and teeth entangling, along with the subtle sounds of fabric rubbing against each other. Uncertain how much time passed, just as Tang Xiaoxiao felt she was about to suffocate, Shun Zubai slightly pulled back. Their foreheads pressed together, noses touching, both breathing heavily. His eyes sparkled with a dark and fiery light, locking onto her glazed and moist gaze. His voice hoarse and broken, carrying an imperative whisper, "Open the door." Tang Xiaoxiao's fingers were still weak, trembling slightly at the tips. She barely lifted her right hand, groping for the fingerprint sensor area of the door lock, pressing her thumb against it. Beep! A soft sound. The sensor area lit up with a gentle green light. Then came the crisp mechanical unlocking sound of click. The door opened. Shun Zubai quickly picked up the shopping bags from the ground with one hand, while still tightly wrapping his other arm around Tang Xiaoxiao's almost limp waist, swiftly entering the house. With a flick of his foot, the heavy entrance door silently, yet firmly closed behind them, completely isolating the faint light and prying eyes from the outside. Inside it was pitch black, with only the distant, brilliant neon lights of the city outside the large floor-to-ceiling window, like a flowing galaxy, faintly casting some dim illumination, barely outlining the blurred contours of the furniture. Shun Zubai did not turn on the lights. After adapting to the darkness for a few seconds, he, relying on memory and sensation, directly horizontally picked up the soft and powerless Tang Xiaoxiao, striding accurately toward the center of the living room in the dark. He gently placed her on a spacious, soft, high-quality, imported top-grain leather sofa. Sinking into the extremely comfortable leather embrace, Tang Xiaoxiao had not yet adjusted to the softness beneath her and the darkness ahead, when Shun Zubai's hot and heavy body immediately followed, enveloping her completely in his breath and warmth. Countless fine and scorching kisses fell like raindrops, more urgent and unabashed than before. From her smooth forehead, trembling eyelashes, proud nose, to her slightly swollen lips, that he kissed her exquisite chin and her long, sensitive neck. Shun Zubai's large hand also became restless. Through that soft knitted dress it traveled along the beautiful curves of her body, exerting an irresistible force and intent. Wherever his palm passed, it seemed to ignite clusters of tiny, yet burning tremors, swiftly spreading. Zubai. Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but let out fragmented yet sweet moans from deep within her throat, her body trembling slightly under his caresses and kisses like leaves falling in the wind. A strange yet surging desire, filled with a hint of fear, yet incredibly expectant, rapidly rose and spread within her, washing away her remaining rationality. Shun Zubai's kisses traveled further down, landing on her delicate collarbone, leaving moist traces. His hand also ventured under the hem of her dress, caressing her smooth, delicate, straight, and long thigh skin. The scorching temperature of his palm contrasted sharply with her slightly cool skin, causing her to shudder even more intensely. Just as Shun Zubai's fingertips were about to touch, omitted. Tang Xiaoxiao's somewhat scattered rationality struck by desire was suddenly pulled back by a cold hard fact. She suddenly remembered that her period was not yet completely over. Today was only the 4th day? Wait. Shubai? No. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly grabbed Shen Zubai's restless hand that was exploring dangerous territory, her voice carrying a husky tremor of desire and a hint of genuine panic. Right now, it's still not possible. I still haven't finished my period. This sentence fell like a bucket of ice-cold water suddenly poured over Shen Zubai's almost boiling blood and burning reason. Shen Zubai's movements instantly froze as if he had pressed the pause button. A few seconds later, he slowly propped himself up, his heavy breathing sounding particularly clear and labored in the quiet darkness. Shen Shubai, using the faint light coming in from outside, looked at the girl beneath him, whose complexion was flushed like a sunset, her eyes hazy and moist, her clothes disheveled, and her breathing slightly labored. The fire of desire still burned fiercely within him, scorching every nerve, clamoring for possession and conquest. But stronger than the desire was his deep care, love, and respect for her. He would never do anything that could harm her or make her uncomfortable when her body was not ready. Shen Shubai took several deep breaths, then slowly exhaled, trying to use his willpower to forcibly calm the turbulent flow of restlessness within him. Then, with some difficulty, he almost exhausted his self-control to roll off her body, lying on the other side. Afterward, Shen Shubai raised his arm to cover his still burning eyes, his chest slightly, heaving, his voice carrying a tinge of defeated frustration and suppressed hoarseness. Sorry, Xiaoxiao. I was too anxious and forgot about this. Seeing him suppressing his desire and restraining himself for her sake, a wave of great emotion surged within Tang Xiaoxiao, while a strange mix of affection and bolder impulses secretly began to sprout. She turned to the side, reached out, and gently pulled down the arm covering his eyes. Shen Shubai opened his eyes, meeting her glistening gaze in the dim light. In her eyes there was no longer the previous panic, replaced instead by a bashful yet unwavering determination along with deep tenderness. Although, tonight we can't do that. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was as soft as a whisper. The blush on her face had spread to her neck. But her gaze looked straight into Shen Zubai's eyes, however. Shubai, I can help you with something else. Saying this before Shen Shubai could fully respond to her words, she suddenly leaned in and kissed his tightly. Then this kiss did not linger but followed along his jawline, the rolling Adam's apple, the sensual collarbone, heading downward with both hesitation and resolve. Shen Zubai's body tensed up suddenly like a bowstring pulled taut. In an instant, he understood Tang Xiaoxiao's intentions. Xiaoxiao, you don't have to do this. Shen Zubai's Adam's apple rolled violently, his voice hoarse to the point of breaking, reaching out to try to stop her, wanting to pull her up. But Tang Xiaoxiao raised her head. In the dim light, he could see the glint of mischievousness, shyness, and immense tenderness and determination in her eyes. She gently held his hand that was trying to stop her, her voice light, yet resolute. I want to, Shubai, I want to do something for you. Don't refuse me, okay? Then she lowered her head again, while her other hand, somewhat clumsily, yet with unwavering determination, began to unbutton Shen Zubai's shirt. Shen Shubai inhaled sharply. All rational words of persuasion were completely submerged and shattered by the unprecedented sensory shock that followed. Shen Shubai felt his sanity shatter in an instant, leaving only the most primitive sensory instincts. Unconsciously, Shen Shubai extended his finger, weaving through her soft, fluffy hair, not with force, but rather as an instinctive search for support. He tilted his head back, his neck stretching into sensual lines, a deep suppressed groan escaping his throat, echoing in the silent living room filled with repressed ecstasy and ultimate comfort. Tang Xiaoxiao had a strong learning and adaptability ability. The initial awkwardness and confusion quickly began to fade as Shen Zubai's body instinctively reacted, accompanied by occasional unbearable, guiding low moans, gradually discovering the rhythm. In the dark living room, the air seemed to thicken and become scorching hot. Only the man's increasingly heavy and suppressed breaths remained, along with the occasional low moans that spilled over uncontrollably and the faint sounds that made one blush. Time appeared to stretch as if it were frozen in this secret and passionate realm. This process lasted for a very long time. Just as she was about to lose her grip, Shen Shubai finally tensed all his muscles, letting out a suppressed roar that seemed to erupt from the depths of his soul. Shen Shubai exhaled, as if shedding an enormous burden, his entire body gradually relaxing from extreme tension. Shen Shubai carefully lifted the almost limp Tang Xiaoxiao, holding her tightly in his embrace, as if he wanted to meld her into his own body. Then Shen Shubai rested his chin on Tang Xiaoxiao's head, wrapping his arms around her back, gently soothing her with his palm. Subsequently, Shen Zubai's voice, hoarse from complete satisfaction, bore immense tenderness and affection along with deep contentment. You've worked hard, my Xiaoxiao, thank you. Truly. Tang Xiaoxiao was too exhausted to form complete sentences, her body weak, burying her flushed face deeply into his equally sweat-drenched yet masculine chest, listening to the still rapid, but gradually steady heartbeat in his chest. Her body was tired, yet her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, intimacy, and a joy of devotion. She had succeeded. In this way, she fervently reciprocated his feelings, expressing her complete acceptance, trust, and love. This made her feel that the distance between them had been infinitely narrowed, at this moment intimately close. After a while, once their breathing had stabilized, Shen Shubai lifted her and walked toward the main bedroom's bathroom. "Let's go take a shower and relax." Shen Zubai's voice returned to its usual gentle clarity, yet the flame ignited deep within his eyes had not completely extinguished. "Then he'll give you one last acupuncture treatment to completely heal your ailments." "All right," Tang Xiaoxiao flushed responded. In the spacious and luxurious bathroom, warm yellow lights gradually illuminated, dispelling the darkness and softening the earlier intense atmosphere. The huge standalone massage bathtub began to fill with water at a suitable temperature, gentle white steam rising slowly, carrying a faint aroma of refreshing shower gel. Shen Shubai patiently and tenderly helped Tang Xiaoxiao out of her already disheveled clothes, his movements careful, as if handling a fragile treasure. Then he too shed his restraints. When the two finally stood bare before each other under the soft light, Tang Xiaoxiao shyly looked down, her hands instinctively trying to cover herself. However, Shen Shubai merely smiled, gently leaning down to place a feather-like kiss on her smooth forehead, then took her hand, leading her into the generously filled bathtub. The warm water instantly enveloped their bodies, dispelling the fatigue and the slight stickiness left from the earlier passionate encounter. Shen Shubai had Tang Xiaoxiao sit with her back to him, squeezing some soothing scented shower gel into his palm, lathering it into a rich foam before beginning to wash her carefully and attentively. His movements were extremely gentle, filled with immense affection, as if he were cleansing a precious gem. From her elegant nape to her slender shoulders, then to her beautiful shoulder blades, and to her delicate waist. Every inch of skin received his tender touch and cleansing. At this moment, Shen Zubai's actions carried no hint of desire, only abundant love, cherishing, and an almost reverent care. Tang Xiaoxiao relaxed against his strong and warm chest, eyes closed, feeling the gentle caress of his fingertips enveloped by the warm water, experiencing an unprecedented peace and a blissful sense of satisfaction. In this warm and tranquil moment, a melodious system notification sounded in Shen Zubai's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving Tang Xiaoxiao's unreserved emotional devotion and intimate interaction, achieving a qualitative leap in your relationship, breaking through to a new level of intimacy where body and soul unite, experiencing the ultimate sublimation. Happiness value skyrockets. Reward 500,000 cash. Extra reward: mastery of bedroom techniques. System integrates the excellent wisdom of health preservation from ancient and modern times, granting the host advanced bedroom health techniques and knowledge that combine tradition and science. Mastering this skill greatly enhances the harmony, pleasure, and tacit understanding of both parties' intimate experiences, and through scientific methods achieves positive effects of strengthening the body, nourishing the mind, and prolonging life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sharing a warm and intimate bathing time with Tang Xiaoxiao, significantly increasing feelings of happiness and warmth. Reward 200,000 cash. The system's reward notifications further elevated Shen Zubai's spirits. Not only did large amounts of cash flow in continuously improving his life, he also gained this seemingly practical and wonderful advanced skill. It seems the system is encouraging and supporting him in nurturing this precious relationship, pursuing a higher quality of happy life. At the same time, he clearly saw that the value representing Tang Xiaoxiao's affection for him in the system had slightly fluctuated after their recent intimate interaction, rising from 92 to 94. At this moment in the tranquility of the warm bath, that value astonishingly fluctuated again, directly leaping to an impressive 97. Only 3 more points were needed to reach the perfect score of 100, symbolizing unwavering loyalty and a soul resonance. Shen Shubai couldn't help but smile, filled with immense accomplishment and endless anticipation for a... He tightened his embrace, pressing her soft body closer to himself, lowering his head to place a tender and loving kiss on her smooth, delicate shoulder. Tang Xiaoxiao felt a slight tickle from his kiss, unable to help but let out a light laugh, her laughter crisp. She also turned around, picking up the bath sponge, squeezing shower gel onto it, and somewhat clumsily, yet earnestly began to wash Shen Zubai's broad chest and firm arms. The two played in the fragrant steam for a while, helping each other rinse off the foam until they were completely clean. Stepping out of the bathtub, Shen Shubai carefully wrapped Tang Xiaoxiao in 2 large soft towels. Then he dried himself, fetched a high-quality hairdryer with excellent sound insulation, and had her sit on the comfortable leather vanity stool, gently drying her thick dark hair strand by strand. The warm wind blew gently, his fingers tenderly weaving through her flowing hair, his movements so gentle they could lull one to sleep. Tang Xiaoxiao comfortably squinted her eyes like a cat being petted. After drying her hair, Tang Xiaoxiao insisted on helping Shen Shubai with his hair. She stood in front of him, mimicking his earlier actions, turning on the hairdryer and seriously tousling his thick, somewhat coarse black hair. Their height difference made this posture exceedingly intimate. When Shen Shubai lowered his head, his gaze effortlessly landed on the edge of her towel, which was slightly ajar due to her raised hands. There, the faint outline of her curves, the delicate white skin, and the slender waist beneath the towel all challenged his recently subdued nerves. The desire that had just been satisfied hinted at a resurgence. Shen Shubai hurriedly shifted his gaze away, focusing on his breathing, silently reciting the calming mantra several times to barely suppress the restlessness. Finally, both of them were neatly cleaned up, exuding the pleasant scent of shower gel. Shen Shubai once again lifted her in a horizontal embrace, confidently walking into the master bedroom, gently placing her onto the astonishingly large king-size soft bed. The deep gray high-thread count silk sheets felt cool and smooth, contrasting with her skin, which appeared even whiter. Only a warm yellow reading lamp by the bedside was lit, casting a hazy and ambiguous glow, just enough to illuminate this small space on the bed. Tang Xiaoxiao lay on the dark silk sheets, her wet hair spread out like seaweed. The towel on her body had loosened due to her earlier movements, exposing large areas of her white shoulder and neck skin, along with exquisite collarbones and graceful body curves. Bathed in the warm yellow light, her skin seemed to emit a pearl-like soft glow. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Shubai, who stood by the bed, also clad only in a towel, his physique strong and powerful, with smooth muscle lines, her cheeks beginning to flush again. Yet this time her gaze did not falter, filled with deep affection for him, and a calmness and fully serene. "Are you ready? I'm going to give you one last acupuncture treatment now." Shen Zubai's voice carried a hint of huskiness from the earlier visual impact. He quietly retrieved the ancient acupuncture kit from the system space and placed it on the bedside table. "Yes, I'm ready." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, her voice soft. Then, under Shen Zubai's focused and gentle gaze, she made a move that made his breath catch again. Tang Xiaoxiao actively extended her hand, lightly grasping the edge of the towel wrapped around her, then applying slight force, she unwrapped it. The silk-like towel silently slipped away, resembling a dark flower quietly blooming on the sheets. A flawless body was thus revealed under the warm yellow light. Her pearlescent skin appeared as exquisite as fine mutton fat, jade glimmering with a delicate and gentle sheen in the halo. Tang Xiaoxiao's body curve rose and fell like the most exquisite creation of nature. From her slender, yet powerful shoulders and neck to her gracefully arched collarbone, down to the full and proud peaks, followed by a slim waist that could be grasped within a hand, of flat and smooth abdomen and long straight legs. Every inch of skin was taut and delicate, emanating the vitality of youth and stunning beauty. Due to extreme shyness, she instinctively wrapped one arm across her chest, while the other hand gently rested below her abdomen, creating a sense of hesitation in her shielding. However, this half-covered posture was even more impactful than complete exposure. The soft light outlined the ambiguous shadows between Tang Xiaoxiao's arms and body, the undulating curves revealed intermittently under the concealment, evoking boundless imagination and filled with extreme, yet lethal temptation. Shen Zubai's breath completely halted at that moment. His heart in the chest seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand, then suddenly released, beginning to pound irregularly, making his eardrums hum. Blood surged in an instant, a heat shot from his lower abdomen straight to the top of his head. His Adam's apple rolled violently up and down, almost audible as he swallowed. Shen Shubai forced himself to tear his gaze away from that perfect body with great difficulty, shifting his focus back to Tang Xiaoxiao's face inch by inch. Under the light, her fair cheeks were already tinted with an intoxicating blush spreading to her ears and neck. Her long eyelashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings, nervously quivering and casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. In those clear eyes there was an overflow of shyness, shimmering like water, yet exceptionally bright. However, beneath this overwhelming shyness, Shen Shubai clearly saw more. An almost desperate determination, a trust fully given, and an invitation tinged with both shyness and unparalleled courage. A profound love was evident. She was using this most primitive and direct way to completely open herself to him, expressing all her heartfelt feelings. Tang Xiaoxiao extended the arm that was not shielding her chest, her fingertips curling slightly due to nervousness, her voice soft, as if a feather brushed against the heart, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "Shubai, come here." Shen Zubai's body reacted before his consciousness did. He climbed onto the bed as instructed, and as soon as he sat beside her, Tang Xiaoxiao, like a kitten seeking warmth and protection, immediately wrapped her arms around Shen Zubai's firm waist, burying her hot and flustered cheek deep into his warm neck. Tang Xiaoxiao exuded a fresh, yet slightly sweet fragrance after her bath, mingling with her unique and intoxicating body, scent completely merging with Shun Zubai's similar aroma. This formed a close scent that belonged solely to the two of them, permeating Shun Zubai's breath, teasing every nerve on the edge of his limit. Shun Zhubai closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, using all his willpower to once again force the surging desire and impulses threatening to break through the barriers of reason back into the depths. He could not. At least not now. Shun Zhubai gently caressed Tang Xiaoxiao's smooth and delicate back, the sensation at his fingertips, making his heart shudder again. His voice, laden with extreme restraint, sounded particularly deep and hoarse, yet filled with nearly overflowing tenderness. All right, let's treat your illness first, Xiaoxiao. Be obedient, turn over, and lie down. This way it will be easier for me to insert the needle. Tang Xiaoxiao gently nuzzled into his neck, reluctantly released her hold, and obediently turned over completely, presenting herself before him. The graceful lines of her back were fully revealed before Shun Zhubai. The spinal groove resembled a seductive valley, deeply sunken. Her exquisite shoulder blades rose and fell slightly with her breath, like wings of a butterfly about to take flight. Her slender waist was barely graspable, connecting to full and uplifted, perfectly curved hips. The two shallow dimples at her waist appeared particularly enchanting and sexy under the play of light and shadow. Shun Zubai's breath hitched again. He took another deep breath, forcing himself to discard all the amorous distractions in his mind, focusing all his spirit on his fingertips. As a healer, one must have benevolence and also require composure. He quickly entered a state of absolute focus, calmness, and rationality. Taking out the needle pouch, he swiftly and carefully disinfected each silver needle with an alcohol cotton pad. In his mind, top-notch medical skills clearly guided him. Every acupuncture point's position, depth, and technique were engraved in his memory. His fingertips were as steady as a mountain, movements swift as lightning, yet precise to the millimeter. One by one, the fine silver needles, as thin as a hair, steadily pierced into Tang Xiaoxiao's back at the Fengmin and Feiyu points, including the Shinshu point in the lower back, the Bajiao points, as well as the key points at Zisanli and Sanyinjiao in the legs. The moment the needles entered her body, Tang Xiaoxiao felt a wave of pleasant warmth spreading from the point. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but emit a satisfied sigh, with a slight tremor in her voice, and her body relaxed accordingly. This sensation from the needles was significantly deeper, stronger, and more enduring than the previous two times. That warm current seemed to have life and direction, swiftly spreading along the meridians, reaching her limbs and bones. Especially in her lower abdomen and lower back, the warm and comfortable feeling enveloped her completely, as if the lingering slight soreness and discomfort from her menstrual period had been thoroughly dispelled by this powerful warmth, leaving only a sense of ease and relaxation. Shun Zhubai was entirely focused with no distractions. He needed to adjust the angle of the needle and the force of insertion based on the subtle feedback from his fingertips and Tang Xiaoxiao's body responses. Even the frequency of the needle manipulation was crucial to achieve the best effect of unblocking the meridians and harmonizing the qi and blood. Behind the flowing movements was a tremendous consumption of willpower. With the beauty beside him, her jade-like body laid bare, the air filled with her alluring scent and the lingering passion from just moments ago. Beneath his fingertips was Tang Xiaoxiao's warm and smooth skin, and his gaze was met with her breathtaking beauty. For any healthy man, this was an extreme and cruel test of will. Shun Zhubai could distinctly feel beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead, gathering into drops that slowly slid down his temples. His lower abdomen was taut like a piece of red-hot iron, and all the muscles in his body were stiff from extreme restraint. The fingers administering the needles required an extraordinary level of focus and control to maintain absolute stability and precision, not allowing any deviation due to the agitation of his mind. Although Tang Xiaoxiao obediently lay there, exposing her most defenseless side to him and unable to see what was behind her, her senses became remarkably sharp at that moment. She could clearly feel Shun Zubai's gaze almost scalding her back with its heat, and she could hear his breathing heavier than usual, yet still revealing emotions. She could even vaguely sense the heat and tension radiating from his body. She knew Shun Zhubai was exerting himself to restrain his instincts for her sake. This realization flowed into her heart like a warm current, filling Tang Xiaoxiao with an indescribable sweetness and emotion. It was a feeling of being cherished and carefully protected. Even within this intense emotion, a trace of feminine pride and delight quietly blossomed. Look, this exceptionally outstanding and attractive man was enduring sweet torment for her. She subtly turned her face slightly, her thick eyelashes fluttering as she stole a glance at him from the corner of her eye. The light outlined his taut yet smooth jawline, and his sexy Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably up and down. Beads of crystalline sweat appeared on his forehead and nose, sparkling softly under the light. His focused profile while administering the needles appeared particularly serious due to restraint, yet exuded a deadly allure. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let her lips curve up, slightly forming a sweet, yet somewhat mischievous arc, her heart brimming with indescribable love and satisfaction. The long wait for the needles to remain in place passed slowly, minute by minute, within this space, filled with silent tension and ambiguous competition. For Shen Shubai, every minute and second was both a severe test of will and an extreme enjoyment. When the clock's hands finally pointed to the moment to withdraw the needles, Shen Shubai let out a long breath, feeling as though he had just endured an exhausting yet exhilarating battle, his whole body feeling slightly sore. He swiftly yet steadily withdrew the last needle, carefully disinfecting it before neatly putting away the needle pouch. Throughout the process, Tang Xiaoxiao had been slightly turning her head, quietly watching him during the waiting period. At this moment, she noticed that the beads of sweat on Shen Zubai's forehead seemed to have increased compared to before. Even a drop slid down his resolute cheek to his chin, instantly filling her eyes with tenderness and concern. She reached out, gently wiping away the sweat from his forehead and temples with the softest part of her hand. The tips of her fingers inadvertently brushed against Shen Zubai's scorching skin, sending a tingling sensation through her. "Are you tired?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked softly, her voice unmasking genuine concern and a hint of guilt for causing him such hardship. Shen Shubai grasped her hand that was wiping his sweat, holding it in his palm. Her hand was cool, a stark contrast to Shen Zubai's heat. He raised Tang Xiaoxiao's hand to his lips, gently kissing her tender fingertips, his gaze deep as a pool, looking straight into her eyes, his voice hoarse, yet straightforward, tired, but more uncomfortable. Shen Zubai's gaze quickly scanned her bare shoulders and beautiful curves with a suggestive intensity, the heat within almost igniting the air. Tang Xiaoxiao instantly understood what he meant by uncomfortable. Her face flushed even more fiercely, like a ripe cherry, with even her earlobes tinted in color. However, this time she did not shy away or lower her head. Instead, she bravely met his gaze and even leaned forward, tilting her face up to softly kiss the corner of his tightly pressed lips. Tang Xiaoxiao's kiss was as gentle as a feather, carrying a soothing meaning, as if comforting a large beast that was somewhat restless due to restraint. "I know." Her voice was incredibly soft, laced with affectionate coaxing, her eyes clear as she said, "Just endure for a few more days, okay? When I am completely well, I will definitely be good." The last word, "good," she uttered was soft with a slight uplift in tone, carrying a hint of shy tremor and an incredibly serious promise akin to the sweetest incantation. This simple word struck Shen Zubai's heart like a thunderclap, yet it was as gentle as the spring water, instantly melting away all his hard restraint. His heart trembled intensely, a tingling sensation coursed through his body like electricity, reaching every limb and sinew. All the patience and control seemed to be endowed with supreme value in this moment, becoming infinitely worthwhile, even sweetly agreeable. A tremendous sense of satisfaction and infinite anticipation for the future filled his chest. Shen Shubai lowered his head and deeply kissed her lips. This kiss was unlike any before. It was no longer tentative, nor provocative, nor a wild storm of. This kiss was unbelievably gentle, lingering, as if it were destined to last until the end of time. He meticulously traced her lip shape, gently savoring her sweetness, his tongue slowly and reverently entwined with hers, as if tasting the most precious treasure in the world. As the kiss ended, both were slightly breathless, their foreheads touching, noses brushing against each other, exchanging heated breaths, and the deep, unbreakable affection reflected in their eyes. Shen Shubai pulled the soft, fluffy down blanket over them snugly, then extended his long arm, firmly enclosing her delicate figure in his warm and broad embrace, creating an utterly safe private space. His chin rested gently on her head, his voice carrying a lazy tenderness after their intimacy, whispering in her ear, "You sleep? Now think of nothing, have a good rest, tomorrow morning I'll make breakfast for you. My culinary skills haven't been properly showcased yet. You can really cook." Tang Xiaoxiao adjusted into the most comfortable position in his embrace, her cheek pressed against his solid, warm chest, listening to the steady, powerful beat of his heart, surprised as she asked, her voice tinged with drowsiness and curiosity. "I'm a little. I used to live alone and like to experiment during my leisure time." Shen Shubai chuckled lightly, the vibrations from his chest enveloping her tighter, as if he wanted to merge her completely into his very being. "In the future, whenever I have time, I'll cook for you often. Just tell me what you want to eat, whether it's Chinese or Western cuisine, any of the 8 culinary traditions will do." "Okay, then I'll be waiting. Don't fool me." Tang Xiaoxiao contentedly closed her eyes, her thick eyelashes casting a quiet shadow beneath her eyelids, the corners of her lips curling into a blissful and reassuring arc. The ultimate comfort of her body, the complete fulfillment of her spirit, and the sense of security from being tightly embraced by the one she loved made all of Tang Xiaoxiao's nerves fully relax. A strong wave of drowsiness washed over her like a warm tide, gently and irresistibly submerging her. She soon fell into a carefree dream lulled by the steady, powerful rhythm of Shun Zubai's heartbeat and the warmth of his embrace. Listening to the gradually lengthening and even breaths of the person in his arms, feeling her soft and warm body gently rise and fall with each breath as he gazed at her serene and beautiful sleeping face, Shun Zubai's heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. At that moment, the system's notification sound echoed once more in his mind. Ding! Detected a breakthrough in the relationship between the host and Tang Xiaoxiao. She has shown unprecedented trust and intimacy towards the host, granting the host extreme pleasure and satisfaction. Reward 1 million yuan. Extra reward: top-tier chess skills covering Go Chess, International Chess, and other mainstream board games, achieving professional peak level. Even though Shun Zubai's mindset was different from before, hearing this notification still caused a look of astonishment to appear on his face. He never expected that every intimate progression with Tang Xiaoxiao would yield such generous rewards. Not only money, but also skills that could greatly enrich life and elevate one's taste. This system is truly rewarding. Shun Zubai mused internally, then recalled the double happiness card he had obtained earlier. He focused his thoughts and chose to use it without hesitation. Ding! Detected that the host has used the double happiness card. The cash reward has doubled. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 million yuan. Automatically deposited into the linked account, please check. Almost simultaneously, the phone screen on the bedside table lit up, slightly indicating a bank deposit notification. Shun Zubai did not look at it immediately. He gently held the sleeping person in his arms, his mind sinking into the system interface, glancing at his total assets. A series of heart-pounding numbers came into view. Over 7 million. Just a few days ago, he was an ordinary wage earner struggling for a living, unable to see the future, even considered a loser. Yet now he possessed a top-tier luxury home, savings nearing 10 million, multiple divine-level skills, and most importantly, a beautiful and perfect lover in his arms. This drastic contrast stirred a huge wave in Shun Zubai's heart. He lowered his head to look at the sweetly sleeping Tang Xiaoxiao. In her dreams, she seemed to sense his gaze, unconsciously burrowing deeper into his embrace, letting out a faint kitten-like murmur, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Shun Zubai's heart instantly softened to the point of melting. He carefully adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, then bent down and placed a feather-like kiss on her smooth forehead. "Good night," Shun Zubai whispered. The next day, the first ray of morning sunlight seeped through the curtain gaps, awakening Shun Zubai. He opened his eyes and turned to look at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was still sound asleep beside him. She was curled up in his embrace, quietly sleeping, her long hair scattered on the pillow, her sleeping face peaceful and beautiful, with a hint of an indistinct smile at the corners of her lips, as if she were having a sweet dream. Shun Zubai carefully withdrew his arm from beneath her neck and tucked the blanket around her more snugly before tiptoeing out of bed. He did not disturb Tang Xiaoxiao, first walking into the master bathroom for a quick wash before heading directly to the open kitchen. Tying on the newly purchased apron from yesterday, he took on the appearance of a good husband at home and began to prepare the ingredients. With top-tier culinary skills at his disposal, Shun Zubai showcased them brilliantly at this moment. He took out the ingredients he had purchased last night from the refrigerator: fresh eggs, bacon, toast, avocado, milk, and blueberries. His movements were fluid and methodical. The frying pan was preheated, butter melted, and the eggs were cracked in. The egg whites instantly set into a beautiful lace edge, while the yolk remained wobbly, retaining its runny consistency. In another frying pan, the bacon sizzled, its edges curling slightly, emitting an enticing aroma. The toast was placed in the toaster, toasted until golden and crispy on both sides. The avocado was halved, its flesh scooped out with a spoon, mashed into a fine paste in a bowl, and seasoned with a bit of lemon juice, sea salt, and black pepper. The blueberries were washed and drained. Finally, he meticulously arranged the fried eggs, bacon, avocado paste, and toasted bread on a pristine white porcelain plate. A few blueberries were dotted beside the runny egg, and fresh squeezed orange juice was poured into a tall glass, while milk was gently warmed in a saucepan and poured into a minimalist patterned mug. The entire process was quiet and efficient. Within half an hour, 2 plates of breakfast that were visually appealing and full of flavor were completed, rivaling those from high-end restaurants. On the small table by the dining room's bay window, the sunlight was just right, and Shun Zubai placed a small vase of white tulips he had just bought from downstairs, their fragrance delicate. After completing all this, he untied the apron and walked towards the bedroom, wanting to check if Tang Xiaoxiao had woken up. Just as he reached the bedroom door, he heard some rustling sounds inside. He pushed open the door, and just in time saw Tang Xiaoxiao rubbing her eyes groggily, sitting up in bed. She was wearing the light purple silk camisole from last night, one shoulder strap slipping down, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin and her delicate collarbone. Her long hair was tousled and lazy, her eyes still carrying the dazed look of just waking up like a lost. Upon seeing Shen Shubai at the door, she blinked, seemingly fully waking up, a blush rising to her face as she instinctively tugged at the slipping strap. Are you awake? Shen Shubai walked over, sitting down at the edge of the bed, naturally reaching out to tidy her hair. Did you sleep well? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, leaning into his embrace, deeply inhaling the refreshing scent on him, her voice still soft and hoarse from just waking up really well. What about you? Why are you up so early? It's not early, it's almost 8 o'clock. Shen Shubai smiled and pinched her nose. Time to wash up breakfast. You made breakfast. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, all traces of sleep fading away. Shall we go take a look? Shen Shubai took her hand, leading her down to the living room. Tang Xiaoxiao allowed him to guide her to the dining room. When she saw the two exquisitely plated breakfasts in the sunlight, she gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, did you really make all this? She looked at Shen Shubai in disbelief. This plating is just, it looks like it could be sold for 888 yuan at a restaurant. Shen Shubai pulled out a chair for her, smiling lightly. Try it, and see how it tastes. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to sit down, taking a sip of warm milk, warmth spreading instantly. Then she cut a small piece of the toast coated in avocado paste along with runny egg and a piece of bacon and put it into her mouth. Instantly a rich layering burst on her tongue. The crispness of the toast, the creamy smoothness of the avocado paste, the rich runny yolk of the egg combined with the salty crispiness of the bacon. Perfectly blended together with the seasoning, just right. Every bite was a delight. This is so delicious. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled in amazement, her cheeks puffed up like a greedy little hamster, praising indistinctly Shen Shubai. You can really cook. You really can cook. And it's so good. You're amazing. Shen Shubai sat across from her, watching her enjoy her meal, feeling a sense of accomplishment fill his heart. I'm glad you like it. He'll cook for you more whenever I get the chance. You said it. No taking it back. Tang Xiaoxiao happily waved her fork. The two enjoyed breakfast together in the morning light, the atmosphere warm and sweet. Tang Xiaoxiao chattered away, talking about the dream she had last night and the lovely weather today, while Shen Shubai listened with a smile, occasionally responding, his gaze always gently resting on her. As breakfast was nearing its end, Tang Xiaoxiao's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from her mother. Xiaoxiao, are you awake? Will you come home for lunch? Tang Xiaoxiao chewed on the last piece of bacon while replying with one hand. I'm awake, Mom. I'll be home soon. Shubai will be coming too. Zhou Huixian replied instantly. No hurry, no hurry. Take your time. Just be home before lunch. The suggestive emoji made Tang Xiaoxiao blush, and she quickly locked her screen. What did Annie say? Shen Shubai asked. She said that we shouldn't rush, just to be back before noon. Tang Xiaoxiao replied, avoiding his smiling gaze. Shen Shubai nodded in understanding and didn't press further. He stood up to start clearing the dishes, saying, then we shouldn't be too late. Let's make a quick stop at the supermarket to buy some ingredients. I'll cook tonight and treat Uncle and Annie along with Grandpa to a meal. You'll be cooking? For my parents and Grandpa. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. That's wonderful. They will definitely love it. Let's go, we'll head to the supermarket now. The two quickly tidied up the kitchen and the room, changed their clothes and headed out. Tang Xiaoxiao changed into a creamy white knitted dress paired with a khaki trench coat, while Shen Shubai wore simple casual pants and a hoodie. Standing together, they looked relaxed and comfortable, a pleasing sight. Upon arriving at the supermarket again, they had a clear objective. Shen Shubai pushed the cart, while Tang Xiaoxiao linked her arm with his as they weaved through the fresh produce section. Shen Shubai already had a menu in mind, and he quickly selected ingredients. Fresh sea fish, plump 9-segment shrimp, premium beef brisket, and tender tofu along with seasonal vegetables, plus some spices and fruits. What dishes are you going to make? Tang Xiaoxiao asked, looking at the numerous ingredients Shen Shubai had chosen, affectionately linking her arm with his. I'll make steamed sea fish, poached 9-segment shrimp, braised beef brisket, mapo tofu, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a soup. Shen Shubai casually listed the menu. These were classic home-cooked dishes, but they were not easy to prepare well. For dessert, how about a simple sweet rice ball? That sounds mouth-watering. Tang Xiaoxiao, fully confident in Shen Zubai's culinary skills, giggled. Do you need my help? Of course you'll be my sous chef. Shen Shubai smiled, handing her a box of shrimp. You're in charge of deveining the shrimp. No problem. Tang Xiaoxiao was full of enthusiasm. After buying the ingredients, they returned to Tang Xiaoxiao's residential community. Carrying heavy bags upstairs, just as Tang Xiaoxiao pressed the doorbell, the door swung open almost instantly. Zhou Huixian appeared at the door with a beaming smile, her gaze first landing on the intertwined arms of the two and the heavy bags of ingredients, her smile deepening. Oh, you're back. You bought so many ingredients. Come in. She stepped aside to let them in, her eyes scanning her daughter's rosy, radiant face, and Shen Shubai unable to hide her delight. Are you tired? Sit down and rest. Mom, we're not tired, Tang Xiaoxiao said, bringing the ingredients into the kitchen excitedly. Tonight Shubai will cook for us. Oh, that's too kind. Shubai is a guest, Zhou Huixian said, though her eyes were crinkled in joy. Auntie, it's my pleasure. I've been a guest these past few days. Let me help out too, Shun Shubai politely responded while placing the other items down. All right then, Auntie won't be polite. Just let me know if you need anything. Zhou Huixian grew more satisfied with Shun Shubai as she observed him. He was considerate, thoughtful, capable, and could cook. Such a son-in-law was hard to find even with a lantern. Tang Jinhua had a class in the morning and had not returned yet, while Grandpa Tang Wenyuan sat in the living room's rattan chair reading a newspaper with a cup of tea beside him. Seeing them return, he put down the newspaper and smiled. You're back. Did you have fun? Grandpa? Tang Xiaoxiao bounced over. Yes, we had a great time. The breakfast Shubai made last night was delicious. He's cooking a feast tonight. Oh, Shubai can cook. Tang Wenyuan looked at Shun Shubai with some surprise. A little bit, Grandpa. You can try it tonight and see if it suits your taste, Shun Shubai humbly said. Good, then I'll be in for a treat. The old man nodded with a smile. Shun Shubai organized the ingredients in the kitchen and washed his hands before coming out. Tang Wenyuan waved at him. Shubai, come over and have a cup of tea with this old man. Sure, Grandpa. Shun Shubai walked over and sat down in the chair opposite the old man. Tang Wenyuan personally picked up the purple clay teapot and poured a cup of tea for Shun Shubai. The tea was clear and fragrant. Grandpa, I can do it myself. Shun Shubai quickly took it with both hands. Try this, it's a Zhongshan Xiaozhong sent by a friend, it's quite good. Tang Wenyuan gestured for Shun Shubai to taste the tea. Shun Shubai followed his lead and savored it. The tea was rich and mellow with a lingering aftertaste. Good tea, the aroma is steady and the texture is smooth. It's good tea, Tang Wenyuan said, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. You know tea. Not many young people enjoy this nowadays. I know a little, Grandpa, you flatter me, Shun Shubai respectfully replied as he set down the teacup. Tang Xiaoxiao leaned in, looking at the chessboard on the coffee table, her eyes twinkling. Grandpa, why didn't you go to the park today to play a few games with Grandpa Zong? Are you itching to play? Tang Wenyuan's greatest hobby after retirement was playing chess, and he was well known in the park's elderly community for his chess skills. He snorted. Wasn't it to wait for you all to come back? Grandpa Zhang and the others went to the senior university today. Perfect. Tang Xiaoxiao grinned as she sat down next to the chessboard. Can I play a game with you? It's been a long time since I've had the chance to lose to you. You? A defeated opponent. Tang Wenyuan pretended to complain, but there was a glimmer of interest in his eyes as he began to set up the pieces. Tang Xiaoxiao arranged the red pieces and suddenly turned to Shun Shubai. By the way, Shubai, do you know how to play chess? Shun Shubai nodded. I know a little. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately stood up and pushed him into her previous spot. That's great. You can play with Grandpa. He's really skilled. Ooh, I've never won against him. You'll help me get my revenge. Tang Wenyuan also looked at Shun Shubai and stroked his beard. Shubai can play too. Come, let's have a few moves. Xiaoxiao's level isn't enough to watch. Shun Shubai humbly replied. Grandpa's chess skills are superb. I'm afraid I'm not a match and can only try my best to learn. No worries, it's just a friendly match. Tang Wenyuan set up the black pieces. Red goes first, black follows, please. The game began. Shun Shubai took the red pieces and made the first move. Cannon 2 moves to 5, starting with a central cannon, one of the most common and aggressive openings. Tang Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, slightly impressed, and said, Horse 8 moves to 7, responding with a screen horse firmly defending the center. Their moves were not rushed, but each step was made with deep consideration. At first, Tang Xiaoxiao was keenly watching the match, but she soon became captivated by the silent battle on the board, holding her breath. Shun Shubai's chess style seemed straightforward and balanced, advancing step by step, yet concealed a hidden strategy with far-reaching calculations. He was not in a hurry to attack, but focused on coordinating his pieces and solidifying his formation, occasionally revealing weaknesses to lure his opponent, and while secretly setting traps. Tang Wenyuan, on the other hand, exhibited a typical old-school steady style, with rich experience and a strong overall view. His defense was tight, rarely showing weaknesses while patiently searching for his opponent's oversights. Once he found one, he would launch an unending series of attacks. As the game reached the mid-game, the situation remained tense. Although Shun Shubai held a slight advantage, Tang Wenyuan's defense was as solid as a fortress, making it difficult to break through. Good move. Tang Wenyuan looked at Shun Shubai's clever move of Horse 3 moves to 4, which threatened the black pawn in the center, while laying the groundwork for the upcoming chariot and cannon combination attack. Unable to hold back his praise. Young man, your calculations are deep. Grandpa, you flatter me, but your defense, that's too good. Shun Shubai focused intently on the chessboard, not daring to relax for a moment. He could feel that the old man's chess skills were far beyond those of ordinary players in the park, and were definitely at the amateur expert level. Although Tang Xiaoxiao was not a chess master, she could tell that the two were evenly matched, locked in a fierce battle. She glanced nervously at her grandpa's furrowed brows, and then at Shun Zubai's focused profile, feeling both anxious and proud. At a critical moment after much thought, Shen Shubai made a seemingly ordinary move of chariot 9 moves to 1, lifting the side chariot. This move initially appeared to pose no direct threat, but after a long contemplation Tang Wenyuan's expression turned serious. This move is brilliant, the old man slowly said. It appears to mobilize the side chariot, but in reality it aims to strengthen the central offensive while setting obstacles for my possible counterattack. Shen Shubai smiled without replying. This move was indeed a casual step he calculated meticulously, aimed at adjusting the position of his pieces in preparation for the final assault, while also preventing any potential counterattacks from the black side. Sure enough, a few moves later the traps Shen Shubai set began to take effect. The two chariots occupied key paths, and the horse and cannon worked together, forming a powerful three-dimensional offensive. Although Tang Wenyuan tried his best to fend off the attack, a hole was still torn in his defense. Check! Shen Shubai declared firmly, with his chariot occupying a flank pairing with the base cannon to create a checkmate. Tang Wenyuan stared at the chessboard for a full minute. Eventually he slowly exhaled, instead of displaying frustration from losing his face, broke into a smile of appreciation. Good. That was a beautiful kill. The old man clapped the table in delight. Each step was well planned, and the final blow was seamless. Shubai, you may know a bit, but you're far too humble. I haven't had such a pleasurable game in a long time. Tang Xiaoxiao finally dared to breathe out loud, excitedly grabbing Shen Shubai's arm. You won. Did you really beat Grandpa? That's amazing. She knew her grandpa's strength in chess. He rarely encountered an opponent in the park. Shen Shubai quickly stood up humbly, saying, Grandpa, I was fortunate to seize an opportunity due to your deep strategy. A win is a win, there's no luck involved. Tang Wenyuan waved his hand, his eyes full of admiration. The quality of chess reflects one's character. Watching you play, you're calm and composed, not arrogant or impatient, planning your moves carefully. Truly impressive. Receiving such high praise from the old man brought a great joy to Shen Zubai's heart. However, he was well aware that he had truly given his all in this game and had not intentionally held back, as that would have been a sign of disrespect to his opponent. The victory and recognition earned through one's utmost effort are far more valuable. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning against Elder Tang in the chess match, with exceptional skill, earning high praise and a joyful mood, along with a cash reward of 30,000 yuan. Shen Shubai felt like a money printer, gaining wealth solely based on his mood. Another round. Tang Wenyuan eagerly set up the chessboard again, looking determined not to lose. Grandpa, why don't you take a break? Tang Xiaoxiao chimed in cheerfully. Take a break. When the opponent is worthy, such opportunities are rare. Xiaobai, let's continue. The old man was evidently hooked on the game. Shen Shubai nodded with a smile, saying, All right, let me learn from Grandpa in another game. The two began to play again. This time Tang Wenyuan was fully focused, his aggressive style more fierce than before. Shen Shubai also did not back down, countering each move. Tang Xiaoxiao watched intently from the side, occasionally pouring tea for the two. Zhou Huixian also came out from the kitchen, standing behind Tang Xiaoxiao to observe for a while. Although she didn't understand much, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction seeing the harmonious atmosphere between the elder and the younger. It had been a long time since the house had felt so lively. The sunlight flooded the living room, the aroma of tea wafted through the air, and the crisp sound of chess pieces hitting the board, accompanied by occasional praises or contemplations, painted a warm and culturally rich family scene. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Zubai's focused side profile, then glanced at her grandfather's expressions, which alternated between frowning and relaxing, her heart overflowing with happiness. This man not only provided her with romance and a sense of security, but also integrated into her family, earning the recognition and affection of her closest relatives. What could be more reassuring and blissful than this? She quietly took out her phone and snapped a picture of the two engaged in their game. Sunshine, fragrant tea, the chessboard, and the two most important men in her life. This moment was worth cherishing forever. As the game resumed, Shen Shubai and Elder Tang were locked in a fierce battle. This time, Elder Tang unleashed his signature move, aggressively initiating with a fierce Shun Pao to disrupt Shen Zubai's rhythm. However, Shen Shubai responded calmly, using softness to counter hardness, and after neutralizing the attack, gradually took the initiative. The two engaged in fierce combat in the middle game, trading pieces, frequently leading to a highly complicated situation. Tang Xiaoxiao watched with bated breath. Even Zhou Huixian couldn't help but set down her tasks and stood behind Tang Xiaoxiao to watch the match. Tang's father, Tang Jinhua, also returned, changed into his home clothes, and quietly sat beside them, not interested. In the end, Shen Shubai, with a more precise endgame calculation, gradually pressed forward with a slight advantage of rook, knight, and pawn against rook, guard, and elephant, securing another victory. This round, Xiaobai won again. Elder Tang stared at the chessboard for a while, sighed deeply, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement rather than disappointment. The younger generation is truly formidable. Let's go again. Next, Elder Tang changed his strategy, adopting a solid defensive approach with the flying elephant opening. Shen Shubai responded with the Gua Gong Pao. This game had a relatively calm style, but beneath the surface currents flowed, testing the player's strategic skills and sensitivity in transitioning the mid-game. Seizing an opportunity where Elder Tang's flat rook was slightly delayed, Shen Shubai quickly mobilized his pieces to create a local advantage, ultimately securing victory with a clever horse-behind-cannon combination. 3 consecutive victories. Tang Xiaoxiao was so excited she nearly jumped up, shaking Shen Zubai's arm. We won. Again. Shubai, you are amazing. Finally someone can tame Grandpa, the chess king of the park. Huh. Elder Tang stroked his beard, and although he had lost 3 games in a row, his face was glowing with joy, clearly enjoying the matches. The way he looked at Shen Shubai was no longer just admiration, but also a delight in discovering a gem. Good. 3 games, 3 styles, and you handled them all with ease, balancing offense and defense with deep calculations. Xiaobai, your chess skills are definitely at an advanced amateur level. I'm impressed. Elder Tang laughed heartily, patting Shen Shubai on the shoulder in appreciation. Tang Jinhua watched in amazement. He knew his father's chess skills best. Among amateur players, he was at the top level, and it was difficult for ordinary people to win even 1 game against him, let alone losing 3 in a row. Moreover, it was clear that Shen Shubai had not yet given his all. Xiaobai, I didn't expect you to play chess so well, Tang Jinhua sincerely praised. You must study it regularly. Shen Shubai humbly replied, Uncle, you're overpraising me. I just play occasionally. Grandpa's chess skills are profound today. I just performed exceptionally well, merely lucky. That's not just luck. Elder Tang waved his hand, clearly understanding. Your chess path is steady, your overall view is strong, you dare to take risks at crucial moments, and you can calculate precisely. This is the result of both talent and effort. Xiaobai, are you interested in participating in the provincial amateur chess tournament? With your level, it's definitely possible to win a prize. Shen Shubai smiled and shook his head, saying, Thank you for the kind offer, Grandpa. For me, playing chess is a hobby, a way to cultivate oneself and communicate with elders and friends. Competing for fame and profit would lose the original intention. Being able to learn and spar with a master like Grandpa is already a great honor for me. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, expressing an understanding of the chess way while reflecting respect for his elders and skillfully declining the invitation to compete. Elder Tang and Tang Jinhua exchanged glances, their eyes filled with increasing approval. A young person with talent, yet humble, knows when to advance and retreat and understands moderation. Such disposition is truly rare. Well said. Playing chess is indeed an elegant affair focused on enjoyment rather than winning or losing. Elder Tang nodded in agreement, his affection for Shen Shubai practically overflowing. Dad, you 3 shouldn't just focus on chess, so wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Zhou Huixian called out from the kitchen. The lunch consisted of simple home-cooked dishes, but the atmosphere was especially harmonious. During the meal, Tang Xiaoxiao animatedly described how Shen Shubai had slaughtered his way through, winning 3 consecutive games against Grandpa, avenging her losses, which made everyone burst into laughter. Elder Tang pretended to be angry, puffing up his cheeks and glaring. You little girl, you're turning against your own clan. After dinner we'll continue. I don't believe it. Tang Jinhua, feeling a bit eager, laughed and said, I'm also on vacation. I have nothing to do this afternoon and would like to learn a few games from Xiaobai. Shen Shubai naturally accepted with a smile. Thus, after lunch, the living room transformed back into a chess arena. Tang Jinhua took the lead. His chess style was more theoretical and focused on layout than Elder Tang's, but he was slightly lacking in practical experience and calculations. Shen Shubai played 2 games with him, winning 1 and drawing 1, showcasing his strength, while also leaving his future father-in-law with enough face. Then Elder Tang returned to the board again. This time he adjusted his mindset, no longer fixated on winning or losing, but enjoying the process of the match. They played 3 more games, with Shen Shubai winning 2 and losing 1. In the game he lost, the old man had a moment of brilliance with a clever move. Shen Shubai calmly accepted his defeat and sincerely praised him. The afternoon quietly slipped away amid the rising and falling of the chess pieces. Tang Xiaoxiao stayed by Shen Zubai's side, occasionally pouring him tea or helping him massage his shoulders, resembling a dutiful little wife. Zhou Huixian and Tang Jinhua sat on the other side, chatting softly, while watching the joyful scene, their faces reflecting uncontainable smiles and satisfaction. Old Tang, look at our Xiao. She's truly smitten this time. Zhou Huixian whispered to Tang Jinhua. Look at her gaze, it's almost glued to Xiaobai. Tang Jinhua nodded in appreciation as he observed his daughter's radiant expression, filled with thoughts of Shen Shubai. Xiaobai is indeed a good kid, capable and cultured, treating Xiao well. Xiao has good taste. After another exhilarating match, Elder Tang took the hot tea offered by Tang Xiao and remarked, "The character is revealed in one's chess skills." Xiaobai is calm and composed, not arrogant or impatient, knows how to respect his opponents, and enjoys the process. This is truly rare indeed. Receiving such high praise from Grandpa made Tang Xiaoxiao's heart feel sweeter than honey, and her gaze towards Shen Shubai was filled with tenderness. At this moment, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Shen Shubai exchanged glances with Tang Xiaoxiao, and with unspoken understanding stood up. "Uncle and Grandpa, it's getting late. Let Xiaoxiao and I prepare dinner." Shen Shubai smiled, saying, "You can try our cooking." "Oh, that's too much. You are guests." Tang Jinhua said politely. "Dad, let Shubai show off his skills. He cooks delicious meals. I had his breakfast." Tang Xiaoxiao quickly chimed in, pulling Shen Shubai toward the kitchen. "Let's go. Let's prepare." Watching the two walk into the kitchen arm in arm, Zhou Huixian couldn't help but smile, saying to Tang Jinhua and Elder Tang, "Look at this, they're already like a couple before marriage." Elder Tang took a sip of tea, chuckling, "That's good. Young ones having a good relationship is a blessing." In the kitchen, Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao tied on aprons and began to get busy. Shen Shubai took the lead in cooking while Tang Xiaoxiao assisted. Their cooperation was seamless. Shen Shubai handled the ingredients skillfully and swiftly, showcasing his superb knife skills, leaving Tang Xiaoxiao in awe. "Shubai, do you really know how to do everything?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked curiously while carefully cleaning the shrimp. Shen Shubai was cutting beef brisket and laughed at her question, saying, "It's not that exaggerated, I just happen to know a bit about some things." "That's not just a little." Tang Xiaoxiao pouted. "You're so amazing at chess, and you cook so professionally, and you can also do acupuncture, drive well, and play games. What can't you do?" Shen Shubai pondered for a moment, turned his head to look at her, a playful smile in his eyes, and said, "That depends on how much you can uncover for me." The sudden sweet words made Tang Xiaoxiao's hand tremble, nearly dropping the shrimp on the floor. Her face flushed as she glared at him playfully, saying, "Smooth talker." Yet inside she felt a bubbling sweetness. Zhou Huixian had come in once during this time, intending to see if help was needed, only to find the kitchen in perfect order. Shen Shubai had everything under control, and Tang Xiaoxiao pretended to assist, leaving no room for her interference. She smiled contentedly and quietly slipped out to join the conversation between Tang Jinhua and the old man in the living room. "Tomorrow marks the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. It's time to buy New Year's goods," Zhou Huixian calculated. "Old Tang, you're on holiday too. Shall we all go out together tomorrow? It's perfect since Xiaobai is here too. Let him experience the festive atmosphere of our Lai Island." "Sure," Tang Jinhua nodded. "It's time to prepare. Xiaoxiao is back early this year, just in time to join us." Old Tang also nodded. "It's good to be lively." In the kitchen, Shen Shubai heard the conversation outside, paused his movements, and softly said to Tang Xiaoxiao, who was peeling garlic, "Xiaoxiao, I might have to go back to Rongqing the day after tomorrow." Tang Xiaoxiao's hand stopped peeling garlic, her smile instantly frozen, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "So soon? Can't you stay a couple more days? My parents said we would go out to buy New Year's goods together tomorrow." She was not an unreasonable girl, she understood that Shen Shubai had his own matters to attend to. He could accompany her home to meet her parents, which was already quite enough. But emotionally she was reluctant to let him leave so soon. Shen Shubai noticed her reluctance, his heart softening. He set down the knife and spoke gently, "There are some matters at home that I need to handle, and I also need to prepare for the new year. But don't worry, we will see each other again during the new year." Tang Xiaoxiao leaned against him, nodding gloomily. "When will you go back?" When would be appropriate for me to visit your home?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she asked. Shen Shubai thought for a moment and said, "I'll probably leave the day after tomorrow. As for you, after the new year, around the 3rd or 4th day, by then I should have finished my family matters and can pick you up to stay a few more days." Hearing the clear arrangement, Tang Xiaoxiao felt much more at ease and smiled. "Great. I'll wait for your news." "So good." Shen Shubai smiled slightly. "All right, let's get back to work, so uncle, and it won't wait." Thus the two resumed cooking. Shen Shubai handled the stove with fluid motions, stir-frying, stewing, steaming, and boiling simultaneously, yet in perfect order. The braised beef brisket bubbled in the clay pot, exuding a rich aroma. The steamed fish was cooked to perfection, with the flesh just barely firm, tender, and fresh. The boiled shrimp only needed the water to boil before being put in, while the red oil for the mapo tofu was already prepared. Tang Xiaoxiao was responsible for plating and the final decoration. She imitated Shen Zubai's method from this morning, carefully arranging the dishes on pristine white porcelain plates, sprinkling scallions, cilantro, and red pepper strips, instantly increasing the appetite. At 6:30 in the evening, 8 dishes rich in color, aroma, and flavor were served on the dining table. Steamed East Star grouper, boiled shrimp, braised beef brisket, mapo tofu, garlic stir-fried greens, oyster sauce, lettuce, yam, and pork rib soup, and sweet rice balls as dessert. "Wow, so sumptuous!" Zhou Huixian exclaimed, looking at the table full of restaurant-quality dishes, surprised. "Did you two really make these?" "Impressive." Tang Jinhua and old Tang also praised continuously. Everyone took their seats, and old Tang in great spirits stood up to fetch a bottle of Mao Dai he had treasured for many years, saying today is a happy occasion. Xiaobai is here, has played a good game, and made such a wonderful meal. Let's have a good drink together. Grandpa, this is too precious. Shen Shubai quickly stood up to accept it. No matter how precious, it's meant to be drunk. Today is just right. Old Tang personally opened the bottle and filled glasses for Shen Shubai, Tang Jinhua, and himself. As for Zhou Huixian and Tang Xiaoxiao, they poured juice, and then the family raised their glasses, saying cheers for the first cup, welcoming Xiaobai to our home. Everyone toasted joyfully. The atmosphere was lively and warm. Next they began to sample Shen Zubai's culinary skills. With his top-notch cooking skills, every dish was highly praised by the guests. Even the simple stir-fried vegetables were crispy and delicious. What's more, these dishes not only tasted good, but were also beautifully plated, showing great care. Xiaobai, your cooking skills are incredible. After tasting a few bites, Tang Jinhua sincerely exclaimed, better than many restaurants. Did you study this specifically? I haven't been formally trained, just really enjoy researching, and have cooked a lot, Shen Shubai humbly replied. This is indeed talent. Old Tang took a sip of wine, his face glowing. Not only can he play chess, but he can also cook, and has great character. Xiao Xiao, you've struck gold. Tang Xiaoxiao felt shy from the praise, but was inwardly delighted, continuously serving Shen Shubai food. Eat more, you've worked hard. During the meal, Shen Shubai had intended to mention his plans to leave in the next couple of days, but seeing the Tang family in such high spirits, and hearing their plans for New Year shopping tomorrow, he swallowed his words. He didn't want to disrupt this warm atmosphere. Tang Xiaoxiao noticed his hesitation and gently squeezed his hand under the table, her eyes signaling, it's all right, let's talk tomorrow. Shen Shubai responded with a gentle smile, returning her hand squeeze. This family banquet lasted nearly 2 hours, filled with joy. Half a bottle of Mao Dai had been consumed, and both old Tang and Tang Jinhua were slightly tipsy, becoming more talkative, showering Shen Shubai with compliments that seemed endless. Zhou Huixian looked at Shen Shubai with increasing satisfaction, already beginning to contemplate where her daughter would live after marriage and who would take care of the children. After the meal, Tang Xiaoxiao took the initiative to clean up, with Shen Shubai helping. Zhou Huixian initially wanted to stop them, but seeing the young couple busily working together in the kitchen, she laughed and sat back down. After tidying up, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Zhou Huixian checked the time and then looked at her daughter, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and eyes glistening, as well as at Shen Shubai, who despite drinking still had clear eyes, a sly smile flickering in her gaze. Xiao Xiao, it's getting late. Xiaobai is tired today and has had some wine. You should drive him back to his place, she said, deliberately emphasizing the words his place. Be careful on the road. Tang Xiaoxiao, fully understanding her mother's meaning, turned bright red, playfully protesting, Mom. Hurry up. Drive safely at night. Zhou Huixian insisted, shoving the car keys into her daughter's hands, then turning to Shen Shubai, saying, Xiao, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow we'll go shopping for New Year goods together. Sure, Auntie. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt and Grandpa, for today's hospitality. I'll take Xiao Xiao home now. Shen Shubai politely bid farewell. Under the smiling gazes of the Tang family, Tang Xiaoxiao, blushing, pulled Shen Shubai out of the house. Once downstairs and seated in Shen Zubai's Mercedes, Tang Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh, patting her hot cheeks. My mom is really... Shen Shubai, sitting in the passenger seat, chuckled quietly, watching her shy demeanor. Your mom is quite adorable. You're still laughing. Tang Xiaoxiao shot him a glare and started the car. The streets of Lai Island were still the car steadily headed towards the Tianyue Yunsong community, filled with a faint scent of wine and the similar fragrance of the two, the atmosphere quiet and ambiguous. Arriving at the underground parking garage, they parked the car. Stepping into the elevator, the confined space held only Shen Shubai, having drunk, had a gaze that appeared deeper than usual, fixating on Tang Xiaoxiao with an unabashed heat. Tang Xiaoxiao's heart raced under his gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. The elevator reached the floor, and the doors opened. As soon as they exited the elevator, Shen Shubai suddenly reached out, pulling Tang Xiaoxiao into his embrace, and with a turn of his steps, gently pressed her against the wall beside the entrance. Shubai, Tang Xiaoxiao softly called, raising her eyes to meet his, her heart racing as she looked into his smoldering gaze. In response, Shen Shubai captured her lips with a heated, urgent kiss. Mixed with the faint scent of alcohol and his unique, fresh fragrance, the kiss brimmed with possessiveness and the pent-up desire of the day. His arm firmly encircled her waist, while the other hand tangled in her hair at the back of her head, compelling her to tilt her head back in submission. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly lost herself in the deep kiss, her arms wrapping around his neck, responding passionately. In the silent corridor, only the ambiguous sounds of their lips meeting and their increasingly disordered breaths filled the air. However, just as Shen Zubai's hands began to wander beneath her clothes, Tang Xiaoxiao's remaining rationality reminded her her period was not over yet. She slightly turned her head, gasping for breath, as she softly reminded Shubai, "We can't. Not yet. Shen Shubai paused, resting his forehead against hers, his breath, heavy eyes filled with restrained desire and frustration. Shen Shubai leaned against the cold wall, tilting his head back, his fingers tightly gripping the door frame, the veins on the back of his hands slightly bulging, all his senses focused on the exquisite pleasure as suppressed low gasps escaped from his throat. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Shubai finally released. He gasped as he pulled the limp Tang Xiaoxiao up, holding her tightly in his arms, trying to calm his racing heart. At that moment, the system's prompt sound appeared again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for merging and entwining with Tang Xiaoxiao once more. She envelopes you with love, bringing you joy, and you have received a cash reward of 500,000 yuan. Shen Shubai did not expect that Tang Xiaoxiao would once again help him relieve his worries and still earn such a huge reward, causing his emotions to surge even more. With 500,000 deposited, Shen Shubai's savings were about to reach the 10 million mark. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Shubai came back to his senses, his voice filled with tenderness and gratitude after satisfaction. Tang Xiaoxiao buried her flushed face in his chest, shaking her head. The two embraced for a moment, then Shen Shubai directly carried Tang Xiaoxiao into the bathroom. The warm water washed away the fatigue and stickiness. Shen Shubai carefully washed her, his movements gentle, as if handling fragile porcelain. Tang Xiaoxiao leaned against him, enjoying his service, her heart filled with peace and happiness. After the bath, Shen Shubai wrapped her in a towel and carried her to the bed. Neither of them wore pajamas, embracing each other, sincerely lying in the soft bedding. The bedside lamp was dim, casting a warm yellow glow over them. Xiao, Shen Shubai said softly. Moi. Tang Xiaoxiao adjusted to a more comfortable position in his embrace, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. Are you nervous about coming to my house after the new year? Shen Shubai asked. Tang Xiaoxiao's finger tracing stopped. She looked up at Shen Shubai, a hint of unease in her eyes. A little. Will your parents like me? What should I prepare? What do they like? I'm afraid I won't do well. Seeing her anxious eyes like those of a frightened deer, Shen Shubai's heart softened completely. He held her tight and kissed her forehead. Don't be nervous, my parents are very easygoing people. They will definitely like you just as your parents like me. Besides, you are so beautiful, have a good personality, and are understanding and filial. No one would dislike. As for gifts, you being there is the best gift. As for the rest, you don't need to worry with me around. His words seemed to have magic, instantly calming Tang Xiaoxiao's unease. Tang Xiaoxiao looked up at Shen Shubai, her eyes filled with trust and affection. Really? Shen Shubai cupped her face and said seriously, my parents have always hoped I could find a good girl and settle down. Now that I'm bringing you back, they want to know how happy they will be, perhaps even happier than my mother was today when she saw you. Tang Xiaoxiao was amused by him, gently punching him, playfully saying, you're talking nonsense. Don't believe me? Then let's make a bet. Shen Shubai's lips curled up slightly. I won't bet. I believe you anyway. Tang Xiaoxiao leaned back into his arms, her heart filled with expectations and courage for the future. With him by her side, meeting his family didn't seem so frightening anymore. The two chatted softly for a while about the New Year future plans and the anticipation of shopping for New Year's goods with the Tang family tomorrow. Their voices gradually quieted. Tang Xiaoxiao slowly fell into a dreamland amidst Shen Shubai's steady heartbeat and reassuring. Shen Shubai listened to her even breathing, feeling the soft body in his embrace, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and responsibility. He gently kissed the top of her head and closed his eyes. The next morning, Shen Shubai woke up before Tang Xiaoxiao again. He gazed lovingly at the beautiful sleeping face next to him for a moment before getting up quietly, tucking the blanket around her and heading to the kitchen. The refrigerator was stocked with ingredients. Shen Shubai quickly immersed himself in making breakfast. Today he decided to make a traditional Chinese breakfast. He cooked a thick and soft millet porridge, pan-fried golden and crispy steamed buns wrapped in egg, and prepared several exquisite and refreshing side dishes. Cold cucumber salad, sweet and sour radish skin, fragrant crunchy bamboo shoots, and steamed a small basket of translucent shrimp dumplings. When Tang Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, she was wearing Shen Shubai's oversized white shirt. The hem of the shirt reached just above her thighs, revealing two long, straight, fair legs. As she stepped out of the bedroom, the aroma of breakfast had already filled the entire living room. Tang Xiaoxiao saw the beautifully arranged breakfast on the dining table, and the man in an apron who was placing the last side dish on the table looked tall and handsome. This scene was as beautiful as a still life painting, deeply striking Tang Xiaoxiao's heart. She tiptoed quietly, walked over, and wrapped her arms around Shen Shubai's slender waist from behind, pressing her face against his broad back. Shen Shubai's body paused slightly, then relaxed, a gentle smile spreading across his lips. He put down what he was holding, turned around, embraced Tang Xiaoxiao, and lowered his head to place a kiss on her forehead. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? I woke up because of the smell. Tang Xiaoxiao tilted her face up, her voice still hoarse and innocent from just waking up, her gaze slightly dazed. Shen Zubai's eyes darkened. He did not say much, but lowered his head to kiss her slightly parted lips. This was a gentle and lingering good morning kiss, devoid of excessive desire, yet filled with love and intimacy. Tang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Shen Zubai's neck, responding passionately. In the morning light, the two embraced and kissed in the kitchen, as if time had slowed down for them. After a long while, Shen Shubai reluctantly released Tang Xiaoxiao, then gently rubbed her slightly swollen lips with his thumb, and said, "Go wash up first, then we can eat. Your mom will be urging us soon." Tang Xiaoxiao then remembered their plans for the day, stuck out her tongue playfully, and ran back to the bedroom. By the time she finished washing up and changed her clothes, Shen Shubai was already sitting at the dining table waiting for her. The two sat across from each other, enjoying breakfast in the morning light. The millet porridge warmed the stomach, the side dishes whetted the appetite, and the shrimp dumplings were delicious. Simple food became exceptionally tasty due to the cook's care and the company of diners. "Everything you make is delicious," Tang Xiaoxiao sighed contentedly. "I'm glad you like it. I'll make it for you every day in the future," Shen Shubai smiled. Just after finishing breakfast, Tang Xiaoxiao's phone rang. It was indeed a WeChat message from Zhou Huixian. "Xiaoxiao, are you awake? Shall we leave around 10 to buy New Year's goods? We'll meet downstairs." Tang Xiaoxiao replied, "Yes, Mom. We'll be back in an hour." "Great. After sending the message, Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao quickly tidied up the dining table and kitchen before getting ready to leave. Tang Xiaoxiao wore a red cashmere dress today, paired with a white short down jacket, her long hair cascading down, looking particularly festive and charming. Shen Shubai donned a deep blue casual outfit, looking calm and handsome. Around 10 o'clock, the two arrived downstairs at Tang Xiaoxiao's house. Tang Jinhua had already brought out a somewhat older black Passat, which was very clean. Zhou Huixian was holding onto old Master Tang, standing by the car. When she saw Shen Zubai's Mercedes E300 approaching, a smile appeared on her face. "Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, have you been waiting long?" Shen Shubai parked the car and got down with Tang Xiaoxiao to greet them. "Not at all, we just came down," Zhou Huixian said with a smile. "Let's go to Wanxiang City, they have everything there." Thus the two cars drove towards the largest shopping center in the city center, one after the other. On the way, Tang Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to send a message in the family WeChat group. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, just to let you know there's something at Zubai's home, and we need to head back to Rongqing tomorrow." After sending the message, Zhou Huixian in the front Passat immediately replied, "Oh, you're leaving tomorrow? So soon?" Tang Jinhua also sent a voice message. "I understand it's almost New Year, there must be something at home. Little Bai, be careful on the road, and say hello to your parents for us when you get home." Old Master Tang also sent a voice message, his voice strong. "There will be plenty of time in the future. Let Xiaoxiao come to your house to pay New Year's respects after the holiday. Little Bai, drive carefully on the road." Seeing her family's understanding and supportive reaction, Tang Xiaoxiao felt warm inside, looking at Shen Shubai with eyes full of affection. Shen Shubai also heard the voice messages through the car's Bluetooth, feeling moved. Upon arriving at the mall and parking, the family reunited. The mall was decorated festively, filled with the atmosphere of the new year, bustling with people, lively and vibrant. "Let's go pick some gifts for Little Bai's family first," Zhou Huixian said enthusiastically, pulling Tang Xiaoxiao towards the gift area. "It's rare to go back, we should bring more gifts." "Xiaoxiao, give us some input." "Auntie, it's not necessary to go through so much trouble, my parents aren't picky about that," Shen Shubai quickly advised. "That won't do. We can't skimp on the formalities," Tang Jinhua said seriously. "This is just our small token of appreciation." Thus, with careful selection by Zhou Huixian and Tang Xiaoxiao, they quickly chose several gifts that were both presentable and practical. 2 boxes of high-quality dried seafood gift boxes, a set of exquisite tea sets, and several boxes of special local pastries and cakes. Shen Shubai couldn't decline and had to accept, feeling warmth surging in his heart. This sentiment was worth far more than the gifts themselves. While the family was busy selecting their own New Year's goods, Shen Shubai quietly pulled Tang Xiaoxiao aside to choose return gifts for the Tang family. He bought Zhou Huixian a high-quality cashmere shawl, selected a nice pen for Tang Jinhua, and bought a set of 4 treasures of the study for old Master Tang. He even secretly bought Tang Xiaoxiao a diamond necklace that she had been eyeing for some time, a rather expensive surprise for the new year. After finishing the New Year's shopping, large and small bags nearly filled the trunks of both cars. Noticing it was nearing noon, Shen Shubai suggested, "Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, how about I treat everyone to lunch? It can also be an early New Year's greeting for everyone." "Oh, that's too kind of you. We should be the ones treating you off," Tang Jinhua said, feeling embarrassed. "Uncle, please don't be polite with me. I've been bothering you these past few days. Let me express my gratitude," Shen Shubai said sincerely. Seeing his insistence, the Tang family smiled and agreed. Shen Shubai had already asked Tang Xiaoxiao to help him book a private room at a well-reviewed Cantonese restaurant in the mall. In the elegantly decorated private room, the family sat around a round table. The dishes Shin Shubai ordered were abundant, catering to everyone's tastes. The atmosphere at the table was warm and harmonious, with the Tang family constantly serving Shin Shubai food, reminding him to be careful on the road and to report back safely once he got home. Old Master Tang took a sip of tea and said with a relaxed demeanor, "Life is long. In the future, when Xiao Bai and Xiao Xiao start a family, they can celebrate together every year. There's no rush at this moment." Shin Shubai nodded in agreement, saying, "Grandpa is right. I will take Xiao Xiao over as soon as possible after the new year. At that time, uncle and aunt along with grandpa are welcome to come to Rongqing for a visit." All right. This made the Tang family feel at ease. The meal was enjoyed by both hosts and guests alike. After dinner, Shin Shubai eagerly settled the bill, and the family finally returned home satisfied. Upon returning to the Tang family home, they took a short rest before starting to prepare for the new year. They pasted Spring Festival couplets, and the character Fu cleaned up and organized New Year goods. The whole family worked together. Even old Master Tang took a cloth and began to wipe the windows. Shin Shubai naturally didn't remain idle. Being tall, he took the initiative to handle the couplets that needed to be pasted at high places and the cleaning of the tall windows. Tang Xiaoxiao assisted him, and the two worked in perfect harmony, occasionally exchanging smiles that delighted Zhou Huixian, who watched with joy. The afternoon passed quickly amidst busy activity and joyful laughter. By dusk, the house had been transformed, radiating a strong festive atmosphere. Dinner was a simple homemade noodle dish, and after finishing it warmly, it was time to part ways. Shin Shubai packed his belongings and prepared to say goodbye. The Tang family accompanied him to the door. Zhou Huixian's eyes were filled with reluctance as she held his hand, repeatedly reminding him, "Xiao Bai, be sure to pay attention to safety on the road, don't rush while driving, and make sure to call us when you get home. Give our regards to your parents." "Sure, An'll definitely do that, don't worry," Shin Shubai replied. Tang Jinhua patted his shoulder seriously, saying, "Safe travels." Old Master Tang also reminded him, "Take it slow on the road. We still have more chess games to play. Continue after the new year." "Absolutely, Grandpa," Shin Shubai promised earnestly. Finally, he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, whose eyes were slightly red, and in front of the family gently embraced her, whispering, "Wait for my call." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, holding back her tears. "Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, I'll be leaving now. Wishing everyone a happy new year in advance, good health, and all the best." Shin Shubai stepped back and bowed deeply to the Tang family. "Take care, you two. Safe travels." The Tang family responded repeatedly. As Shin Shubai turned to leave under the reluctant gazes of the Tang family, Tang Xiaoxiao insisted on seeing him to the car and followed him down. Upon reaching the garage and sitting in the car, Tang Xiaoxiao could no longer hold back and tears fell down her cheeks. Shin Shubai held her close, tenderly kissing away her tears, saying, "Don't cry, darling. We'll see each other again soon. You must come to pick me up early." Tang Xiaoxiao choked back her words. "I promise," Shin Shubai said, cradling her face and kissing her deeply. This kiss carried the bittersweetness of parting and intense love. After a long time, they finally separated. Tang Xiaoxiao got out of the car, watching as Shun Zubai's black Mercedes slowly drove away until its taillights disappeared into the night. She stood there for a long time without moving. Shin Shubai, on the other hand, drove directly back to Tianyue Yunsong. He knew that Tang Xiaoxiao would definitely come. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Shin Shubai opened the door and Tang Xiaoxiao rushed into his arms. That night was the final warmth before their separation. Both cherished it deeply. After taking a shower together, they lay in bed, embracing each other. Shin Zubai's hand gently stroked her smooth back while he kissed the top of her head. "Xiao Xiao." Shin Zubai's voice was husky, filled with evident desire. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her head, looking into his deep eyes under the dim light. She naturally understood what he wanted. For the past few days, Shin Shubai had been restraining himself, and she was well aware of it. She bit her lower lip, her face flushing alluringly, leaning close to his ear and whispering softly, I think it might be time." Shin Zubai's body suddenly stiffened, a fiery blaze igniting in his eyes. He stared at her intently, his voice tense. "Really? Are you sure? It's not good for your body." "I'm sure." Tang Xiaoxiao shyly buried her face in his chest, but her small hand instinctively reached down, and, "I wanna." This statement ignited the final fuse. Shin Shubai no longer hesitated, rolling over and gently pressing her beneath him. His kisses fell like a sudden summer rain, dense and fervent. From her smooth forehead, lightly trembling eyelashes, straight nose tip, to her delicate chin, long neck, and exquisite collarbone. He kissed his way down. Tang Xiaoxiao trembled slightly beneath him, not out of fear, but overwhelmed by this unprecedented sensory impact. She closed her eyes, completely surrendering herself, feeling the fiery kisses igniting shivers on her skin, experiencing his slightly rough, calloused hands gliding over every curve of her body. Uncontrollable soft moans and the faint creaking of the mattress under their weight intertwined, creating a primal and hauntingly beautiful symphony in the quiet night. Outside the window, the city had not yet fully fallen asleep, and the distant neon lights filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting blurred and shifting shadows on their sweaty skin, adding a touch of hazy sensuality and temptation. When the final barrier was gently yet firmly breached, Tang Xiaoxiao let out a soft hum, her delicate nails instinctively digging into Shun Zubai's taut back muscles. Shun Shubai immediately halted all movements, lowering his head, his forehead resting against hers, his nose brushing against hers, and with a voice hoarse to the extreme, he asked, "Does it hurt? If it hurts, tell me." Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head, wrapping her arms around his neck, her actions giving him the clearest answer. With her consent, Shun Shubai no longer hesitated. Sweat kept seeping out, intertwining together, making it impossible to distinguish between them. The air was filled with the sweet, sticky scent of passion. "Xiaoxiao, my Xiaoxiao," Shun Shubai whispered in her ear, his voice hoarse and affectionate. Tang Xiaoxiao was so exhausted she couldn't speak, only embracing him tightly, in return responding to him with her bodice warmth. At the pinnacle of this ultimate union of souls and spirits, the system's prompt sound echoed in Shun Zubai's mind once again, even more grand than ever before. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the bond with partner Tang Xiaoxiao, unlocking deep emotional connection. Reward issued 5 million cash. Additional reward: 1 strategic tool contains key information or solutions, automatically triggers when the host needs it most. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 100 unwavering favorability rating from Tang Xiaoxiao, earning a 5 million cash reward. 2 rewards totaling more than any previous sum. 10 million. Plus there's also a strategic tool. Shun Shubai was shaken. The immense wealth reward nearly made him lose his composure. However, after stabilizing his mind, he immediately checked the description of the strategic tool. The strategic tool hinted to him that this might not be merely a monetary reward. He concentrated and attempted to open the tool in his mind, but received the prompt: "The item does not meet the trigger conditions and is temporarily unavailable. It seems that it can only be activated at a specific time or place." Shun Shubai temporarily stored it in the system space and did not dwell on it further. He looked down at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was exhausted and asleep in his arms, her face still flushed with lingering warmth and a satisfied smile, sleeping sweetly. Thus Shun Shubai tenderly kissed her forehead, gently adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, and then embraced her, falling into a deep sleep himself. That night both of them slept particularly deeply. The next day Shun Shubai woke up early again, preparing a sumptuous farewell breakfast for Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao walked out of the bedroom, wearing his shirt. The two kissed in the morning light, then shared this warm breakfast together. Around 9 o'clock, Shun Shubai drove Tang Xiaoxiao back to her home. "I won't go up. I don't want uncle and aunt to send me off again." Shun Shubai unfastened her seatbelt and held her hand, saying, "Text me when you get home." Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were red again. She leaned over and kissed him, saying, "Be careful on the road and call me as soon as you arrive." "All right, I promise." Tang Xiaoxiao turned to get out of the car, looking back 3 times as she walked away, standing at the entrance and watching Shun Zubai's car slowly drive away until it was out of sight. She stood there motionless for a long time, feeling empty, yet filled with anticipation for their next meeting. Shun Shubai drove out of the community, merging into the flow of traffic. He opened his phone and called his mother, Lin Beiying. The ringing went on for a long time, but no one answered. Shun Shubai frowned slightly. At this time his parents were usually busy at home, so it was unlikely that they wouldn't hear the phone. Could it be that their phone was not near them? Or was the signal bad? He dialed again, but still no answer. Perhaps they were busy. Shun Shubai thought for a moment and decided not to keep calling. After all, he would be home in about 3 hours, and it would be nice to give them a surprise then. He put down his phone and focused on driving. Eager to return, and with good road conditions, he drove a bit faster than on the way there. The car left Ludao and entered the highway, speeding towards Rongqing. The scenery outside raced by, and Shun Zubai's mood soared as well. This trip home was unlike any previous ones. He was no longer the weary, anxious worker who was lost about the future, but rather someone returning with significant changes, abundant wealth, and a sincere, beautiful love. He couldn't wait to see the surprised expressions of his parents, to tell them that their son was doing well now, and that he would ensure they would have a better life in the future. The 3-hour drive passed quickly in anticipation. Around 1 in the afternoon, Shun Shubai exited the highway, entered Rongqing territory, and drove for another half hour until familiar rural roads appeared before him. Near his hometown, he felt more nervous. He looked at the familiar yet somewhat strange scenery along the roadside. Several new small buildings had been constructed, and a few more shops had opened, but the overall rural atmosphere remained strong. The car turned onto the cement road leading to his village. As he got closer to home, Shun Zubai's heart involuntarily began to race. Shen Shubai even began to imagine how surprised and delighted his parents would be to see him returning in a brand new Mercedes. Finally, the familiar old locust tree at the village entrance came into view. Turning the corner, his three-story villa was just ahead. However, Shen Zubai's smile froze on his face the moment he saw the scene at the front door. Outside his door, a crowd of people had gathered, their dark figures blocking the view. There were at least a dozen of them, mostly young men, shouting loudly, their voices faintly audible even through the car window. In the center of the crowd, surrounded by them, were his parents, Shen Jiangwo and Lin Beiying. His father, Shen Jiangwo, seemed to be fervently arguing with a man in a leather jacket, and crew cut his face, flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Beiying was tightly gripping her husband's arm, her face etched with anxiety and fear, as if she were trying to persuade him or perhaps shielding something. On the ground, some crushed sugarcane remnants and a few broken baskets lay scattered. Shen Shubai instantly recognized them as the tools his parents used to sell sugarcane. A surge of anger mixed with icy unease surged to the top of Shen Zubai's mind. He slammed on the brakes, the Mercedes screeching as it came to a steady stop at the edge of the crowd. He flung open the car door, his face as cold as ice, and quickly pushed his way into the crowd. Clearing the people in front of him, he said in a voice as frigid as a blade, "Get out of my way." The crowd turned at the sudden intrusion of this young man and the eye-catching black Mercedes. As they saw Shen Zubai's youthful yet furious visage, the noise quickly diminished. Seeing their son Shen Jiangwo and Lin Beiying froze for a moment, then their faces lit up with disbelief and joy, soon overshadowed by deeper worry and anxiety. "Shubai, why are you back?" Lin Beiying cried out in shock. Shen Jiangwo waved his hand anxiously, his lips moving as if to signal him not to approach. But Shen Shubai had already reached his parents, positioning his mother behind him, his gaze sharp as a knife as he turned to the man in the leather jacket and asked slowly, "Who are you? What do you want?" The man in the leather jacket sized up Shen Shubai, glancing at the grand Mercedes nearby, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by arrogance. "Oh, the son has returned. Driving a big Mercedes, quite impressive. Just in time. The debts of the father must be repaid by the son, it's only right. Your father owes our boss long ago money, and it must be paid back today. With interest, that's 150,000. Hand over the money, and well, leave immediately. If not, don't blame us for being rude." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Shen's parents and the sugarcane baskets on the ground, his tone turning vicious. "This house and these scraps aren't worth much, but they can cover some interest." Shen Zubai's pupils dilated in shock. "Oh, money. Long ago. 150,000. He turned sharply to his father. Shen Jiangwo's face was ashen, his lips trembling, eyes filled with shame and despair. Facing Shen Zubai's gaze, he lowered his head in pain, murmuring, "Shubai, I'm sorry." Lin Beiying was already in tears, gripping her son's arm tightly, as if holding onto the last lifeline, and cried, "Shubai, your dad. He was deceived. That person said he could help us get better sugarcane seedlings at a low price, but he took the money and ran. Your dad couldn't stand it, and went to confront him, but he was beaten. These people are here to collect the debt, saying that the scammer is Long Guess underling, and we must pay back the money. We've already paid back 50,000, but their interest is terrifying. So that's how it is." It wasn't that his father had taken out a high-interest loan voluntarily, but rather that he had been tricked in a scheme, and now these thugs were coming to demand payment. The rage in Shen Zubai's heart erupted like a volcano, but his face grew even colder. He patted his mother's hand to reassure her, then slowly turned back to face the man in the leather jacket. His gaze was terrifyingly calm, his voice low but clear enough for everyone to hear. "Where's the IO? Where's the borrowing agreement? Whoever lent the money, you go find them. My parents are the victims, not the debtors." "What?" The man in the leather jacket was taken aback, clearly not expecting this seemingly gentle young man to be so assertive. He angrily pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his jacket and shook it open. "Look carefully. This has your father's fingerprint. Black and white on paper. 50,000 interest calculated weekly, compounded. Now it's 150,000. Not a penny less." Shen Shubai glanced at the so-called IOU. The terms were vague, the interest exorbitant, and his father's fingerprint looked like it had been forcibly pressed. "This is clearly a legal loan sharking, possibly even forged." Shen Shubai sneered. "You dare present such illegal things? I'm saying this again, whoever was scammed, you go find them. Now leave my house immediately." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group of thugs, finally landing on the man in the leather jacket, his tone suddenly sharp and carrying an undeniable pressure. "Otherwise I will call the police." "Call the police?" The man in the leather jacket laughed, as did the thugs behind him. "Kid, do you think calling the police? Do you know who our Longo is in this town? Go ask around. When the police come, they need evidence. This IOU is evidence. If you don't pay today, we won't leave. I see that your big Mercedes seems quite valuable or otherwise." Shen Zubai's eyes turned cold. It seemed that reasoning was useless. He quietly reached into his pocket, gripping his phone, ready to call the police at any moment. At the same time, his body tensed slightly, entering a state of alert. His top-notch physical condition gave him confidence in protecting his parents should a conflict arise. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Some villagers watching revealed sympathetic expressions, some dared to be angry, but not speak, while most kept their distance afraid to approach. Shun Jiangwo and Lin Bang looked at their son, facing this menacing group of thugs alone, their hearts racing with anxiety. Lin Bang cried and tried to pull her son back, but Shun Jiangwo held her tightly. At that critical moment, Shun Zubai's mind suddenly lit up with the prop that had been showing trigger conditions not met. A clear prompt rang in his ears. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a family crisis encountering illegal violent debt collection. The trigger conditions of the prop are met. Using the prop. Information loaded. Target Long Gu, real name Wang Tianlong, actual controller of the Longa microloan company in the western suburbs of Rongqing, suspected of multiple fraud, illegal detention, and violent debt collection cases. His protector is Zhang Yong, the owner of the biggest nightclub in the area. Key evidence: video of Wang Tianlong's affair with his mistress and the bribery ledger hidden in the safe in his mistress' bedroom at Lijiang Garden Building 3, room 502. Safe password 772,233. Friendly reminder: the evidence is enough to bring Wang Tianlong and his protector to justice. It is advisable for the host to handle the current conflict properly, avoiding direct violent confrontation, and subsequent anonymous reporting or other legal measures can be taken. A flood of information rushed into Shun Zubai's mind like a wake-up call. So that's how it is. The system's reward prop was waiting here. Not only did it provide detailed information about the opposing leader, but it also revealed the location of criminal evidence, even the password. This was truly a weapon delivered right to his doorstep. Shun Zubai felt a surge of confidence, the previous tension and anger instantly transforming into calmness and strategy. He looked at the man in the leather jacket, still shouting along with the eager thugs behind him, a mocking smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth. Long Gu, Wang Tianlong, right? Shun Zubai spoke slowly, his voice low, yet it made the man in the leather jacket fall silent. The man's expression changed. How do you know Long Gu's name? Shun Zubai didn't answer, but continued to look at him with an all-seeing gaze, saying slowly, go back and tell your Long Gu there's no money. He should give up on that thought. He paused for a moment, took a step closer, and lowered his voice to a level only the two could hear, saying, Lijiang Garden. Let him weigh it for himself. The man in the leather jacket's pupils constricted like pinpoints, his color draining away, looking at Shun Zubai with eyes full of horror and disbelief. How could he know such a secretive matter that even their core subordinates were not fully aware of? Who exactly is this man? A wave of immense fear gripped the man's heart. He no longer dared to show any arrogance, his lips trembling as he glanced at Shun Zubai, then at the Mercedes, finally landing his gaze on Shun Zubai's deep, cold eyes. Let's go. We're leaving. He waved his hand abruptly, his voice dry and hoarse, revealing his uncontrolled panic. The group of thugs were at a loss, but seeing their leader's terrified demeanor, they dared not ask further, exchanging glances as they followed the man in the leather jacket, quickly squeezing through the crowd and leaving. It came suddenly and left in a hurry. In an instant, the previously aggressive group had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a mess and bewildered villagers. Shun Jiangwo and Lin Bang were also stunned, completely puzzled about what had happened. How did their son manage to scare off those fierce thugs with just a few words? Shun Zubai didn't immediately explain. He turned around, supporting his swaying mother, then looked at his father, whose face was filled with confusion and shame, softly, saying, Dad, Mom, it's okay now. Let's go inside and talk. Then Shun Zubai helped his parents walk towards their home amidst the curious, surprised, and scrutinizing gazes of the villagers. As he turned, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. After bringing his parents into the house, Shun Zubai was greeted by the familiar atmosphere of home. This three-story villa was built by his parents over the years through hard work and saving every penny, and it had already been over a decade. Unfortunately, the family's fortunes declined later on, but Shun Zubai never complained. At that moment, the bright hall was spotless thanks to his mother's tidying. In the center of the living room hung a family portrait taken when Shun Zubai graduated from high school. In the photo, he appeared youthful and shy while his parents looked much younger. Shun Jiangwo stumbled and supported by his son. His face, apart from the anger from earlier confrontation with thugs, now bore deep shame and regret. He sat on the wooden sofa, holding his head in his hands, his shoulders trembling slightly, clearly distressed. Xiaobai. Dad, I'm sorry. Shun Jiangwo's voice choked, almost unable to complete his sentence. Dad is useless and has caused you trouble. I really. Lin Bang beside him wiped her tears and anxiously explained, Xiaobai, don't blame your dad. He was deceived. That scoundrel claimed to be a manager from an agricultural company, promising cheap, high-quality sugarcane seedlings, saying 1 acre could earn several thousand more. Dad thought the sugarcane market was bad this year and wanted to try a different variety, so he gave that man the 50,000 yuan he had saved over the years to pay off the last of his debts. In the end, that person took the money and vanished. When Dad went to find him, he was beaten by a group of people and was forced to leave his fingerprints. Shun Shubai listened quietly, feeling no blame towards his father, only endless heartache and surging anger. He knew how difficult life had been for his parents over the years. The shadow of his father's earlier loss of over 400,000 had yet to fully dissipate, and they had worked tirelessly, living frugally. Relying on 10 acres of sugarcane and his mother occasionally selling fruits by the roadside, they not only slowly repaid their debts, but also supported his education and work. They were like two old workhorses, silently toiling without complaint. Dad, Mom, stop talking. Shun Shubai squatted down, holding his father's rough, calloused hand, which bore tiny wounds from handling sugarcane. He then looked up at his tearful mother and said gently, "I understand. This is not your fault. You are the victims. Now let me handle this matter." "Handle it? How will you handle it?" Shin Jiangwo suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, filled with worry and fear. "Those people are local ruffians, and there's someone backing them. We can't afford to provoke them. If it comes to it, just sell off the remaining sugarcane cheaply and pay them back. Losing money to avoid disaster. Dad, money is not the problem." Shin Shubai stood up, his tone firm and unquestionable. "They set a trap to defraud and used violence to collect debts. That is already illegal. We cannot retreat any further. Don't worry, I have a plan that will ensure they return everything they owe, principal and interest, and they won't dare to harass us again in the future." He noticed the lingering doubt and fear in his father's eyes and knew it would be hard to fully reassure him at the moment, so he changed the subject and smiled. "Mom, I'm hungry. Is there anything good to eat?" After driving for several hours, his stomach was growling. The shift in topic eased the atmosphere a bit. Lin Beiying then noticed the changes in her son. He stood taller than before, with a vibrant complexion, bright and steady eyes exuding an indescribable confidence and composure. She wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, "Of course. He'll make something for you. Just wait. By the way, Xiaobai, is that car outside really yours? It must have cost quite a bit, right?" Shin Shubai nodded, saying, "Yes, I bought it. Work has been going well lately, and I've earned some money. Mom, you won't have to work so hard in the future." Hearing Shin Zubai's admission and seeing his determined expression, Lin Beiying felt a huge weight lift off her chest, replaced by overwhelming relief and pride. Her son has made it. Although she didn't know exactly what he had done, being able to afford such a nice car meant he had made something of himself. Good. My son has made it." Lin Beiying nodded repeatedly, her eyes moist again, but this time with tears of joy. "You stay with your dad for a while, he'll go make you something delicious. Mom will go park the car and bring in the stuff," Shin Shubai said, patting his father's shoulder reassuringly before turning to leave. He restarted the Mercedes and parked it steadily in the open space in front of the house. The black car stood out in the simple rural setting, immediately attracting curious gazes and whispers from several villagers. Shin Shubai opened the trunk and began moving out gifts. There were large and small packages, all beautifully wrapped, causing Lin Beiying, who had just come out, to feel another pang of heartache. "Oh dear, why did you buy so many things? We don't lack anything at home. You, my child, shouldn't spend money recklessly. Mom, these are all New Year goods and gifts for you. Now that I can earn money, I should show my respect to you." Shin Shubai smiled as he carried the items inside. At that moment, several familiar neighbors approached, looking at the impressive Mercedes and the obviously expensive gift boxes in Shun Zubai's hands, their faces filled with envy and admiration. "Oh, isn't this the Xiaobai from Jiangwo's family? Back home. This car is really beautiful. Must cost hundreds of thousands, right?" exclaimed a plump aunt loudly. "Xiaobai has become successful now. Is he doing big business in the city?" "Driving a big Benz," a middle-aged uncle said while smoking, amazed. "Beiying, you are truly blessed. Your son is so capable." Another aunt grabbed Lin Beiying's hand, genuinely happy for her. "Now that your son is back to support you, those ruffians should no longer dare to bully you." Lin Beiying smiled brightly, modestly saying, "Oh, not at all, the child is just being reckless," but felt an overwhelming pride inside. Shun Shubai was polite to the villagers, but did not engage in lengthy pleasantries, simply smiling and nodding as a greeting. His thoughts were more focused on his parents and the matters he was about to deal with. After moving everything in, he closed the yard gate, shutting out the outside gaze and discussions. Inside, Shin Jiangwo looked at the mountain of gifts on the floor, feeling both happy and pained about the money. "You, my child? Really? Dad, not all of these are mine." Shin Shubai picked up several particularly exquisite gift boxes. "These are from my girlfriend's parents, entrusted to me to bring you New Year gifts." "Girlfriend? Xiaobai, what are you saying? You have a girlfriend and have even met her parents?" Shin Jiangwo and Lin Beiying exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening, the earlier worries instantly overshadowed by this enormous surprise. Shun Shubai nodded, sitting down with his parents, and narrated the situation with Tang Xiaoxiao, and how he went to meet her elders, emphasizing how her family understood and respected him and his family's circumstances. As they listened to their son describe how excellent the girl named Tang Xiaoxiao was, how well they clicked, and how warmly her family welcomed him. Shin Jiangwo and Lin Bing's expressions shifted from surprise to joy, especially when they heard how her parents did not look down on their situation and even gave such valuable gifts. The elderly couple felt their eyes welling up with emotion. Good. A good girl. A good family. Shin Jiangwo rubbed his hands together excitedly, but then his expression darkened, sighing, alas. With our current situation. After this incident. Will it? Dad, don't think too much about it. Shen Shubai interrupted his father's worries. Xiao Xiao and her family know about our situation. They value me as a person and our family values. Besides, I now have the ability to improve our family situation, and it will only get better. When Xiao Xiao comes for the new year, you'll see that she is a very understanding girl. This calmed Shen Jiangwo's worries. Lin Beiying was even more delighted, unable to stop smiling as she began to plan. We need to prepare well. The house needs to be tidied up. What should we prepare for her meeting gift? Seeing his parents regain their luster and hope because of his matters, Shen Shubai felt warmth surge. This is the meaning of his struggle, making his parents feel secure, proud, and live a comfortable life. After chatting for a while, Shen Shubai noticed that his father's movements were somewhat stiff when getting up and occasionally frowned unconsciously. He remembered his mother mentioning that his father had been beaten. Dad, how's your injury? Let me take a look. Shen Zubai's expression grew serious. It's nothing, just minor injuries. Shen Jiangwo attempted to deflect, but under Shen Zubai's persistent gaze, he lifted his shirt. Shen Jiangwo's arms, chest, and sides showed several obvious bruises and scraped some areas, already turning purple, looking quite alarming. There were similar injuries on his thighs. Shen Zubai's eyes instantly turned cold, his anger raging like a flame doused with oil. But he forced himself to remain calm and examined the injuries carefully. Fortunately, thanks to his top-notch medical skills, he quickly determined that these were all superficial wounds and soft tissue bruises with no damage to bones or internal organs. It seemed that the health enhancement from the system was also taking effect, as his father's recovery ability was significantly better than that of his peers, with some of the lighter bruises already starting to fade. Strange. Shen Jiangwo moved his arm and felt puzzled. These days I feel much lighter than before. My old cold legs and back pain seem to have improved a lot. Lin Beiying also added. Yes, I feel much more relaxed too, not like before when I always felt tired. Shen Shubai felt relieved recognizing this as the effect of the health boost. He explained nonchalantly, it might be because of the good weather lately, or perhaps you are in a better mood, Dad. Let me help you treat these injuries so they heal faster. He stood up to fetch his luggage from upstairs, actually retrieving silver needles, and a specially formulated ointment for blood circulation and bruising from the system space. Then, under Shen Jiangwo's astonished gaze, Shen Shubai explained that he had learned some skills from a master during his years away. Shen Jiangwo believed him without question. Even if Shen Shubai was lying, Shen Jiangwo would willingly let himself be a guinea pig for his son. This is what parents are. Shen Shubai first used a silver needle to puncture the acupoints, clearing the meridians and alleviating the pain, then carefully applied ointment to his father's injury and massaged the area. His technique was professional and gentle, and Shen Jiangwo soon felt a wave of comforting warmth emanating from the injury, with the pain significantly reduced. Xiaobai, you learned this from the master. It seems quite impressive, Shen Jiangwo said with surprise. It feels like you could take up a consultative role. I have only learned a little from traditional Chinese medicine, Shen Shubai explained with a faint smile. I'm far from being a doctor. After tending to the wound, Shen Zubai's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Tang Xiaoxiao. Shubai, are you home? Is everything alright? Looking at the screen with the animated characters and the cute little heart, Shen Zubai's cold demeanor instantly, he quickly replied, just got home chatting with Mom and Dad, everything's fine. How about you? Tang Xiaoxiao responded immediately. I'm good too, just finished helping Mom clean up. You should spend some quality time with Uncle and Aunt. We can chat again tonight. Okay, talk tonight, Shen Shubai quickly typed back. He then put down his phone and, noticing his parents' smiling gazes, felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Is she your girlfriend? Lin Beiying asked with a smile. Yes, he replied. Good, it's nice for young people. Shen Jiangwo also laughed, the wrinkles on his face relaxing considerably. In the following time, Lin Beiying showcased her culinary skills in the kitchen, preparing a table full of Shen Zubai's favorite dishes. Golden and crispy oyster pancakes, soft and sweet rice cakes, fried pork in vinegar, steaming duck pot, and a large pot of rich broth hot pot. The originally quiet home became lively with Shen Zubai's return, as the aromas of the dishes mingled with the warmth of a long-awaited family reunion. The family of three sat around the dining table eating and chatting. Shen Shubai enjoyed the meal, repeatedly praising his mother's cooking, while Lin Beiying kept serving him dishes, her smile never fading. The conversation naturally turned to the sugar cane at home. Shen Jiangwo sighed, recounting this year's difficulty. Due to the weather and market conditions, only a small portion of the more than 10 acres of sugar cane had been sold, with the rest piled in the fields, and as the year-end approached, he felt anxious. Shen Shubai listened intently, quickly pondering in his mind. He had money and could directly give it to his parents or buy all the sugarcane. However, this was the result of his parents' hard work over the year, and simply giving money or buying it outright might not be what they truly wanted. What they needed was recognition of the value of their labor and the sense of achievement in solving the problem. Suddenly, Shen Shubai recalled a fun marketing idea he had seen in a short video about stealing sugarcane, which had been extremely popular. "Dad, Mom, I have an idea," Shen Shubai said, putting down his chopsticks and taking out his phone to show them the video. "We can sell the sugarcane in a different way. We could organize an event called Sugarcane Adventure. Designate an area of sugarcane as the game zone, where visitors can steal sugarcane as long as they aren't caught by us. The sugarcane can be taken for free. However, if they get caught, they would have to buy the cane at the market price, say 15 yuan each. We could wear eye-catching outfits and patrol the fields to increase the fun." Shen Jiangwo and Lin Bing watched the lively scenes in the video and the excited explanations from the host, their eyes gradually lighting up. Can this really work? Shen Jiangwo hesitated a bit, asking, "What if we incur losses?" "We won't," Shen Shubai analyzed. "Firstly, this is a game attracting people who come to play, not those who actually intend to steal sugarcane. Secondly, we can set a time limit like 1 hour per session to control the number of participants. Most importantly, this fresh approach can easily go viral on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, bringing in a large crowd. Even if some people were lucky enough to steal a few stocks, the other consumption brought in by the attracted visitors, such as parking fees, snacks, and photo opportunities, and the subsequent rural effects, would definitely far exceed the value of those few stalks of sugarcane." Then Shen Shubai paused and continued, "Moreover, I happen to have a way to attract a lot of people to this event right from the start." As he said this, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reuniting with parents and sharing a warm dinner, significantly increasing family happiness, and receiving a cash reward of 2,000 yuan. Additional reward: 1 top-tier traffic prop card after use can attract more customers to buy sugarcane. Seeing the traffic prop card, Shen Shubai was incredibly astonished inside. It was truly a case of wishing for something and having it come true. As for that 2,000 yuan, it was equivalent to what his parents earned in a year from growing sugarcane. Only by comparison did Shen Shubai realize how terrifying his current earning potential was. Afterwards, Shen Shubai felt reassured and noted down the matter of the traffic card. He confidently told his parents, "Dad, Mom, trust me once, let's give it a try. Get ready, in a couple of days we'll launch the event." Seeing Shen Zubai's confident and organized demeanor, Shen Jiangwo and Lin Bing were finally persuaded. Their son was knowledgeable and capable. Perhaps this seemingly odd approach could really work. "Okay, we'll give it a try." Shen Jiangwo slapped his thigh, his eyes rekindling with hope. A meal concluded amidst hopeful plans. After dinner, Shen Shubai used the excuse of going to the town to buy better ointment for Shen Jiangwo and drove out. His destination was certainly not the pharmacy. The black Mercedes glided like a phantom of the night, steadily and swiftly heading towards the western suburbs of Rongqing. According to the information provided by his clever plan, Wang Tianlong's small loan company was located there, masquerading as a legitimate financial consulting service, but was in reality an unadulterated den of vice. Around 8 in the evening, the sign of Tianlong Finance still glowed on a relatively secluded street in the western suburbs. Several luxury cars and other motorcycles and vans were parked outside. Shen Shubai parked his car and walked directly towards the glass door. Upon entering, a strong smell of smoke and sweat assaulted him. Inside was a large open space, dimly lit and filled with a haze of smoke. Over 20 young men dressed in a scruffy manner were either sitting or standing, some playing cards and yelling loudly. Some were drinking and boasting, while a few others were gathered in front of a computer watching something and chuckling. Directly opposite the door was a boss table, behind which sat a man in his 40s, slicked back hair and a thick gold chain around his neck, busily counting stacks of 100 yuan bills with a cash counting machine. This man was Wang Tianlong. The guy in the leather jacket who visited Shen Zubai's house that afternoon was named Biao, currently standing by the table chatting. As if sensing the movement at the door, he looked up and was taken aback to see Shen Shubai entering, exclaiming, "Long, Brother Long, it's him, Shen Jiangwo's son from this afternoon." In an instant, all eyes in the room focused on Shen Shubai. The card players stopped, the drinkers put down their bottles, and those in front of the computer turned their heads. Over 20 fierce, malicious gazes stabbed towards him like knives. Wang Tianlong ceased counting money, raised his eyelids, and scrutinized Shen Shubai from head to toe. Seeing Shen Shubai come alone, he leaned back in his chair, propped his legs up, lit a cigarette, and leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. "Kid, you're quite perceptive, aren't you? Do you know you've come to deliver yourself? Did you bring the money? 150,000 cash. If it's even a cent short, you won't be leaving this place today." Shen Shubai stood at the door, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd of ruffians before finally settling on Wang Tianlong's face, a cold smile curling his lips. "Money. Of course it needs to be repaid. My voice is not loud, but in the suddenly quiet room it rang out clearly. However, it's you who owe my family money principal and interest combined, plus my father's medical expenses and mental distress compensation. Oh, let's settle everything. Hep. Wang Tianlong seemed to have heard the biggest joke, snorting with laughter, and along with his gang they erupted into laughter. Kid, have you lost your mind? You came here to ask for money. A muscular man covered in tattoos slammed his hand on the table. Are you tired of living? Brother Long, let me teach this arrogant kid a lesson, another blonde shouted. Wang Tianlong waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to calm down. He squinted at Shen Shubai, smilingly said, Kid, I see you driving a Mercedes looking like someone educated. Do you think just because you know a bit of law you can reason with me? Let me tell you here, I am the law. The IOU is in black and white, and you left your fingerprints. If you don't leave the money today, both your car, and you will have to leave something behind. Shen Shubai remained utterly unfazed, even taking a few steps forward to pull over an empty chair and sit down across from Wang Tianlong. This action caused a commotion among the surrounding thugs. Wang Tianlong. Shen Shubai directly called his name, his tone as flat as stating a fact. A local from the western suburbs of Rongqing, he has been in and out of jail for fighting and stealing in his early years. After getting out, he opened this loan company specializing in fraud, illegal detention, and violent debt collection. Your protector is Zhang Yong, who was awarded the Entrepreneur of the Year by the city. Right? You pay him no less than a certain amount monthly along with various special services. With each word Shen Shubai spoke, Wang Tianlong's expression grew darker, the shock and disbelief in his eyes intensifying. The laughter of the thugs gradually faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Some of these matters were even unknown to his core subordinates. You? What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Tianlong suddenly stood up, his face ashen and murderous intent evident in his eyes. I see you truly don't want to live anymore. Beat him to death. He'll take the blame if anything happens. Roar. The thugs who had been holding back pounced like hungry wolves, howling as they charged forward. The closest tattooed strongman and the blonde rushed from the left and right, swinging their fists and wielding a stool leg they had picked up from who knows where, fiercely striking towards Shen Shubai. Brothers, it's the end of the year. I hope everyone can return home in glory like the protagonist and reunite with. I also hope everyone can leave more 5-star reviews so we can refresh the ratings soon. The subsequent plot will remain exciting, and don't forget the free gifts. Thank you. A cold glint flashed in Shen Zubai's eyes. Sitting on the chair, his body jerked backward like a sprung coil, perfectly dodging the stool leg aimed at his head. Simultaneously, his right foot shot out like lightning, precisely kicking the tattooed thug's knee from the side. A sickening crisp sound echoed, accompanied by the thug's agonizing scream. The burly man's massive body crashed to the ground, howling in pain, while clutching his grotesquely twisted leg. Using the momentum of his backward lean, Shen Shubai pressed his hands on the chair's back and vaulted into the air like a nimble cat. Not only did he evade the yellow-haired man's second strike, but he also executed an impossible twist midair. His left foot followed with a spinning kick, viciously striking the yellow-haired man's face. Bang! The yellow-haired man flew sideways as if hit by a truck, crashing into 2 poker tables. His face was covered in blood, and he passed out without even a groan. In the blink of an eye, the 2 most ferocious fighters were already incapacitated. It all happened so fast that the other thugs hadn't even fully reacted. Shen Shubai landed steadily, casually picking up the fallen stool leg from the ground. Come on, all of you, cripple him. Wang Tianlong, both shocked and enraged, roared hoarsely. The remaining thugs, their bloodlust ignited, howled and charged from all directions, wielding steel pipes, batons, and daggers. In the cramped space, shadows flickered, fists and feet whistled, tables and chairs toppled over, plunging everything into chaos. Yet in the eyes of Shen Shubai, who possessed peak physical condition, superhuman reflexes, and combat instincts, this swarm attack was nothing more than clumsy turtles. The stool leg in his hand seemed to come alive. Sometimes like a venomous snake striking from its lair, it precisely tapped the wrists of those wielding weapons, forcing them to drop their arms. Other times it swept like an iron whip, breaking the bones of those who rushed at him. His movements were so fast they left afterimages as he weaved through the gaps between his opponents, each strike sending someone crashing down with a scream. Meanwhile, Shen Shubai dodged a descending steel pipe, countering by smashing his stool leg onto the attacker's elbow. He sidestepped a thrusting dagger, driving his knee viciously into the assailant's abdomen. Then, grabbing another thug's swinging fist, he executed a clean shoulder throw, slamming the man into the pile of fallen bodies. Bang! Smack! Crack! Ow! The sounds of blows breaking bones and screams intermingled. Shen Shubai was like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, men tumbled and fell. He struck with great precision, aided by his knowledge of top-tier medical skills. He specifically targeted joints and weak points, non-lethal areas that would incapacitate an opponent. This demonstrated his ruthless efficiency while avoiding fatalities. In less than 5 minutes, all 20-plus thugs who had been so aggressive moments before lay on the ground, groaning and writhing not one could stand. Tables and chairs were strewn about in disarray. The air thick with the smell of blood grated on Wang Tianlong's nerves. Shen Shubai dropped the blood-stained stool leg, brushed the non-existent dust off his clothes, and walked slowly toward the terrified Wang Tianlong. Wang Tianlong's face was ashen, his body trembled uncontrollably. He leaned against the wall, still clutching the stack of uncounted money in his hand. In all his years he had never seen anyone so formidable. This wasn't a man, it was a monster. You? Don't come any closer. They'll call the police. Wang Tianlong's voice quivered as he fumbled for the phone on the table. Shen Shubai sneered, his form flickering as he appeared before the desk. He picked up the gold fountain pen Wang Tianlong had used to sign documents, weighing it in his hand. Call the police. Fine. Let Deputy Chief Zhang Yong come and see what shady things are hidden in the office of the man he protects. Shen Zubai's tone was mocking. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I already have backups of the evidence of Zhang Yong taking your bribes and fixing things for you, including records of your special transactions. Do you think he will protect you, or will he be eager to distance himself from you? Wang Tianlong was thunderstruck, frozen stiff. His last shred of hope was utterly shattered. Looking into Shen Zubai's icy, emotionless eyes, he felt a bone-chilling fear for the first time. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Wang Tianlong forced a smile uglier than tears onto his face. The money, I don't want it. Your father's debt is cleared. No, he'll pay compensation. He'll pay medical fees. Emotional distress. Name your price. Scared now. Shen Shubai walked up to him, looking down. Too late. Before he finished speaking, his right hand shot out like lightning. Wang Tianlong only saw a flash of gold followed by a piercing, agonizing pain in his right palm. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Looking down, he saw the gold fountain pen point down, piercing straight through his palm, nailing his entire right hand firmly to the solid wood desk covered in stacks of cash. Blood gushed out instantly, staining the bills and his flashy shirt sleeve. The searing pain and terror nearly made Wang Tianlong faint. He wept, wailing incessantly. Shen Shubai looked down at him, his voice cold as a death sentence. This is just the interest. Have 300 in cash ready by noon tomorrow. Deliver it to my home yourself and apologize to my parents. A single cent less or a single second late, and the next thing I nail through won't be your hand. Then Shen Shubai bent down slightly, leaning close to Wang Tianlong's face, twisted in pain and fear, and uttered a few words in a voice only the two of them could hear. Otherwise, the things Zhang Yong has hidden in the safe at Legion Garden are enough to put you both away for life. At these words, Wang Tianlong's expression drastically changed. Shen Shubai straightened up, ignored the man who had collapsed like jelly, and stepped over the groaning thugs on the floor. Then at the door, he straightened his collar and calmly walked out of the room, steeped in sin and blood. Wang Tianlong, however, was now filled with trepidation. He couldn't fathom who Shen Shubai really was, or how he knew his secrets. Looking at his hand nailed to the table, the intense pain caused him to faint on the spot. As for Shen Shubai, he went downstairs, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and sped away. The black Mercedes drove smoothly away from the western suburbs. Shen Shubai didn't go straight home. He parked the car in front of a highly reputable old-style herbal medicine shop in Rongcheng's old district. The shop was quaint and antique, the rich scent of herbs wafting through the glass door. Sir, what medicine do you need? Asked the resident old Chinese medicine practitioner, looking up at Shen Shubai. Shen Shubai recited the prescription he had already formulated in his mind. Doctor, please prepare for me 12 grams of Angelica sinensis, tail, 10 grams of red peony, 9 grams of chuanxiong, 6 grams of safflower, 10 grams of peach kernel. Also add 30 grams of astragalus, 15 grams of cotinopsis, 12 grams of atractylodes, 15 grams of poria. The old doctor paused, his hand stroking his beard, looking at the young Shen Shubai in surprise. This prescription was exquisitely formulated, balancing blood circulation and stasis removal with qi and blood nourishment. The roles of sovereign minister, assistant, and courier were clearly defined. It was far beyond the skill of an ordinary enthusiast. Young man, are you a medical student? The old doctor couldn't help but ask. I learned a bit from my elders, Shen Shubai replied modestly. The old doctor didn't press further. Smiling, he gave Shen Shubai a few more glances and prepared 7 doses of the medicine, costing over 600 yuan. Shen Shubai paid, took the heavy bags of medicine, and got back into his car. What he didn't mention was that one particular ingredient, the ground beetle, was specifically added as a meridian-guiding herb for his father's chronic back injury. This detail was only understood by those truly knowledgeable in orthopedics. When he arrived home, the night was deep. The village path was silent, broken only by occasional dog bark. His mother, Lin Beiying, hadn't slept yet. She was sitting under the lamp in the main room, stitching the soles of cloth shoes to make them more durable for work in the sugarcane field, and waiting for Shen Shubai to return. A bowl of warmed food was kept on the table covered with another bowl. When Shun Shubai parked and entered the house, his mother immediately stood up, her eyes full of affection. Back. Did you get the medicine, Oi? Yes, Mom. Why aren't you asleep yet? Shun Shubai greeted her, walking over with a smile. Where's Dad? He's asleep. He had a tiring day today, Lin Beiying sighed. His wound hurt, he tossed, and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Shun Shubai nodded, saying nothing more. He didn't want to worry his mother, so he didn't mention what had happened in the western suburbs. Mom, you should rest early too. He'll brew the medicine for Dad tomorrow morning, Shun Shubai said with concern. Lin Beiying acknowledged, but her gaze couldn't help lingering on him. The Mercedes, the room full of expensive gifts, and her son's eerily calm eyes when facing those thugs today. She wanted to ask, but ultimately didn't. Her son was grown and had his own mind. You go to bed early too, Lin Beiying said softly. Shun Shubai agreed, and only after his mother had returned to her room did he sit alone in the darkness of the main hall, silent for a long time. Finally, he went upstairs. The house had 3 floors, Shun Shubai lived on the second. There were 4 rooms in total upstairs. That was the nice thing about the countryside. Self-built houses had plenty of space and rooms. However, besides his bedroom, the other rooms were empty. The 3rd floor was even more so, used for storing odds and ends. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs, Wang Tianlong was hastily carried into a car by a few of his men who could still move and was rushed howling in pain to the nearest hospital emergency room. The gold fountain pen was still stuck in his palm. It took the medical staff considerable effort to remove it. The nib had completely pierced through the bones of his hand, the edges of the wound clean and neat, a testament to the terrifying precision and force of the attacker. It took 17 stitches in total. Wang Tianlong was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, and it took 3 shots of anesthetic to barely manage it. Along with him, 17 of his men were also brought into the ER. Their injuries ranged from minor fractures and dislocations to severe concussions and broken ribs. The ER corridor was a scene of carnage. The doctor on duty was dumbfounded. Had these men been beaten by a mob of dozens? But these people clearly looked like the ones who did the beating. Brother Long, we've met our match. Abayo, cradling his dislocated arm, came over with a mournful face. Wang Tianlong bit down on a cigarette, his hands shaking too much to light it. Abayo quickly helped him. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wang Tianlong's eyes shifted from fear to a sinister glare. No, I have to call General Zhang, Wang Tianlong thought, growing more uneasy. He walked out of the hospital, his voice hoarse. Tell him to come to the company in person. Before long, Zhang Yong pushed open the door of Tianlong Financial, wrapped in a chill. The office had been tidied up somewhat, but the bloodstains, shattered bottles, and broken furniture were yet to be fully cleared. More than 20 injured subordinates were sprawled in disarray, either sitting or lying down, not daring to make a sound upon seeing him. Zhang Yong, nearing 50, had an average build and a refined appearance, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking every bit the typical businessman. Only those familiar with him knew the fierce countenance hidden behind those glasses. He glanced at Wang Tianlong's right hand, which was bandaged like a zongzi, his face darkened with an ominous expression. So, it was that son of Shen Zhangwo, the mud-legged one you were collecting from? Wang Tianlong nodded, his voice hoarse. Zhang Zong, that guy did it alone, and in less than 10 minutes all 20 of us went down. You say he has something in his hand? Zhang Yong lowered his voice. At this moment, he was more concerned about the evidence of his own crimes than the injuries of Wang Tianlong's subordinates. Wang Tianlong struggled to swallow, looking at the other man and hesitating as he said, Zhang Zong, that guy knows you, knows our relationship, and even knows how much we make every month, as well as. He paused, his voice nearly a whisper. He also knows you live in Lijiang Garden. Zhang Yong's pupils suddenly constricted, his face turning pale. He whipped around, fixing a deadly gaze on Wang Tianlong. What else does he know? I don't know. Wang Tianlong had never seen Zhang Yong like this, fear deepening within him. He didn't say more, but the look in his eyes was as if he knew everything. Zhang Yong paced back and forth, his steps growing more frantic. The gaze behind the lenses flickered uncertainly. 20 years had passed. That incident, which he thought had long been buried, had unexpectedly resurfaced with someone still aware of the secret. Did he make any demands? Zhang Yong stopped, his expression behind the glasses ominously dark. He asked me to bring 300,000 in cash and go apologize to his house tomorrow. Wang Tianlong paused before continuing, otherwise we'll be locked up for good. Damn it. Zhang Yong growled, then took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. This is a test. If he really wanted to expose the evidence, it would have been handled differently. He has something, but doesn't want to burn the bridges. He's a clever man. Zhang Yong pondered deeply, continuing to pace back and forth. Amid Wang Tianlong's uncertainty, Zhang Yong finally said in a deep voice, tomorrow do as he says. Prepare the money. When we get to their house, our attitude must be sincere, and we must admit our mistakes completely. But let me tell you, he fixed his gaze on Wang Tianlong, speaking each word deliberately, find out everything. He has what he knows, and what his trump card is. The money can be given and I can kneel, but I need to know exactly what he holds. Wang Tianlong clenched his jaw, nodding emphatically. The next morning, Shin Shubai was awakened by the commotion outside. He pushed open the window and saw his father Shin Jiangwo standing at the gate with a bamboo broom, looking on guard. Through the window, he could see a procession of over a dozen cars lined up on the roadside, a dark mass of at least 50 to 60 people. Leading the pack was Wang Tianlong, dressed in an inappropriately brand new suit, his right hand wrapped in bandages and his left hand holding a heavy silver briefcase. Behind him, A Biao and others carried various high-end gift boxes, cigars, liquor, tea, and ginseng piled in a pickup truck. The entire village was in an uproar. Villagers stood at a distance, whispering to one another. The bully who had come to collect debts and threaten violence yesterday was now dressed as if he were here to propose. What kind of act was this? Some felt that the Shun family had provoked a big shot, and that something was bound to happen today. Even the village chief dared not show his face, fearing the trouble would land on him. At this moment, Shin Jiangwo's hand holding the broom was trembling, uncertain whether it was from anger or fear. What more do you want? If you dare to lay a finger on us today, I swear I'll call the police. Lin Beiying also rushed out from the house, standing protectively in front of Shin Jiangwo, her voice trembling. In broad daylight, is there no law left? Wang Tianlong's face alternated between green and white. For 20 years he had only made others kneel. When had he ever been forced to apologize publicly? But he recalled Zhang Yong's warning from the night before, and the steel needle still in his palm. Damn it, how much is dignity worth? He took a deep breath and bent down to bow at a 90-degree angle. Brother Shin, sister Shun, I Wang Tianlong come today specifically to apologize to you. His voice was loud and strong, fearing the onlookers wouldn't hear. What happened previously was due to our company employees violating regulations, setting up scams, and using violent debt collection. I am entirely to blame for not managing them properly. I Wang Tianlong cannot escape responsibility. He straightened up and opened the briefcase, revealing a whole box neatly stacked with 100 yuan bills that dazzled in the morning light. Here is 300,000, including the principal you were cheated out of interest, as well as compensation for mental distress and medical expenses. Please be sure to accept it. As he spoke, Wang Tianlong pulled out a crumpled IOU and tore it into shreds right there. The IOU is void. The debt is cleared. The crowd gasped. The villagers exchanged glances. Yesterday they had wanted to beat and kill him. Today he was here to deliver money and apologize. What in the world was happening? Shin Jiangwo and Lin Beiying were utterly dumbfounded. They looked at the box full of money, then at the bowing bully, and finally at Shin Shubai, who had somehow appeared behind him. Xiaobai, what is this? Lin Beiying's voice trembled. Shin Shubai gently patted her shoulder, smiling. Mom, it's fine. Since Boss Wang is sincerely apologizing, you should accept it. The IOU is torn, the debt is cleared, and this matter will be put behind us from now on. Then Shin Shubai raised his gaze, calmly fixing it on Wang Tianlong, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Boss Wang, may I have a word with you? Wang Tianlong felt a chill run down his back, forcing a smile. Of course. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shin Shubai and Wang Tianlong walked to an unoccupied area on the west side of the yard, one in front and the other behind. The branches and leaves of the old dragon-eye tree by the wall swayed gently, creating a patch of shade. Shin Shubai leaned against the tree trunk, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. He didn't smoke, but at this moment he lit one up and slowly exhaled a puff of blue smoke. Behind the smoke, Shin Zubai's eyes held no anger, no malice, not even the killing intent from the night before. He was simply calm. That kind of calmness one has when looking down upon prey struggling in a trap. Since you've personally delivered the 300,000, then our accounts are settled. Shin Shubai flicked the ash from his cigarette. And then, did Zhang Yong send you, or did you come on your own? Wang Tianlong's heart skipped a beat. He gritted his teeth, refusing to deny it. Brother Shun. Mr. Shin, you have connections everywhere. I Wang Tianlong concede. But what exactly do you want? Following Zhang Yong's instructions from the night before, Wang Tianlong began to cautiously inquire. Money. Just name the amount. People. In the future, in this area of the western suburbs, if you mention my name, it will work. Territory. Just say the word, and he'll give up 30% of the profits. 20 years ago. Shin Shubai interrupted him, casually tossing out 4 words. Wang Tianlong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, instantly frozen in place. Shin Shubai did not look at him, merely lowering his gaze at the burning cigarette tip. As the smoke rose, his voice was as calm as a casual chat. In Tongpan village on the western outskirts of Rongqing, a plot of land was to be developed for real estate. There was a household that refused to relocate. The head of the household was a 60-year-old man, surnamed Chun. Later, the old man accidentally fell to his death from a mountain, and his family received a 50,000 hush money, and the matter was left unresolved. Old man Shin did not fall by accident. He was forced up the mountain by Zhang Yong's men, and it was you who pushed him. You were 22, then just out of prison, serving as Zhang Yong's driver and thug. That piece of land was later approved, and Zhang Yong profited immensely while you started this loan company. Over the years you two have colluded, building your business bigger in Rongqing, even becoming prominent figures. Am I wrong, Wang Tianlong? Wang Tianlong felt his legs go weak upon hearing this. This incident was already 20 years old. Unexpectedly, after 2 decades of calm, just when they were about to forget, this man had dug it up. With a thud, Wang Tianlong knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down as his lips trembled, unable to form coherent words. This was something he had done 20 years ago. Even his closest subordinates were unaware. He thought it would rot in his stomach and be taken to the grave. How many of his life secrets did Shen Shubai hold? Shun? Master Shun. Wang Tianlong's voice was no longer just fear, but an extreme desperation in his plea. You can ask me to do anything. I will serve you like an ox or a horse. Please don't. Get up. Shen Shubai did not look at him. What kind of talk is this kneeling? Wang Tianlong stumbled to his feet, but his legs were still weak. Shen Shubai threw the cigarette on the ground and crushed it with his foot. Let me ask you, if I hand this over to the police, how long can Zhang Yong hold out? Wang Tianlong's mind went blank. He and Zhang Yong were in the same boat. If Zhang Yong fell, he would be the first to accompany him. However, Shen Shubai turned around, finally looking directly at Wang Tianlong, his gaze as calm as a bottomless pond. That is why I give you a second choice. My parents are in this village aging. This year we have 10 acres of sugarcane to sell, and I'll inevitably have to deal with various people. In your line of work you may not be good for anything else, but looking after a field should be manageable. Wang Tianlong was stunned. He thought he would hear more terrifying demands, but instead, are you saying I should watch over Uncle Shen's sugarcane field? What is that too much for you? Shen Shubai raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Not at all. Wang Tianlong almost shouted his answer. This is a huge honor. I will lead the team myself. 24-hour shifts. Not a single cane will go missing. Shen Shubai nodded, his tone softening a bit. Additionally, whenever I am not home, if any troublemakers come to harass my parents, you know what to do. Wang Tianlong nodded vigorously, his eyes even showing some excitement at being given such a role. Rest assured, Master Shun. From today on, Uncle Shun and Aunt Shun are like my own uncle and aunt. If anyone touches them, I, Wang Tianlong, will be the first to object. Also, Shen Shubai pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened a video, and turned the screen towards Wang Tianlong. The plot of characters showing off and slapping faces is all for the sake of setting the stage, brothers. Just keep watching. The following scenes will be much more entertaining, and the female lead will also appear, so stay tuned. Also, don't forget to urge for updates and give 5-star reviews. No book can satisfy everyone. The little author is aware of this, but still, brothers, please give more positive reviews. Thank you. Wang Tianlong clearly saw the image on the screen, his pupils rapidly contracting. It was an old video from 20 years ago with a rough quality that was evidently a re-recorded surveillance footage. But it was enough to see the scene on the back mountain of Tongpan village. A hunched figure was being escorted towards the cliff by 2 men. Among them, the young face was unmistakably his own from 20 years ago. Shoving, struggling, fierce. The image froze on Wang Tianlong's panicked, retreating figure. The original of this video was destroyed by Zhang Yong when he bribed the deceased's family back then. Shen Shubai put away his phone, but he didn't know that the head of that developer had kept a backup. He fell last year, and that's how this thing came to light. Wang Tianlong was utterly speechless. Zhang Yong thought he had hidden his deepest scars, but they had already been exposed to the sun. And this young man in front of him held not a knife, but an entire powder keg. He took a deep breath, and for the first time lowered his typically proud head in genuine submission. Master Shen, you may command. From now on, my life is in your hands. Shen Shubai was very pleased with Wang Tianlong's obedience. Besides this video, there were several pieces of evidence sufficient to bring both Wang Tianlong and Zhang Yong to justice, but there was no need to reveal everything at once. After discussing matters, Wang Tianlong and Shen Shubai went over to Shen's parents. Wang Tianlong immediately spoke respectfully. Uncle, Auntie, you must accept this money, and additionally, I have already discussed with Brother Shun. If anything comes up in the future, just let me know. I will do my utmost with my brothers. This statement said in front of the villagers left Shun's parents astonished. Shen Shubai, however, chuckled. All right, you all can head back. If anything arises, I will call you. Yes, then Brother Shun, we will take our leave first. Wang Tianlong said respectfully. Then under the watchful eyes of Shun's parents, this group left in a grand manner. With the excitement gone, the villagers gradually dispersed. Shen Jiangwo and Lin Bang were still stunned, holding that box of money. 300,000. They toiled to sell sugarcane, and a good year might yield a few tens of thousands after costs. This sudden amount of money accumulated over 10 years of not eating or drinking was now laid out before them. Mom, keep the money safe. Shen Shubai walked over and casually said, this is what they owe, take it with a clear conscience. Lin Bang looked at her son and finally asked the question she had held in for a whole night. Xiaobai, what exactly? Did you negotiate with them? How did they suddenly? Shen Shubai thought for a moment, and picked an explanation his parents could most readily accept. Last night, I went to find a lawyer to check their company's business qualifications. This kind of a legal high-interest loan is most afraid of lawsuits. I told Wang Tianlong that he could either compensate privately, or I would expose all his company's bad debts to the economic investigation team. He smiled. He calculated that paying 300,000 was cheaper than going to prison, so he agreed to come personally to apologize. Lin Beiying was half convinced, but Shen Zubai's calm demeanor made her choose to believe. Shen Jingwo was silent for a moment, then pushed the box of money back to Shen Shubai, saying, "Xiaobai, you take this money, buy a house, get married, and live a better life than your dad did." Shen Shubai felt a pang in his heart as he held his father's rough hand. "Dad, this money is yours. You were deceived and bullied. This is what should rightfully be compensated to you." His voice was low but firm. "I have money. Your son's capabilities are beyond what you can imagine, and from now on our family will no longer have to live in anyone's shadow." Saying this, Shen Shubai placed the box of money back into his father's arms, saying with compassion, "Take it. This is what you deserve." Shen Jingwo's lips moved and his eyes turned red. Lin Beiying turned her face away, secretly wiping her eyes. Watching her father finally accept the money filled Shen Shubai with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for safeguarding the dignity of his parents, retrieving losses, and punishing the evildoers. Filial piety is the foremost virtue, and host, you have achieved this. At this moment you feel extremely delighted and receive a cash reward of 500,000 yuan. The system's notification tone sounded at the right moment. While Shen Shubai saw his father ecstatic over the 30,000, he probably did not realize that his own gains were even greater. Thus Shen Shubai felt a stirring in his heart and could see his savings balance through the attribute panel. Cash assets 198470 yuan, fixed assets 1 set of Luda Tianyue Yunsong real estate worth about 58 million, 3 parking spaces worth about 2 million, current assets 1 Mercedes-Benz E300 about 500, total assets exceeded 40 million. Seeing this, Shen Shubai slightly smiled. The accumulation of wealth was like a snowball rolling down a steep slope, but what delighted him at this moment was never the number itself. Rather, it was what lay behind the numbers. His parents' relaxed brows, the envious gazes of the villagers, and the long-lost laughter in this old house. At noon, Lin Beiying made a sumptuous meal. Even without this money, she would have prepared delicious food for Shen Shubai. At this moment, Lin Beiying smiled while cooking Xiaobai. "Because of you, we finally have a chance to hold our heads high. Eat today, Mom will make you something tasty." Shen Shubai also smiled knowingly. Before long, the braised pork was stewing, and the free-range chicken soup was bubbling in the clay pot, filling the yard with the long-lost aroma of meat. Shen Jingwo locked the 30,000 inside an iron box deep in the wardrobe, placed the box inside a wooden crate used for bedding, and confirmed the lock 3 times before sitting down contentedly to smoke. "Dad, after the new year, let's tidy up the yard and build you a bathroom." Shen Shubai sat next to his father on the threshold, cheerfully saying, "Otherwise you both always have to go upstairs to wash up, which isn't convenient." This matter had weighed on Shen Shubai's mind for quite some time. There was a bathroom on the first floor, but it was right at the stairwell, making it very small, and it was easy to splash water everywhere while showering, hence they mostly used the bathroom on the second floor. Now that they had money, Shen Shubai wanted to resolve this issue. "Don't waste money, your mother and I can still manage to go up to the second floor without issue." Shen Jingwo was firm in his words, but in his heart, he also yearned for a more comfortable bathroom. "I still have to marry a wife, right?" Shen Shubai casually said. "When Xiao Xiao comes, we can't both squeeze into one bathroom. That's not convenient for you either, right?" Shen Jingwo choked slightly on his smoke. "Then, we should build one," he coughed. "Tomorrow I will find a craftsman to take a look." Shen Shubai grinned, and the two shared a tacit understanding. In the afternoon, the sun was just right. After lunch, Shen Shubai noticed his parents had changed into shoes and clothes, even wearing hats, and he understood what they were planning to do. "Dad, Mom, didn't you say you were going to the fields? Let's go." Shen Shubai also changed into an old outfit and put on his rain boots from behind the door. Lin Beiying was stunned. "You? What are you doing in the fields? You rarely come back." "Oh, just rest at home. Coming back is to help with work." Shen Shubai already put on a baseball cap. "Coincidentally, I want to discuss the sugarcane game with you." Shen Jingwo wanted to say something, but Shen Shubai had his arm around his shoulder, pushing him out. The 10 acres of sugarcane field was at the east end of the village, about a 10-minute walk. In the warm afternoon sun of winter, the sugarcane grove was lush and swaying in the breeze. Shen Shubai walked between the rows of crops and dialed Tang Xiaoxiao's WeChat video call. The other party answered almost immediately. "Shubai." After connecting, Tang Xiaoxiao's plain face broke into a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Are you in the sugarcane field?" Shen Shubai turned the camera towards the sugarcane grove. "Yes, I'm here with my parents. Look, this is my family's sugarcane." Tang Xiaoxiao leaned closer to the screen, seriously observing the green sea of sugarcane, genuinely praising, "So beautiful. Like a little forest." She pulled the camera back, letting Shen Shubai see his parents in the background of the sugarcane field. Then she called out to the two, "Dad, Mom, come over here for a moment." Shen Jiangwo and Lin Bing turned around. "Come say hello to Xiaoxiao." Shen Shubai waved and shifted the camera to the two. Lin Bing nearly dropped the sugarcane in her hand, nervously wiped her hands, and hurried over. Auntie hello. Uncle hello." On the other end of the screen, Tang Xiaoxiao was also nervous, her voice rising a few pitches. Hello, young lady." Lin Beiying's eyes squinted with a smile, not knowing what to say, only repeating, "Xiaoxiao, you are so beautiful. When will you come to our home to play?" Shen Jiangwo stood by, slightly more relaxed than Lin Beiying, warmly greeting, "Xiaoxiao, Happy New Year." Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned red, yet she still spoke generously, "Uncle Annie, Happy New Year. I should visit Rongqing after the New Year. Shubai said that the oyster omelets you make are especially delicious. I have been craving them for a long time." Lin Beiying immediately beamed, "We have oyster omelets. Auntie will make plenty for you." "Thank you, Auntie." Tang Xiaoxiao also smiled sweetly. After a round of video chat, both sides were so nervous that their palms were sweating, but the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. Afterward, Shen Shubai chatted with Tang Xiaoxiao about some casual topics before ending the video call. As for Tang's parents, they did not appear. According to Tang Xiaoxiao, they had gone to visit relatives. After ending the video call, Lin Beiying playfully glared at her son. "You child, you didn't even give me a heads up, leaving me completely unprepared." But the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. Shen Jiangwo squatted at the edge of the field, smoking a smile, also curling at the corners of his mouth. Shen Shubai stood at the edge of the sugarcane grove, watching this scene, suddenly feeling that the winter afternoon sun was warmer than ever. After looking at the sugarcane, Shen Jiangwo and Lin Beiying went back to work. In the afternoon, someone in the city had ordered sugarcane, needing it to be picked in advance for delivery. Only by personally getting involved did Shen Shubai realize the difficulty of growing and selling sugarcane. It required pulling the sugarcane out of the ground one by one with a shovel. This was a labor-intensive task. However, Shen Shubai had a strong physical build, making it quite easy for him to work. In the evening, the father and son drove their little truck to deliver the bundles of sugarcane they had harvested that day to the wholesale market in the city. 4 yuan each. The wholesale buyers haggled for a long time, finally settling at 3 yuan and 80 cents. Shen Jiangwo carefully folded the money and tucked it into his inner pocket. Shen Shubai looked at his father's rough, cracked hands and lightly sighed. "Dad, starting tomorrow we'll change our..." He opened his phone and pulled up several viral videos of stealing sugarcane, playing them one by one for his father. "We'll set up an experience area, no admission fee. The rules are simple. Anyone can go in and cut as they please. As long as they are not caught by us, they can take the sugarcane for free. But if we catch them, that sugarcane will be sold to them for 15 yuan. Shen Jiangwo still had some concerns. "Will this really work?" "Definitely, Dad." Shen Shubai patiently explained. "Think about it, a family of 3 comes to play, cuts 5 sugarcanes. And even if we catch them 3 times, they only spend 45 yuan. But they spend an entire afternoon having fun, taking photos, posting on social media, which is effectively free advertising for us. Moreover, we can set up a stall at the edge of the field to sell tea and snacks. Isn't that also money?" Shen Jiangwo was silent for a moment, but still hesitated. "But what if someone really comes to steal, eh? Then let them steal." Shen Shubai laughed. "They drove all the way here. The gas cost is even more than the sugarcane. They're after the fun, not those few pieces of sugarcane." Shen Jiangwo stopped speaking, simply smoking one after another. Shen Shubai knew that his father needed time to digest this unconventional idea. He didn't rush him, started the car, and headed home. Shen Shubai also sent a message to Wang Tianlong. Before long, the phone screen lit up. It was a message from Wang Tianlong, his tone respectful to the point of being humble. "Master Shen, how many people will be needed in the sugarcane field tomorrow? What time is suitable?" Shen Shubai glanced and replied, "Tomorrow bring dozens of people to come and steal sugarcane. I will send you the detailed process." "Steal sugarcane?" Wang Tianlong was surprised. "Master Shen, which family sugarcane are we stealing? Who else's but mine?" Before long, upon returning home, his mother had already set the dinner on the table. The braised pork was tender and succulent, and the free-range chicken soup was golden and clear. There were also stir-fried rice snails and sautéed bok choy, which Shen Shubai particularly enjoyed. "Time to eat." Lin Beiying called out, her eyes filled with joy as she said, "Xiaobai, you must be exhausted today." Shen Shubai felt elated, picking up a piece of braised pork that was rich, yet not greasy, melting in his mouth. This was a taste he had cherished since childhood. The taste of home. "Mom." After finishing his meal, Shen Shubai put down his chopsticks and said earnestly, "Starting tomorrow, I will handle the arrangements for the sugarcane fields. You and Dad just need to sit at the edge and collect the money." Lin Beiying and Shen Jiangguo exchanged glances. "Xiaobai, are you sure this is the right approach?" Lin Beiying asked, somewhat apprehensive. "Of course. Otherwise, we won't be able to sell all the sugarcane this year, Shen Shuebai replied with a smile. If we use this game to sell the sugarcane, the price will be higher than at the wholesale market. But there are just the three of us. How can we keep an eye on these customers to prevent them from stealing the sugarcane? Shen Jianguo raised the issue at hand. Shen Shuebai grinned and said, that's easy. I've already contacted Wang Tianlong, and they will come to help. Upon hearing this, Shen's parents' expressions changed. This? Xiaobai, are you sure it's appropriate? Shen Jianguo asked, feeling a sense of unease. Appropriate? Why wouldn't it be? Shen Shuebai explained. Although they look intimidating, they all call me bro when they see me. Don't worry, I promise to handle this well, and you won't have to worry about anything. At that moment, Shen's parents looked at Shen Shuebai and realized he had truly grown up. He was a capable man who could share the burdens of the family. Thus they said no more, but their approval of Shen Shuebai grew stronger. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs, Wang Tianlong was holding his phone, yet he had not received the detailed plan for stealing the sugarcane from Shen Shuebai. He was restless, repeatedly pondering what he had said wrong to offend this esteemed person. Brother Long, how about we just go tomorrow? A Biao cautiously asked. Wang Tianlong shot him a glare and said, go where? Shen Yi hasn't spoken yet, are we going to make trouble? Soon after, a group of them began to pace nervously in the room, glancing at the bottle of Mao Dai they had originally prepared to gift to a certain leader, gritting their teeth. Prepare the car, we're going to the village. It's so late, what are we going to the village for? Wang Tianlong took a deep breath and said, we're going to the sugarcane fields. Since Shen Yi hasn't specified the time, we'll go at 4 in the morning to wait for him. Whenever he arrives, we will start working. Also bring all the brothers along. From today onwards, watching over the sugarcane fields for Uncle Shen will be our most important task. A Biao was stunned for a moment and finally understood something from Brother Long's gaze. He didn't ask any further. Meanwhile, on the balcony of a high-end community in the western suburbs of Rongqing, Zhang Yong finished an entire pack of cigarettes. The ashtray was overflowing. He repeatedly dialed a number that he had memorized, yet he couldn't bring himself to press send. That incident from 20 years ago felt like a bone buried in the ground, something he thought had long rotted away. Now it had been unearthed. The person was holding this bone, not in a hurry to smash it, but just waving it in front of him before tucking it away. What did he want? Money? Power? Or? Zhang Yong extinguished the last cigarette, and finally dialed that number. Hello, old leader. It's me, Zhang Yong. His voice was dry in the night wind. There's something I want to report. That night, Shen Shuebai went upstairs to rest. He lay on the soft bed from his childhood, covered with thick cushions, and couldn't help but feel completely relaxed. The bedding had just been dried by his mother, still carrying the fragrance of sunlight and soap pods. Occasional barks from outside the window emphasized the tranquility of the night. The phone screen lit up with a video request from Tang Xiaoxiao. He accepted it almost instantly. On the other side of the screen, Tang Xiaoxiao was nestled on her windowsill with the dazzling night view of Lai Island. She wore a light pink loungewear, her hair casually tied up in a bun with a few stray strands hanging by her ears, bathing in the warm yellow light of the bedside lamp, looking like a lazy yet adorable cat. Why aren't you asleep yet? Shen Shuebei's voice unconsciously softened. I can't sleep. Tang Xiaoxiao rested her chin on a pillow, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the screen. A lot of relatives came to the house today, my aunt, uncle, cousins, and some distant elders. It was noisy until now. She paused, her voice taking on a hint of a pout. So I wanted to chat with you to recharge. Shen Shuebai chuckled, propping his phone up beside the pillow lying on his side to look at Tang Xiaoxiao, and smiled lightly. Are you recharged now? Just starting to recharge. Tang Xiaoxiao also smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Then she turned the camera to a pile of goodies spread out on the windowsill. Look, the rice cakes my aunt brought, the fish balls my aunt made, and the chocolates my cousin brought back from Australia. My mom insisted that these are all specialties and wanted me to take them to your house after the new year. There are too many. Shen Shuebai looked at the gifts and felt the festive spirit intensifying, his heart filled with warmth for Tang Xiaoxiao's family. You all keep some for yourselves to enjoy. I also said it was too much, but my mom wouldn't listen. Tang Xiaoxiao turned the camera back, her face wearing a mix of helplessness and sweetness. She said it was the first visit, and one shouldn't be too polite. She also asked my aunts for advice on what to prepare when meeting the in-laws for the first time. She suddenly realized something mid-sentence, her voice stopped, and her cheeks flushed. Shen Shuebai felt a wave of tenderness in his heart, and teased her in-laws. No, I'm saying that. Tang Xiaoxiao stammered, burying her face in the pillow, and her muffled voice came out. You're doing this on purpose. Shen Shuebai chuckled softly, watching Tang Xiaoxiao's shy expression, wishing he could hold her in his arms at that very moment. After a while, Tang Xiaoxiao finally lifted her flushed face, her eyes gazing at him dreamily. By the way, there's another big thing today. As the atmosphere turned more ambiguous, Tang Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, trying to regain control. My aunt said she wants to introduce me to a partner. Shen Shuebai raised his eyebrows, slightly adjusting his posture from lying down to sitting up more attentively. Oh, What kind of person is it? Shen Shuibei's tone sounded calm, but his eyes held a clear, teasing glint. Tang Xiaoxiao saw his feigned calm demeanor and felt delighted inside, deliberately dragging out her words. My aunt said it was her colleague's son 3 years older than me, has a house and a car in Lai Island, runs his own company, and looks pretty good. And then, oi. Shen Shuibei's voice suddenly tightened inexplicably. Then, Tang Xiaoxiao elongated her tone, finally unable to hold back her laughter. Then I said, I already have a boyfriend. He's super handsome, super awesome, and I like him a lot. As she spoke, she made a big heart shape towards the camera. Shen Shuibei's tense heartstrings instantly relaxed, but were struck by her words, like a lot, causing his heart to skip a beat. What was your aunt's reaction? Shen Shuibei's voice became dry. My aunt was stunned for a moment, and then asked where my boyfriend was from and what he does for a living. Tang Xiaoxiao mimicked her aunt's tone, teasing Shen Shuibai. I said he's from Rongqing, works in design, and even drove a Benz to meet my parents. After a pause, Tang Xiaoxiao continued. My aunt then said that Rongqing is great, it's close to Lai Island, making it convenient to visit each other. Then my mom chimed in, saying that Xiaobai is not only handsome but also very considerate. He brought an Hermes scarf, an LMR on his first visit, and even bought gifts for my dad, and a purple clay teapot for my grandpa. My mom kept exaggerating, leaving my aunt and others stunned, and finally my aunt pulled my hand and said, Xiao, you must hold on to such a great boyfriend. Shen Shuibai chuckled softly, a hint of narcissism in his tone. Your cousin has good taste. The two chatted about trivial family matters across the screen. Tang Xiaoxiao mentioned that her mother had started learning to cook dishes in the flavor of Rongqing because she heard Shen Shuibai liked light food. She said her father had placed the fountain pen gifted by Shen Shuibai on his desk and boasted about it to his old colleagues every day. Her grandfather would tell anyone he met, that kid Shen is truly gifted in chess, making his old chess friends in the park quite eager to challenge him. Listening to all this warmed Shen Zubai's heart. He also shared about his family. His mother was constantly mentioning what she wanted to cook for Tang Xiaoxiao, while his father had secretly dug out an old savings book, saying he wanted to save it for his future wife. As the conversation grew lively, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, by the way, how's the sugarcane game you mentioned before coming along? Shen Shuibai glanced at the time. It was nearly 11. He had originally planned to find Wang Tianlong in the early morning, but now. We'll start tomorrow, Shen Shuibai replied, having already made plans. The venue has been arranged, and the people are organized. Really? That fast? Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. I can't wait to see it. You have to record a video for me. Sure. Shen Shuibai agreed, and looking at her expectant gaze, a thought suddenly surged in his mind. When you come to Rongqing after the new year, he'll take you to the sugarcane field to play. You can be the thief, and he'll catch you. Really? Then I have to run fast. Tang Xiaoxiao became excited. You won't be able to escape. Shen Shuibai chuckled lightly, a smug expression on his face hinting at something more. That's not necessarily true. I was the sprint champion at the school sports meet in high school. They playfully bantered back and forth. Unbeknownst to them, the night grew deeper. It's time to sleep, Shen Shuibai said, noticing Tang Xiaoxiao on the other side of the screen was already rubbing her eyes. Aren't you accompanying your mom to visit relatives tomorrow? Tang Xiaoxiao replied, yet she was reluctant to end the video call. Looking at Shen Shuibai on the screen, she suddenly said softly, Shuibai, I really miss you. These words, though light, fell gently on Shen Zubai's heart, like a feather. I miss you too, he replied softly. The two gazed at each other across the screen, countless unspoken words melting in their tender glances. Then, shall we play another round of the game? Tang Xiaoxiao blinked. We'll play until we sleep. Shen Shuibai chuckled. Okay. They logged into Peace Elite and entered the snowy map in duos. Tang Xiaoxiao chose a white snow camouflage suit, while Shen Shuibai wore the ramen girl skin that she liked the most. They coordinated seamlessly, fighting their way into the final circle. Enemy sighted. Behind the rock to my left. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Shuibai, save me. Shen Shuibai adjusted his aim, hitting a headshot and eliminating the enemy. Another one. On the hillside at 3 o'clock. Got it. Shen Shuibai took down 2 with a single magazine. Throughout the game, Tang Xiaoxiao merely followed behind him, picking up gear and occasionally throwing smoke grenades for cover. After about 20 minutes, the screen displayed the huge words, Winner, winner, chicken dinner. You carried me again. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed happily. I feel like I'm becoming useless thanks to you. Then I'll take care of you for a lifetime, Shen Shuibai said casually. As soon as he said that, both of them froze. On the other side of the screen, Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned visibly red. I'm going to sleep. Good night, she quickly said, logging off. Good night, Shen Shuibai replied with a hint of a smile in his voice. Afterward, Shen Shuibai switched to the WeChat chat interface, looking at the last message Tang Xiaoxiao had sent. Heart, heart, heart. Shen Zubai's lips curved into a smile that lingered. Then he called Wang Tianlong. The other party quickly picked up. Hello, Master Shen, it's been a while since you contacted. I was held up by something, Shen Shuibai replied nonchalantly. Where are you now? Wang Tianlong reported immediately. Master Shun, am already at the entrance of your village, just waiting for your orders. Shen Shubai was surprised to hear this, but soon a smile crept onto his face. Why are you all at the village entrance? Master Shun, we were worried you might need us urgently, so after discussing with my brothers we decided to wait here at the village entrance. If you need anything we can respond promptly. Although this sounded polite, Wang Tianlong's intentions were indeed appreciated, and Shen Shubai was very satisfied. You all wait for me, I'll be out soon. Shen Shubai thought for a moment, gave Wang Tianlong a reminder, and then hung up the phone. He then got out of his warm bed, put on a thick coat, and quietly stepped outside. The village was already asleep, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, and only the occasional barking of dogs broke the silence. He walked along the cement road to the village entrance, and saw a long line of vehicles parked in the distance. Vans, pickups, SUVs. Over a dozen of them lined up darkly along the roadside, as if waiting for inspection. Even more exaggerated, there were people standing beside each vehicle. At least 40 to 50 individuals, all dressed in matching black windbreakers, quietly enduring the cold winter wind of the night, with glimmers of sparks visible, as some were smoking. Wang Tianlong stood at the front of the convoy, his right hand wrapped in bandages, while holding an unlit cigarette in his left hand. As soon as he spotted Shen Shubai, he rushed over like a spring, his face brimming with eager smiles. Master Shun, you're here. He pulled out a soft Chinese cigarette from his pocket and respectfully offered it. Shen Shubai waved his hand, saying, I don't smoke. Wang Tianlong immediately took the cigarette back, nodding and bowing. Not smoking is good, not smoking is healthy. Master Shun is a person of great affairs, unlike us rough people. The dozens of people behind him also simultaneously bent down and loudly greeted, Greetings, Master Shun. This scene would make one think they were witnessing a gang film's opening ceremony. Shen Shubai glanced around, frowning slightly. Why are there so many people? 57, Wang Tianlong quickly reported. Worried that there wouldn't be enough manpower to avoid delaying Master Shen's plans, I brought all the brothers I could. If there are any extra, they can stand by the roadside to provide support. Shen Shubai remained silent, his gaze slowly sweeping over the faces of the crowd. These ruffians who usually roamed the village now stood before him like tamed wolves. Some gazes flickered with fear, others clenched their fists nervously, and some forced out friendly smiles, smiles that looked awkward and comical. He knew very well. These people were not afraid of him, but rather the video he held a secret that could lead Wang Tianlong, Zhang Yong, and many others to their doom. Fear is the best leash. Follow me. Shen Shubai turned and walked toward the sugarcane field. Wang Tianlong hurriedly followed, and the gang of underlings followed in a disciplined manner. At this moment, the 10 acres of sugarcane field under the moonlight resembled a dark forest. Shen Shubai stood on the ridge, pointing at the vast sugarcane field before him, beginning to assign tasks. I plan to divide this area into 3 sections. The western section is the adventure zone, where the sugarcane is densest and has the most escape routes suitable for young people to play. The eastern section is the family area with easier paths and shorter sugarcane, where families with children can engage in activities. He paused, looking at Wang Tianlong to continue his instructions. You and your crew will be responsible for 3 positions today. First, intercepting at the exits. You all will stand guard at the various exits of the sugarcane field, but must not appear too intimidating. When guests come out after cutting sugarcane, you should smile and chase after them. While shouting, you must not pursue them with stern faces. This is a game, not a theft. He emphasized, if anyone frightens a guest to tears, they need not come back tomorrow. Wang Tianlong immediately turned to glare at the people behind him, lowering his voice. Did you hear that? Everyone smile. If you can't manage a smile, you might as well leave now. The gang looked at each other, trying hard to stretch their lips into smiles. Dozens of faces twisted into various grotesque expressions, appearing especially eerie under the moonlight. Shen Shubai. He took a deep breath and continued, second, patrolling the sugarcane field, dividing into 20 individuals in pairs, moving along fixed routes within the field. The main task is safety patrol, helping elderly people who fall, guiding lost children, and providing first aid if someone suddenly falls ill. If anyone fails to address a situation they discover, they need not come back in the future. Wang Tianlong nodded, repeatedly turning back to give another round of instructions. Did everyone hear that? It's not about hitting people, it's about saving people. Think of yourselves as security guards in a scenic area, and be sharp. Yes, Dragon Brother, Master Shun. The underlings responded eagerly, like new recruits about to go into battle. Third, Shen Shubai continued, logistics and supply. Set up 2 tents at the entrance of the sugarcane field, one for selling drinks and snacks, and the other for selling tools, gloves, and sugarcane peeling knives. You don't have to worry about this, my parents will arrange for people to handle it. Wang Tianlong noted everything down, his fingers moving swiftly across the screen. Additionally, Shen Zubai's tone softened. After the event, I will settle the compensation daily with standards not less than those of legitimate companies. Wang Tianlong was taken aback, then hurriedly waved his hands. Master Shen, you're slapping my face. Helping the uncle is something we should do. How can we accept money? Fair is fair. Shen Shubai did not look at him, but faced the group of underlings. You exert your effort, and I pay. That is only right. For a long-term partnership, there must be rules. Moreover, the new year is approaching. Although this amount may not be much, it can be used to buy some New Year's goods for the family and show gratitude to our elders. Wang Tianlong opened his mouth, not daring to refuse further. Hearing Shen Zubai's words, some of the underlings suddenly felt their eyes welling up. Having spent a year in this lifestyle, they were hardly financially stable, and some even had debts, feeling ashamed to face their parents. Shen Zubai's words undoubtedly touched their most vulnerable spots, and their voices instantly filled with determination. Rest assured, Master Shen, we will not disgrace our mission. Shen Shubai glanced at everyone, and added, additionally, if there's anything that Zhang Yong wants you to convey to me, feel free to say it. Don't hold back. Wang Tianlong felt a shiver in his heart, and nodded heavily. After assigning the roles, Shen Shubai began to set up in the sugarcane field, putting up signs and setting up warning tapes. They tied up eye-catching colorful balloons at the intersection, marking the boundaries of the adventure zone and parent-child zone with lime powder. He also had a huge promotional board set up at the entrance of the sugarcane field where rules were written in marker. Sugarcane Adventure Spring Special Edition Rule 1. Entering the adventure zone allows you to cut sugarcane for free. If you run out of the sugarcane field without getting caught, all the sugarcane is free. Rule 2. If caught by security at the exit or inside the sugarcane field, you must purchase the sugarcane at 15 yuan per piece. Rule 3. The parent-child zone is specially designed for children under 12 years old, and parents can accompany them with the same rules as above. Rule 4. This event is purely for entertainment purposes, and the final interpretation rights belong to the Shun family sugarcane garden. Wang Tianlong looked at the promotional board and couldn't help but exclaim, Master Shen, you're truly a genius. Shen Shubai did not respond, but took out his phone and opened his short video account. He usually didn't post works and had very few followers. However, at this moment he found the original creator of the viral video about stealing sugarcane and showed it to Wang Tianlong and the others, saying, this idea came from this blogger, you all should take a look and learn from it. Everyone began to search for the original creator's videos to learn from their experience. Meanwhile, Shen Shubai edited 9 images, added the rules he had just written, and pressed the send button. At the same time, he activated a top-tier traffic prop card in his mind. Top-tier traffic prop card is in use. Target Shen Family Sugarcane Garden Sugarcane Adventure Event. Effect: within a week, the content related to the target event will receive a tilt in local traffic with an estimated exposure increase of 1,000. Seeing the effects of the traffic prop card, a fiery light flickered in Shen Zubai's eyes. The sugarcane game was his to win. After posting the video, Shen Shubai looked up to find Wang Tianlong and his dozens of subordinates all holding up their phones, the screens displaying the same text and images. What are you doing? Shen Shubai asked with a smile. Reposting. Wang Tianlong said with confidence, Master Shen, for your event we must promote it with all our might. Behind him, more than 50 people were frantically liking, commenting, and reposting. For a moment, the local short video circle in Rongqing seemed to have been hit by a bomb, with posts about the sugarcane adventure popping up like mushrooms after rain. Shen Shubai suddenly realized that there really is power in numbers. He glanced at the time. It was 3:10 a.m. Alright, that's enough for today. Shen Shubai said to Wang Tianlong. You all should take this time to rest quickly. After dawn there might be a lot to do. Wang Tianlong nodded repeatedly, but then asked, Master Shen, what time should we be ready? Shen Shubai thought for a moment and said, how about 7 o'clock? Bring everyone along and try to have the same color of clothing. This way you'll stand out and let the guests know who you are. Understood. Wang Tianlong stood at attention as if he had received a military order. I guarantee to complete the task. Shen Shubai smiled faintly, said nothing further, and went straight home. It was now nearly 4 in the morning. He quietly opened the yard door only to see the living room still lit. His mother Lin Bang was draped in a coat, sitting at the table, mending torn clothes with leftover food on the table. Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Shen Shubai felt a surge of emotion. Lin Bang looked up, her gaze filled with concern, and said, I heard you leave in the middle of the night. Did something happen again? No. Shen Shubai walked over and sat down beside his mother. I just went to the sugarcane field to set up for tomorrow's event. Lin Bang put down her sewing and looked at Shen Shubai seriously. Under the light, Lin Bang noticed that her son's brows and eyes were steadier than when he left home, and there was something in his gaze that she couldn't quite comprehend, but the look directed at her was still the familiar tenderness. Xiaobai, Lin Bang asked softly, please tell me honestly, did you use some method to keep those Wang Tianlong people in check? Shen Shubai fell silent for a few seconds. He didn't want to deceive his mother, but he also didn't want her to know about the bloody and dirty matters. Mom, they have dirt on me. Shen Shubai chose to tell part of the truth. In the future, they won't dare to bully our family, and they will even protect us, so don't be afraid. This matter is something I can handle well. Lin Bing looked at her son, her eyes slowly turning red. She did not ask further, but reached out her hand and gently stroked Shen Zubai's head. My son has grown up. Lin Beiying's voice was a bit choked. Mom believes in you. At that moment, Shen Shubai felt more reassured than any reward from the system. After chatting with Lin Beiying for a while and having a late-night snack, Shen Shubai went to sleep. However, at 7 in the morning, he was awakened by his mother shaking him. Lin Beiying looked a bit anxious and said, Xiaobai, go and take a look. That Wang Tianlong has brought people over by the sugarcane field. Shen Shubai rubbed his eyes and smiled. Mom, it's fine. I asked them to come. Off. Lin Beiying was surprised. Really, Mom? They are here to help. Shen Shubai grinned. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Wang Tianlong is here to help. After all, the sugarcane stealing game needs manpower, and they fit the bill perfectly. Lin Beiying finally relaxed after hearing this. No wonder they were particularly eager when they saw me and your dad, and they said you called them to help. Lin Beiying explained, since that's the case, then it's good. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to manage all of this ourselves. Shen Shubai replied. Yes, so you can just sit back and collect the money. We young people will take care of selling sugarcane and organizing the event. As Shen Shubai spoke, he also got up. Lin Beiying urged him to sleep a bit more, but Shen Shubai no longer felt sleepy. He quickly washed up, had some noodles cooked by his mother, and then walked toward the sugarcane field wearing his coat. As he got closer, he heard all kinds of noisy sounds. Not the clamor of conflict, but laughter, screams, and the joyous cheers of children running along the field ridge. Shen Shubai couldn't help but quicken his pace. Upon reaching the road by the sugarcane field, he was stunned by the sight before him. At the entrance of the sugarcane field, a simple archway made of colorful balloons and red silk cloth was set up with a banner reading, Shun Family Sugarcane Garden Sugarcane Adventure, now open. Under the banner, Wang Tianlong was wearing a fluorescent green vest with the words Sugarcane Security printed large on the back. It was unclear how Wang Tianlong managed to have his brothers wear matching outfits overnight, but Shen Shubai was very satisfied with the efficiency. At this moment, Wang Tianlong's right hand was still wrapped in bandages, but that didn't affect him as he shouted to maintain order. Those with children head to the parent-child zone. The exit of the adventure zone is to the left. If you catch sugarcane, you'll be fined. No, you'll be rewarded 15 yuan. This is the game rule. His subordinates were all in uniform, wearing fluorescent green vests scattered throughout the sugarcane field. Some stood at the exits joking playfully with the guests who ran out. Others patrolled inside the sugarcane field, rushing to help children who fell, while several loud ones held megaphones to repeatedly announce the rules. What surprised Shen Shubai even more was that there were already guests. Many cars were parked along the road. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 or 40 people in the sugarcane field. Most of them were young people, but there were also families with children. They held sickles, excitedly weaving through the sugarcane grove, cutting down their desired sugarcane, and then sprinting to the exit while screaming, "Run, run! The security is coming after us. Dad, help me block them. Ha ha ha, I've made it out. This one's free." A young man in a down jacket successfully escaped the exit, holding his prize high in celebration. His companion, however, was stopped midway by Wang Tianlong's subordinates and cheerfully scanned to pay 15 yuan. Shen Zhangwo and Lin Bing stood by the field ridge, holding the payment code somewhat at a loss as they watched the unending stream of people paying. As Shen Shubai walked over, he heard Lin Bing quietly ask Shen Zhangwo, "Zhangwo, did I just see correctly? That girl in the yellow clothes seems to have paid 60 yuan. You didn't see wrong." Shen Zhangwo's voice was a bit excited as he replied, "She cut 3 pieces and got caught 3 times paying 45 yuan. Just now she went into the parent-child zone to play with her daughter and cut 1 more, getting caught once." He looked down at the continuous payment notifications popping up on his phone screen as if he were dreaming. "Dad, Mom," Shen Shubai approached with a smile. Lin Beiying grabbed Shen Zubai's hand, her eyes reddening again. "Xiaobai, our sugarcane game really has people coming to play." "Yes," Shen Shubai nodded, pointing at Wang Tianlong, who was energetically chasing guests. "Thanks to him leading the team, it seems we are doing quite well today." "Quite well." Shen Zhangwo raised his voice, rarely enthusiastic, turning his phone screen to his son. "In just over an hour, we've taken in over 700. We used to sell that much in a whole day at the wholesale market." Shen Shubai glanced at the backend data and understood. The effects of the traffic card had already begun to show. The video he posted last night had already received over 30,000 likes, and the comment section was filled with, "Is there such a magical place in Rongqing? Taking the kids to check it out this weekend," requesting the location, and similar messages. Wang Tianlong came running over, soaked in sweat, with his fluorescent green vest drenched, but his smile was more radiant than ever. "Master Shun, your strategy is brilliant. He excitedly reported, so far 57 guests have entered and the drink stand in the parent-child zone has also opened, selling 40 to 50 bottles of mineral water and 15 cans of cola. He paused and lowered his voice. Just now a guest said he drove here specifically after seeing our event video from Minhao 40 kilometers away. Shen Shubai patted Wang Tianlong's shoulder and smiled. You've worked hard. Wang Tianlong froze, looking down at the spot where Shen Shubai had patted him. Just that gentle touch felt like he was being awarded a medal. This was the same person who had pinned him to the table last night, now saying, you've worked hard to him. Not hard at all. It's what I should do. Wang Tianlong almost shouted, his eyes turning red. He turned and shouted to his group of subordinates. Everyone stay focused. Master Shun said that we must ensure every guest leaves with a smile today. Yes. More than 50 fluorescent green vests echoed in unison. The lively sugarcane field attracted the attention of the villagers, and as time went by, more and more people gathered. The elderly sat on small stools at the edge of the field, enjoying the excitement while snacking on sunflower seeds. A few ants huddled together discussing, that boy from the Shin family has really made something of himself after going out for a few years. Isn't that so? He came back in a fancy car before, and now he's up to this adventure. His mind is so sharp. The couple Shin Jiangwo and his wife are going to enjoy life now. Shin Jiangwo stood at the edge of the crowd, his previously hunched back seemingly straightened a bit. He listened to the villagers' discussions, unable to suppress the smile on his face, yet still feigning modesty. Oh, it's nothing, the kids are just messing around. Lin Beiying was busy handing the guests sugarcane peeling knives, smiling broadly while collecting money. Shen Shubai stood at the edge of the field, observing the lively scene. The winter sun cast its rays over the sugarcane grove, creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow. Children chased and played along the field edges while the young people ran joyfully through the sugarcane. The group of once fearsome ruffians now donned fluorescent green vests, clumsily, yet energetically playing the role of friendly security guards. Wang Tianlong squatted in front of a little girl, patiently teaching her how to peel sugarcane, his injured hand carefully gripping the peeler. Everything felt absurd, like a scene from a black comedy. But Shin Shubai knew this was no joke. It was his way of providing dignity for his parents and creating a protective umbrella for his family. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of the sugarcane field, sending it to Tang Xiaoxiao. The caption only read, "Our sugarcane field is open, waiting for you to come and steal some." Moments later, Tang Xiaoxiao's reply popped up, a flurry of excited emojis followed by, "It looks like so much fun. I can't wait." Shin Shubai was looking at the message from Tang Xiaoxiao on his phone, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. "You can come after the new year, and we can play hide and seek then." Shin Shubai edited and sent the message. Tang Xiaoxiao's reply was almost instantaneous. "Eyes shining, I'm ready. Just don't let me escape." "Don't worry, you won't get away," Shin Shubai chuckled, continuing the light-hearted conversation. "That's not certain. I've been practicing running at home every day, just waiting to show off in your sugarcane field." After a few more sweet exchanges, they reluctantly ended the chat when Tang Xiaoxiao said she was going out shopping with her friends. Shin Shubai stood at the edge of the field, watching the bustling scene before him, feeling a surge of indescribable accomplishment. A line of over 20 meters formed at the entrance, mostly young people, but also many families with children. Wang Tianlong, wearing a brand new fluorescent green vest, held a loudspeaker to maintain order. "Everyone please line up. The family area is to the left, and the adventure area straight ahead. Listen up to the rules. Go in and chop as you like, just don't get caught coming out, and the sugarcane is free. If you get caught, there's a 15 yuan fine. No, it's a reward. The rewards are for the security guards to buy water." Behind him, over 50 fluorescent green vests were already in position. Some guarded various exits, eagerly rubbing their fists. Others patrolled the sugarcane field, keeping an eye on those eager to try stealing. A few loud ruffians were explaining the rules in detail to the incoming guests. Shin Shubai acted as a bystander, observing the situation in the sugarcane field. Among them, a young man in his 20s rushed into the adventure area, swiftly chopping down a thick stalk of sugarcane and sprinting towards the exit. He looked back while running, noticing no one was chasing him, and a smug smile spread across his face. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" A ruffian in a fluorescent green vest dashed out from the side, laughing as he pursued. "Oh crap," the young man exclaimed, clutching the sugarcane and running even faster, dust swirling up from the soft field edge. "Hurry, hurry. Someone's behind you," his companion shouted from behind. The young man sprinted for dear life, seeing the exit just 10 meters ahead. 8 meters, 5 meters. Just as he was about to burst through, another fluorescent green figure emerged from the side, perfectly blocking his path. "Gotcha." 2 security guards blocked the young man at the exit, grinning widely. The young man, panting while clutching the sugarcane, helplessly exclaimed, "You guys, are you serious?" "Of course we're serious." The first guard patted his shoulder. "Bro, cash or scanned?" The young man resignedly took out his phone, scanned to pay 15 yuan, but couldn't help but laugh, saying, This is so thrilling. I want to do it again. Then he turned around and dashed back into the sugarcane field. Shen Shubai watched all this unfold, feeling that his strategy for the sugarcane stealing game was very successful. The tourists were not really there to eat sugarcane. They mainly enjoyed the thrill of sneaking sugarcane like when they were kids. This scene played out repeatedly throughout the sugarcane field. In the family area, a 5 or 6-year-old girl clutched a sugarcane taller than herself, wobbling as she ran out, followed by her panting mother and a fluorescent green security guard who pretended to lag behind. "Baby, run fast. The security uncle is going to catch you," the mother shouted with a smile. "Aunt!" The little girl screamed, her short legs moving faster. The security guard chased behind, panting, yet always maintaining a distance of over a meter with a kindly smile on his face. Finally, the little girl burst out of the exit and dove straight into her waiting father's arms. "I made it out. I won," she cheered, holding up the sugarcane triumphantly. The security guard caught up at the exit, leaning on his knees and pretending to be exhausted, saying, "Oh no, I couldn't catch her. The little girl runs too fast." The little girl giggled, full of pride. Her father seized the opportunity to scan and pay. Though they hadn't been caught, the family of 3 had a great time. A 15 yuan for a sugarcane was worth it. Elsewhere, a trio of university students formed a sugarcane stealing squad, with one chopping sugarcane, while the other 2 held the rear, engaging in an intense chase with 2 security guards. "Cover me! Cover me!" shouted the boy holding the sugarcane as he dodged left and right through the grove. His 2 companions spread their arms, trying to block the pursuing guards. However, the guards were tall and robust, easily circumventing them and heading straight for the target. "Captain, run! They're catching up!" "Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap!" Screams, laughter, footsteps, and the rustling of sugarcane leaves mixed together, startling several sparrows to flutter up into the sky. At the entrance, the beverage stall was bustling. Lin Beiying and several ants deftly handed out bottled water, cola, and herbal tea, while the change box was overflowing with coins. "Auntie, 2 more bottles of water. Coming right up." "Auntie, how much is this peeler?" 5 yuan each, buy 2 and get a free peeling glove." As for Shen Zhangwo, he was busy directing parking. A long line of private cars had already parked along the cement road at the village entrance, numbering at least 30 to 40. "Back up a bit more." "Good. Straighten it out." He expertly directed an SUV into position, unable to hide the smile on his face. A villager passing by couldn't help but ask, "Zhangwo, how many people came to your sugarcane field today?" Shen Zhangwo grinned. "I don't know, but it hasn't stopped since this morning." As he spoke, his phone vibrated again. "WeChat payment 15 yuan. Shen Shubai saw this and decided to take a stroll around the sugarcane field, observing everything. Wang Tianlong jogged behind him, reporting in real time, "Master Shun, as of 10 o'clock, there are 187 guests in the park." Shen Shubai nodded. "Is there enough manpower?" Plenty. Wang Tianlong wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly added, "The guys are getting more experience. They know who really wants to run and who just wants to let their kids play. Everyone says this is way more fun than the usual jobs." He pointed to a few subordinates not far away who were playing with children. Those ruffians who usually appeared fierce were now crouched on the ground, patiently helping the kids peel sugarcane, their smiles appearing somewhat stiff, yet genuine. Shen Zubai's lips curled up slightly. "By the way," Shen Shubai looked at Wang Tianlong and asked, "Is there anything unusual in the sugarcane field?" "Nothing. Everything's normal." Wang Tianlong patted his chest. "With the brothers around, there won't be any trouble." Shen Shubai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the bustling sugarcane field. The sunlight glinted off the emerald green sugarcane, leaves scattering tiny bits of light. The laughter of children, the screams of young people, and the exaggerated shouts of the guards formed a joyful symphony. He suddenly recalled what Tang Xiaoxiao had said last night. "I really want to see what the scene is like." He took out his phone, recorded a video, and sent it. The caption read, "Cloud Foreman is online." Moments later, Tang Xiaoxiao sent a series of shocked emojis followed by a voice message. "Oh my god. It's so lively. How can that person run so fast while holding sugarcane? And that security guard in the fluorescent green vest, the way he chases is so funny." Shen Shubai replied with a smile, "When you come, you can run too. I can definitely run faster than them." Tang Xiaoxiao declared confidently. "Then I'll be waiting to catch you." "You won't catch me." The two playfully bantered for a bit before Shen Shubai put away his phone and continued his round. Around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the crowd reached its peak. Wang Tianlong's voice was nearly hoarse. "Family area to the left. Adventure area straight ahead. If caught, there's a fine. No, a reward of 15 yuan. Everyone have fun." At least 200 people were in the sugarcane field at the same time. The fluorescent green security guards wove through the crowd, occasionally erupting into a flurry of chasing. A middle-aged man, clearly a seasoned player, dodged left and right while clutching sugarcane, using the sugarcane grove as cover, successfully slipping past 3 guards and nearing the side exit. "Hey, gotcha!" The final line of defense, a young guard in his 20s, suddenly appeared and grabbed his arm. The man was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. All right, I admit defeat. He promptly scanned to pay and turned back to enter. Let's do it again. This time I want to see if I can get away. Lin Beiying and several ants were already busily running around. The bottled water at the stall had sold out twice, prompting Shen Zhangwo to personally go to the wholesale market to bring back several boxes. The village children also came to join the fun, standing on the field edges as cheerleaders, cheering and clapping whenever someone emerged. A little girl in a pink cotton coat held up a sugarcane leaf she picked up from the ground and squeaked, "Go mommy and daddy. Go. Run faster." Her serious little expression caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter. Shen Shubai stood at the edge of the field watching all these scenes unfold, feeling a warm current rise in his heart. This sugarcane field he had known since childhood felt more vibrant and alive than ever before. And all of this was brought to his parents by him. Around 4 in the afternoon, Shen Shubai noticed that the flow of people showed no sign of decreasing. Shen Zhangwo came over to report, "Xiaobai, we've hit 10,000. The sugarcane we sold today has exceeded 10,000. Seeing his father's excited face turn red, Shen Shubai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Shen Zhangwo continued, adding the over 1,000 from the drink stall. The total for today has reached over 12,000. His voice trembled. "It's only 4 in the afternoon. I can't imagine how many more people will come tonight." Shen Shubai nodded, feeling quite pleased. Although this amount of money was insignificant to him for his parents, it was a sum they might not earn in a year of. More importantly, this joy, this liveliness, this feeling of being recognized was something money could not buy. At 6:30 in the evening, the sky began to darken. The lighting equipment in the sugarcane field was not fully installed, yet only a few temporary lights were set up, and the illumination was clearly insufficient. For safety reasons, Shen Shubai instructed Wang Tianlong to bring out the loudspeaker. "Dear visitors, thank you all for your support today. It's getting late. For everyone's safety, today's activities will come to an end." The loudspeaker echoed over the sugarcane field. The crowd that had been chasing around gradually came to a stop. Some were reluctant to leave while others hesitated, but upon seeing the darkening sky, they all began to head out. Wang Tianlong led his subordinates to maintain order, guiding the crowd to leave in an orderly fashion. The fluorescent green vests were particularly eye-catching in the twilight, resembling little moving lamps. "Are you coming back tomorrow?" someone asked their companion. "Of course. It's way more interesting than going to an amusement park. My kid had a blast. He'll definitely crash as soon as we get back. Boss, can we come in early tomorrow? We can be there by 6. Wang Tianlong shouted back, "The earliest is 8. It's too early, it won't be safe." A wave of good-natured laughter erupted from the crowd. Around 7 in the evening, the last batch of visitors left, and the sugarcane field finally quieted down. Shen Shubai stood by the edge of the field looking at the sugarcane field that had been somewhat trampled. A lot of sugarcane had been cut down and leaves and packaging paper were scattered on the ground, but the traces of joy left behind brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Wang Tianlong and his subordinates began to tidy up the venue. Some picked up litter, others straightened the bent signs, and some moved the tables and chairs from the drink stall back to the village storage. Those had been borrowed from the villagers. Just as Shen Shubai was about to help, his phone rang. It was his mother. "Shall I come back for dinner soon?" Lin Beiying's voice was filled with excitement. "I asked a few aunties from the village to help, and they made several tables of food, even for Wang Tianlong and the others. They helped us all day, we should at least feed them." Shen Shubai paused for a moment, then smiled. "Okay, I'll be back right away." He walked over to Wang Tianlong. "Stop cleaning up, my mom wants you all to come back for dinner." Wang Tianlong was taken aback. "Dinner? Auntie is cooking for us." "Yes, I asked the villagers for help. They made several tables. You all worked hard today. Go eat something warm." Wang Tianlong's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to say something, but merely nodded heavily. After everyone tidied up the sugarcane field, they returned to Shen's courtyard, and the sight before them left everyone stunned. 7 or 8 round tables were set up in the courtyard, covered with red and white plastic tablecloths, and each table was filled with steaming dishes: braised pork, white-cut chicken, fried ribbon fish, stir-fried vegetables, bone soup. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, the portions were generous, and the aroma wafted through the air. Aunties from the village were still coming in and out of the kitchen, bringing dishes to the tables. A few men were setting up bowls and chopsticks, while Shen Zhangwo was busy moving boxes of beer. Lin Beiying, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen and saw Wang Tianlong and the others, quickly calling out, "Hurry, hurry. Sit down. You must be starving, right? Have some hot soup to warm your stomach first." Wang Tianlong stood frozen in place, his lips moving slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. His companions, usually the tough guys in the village, were also standing there dumbfounded. They looked at the table full of food and at the genuine smile on the face of the humble middle-aged woman. "Uncle, Annie." Wang Tianlong's voice was hoarse. "This is too generous. We can just eat something casually." What are you being polite for? Lin Bang walked over, took his arm, and pressed him down at the table. You all helped us a lot today. If you don't eat this meal, I won't feel right. All of you don't just stand there, sit down. Wang Tianlong was pushed into a chair, looking up at Shen Shubai. Shen Shubai nodded at him, signaling him. At that moment, a strange feeling surged in Wang Tianlong's heart. After 20 years of living, he had tasted both exquisite delicacies and street food, but he had never had a meal that made him feel so warm. Sit down, sit down. Everyone sit down. Shun Zhangwo called out. You've all worked hard today. Eat as much as you want. If there's not enough, there's more. Over 50 people gradually took their seats, and the courtyard instantly became lively. The aunties from the village brought out the last few dishes and took their seats as well. Shen Shubai sat beside his parents, watching the courtyard filled to the brim, observing those fluorescent green vests quietly sitting in the farmhouse, picking up their chopsticks and starting to eat the steaming home-cooked meal. Some were serving dishes to the elderly aunties beside them. Some were gulping down water after being spiced out. Some were diving into their rice, not saying a word. A young man in his 20s suddenly burst into tears while eating. He quickly lowered his head, wiping his tears with the back of his hand, hoping no one saw. But Lin Bang noticed. She put down her chopsticks, walked over to the young man, squatted down, and gently asked, Child, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? The young man shook his head, but his tears fell even more fiercely. It's not. Annie, the food is really good. He choked out, I just haven't eaten food that feels like home for a long time. He paused, his voice dropping lower. My parents are gone, and I have nowhere to go during the new year. This meal reminds me of my mother's cooking. Suddenly the surroundings fell silent. Some of the tough guys buried in their food paused their chopsticks, some reddened their eyes. Wang Tianlong halted, his hand holding the wine glass in midair, his throat bobbing, unable to speak. Lin Beiying's eyes also turned red. She reached out to pat the young man's head, as if she were comforting her own silly child. Lin Beiying's voice was filled with tenderness. From now on, consider this place your home. Just tell Annie what you want to eat, and Annie will prepare it for you. The young man looked up, his eyes blurred with tears, nodding vigorously. At that moment, a strange atmosphere filled the courtyard. This was not some kind of brotherhood or an exchange of interests. Just a few strangers feeling the long-lost warmth in this simple meal. Shen Shubai quietly observed this, seeing a complex emotion surging within him. These people had once been the scum he despised the most. But now in this humble farmhouse, they were merely a group of ordinary people longing for warmth and belonging. Wang Tianlong stood up, raised his wine glass, and his voice was somewhat hoarse as he said, Uncle Shun, Auntie, I toast to you. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. From today on, Uncle Shun and Auntie are my Wang Tianlong's own uncle and aunt. Whoever dares to lay a finger on them will have to deal with me, Wang Tianlong. Good. His brothers behind him responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Shen Zhangwo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and raised his glass. Come, 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 let's drink. Don't say those outsider words. Lin Beiying also smiled and waved her hand. We're all family, no need for that. After several rounds of drinks and dishes were served, the atmosphere became even more relaxed. Shen Shubai sat at the table, watching the rare smiles on his parents' faces, looking at those who once seemed fierce, now laughing heartily. A warm current surged within him. At that moment, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for helping your parents sell sugarcane, significantly increasing family happiness, and receiving a cash reward of 300,000. Additional reward, a top-tier social network prop card after use can call upon specific leaders to support during difficult issues. Shen Shubai felt a surge of joy. Aside from the 300,000, this social network card might prove invaluable in critical situations. He calmly accepted the reward and continued to immerse himself in the lively dinner. Dinner stretched until after 10 o'clock, and people gradually dispersed. Shen Shubai saw Wang Tianlong and the others to the village entrance. Wang Tianlong. Shen Shubai called out to him. Wang Tianlong quickly turned around, politely saying, Master Shen, what can I do for you? Shen Shubai took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Wang Tianlong's face changed upon seeing the transfer amount, and he was immediately astonished. Master Shen, this isn't right. We helped you, but it's our duty. How can we take money? Take it. Shen Zubai's tone was calm, but firm. So many brothers worked hard all day, though I can't let them work for nothing. From now on, when they report to me each day, I will give them wages. But there are no buts. Shen Shubai looked at him seriously. I know you all have families to support. Take it and share it with the brothers. Wang Tianlong opened his mouth, looking at Shen Zubai's calm eyes, suddenly at a loss for words. After so many years, he had received dirty money and given away dirty money. But no one had ever given him money with such clear and upright eyes. Not a bribe, not a threat, just. He felt that he deserved this money. Master Shun. Wang Tianlong's voice was somewhat choked, but he quickly suppressed it. He nodded vigorously. Thank you on behalf of the brothers. Go ahead, be careful on the road and don't drink and drive. Shen Shubai waved his hand and smiled. We have to get up early tomorrow. Wang Tianlong gave him a deep look before turning and getting into the car. The convoy slowly started and vanished into the night. Shen Shubai stood in place watching the string of taillights fade away. What he didn't know was that in the van at the front Wang Tianlong was lost in thought as he stared into the rearview mirror. He also didn't know what those young people in neon green vests felt when they received 200 yuan. When he returned home, Shen Shubai saw Shen Jiangwo and Lin Being huddled under the light calculating the accounts. Lin Being, wearing reading glasses, was meticulously recording in the ledger while Shen Jiangwo read aloud the payment records from his phone. 15 yuan received via WeChat, 12 yuan and 3 for the drinks, and a cash payment of 50 from the older sister with the child. As Shen Shubai pushed the door open, both of them looked up simultaneously, their faces unable to hide their excitement. Xiaobai. Lin Being waved. Come look, do you know how much we sold today? Shen Shubai walked over and glanced at the ledger. Lin Being pointed to the last line of numbers, her voice trembling. 16,325 yuan. Plus over 1,900 from the drinks stand a total of more than 18,000. This was only one day. One day. In the past at the wholesale market, it would take half a month of hard work just to sell this amount. Shen Jiangwo added from the side. Lin Being took off her reading glasses and wiped the corners of her eyes, saying, Xiaobai, thanks to you. If it weren't for your idea, we wouldn't know when we could sell our dozens of acres of sugarcane. Shen Shubai looked at the smiles on his parents' faces, feeling a surge of soft warmth in his heart. He knew that this amount of money meant little to him. But for his parents, it was a recognition of their hard work over the year, proof of the value of their labor. Mom, this is just the beginning, Shen Shubai said with a smile. Once the lights are set up tomorrow, we can also operate at night, and the business will be even better. Lin Bing nodded repeatedly, then took his hand, chattering about today's events. Which child from which family had fun, which elder praised her for being fortunate, and the village aunties saying they would come to help in the future. There were even people wanting to introduce a partner to Shen Shubai, causing him to feel both amused and helpless. But Lin Bing chuckled, saying, Don't worry, Xiaobai, I've already told everyone that my daughter-in-law will come to see us after the new year. Shen Shubai couldn't help but smile. Mom, you're so clever. After finishing the accounts, he checked the time, and it was already close to 11. Dad, Mom, you should go to bed early, Shen Shubai urged. Early to bed and early to rise. I reckon we will be busy again tomorrow. Lin Bing nodded, tidying up the ledger to prepare to go back to her room. As she reached the door, she turned back to look at Shen Shubai. Xiaobai. She smiled gently. I'm especially happy today. Me too, Mom, Shen Shubai replied with a smile. After everything was cleaned up, Shen Shubai returned to his room. Lying in bed, he sent a message to Tang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, we sold nearly 20,000 yuan of sugarcane today, and my parents are overjoyed. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly replied, That's awesome. Uncle and Auntie must be so proud. What about you? What were you busy with today? I went shopping with my best friend. The mall was super crowded, and I was exhausted. But I bought gifts for Uncle, and it's a secret, I won't tell you what it is. Shen Shubai chuckled. All right, I'm waiting. They chatted for a while until Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, By the way, how did Wang Tianlong perform today? Shen Shubai thought for a moment and replied, He did well, helped quite a bit today. Will he still cause you trouble? No, he won't. Shen Shubai chuckled. He doesn't dare. Tang Xiaoxiao sent a, that's good, emoji, and said, Go to sleep quickly, we have to be busy tomorrow, good night. Good night. On the other side, in Wang Tianlong's rented room in the west suburbs of Rongqing, his phone suddenly vibrated. He reached for it, and saw it was Zhang Yong. Hello, Director Zhang. Wang Tianlong walked to the balcony and spoke. Zhang Yong's voice came from the other end, coldly saying, Tomorrow someone from above will go to the village, cooperate with them. Wang Tianlong felt a jolt in his heart. From above. Who? From the city. Zhang Yong didn't elaborate, just instructed, Your brothers will still go to Shun's sugarcane field tomorrow as usual, but you need to keep some things in mind. Wang Tianlong tightened his grip on the phone. Director Zhang, Shen Shubai. Don't ask too much, Zhang Yong interrupted him, then said coldly, Just cooperate, don't ask anything else. After that the call ended. Wang Tianlong stood on the balcony looking at the distant sleeping city with a swirl of complex emotions in his heart. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Shen Shubai, who was sound asleep, was woken up by his mother. Xiaobai, hurry, and take a look. Lin Being said in surprise to Shen Shubai. Wang Tianlong brought people again, and even loaded a truck full of things. Shen Shubai heard this, and immediately got out of bed, putting on a coat as he headed outside. In the morning light, several vans were parked at the edge of the sugarcane field. Wang Tianlong was directing his men as they unloaded items from the truck. Wires, light bulbs, searchlights, and several bundles of thick cables. Seeing Shen Shubai, he quickly ran over with a flattering smile, saying, Shun, didn't you say yesterday that it wasn't safe without lights when it got dark? My brothers discussed it and worked overnight to bring a batch of lights to install this morning. This way we can operate it. Shen Shubai looked at the pile of lighting equipment, and then at the group of young men, who clearly hadn't slept all night, their faces showing dark circles, and a complex feeling surged in his heart. You didn't sleep all night. We slept a little, Wang Tianlong explained. Once the lights are installed we can rest, it won't delay the opening at 8. Shen Shubai looked at him silent for a few seconds. Then he patted Wang Tianlong on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. This time Wang Tianlong did not refuse in surprise. He just grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth from smoking. It's what Xinyi instructed, it's just what I should do. For the next hour or so the group worked energetically, laying wires, installing lights, testing. Over 50 people had clearly defined roles and worked with high efficiency. By the time the sky brightened, a circle of lights had already been set up around the entire sugarcane field. A rough count showed at least more than 30 lights. Xinyi, does it look good? Wang Tianlong pointed at the circle of lights and asked. When all turned on at night, the whole sugarcane field will be as bright as day. No one will trip. Shen Shubai nodded. Indeed, the coverage of the lights was enough, not just to walk, but even for taking pictures. Let's go eat something and take a break. Shen Shubai still felt a bit moved, so he said lightly, we need to be busy at 8. Wang Tianlong nodded repeatedly, calling his men to go back to the car for some rest. In the back seat of the van, over 50 people squeezed inside, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. Shen Shubai also returned home, and when he got back his mother had already set breakfast on the table. He ate a few bites quickly, but was preoccupied with the parking situation. From his observation yesterday, many tourists had parked on both sides of the road due to the lack of parking spaces, which greatly affected traffic and posed safety hazards. So Shen Shubai thought of an abandoned cement factory not far from the sugarcane field, which had been shut down for over a year after being reported for polluting the environment. There was a piece of empty land about 2 acres that would be suitable for a parking lot. Shen Shubai decided to acquire this land, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks and headed to the village chief's house. The village chief was feeding chickens in the yard, and when he saw Shen Shubai, he brushed off his hands and welcomed him inside. Shen Shubai didn't beat around the bush and directly expressed his intention to buy the land to build a parking lot. The village chief listened while smoking a pipe and nodded, saying, that piece of land belongs to Zhang Minghua, and it's been lying fallow for over a year. If you're truly interested, I can help you call him over to talk. Thank you so much, village chief, Shen Shubai said gratefully. After waiting for half an hour, the village chief indeed brought Zhang Minghua over. Zhang Minghua arrived quickly, wearing slippers and reeking of alcohol. As soon as he entered, he smiled and said, Boss Shun is back. I've heard you've made a fortune outside. Are you here to take care of your fellow villagers? Shen Shubai didn't take the bait and cut to the chase. Brother Zhang, I'm interested in the 2 acres of land at your cement factory. I want to offer 300,000 to buy it. Are you interested? Zhang Mingguo's smile froze for a moment, his eyes darting around. Then he chuckled. 300,000. Boss Shen, are you joking? That land is in a prime location right by the road and next to the river. If you don't have 500,000, there's... The village chief frowned at the side, saying, Minghua, you lost the cement factory gambling, and now the land is lying fallow, growing grass taller than people. Now someone is offering 300,000, and you're still not satisfied. Zhang Minghua stiffened his neck and arrogantly replied, Village chief, you can't say that. That's my land, I can sell it for whatever I want. Boss Shen is a big boss, he won't mind this extra 200,000, right? Shen Shubai picked up his teacup and took a sip, speaking slowly. Brother Zhang, 300,000 is my sincere offer. Everyone knows the value of land in the village. I offered this amount because that piece of land is connected to a larger area. Then why don't you buy someone else's? Zhang Minghua leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs and saying, my land is 50,000, not a cent less. Shen Shubai put down his teacup, stood up with a still smiling face, but his tone turned cold. If that's the case, then I won't force it. If the deal doesn't go through, we part on good terms. Whenever Brother Zhang comes to his senses, feel free to contact me. After saying that, he greeted the village chief and turned to leave. Zhang Minghua didn't expect him to leave so suddenly, stunned in place with a face alternating between blue and white. The village chief knocked his pipe and sighed. Minghua, when will you change your temper? He's genuinely trying to do something, yet you push him away. 50,000. Just wait, in 2 years that land will still be overgrown with grass. Zhang Minghua stubbornly replied, let it grow, I don't care. The village chief was too lazy to argue with him further and got up to send Shen Shubai out. Walking on the village road, the village chief whispered, Shubai, don't argue with him. That's just his character. When he runs out of money in a few days, he'll talk to him again, and he might just give in. Thank you, village chief. If you have time, come over for a meal, Shen Shubai nodded. Sure, the village chief replied. At this moment, Shen Zubai's reputation in the village was spreading far and wide, with everyone saying he was capable. By around 8 o'clock, the sugarcane field opened its doors to welcome guests on time. Today's foot traffic arrived even earlier than yesterday. People started lining up at 7:30, and by 8 the queue had already stretched over 100 meters. Wang Tianlong's men arrived on time, their neon green vests shining brightly in the morning light. A young man dashed into the sugarcane field first, swiftly cutting down a stalk of sugarcane and running away. Chase! 2 security guards immediately rushed after him. The sugarcane field instantly became lively with screams, laughter, and shouts echoing. Some were caught and laughed while scanning to pay. Others successfully escaped holding their sugarcane and cheering. A child fell down, and the security guards rushed over to help him up, brushing off the dirt and continuing the chase. Everything was just like yesterday. However, around 9 in the morning, 3 white vans suddenly appeared at the village entrance, speeding toward the sugarcane field. On the side of the vans were some prominent words: Market Supervision Administration, Comprehensive Administrative Law Enforcement Bureau. Just as Shen Shubai walked out from the village chief's house, his phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was his mother calling. As he answered, he heard Lin Beiying's panicked voice: Xiaobai, a large group of law enforcement officers has come saying we are operating illegally and want to drive the tourists away. Mom, don't panic. I'm coming right away. Shen Shubai immediately realized something was off and comforted his mother for a moment before hanging up and quickly heading toward the sugarcane field. Brothers, if you think this book is still decent, remember to urge for more updates and give it a 5-star rating. Once the ratings are displayed, it makes it easier for Tomato to give feedback. Thank you all for your support. I wish everyone a happy new year, good health, and a prosperous year ahead. As Shen Shubai hurried to the sugarcane field, the sight before him made his expression darken. 3 white law enforcement vehicles were haphazardly blocking the entrance, the blue and white lettering of Market Supervision Administration and Comprehensive Administrative Law Enforcement Bureau glaring under the sunlight. 7 or 8 uniformed individuals surrounded his parents, their attitude firm. Lin Beiying, anxious and with red-rimmed eyes, trembled as she clutched her phone, attempting to explain, Comrades, we are just growing sugarcane for our own use and letting the villagers come to enjoy it. How is that illegal business? Shun Jiangwo stood in front of his wife, his rough palms slightly shaking, yet he still tried to maintain composure, saying, let's discuss this calmly. Whatever procedures you need, we can comply. Comply. The thin, middle-aged leader scoffed. You are operating without a license, which poses safety issues for the visitors. And that parking lot, parking carelessly by the roadside, creates serious traffic hazards. You must cease operations today. With a wave of his hand, several subordinates immediately advanced, snatching the payment code sign from Lin Beiying's hand, while others collected the sugarcane knives and peeling tools displayed at the stall. Hey, that's ours. Lin Beiying attempted to reclaim it, but was firmly held back by Shen Jiangwo. Among the onlookers, the tourists who had been enjoying themselves just yesterday exchanged glances, some murmuring quietly, while others began to leave. The fluorescent green staff, Wang Tianlong and his more than 50 brothers, were now huddled at the edge of the sugarcane field, heads bowed, like quails, none daring to step forward. Shen Zubai's gaze swept over their faces, and he already understood the situation to a large extent. He strode forward, standing in front of his parents, his voice calm, as he said, Leaders, I am the person in charge of the sugarcane garden. Please tell me what the issue is. The tall, thin man sized him up, his tone still official. You are the one in charge. Then you are just in time. Your business activities have not been approved and present multiple safety hazards. I am officially notifying you. Immediately cease operations and cooperate with the investigation. Shen Shubai did not argue, merely nodded and said, all right, we will cooperate, but we need some time to disperse the visitors and tidy up. The thin man was clearly taken aback by his compliance, pausing for a moment before waving his hand, instructing, make it quick. Shen Shubai turned and addressed the crowd, raising his voice, Dear visitors, we apologize, but due to an unexpected need for site adjustments, activities will be temporarily suspended. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. Those who have already paid can request a refund over there. Please pay attention to further notices regarding tomorrow's opening. Although the visitors were disappointed, they knew they could not continue under such circumstances and gradually dispersed. Lin Beiying grabbed her son's sleeve, her voice trembling, Xiaobai, what is happening? Shen Jiangwo also approached, his brows furrowed, whispering, These people came suspiciously. It doesn't seem like a standard inspection. Shen Shubai reassured his parents, his tone steady, Mom and Dad, don't worry. He'll handle this. Yet he knew in his heart that this was no coincidence. As the tourists dispersed, the law enforcement team remained on site, taking photos and recording. Lin Beiying and Shen Jiangwo stood aside at a loss. At that moment, the sound of car engines echoed from the village entrance. 2 black sedans slowly approached, their license plates beginning with Rong A, indicating they were registered in the city. Upon seeing the license plates, the expressions of the law enforcement personnel changed noticeably. The thin man even instinctively straightened his uniform and hurried forward. The sedan stopped and the rear door opened to reveal a man in his 50s with an elegant demeanor stepping out. Dressed in a dark gray cashmere overcoat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he had a warm smile but carried an aura of authority that commanded respect with his every movement. Director Chun. The thin man's voice wavered. Why are you personally here? Director Chun waved his hand, signaling him to say no more, his gaze directly bypassing the crowd to land on Shin Shubai. In the next moment, a warm smile spread across his face as he quickly approached Shun. My old brother. Fine, I've long admired your name. Shin Zubai's expression remained indifferent. He was not familiar with the other man, but still extended his hand, saying, Director Chun, you are being too kind. I'm not sure what brings you here personally. Oh, our sugarcane garden has only encountered some issues. There's no need for you to intervene. Director Chun laughed heartily, patting Shin Zubai's shoulder and lowering his voice. Shin, my old brother, can we talk privately for a moment? Despite his lingering doubts, Shin Shubai still led Director Chun to a secluded corner at the edge of the sugarcane field. Director Chun set aside the formalities of the bureaucratic world, cutting to the chase. Shin Zhang-yong asked me to act as a mediator. You have something of his and he feels uneasy, but he doesn't want to confront you directly. So he asked me to see if we could sit down and talk. Shin Shubai remained silent, simply watching him quietly. Director Chun was not bothered by the silence, and continued. Zhang-yong has contributed a lot to our hometown over the years. He can be considered an entrepreneur. This time he genuinely wishes to reconcile with you. As long as you agree, today's incident will be resolved immediately and the sugarcane garden can continue its operations. I will take care of the necessary procedures for you. Moreover, regarding the parking lot, he has already secured that land for you. As for Zhang Minghua, he has already made arrangements. The land deed will be transferred to you without any cost. Shin Shubai felt a stir within him. So that's how it is. Zhang Yong had prepared both tactics, applying pressure through the law enforcement team, while also sending someone to negotiate. A mix of soft and hard approaches, indeed an old fox in the game. Director Chun. Shin Shubai finally spoke, his tone calm. Zhang Yong is in such a hurry because he fears I might expose what I know, right? The smile on Director Chen's face froze slightly, before he quickly returned to normal. You're a perceptive one, Shin. Let's speak openly. He does have concerns, but he sincerely wants to befriend you. Look, regarding the law enforcement issue, he can make a phone call to have these people withdrawn. This sincerity is quite considerable, isn't it? Shin Shubai remained silent, his gaze drifting past Director Chun to the distance. His parents were still standing at the edge of the sugarcane field, their faces full of worry. His mother clutched the corner of her apron, occasionally glancing this way, while his father's hunched figure appeared particularly forlorn in the morning light. They had toiled their entire lives, and just as they saw some hope, they were struck by such a disruption. A complex emotion surged within Shin Shubai. He understood that a person like Zhang Yong could bend and stretch, and was merciless when it came to turning against others. If he could bow his head today, he could just as easily bite back tomorrow. However, in the current situation, confronting them head-on was not the optimal solution. The law enforcement team could retreat today and return tomorrow. As for the parking lot, Zhang Yong could help him settle matters with Zhang Minghua, but could also instigate new troubles. Instead of getting entangled, it was better to stabilize the situation first. After the new year, he would ensure his parents were taken care of, and when Tang Xiaoxiao came to visit, he could then slowly settle scores with these people. Director Chun. Shin Shubai finally said, since Zhang Yong is so sincere, then I am not someone who refuses to recognize kindness. I can negotiate. Director Chin's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Great. Shin, my old brother, you are indeed straightforward. I will have those people withdraw right now, and you can continue your operations here. He turned to leave, but Shin Shubai called out to him, wait. What else does Shin, my old brother, require? Regarding the parking lot, since President Zhang has helped me secure it, I won't refuse it. But I have one condition. The transfer procedures must be formal, and I will pay whatever the cost is without Zhang Yong advancing any funds. This is a matter between Zhang Minghua and me, and it has nothing to do with him. Director Chun paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Shin, my old brother, you have principles. Rest assured, I will personally oversee this matter to ensure it is entirely proper. Happy New Year, brothers. Wishing everyone a prosperous new year. May you reach new heights, earn millions daily, have your wishes come true, and enjoy good health and happiness. Shin Shubai knew that since these people had come this far, they would not resort to any tricks. Leader Chun was a man of his word. He walked back to the law enforcement team and said something to the tall, thin man. The tall, thin man nodded repeatedly, and with a wave of his hand, his 7 or 8 subordinates immediately packed up their things and drove away. In less than 10 minutes, 3 white vans disappeared completely. Lin Beiying watched this scene in disbelief. She grabbed her son's hand, her tone changing. Xiao, by how do you know that, leader? How could he help you? Shin Zhangwo also walked over, his face full of confusion. Shin Shubai simply explained, a friend asked someone to speak on my behalf. Today's incident was a misunderstanding and has been resolved. We should resume our business. Lin Beiying wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Shin Zhangwo. The old man gazed deeply at his son, remaining silent, only patting his shoulder. In that gaze there was confusion, worry, but more importantly trust. Just as Leader Chen's car left, Zhang Minghua appeared from somewhere. He shuffled over in slippers, running with a face full of eager smiles that seemed almost too oily. Boss Shen, wait. He panted as he caught up, bowing his head. Oh, I didn't recognize your greatness earlier. Please don't take it to heart. About that piece of land, when do you think we can handle the paperwork? Shen Shubai looked at his face with a cold smile in his heart, but on the surface he remained composed. Brother Zhang, have you come to your senses? I've come to my senses. Zhang Minghua nodded repeatedly. 300,000 is fine. No, 20,000 will do. Just name a number. Shen Shubai replied casually. Just now Leader Chun said that the land has already been transferred to my name. No payment needed. Zhang Mingguo's smile stiffened for a moment, then he quickly forced out a brighter expression. That's what General Zhang meant. I didn't mean to. Heh. Shen Shubai stared at him, remaining silent. At that moment the village head also arrived with a cane, cursing as he walked. Zhang Minghua, you little rascal, I knew you would change your mind sooner or later. Zhang Minghua awkwardly laughed. Village head, please don't scold me. I'm here to apologize to Boss Shen. Shen Shubai thought for a moment, and said to the village head, please serve as a witness. I still want to buy the land, but let's reduce the price by 100,000 from the previous 300,000. And the paperwork must be proper. We need to sign the contracts and complete the necessary processes. The village head was taken aback, but then nodded. Shubai, all right, you all can discuss this. Zhang Minghua heard the price, and his face turned pale and flushed, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything more. After all, Zhang Yong had previously quoted him 500,000. Now it had dropped to 200,000, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, due to Zhang Yong's capabilities, Zhang Minghua could only seethe in silence. Furthermore, with Shen Zubai's relationship with Zhang Yong and the leaders, even if he wanted to snatch this piece of land, he wouldn't have any grounds to object. By 2 in the afternoon, the paperwork was completed. Shen Shubai immediately transferred 200,000 to Zhang Mingguo's account, and the land deed was officially transferred. Zhang Minghua stared at the amount that appeared on his phone, his expression complicated, filled with the joy of receiving money and an indescribable sense of regret. Shen Shubai ignored him and went directly to the sugarcane field. Wang Tianlong and his group were still huddled by the edge of the sugarcane field, looking like quails. Seeing Shen Shubai approach, Wang Tianlong mustered his courage to greet him, forcing a smile that looked more painful than a cry. Master Shen. About what happened earlier. Shen Shubai raised his hand to interrupt him, speaking flatly. No need to explain. I understand you're not in control of your own actions. Wang Tianlong was taken aback, his eyes reddening slightly. He had been in the game for 20 years, insulted and beaten, but had never been understood like this. Master Shen. He swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but finding himself speechless. Shen Shubai looked at him and softened his tone. All right, let's not mention the past. Now there are 2 important matters that I need you to handle. Wang Tianlong immediately straightened his back, responding enthusiastically, whatever you say, Master Shen. First, that Leader Chun has promised to help with the paperwork for the sugarcane garden, allowing us to operate legally, so we need to hurry and get things in order. Second, I've secured the land for the parking lot, but it is still the old site of the cement factory, and the ground is uneven and needs to be leveled and solidified. You and the brothers work hard to buy cement and sand, find someone to do the construction, and quickly create a decent parking lot. Wang Tianlong immediately pounded his chest and guaranteed, rest assured, Master Shen, this job is on me. The brothers may not know much, but they sure have the strength to work. He turned to his group of brothers and waved. Did you all hear that? Get to work. More than 50 fluorescent green vests sprang to life, gathering around and chattering about how to proceed. Shen Shubai directly transferred 100,000 to Wang Tianlong, saying this 100,000 is for you to use first, for buying materials, hiring people, renting equipment. If it's not enough, let me know. Wang Tianlong looked at the 100,000. Although it wasn't a lot for him, it indicated that Shen Shubai was a reasonable person. Initially, Wang Tianlong had planned to use his own money, but now he was at a loss for words. Master Shen, this. Shen Zubai's tone was authoritative. This is your wages and material costs. Every penny must be spent properly. You're putting in the effort and in providing the funding. It's only fair. Of course, remember to return any excess to me. Wang Tianlong took a deep breath and nodded seriously. You can rest assured, Master Shen, I guarantee I won't waste a single penny. We'll also make sure to do this job beautifully. By 4 in the afternoon, Wang Tianlong took his men to the town to purchase building materials. Shen Shubai returned to the sugarcane field and saw his parents sitting in a temporary shelter, lost in thought. Lin Beiying's eyes were still red, clutching the payment code that the law enforcement team had returned silent. Shen Jingwo squatted by the edge of the field, smoking with a deeply furrowed brow amidst the swirling smoke. Dadmom. Shen Shubai walked over and sat down beside his mother. Lin Beiying looked up at her son, her eyes reddening again. Xiao Bai, I'm just worried. These people come and go as they please. We ordinary folks can't afford to provoke them. Shen Shubai held his mother's rough hand, comforting her. Mom, don't worry. This matter has been resolved. The sugarcane garden can operate legally from now on, and no one will come to check again. Lin Bang wanted to say more, but Shun Jiangwo extinguished his cigarette and came over, sitting down heavily on the other side of Shen Shubai. Xiaobai. It was rare for him to speak, his voice low. Dad doesn't know exactly what you've been through out there, or how you know those officials, but I believe in you. You've always had a mind of your own, and are reliable in what you do. He paused, his rough hand patting Shen Zubai's shoulder, as he continued, no matter what happens, remember that home is here, and your parents are here. Shen Shubai felt warmth in his heart, and nodded vigorously. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In the evening, Shen Zubai's phone rang. The caller ID displayed a strange number, but the location showed Rongqing. He answered the call, and a familiar voice came from the other end. It was Zhang Yong. Brother Shen, Leader Chen should have informed you, right? Zhang Yong's tone became polite, greeting with a hint of a smile. He did. Shen Shubai was not surprised at all, but his tone was somewhat flat. Zhang Yong paused for 2 seconds before speaking. I've booked a private room at Yipingshuan in the city for tomorrow evening at 6. Let's sit down for a meal and have a good chat. Don't worry, it will just be us, no outsiders. Shen Shubai thought for a moment and responded okay. After hanging up, he stood by the sugarcane field watching the sunset gradually sink behind the distant mountains. Tomorrow's meal would not be simple. A person like Zhang Yong would certainly have his schemes when he bowed his head. But Shen Shubai was no longer that ordinary person who could be easily manipulated. With the system in hand and evidence in hand, if Zhang Yong truly wanted to make amends, he should show his sincerity. If he still wanted to play tricks. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Shen Zubai's mouth. He didn't mind playing along with him. The next morning, just as dawn broke in the east, Shen Shubai donned a dark gray cashmere coat and walked towards the 2 acres of cleared land. From a distance, he could hear Wang Tianlong's shouts echoing in the morning mist. Tilt to the left. Slow down, yes. Just like that. As he got closer, he saw more than 50 people working vigorously, their breath forming a mist in the cold air. 2 mixing trucks rumbled as they poured steaming asphalt, and dozens of people wielded shovels and rakes, quickly leveling and compacting the black material. A wave of heat hit him, and the air was filled with the unique, burnt scent of asphalt, yet no one complained a word. Wang Tianlong, wearing a fluorescent green vest speckled with black spots, held a walkie-talkie, directing operations with flair. He stood on the freshly paved surface, truly resembling a construction site foreman. Upon seeing Shen Shubai, Wang Tianlong hurried over with a beaming smile. Master Shen, you're here. How's the progress looking? He pointed to the area that had been paved halfway, excitement dripping from his voice as he explained, I estimate we can finish paving by this morning, mark the lines at noon, and by early tomorrow morning it will be ready for parking. Shen Shubai nodded, his gaze slowly sweeping across the land that was about to transform. 2 acres, around 1,300 square meters. By standard parking space calculations, it could fit 60 to 70 spots. Combined with the temporary parking spaces along the roadside, it would be sufficient to handle the daily customer flow. Is the cement grade sufficient? Shen Shubai inquired. The appearance of being drenched, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, evaporating into mist in the cold air, he nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Shubai could see the diligence of Wang Tianlong and the others over the past few days. So, he said, my mother knows how hard you've been working and has prepared several tables of dishes for you to enjoy after you finish your work. Wang Tianlong's eyes instantly lit up like a child watching fireworks during the new year, and he chuckled, that sounds great. The brothers have been looking forward to this meal. A younger brother nearby heard this and immediately began cheering, long live Xinyi. Auntie's braised pork is the best. Everyone laughed, their spirits lifted as they worked harder. The shovels swung more vigorously and the shouts grew louder, as if that steaming hot dinner was right before their eyes. Shen Shubai stood for a while watching the bustling scene, then turned towards the sugarcane field. As he passed the village entrance, he saw several villagers gathered around a notice board. It was something he had posted last night with red paper and black characters announcing that the sugarcane garden would reopen tomorrow and the parking lot would be in use, welcoming everyone to come and play. The villagers saw him and turned to greet him. Shubai, I heard you bought Zhang Mingguo's land to build a parking lot. How much did that cost? With a son like you, your parents must be enjoying life. Old Shen has truly earned his keep in this lifetime. Shubai, you can be considered successful now, with so many people helping you and being valued by your superiors. Your future is boundless. Shen Shubai responded one by one, nodding and smiling, exchanging a few pleasantries. Inside, he felt a subtle sense of satisfaction from the genuine compliments of the villagers. After all, every year when he returned to the village, the villagers inevitably compared notes. Whose son bought a car, whose daughter married well, whose family built a new house. This year, it was Shen Zubai's turn to be the object of envy. It was face gain for his parents and made those who had once looked down on him take notice. Shen Shubai continued walking, but he understood that while these compliments were pleasant, what truly grounded him was the land beneath his feet. In the following time, Shen Shubai wandered back and forth between the sugarcane field and the parking lot, acting as a supervisor. The sun rose from the east, slowly climbing overhead before gradually sinking to the west. He watched as the parking lot transformed from a muddy area into a smooth asphalt surface. He observed the fluorescent green vests moving through the sugarcane field, maintaining order. Tourists emerged from the fields holding sugarcane, their laughter particularly bright under the winter sun. In the evening, after greeting his parents, Shen drove his black Mercedes towards the city. Yupingxuan is the best Cantonese restaurant in Rome City, located on the top floor of a high-end office building in the city center. The elevator goes directly to the 58th floor, and as the door opens, another world unfolds. At the entrance stood two hostesses in qipao, their figures graceful and makeup exquisite. Upon seeing the guests, they slightly bowed and politely greeted, "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, I have a reservation for Zhang Yong and Mr. Zhang's private room," Shen explained. The hostess' eyes shifted slightly, and her attitude instantly became more respectful, her smile taking on a hint of careful flattery. "Mr. Zhang is in the Lingyun Pavilion room. Please follow me." Shen followed behind, passing through a lavishly decorated corridor. Underfoot was a soft handcrafted carpet, and the walls were adorned with valuable calligraphy and paintings with crystal wall lamps illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. Pushing open the heavy solid wood door, the scene in the private room came into view. A large round table covered with a snow-white tablecloth with an exquisite floral arrangement at the center, red roses paired with white lilies glowing vividly under the lights. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of Rome City was fully visible, with countless lights resembling a river of stars. Zhang Yong and Leader Chun were already there. Upon seeing Shen enter, they stood up almost simultaneously, offering him the highest courtesy. "Brother Shen has arrived. Please take a seat." Zhang Yong beamed with a smile, quickly approaching to show him to his seat. He was dressed in a custom deep gray suit today, perfectly tailored, giving him an elegant and refined appearance. The Patek Philippe on his wrist sparkled under the light, with the moon phase function displaying tonight's moonlight. It was hard to imagine that someone who looked so gentle and refined had blood on his hands. Leader Chen also stood up, his smile warm and benevolent, like an elder looking at a younger family member, saying, "Brother Shun, it's good to see you again. Mr. Zhang has put in a lot of effort for this meal, specially arranging for the kitchen to prepare a table of fine dishes." Shen smiled slightly and sat down in the main guest seat between the two. That position is usually reserved for the most esteemed guest at a banquet. "Mr. Zhang is too polite." Shen Zubai's tone was calm, without the usual tension or flattery one might expect when facing high officials or wealthy businessmen, but with a composed demeanor, as if he were the true big shot looking down on these two influential figures in Rome City. Zhang Yong personally poured tea for him, his actions almost servile, of course. "There was some misunderstanding before, and today I specifically wanted to apologize to Brother Shen." Shen understood why Zhang Yong was being so humble. What he held in his hands was enough to put these two men in a position of peril. But he simply smiled and said nothing more. The dishes quickly arrived. Steamed East-Star grouper, the fish meat was white and delicate. Scallion braised, sea cucumber, charcoal grilled snowflake, beef neatly cut into square cubes, plated as exquisitely as a work of art. There was also matsutake stewed with fish maw, the soup clear and fragrant. Each dish was a hearty meal, each one worth a pretty penny. Zhang Yong raised his wine glass, standing up with a sincere attitude that bordered on servility. "Brother Shin, I raise this glass to you for what happened before. I was wrong, and I hope you can forgive me. In the future, if you need anything in Rome City, just let me know. I, Zhang Yong, will definitely help." Leader Chin chimed in, smiling warmly. "Yes, Brother Shin, you are young and capable. Let's keep in touch and look out for each other. Rome City is neither too big nor too small. Having more friends means more paths." Shen Shubai lifted the water glass in front of him, took a small sip, then set it down. "I'm driving, so I won't drink." The smiles on both men's faces froze for a moment, as if the air had coagulated for a brief moment. But Zhang Yong quickly recovered, laughing heartily, attempting to ease the awkwardness. "Brother Shin, you could actually get a designated driver, or if it really doesn't work, I can personally drive you back. My Maybach is very comfortable." "No need," Shen Shubai replied flatly. "I prefer to drive myself. Oh, it's more comfortable for me." He paused, calmly gazing at the two before continuing. "Mr. Zhang, Leaderchin, the reason I agreed to come today is to clarify a few things." The two exchanged glances, their smiles fading slightly, straightening up and waiting for Shun Zubai's next words. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became somewhat subtle. Shen Shubai looked at them calmly, his tone steady, as if stating an ordinary fact. "Let's speak openly. I know what you are worried about, and you also know what I have in my hands." Zhang Yong's smile completely froze, and in that instant his gaze became sharp like a wolf cornered. But soon he regained his composure, chuckling awkwardly. "Brother Shin, you shouldn't say that. Let me finish speaking." Shen Shubai raised his hand to interrupt him and continued. "I'm not here to threaten you or to make things difficult for you. I have no interest in that." Shen Shubai stared into Zhang Yong's eyes, enunciating each word carefully. I only have one request. My parents, my family stay safe and sound, no one causing trouble, and the sugarcane garden can operate normally with tourists coming and going freely. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over their faces before finally settling back on Zhang Yong's. As long as this point is achieved, I won't speak a word about your matters. From now on we'll mind our own business and go our separate ways. As his words fell, the private room fell into a brief silence. Outside, the city lights sparkled and the traffic flowed like a river. Inside, the three men each held their own thoughts. Zhang Yong was silent for a moment, his expression shifting several times. Finally, a smile slowly emerged on his face. Brother Shen. Zhang Yong raised his wine glass and drained it in one go, the liquid sliding down his throat, igniting a wave of heat. With your words I can rest easy. Then Zhang Yong set down his wine glass, looking at Shen Shubai with seriousness, his voice carrying a tone of promise. You can rest assured from now on in this part of Rong City, no one will dare to lay a finger on your family. I, Zhang Yong, will stake my word here. Whoever dares to cause you trouble is looking for trouble with me, Zhang Yong. Leader Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a smile as he raised his glass, saying, Brother Shen, let's drink to that. Shen Shubai raised his water glass and took a sip. The atmosphere instantly eased like a taut violin string suddenly released. Zhang Yong served Shen Shubai dishes as attentively as if he were serving his own elder. Brother Shen, try this piece of beef, it's of the M12 grade, melting in your mouth. Shen Shubai took a bite and found it indeed delicious. Zhang Yong continued, Brother Shen, I heard your sugarcane garden is reopening tomorrow. I can send over a few flower baskets to liven things up. No need, Shen Shubai directly declined, speaking flatly. I can manage the festivities myself, no need to trouble Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yong was not offended, smiling as he nodded. All right, Brother Shen has his own ideas, I won't interfere. He paused, then tentatively suggested, however, there's one thing for you to consider. For your sugarcane field, I can offer 2 million to buy all the sugarcane for this year. This way your parents won't have to work so hard and can just stay home and collect the money. 2 million is a sky-high price for a few acres of sugarcane. Shen Shubai glanced at him, understanding his intention. He wanted to use money to buy goodwill and draw closer to their relationship. However, what Shen Shubai lacked the least at this moment was money. The numbers in his account had long exceeded what most people could imagine in a lifetime. Brothers, Happy New Year. I wish everyone to make money like the protagonist, and may you all prosper. He shook his head and refused, saying, I appreciate Mr. Zhang's kindness, but my parents have worked hard for a year relying on this bit of sugarcane. What they want is not money but the solid feeling of this harvest. He paused for a moment, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. Moreover, 2 million is not something I lack. These words were spoken lightly, yet they landed like a stone in a still lake, creating ripples upon ripples. Zhang Yong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, saying, Good. Brother Shen has backbone. I was too presumptuous. He raised his glass for another toast. Shen Shubai raised a glass of lemonade in return, then stood up and said, It's getting late, I have matters at home, so I'll take my leave now. Zhang Yong and Leader Chen wanted to persuade him to stay, but seeing Shen Zubai's resolute attitude, they quickly stood to send him off. As he reached the door, Zhang Yong added, Brother Shen, feel free to call on Wang Tianlong. His group of brothers is idle as well. If they can find something to do during the new year, they'd be quite happy. Shen Shubai nodded, saying nothing more, and turned to leave. The elevator doors closed, cutting off the complex gazes behind him. Shortly after, Zhang Yong and the others returned to the private room. Leader Chen's smile gradually faded as he leaned back against the chair, looking like a deflated balloon. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and his tone turned somber. This Shen Shubai relying on what he has intends to keep us in check for a lifetime. Amid the swirling smoke, Leader Chen's gaze turned sharp like an eagle's. Zhang Yong remained silent, lighting a cigar and taking a slow draw. The smoke curled upwards in the light, and his eyes were deep and inscrutable, as if contemplating something. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, his voice deep. Old Chen, have you noticed that this Shen Shubai is different from those we encountered before? Leader Chen furrowed his brows, confused. What's different? Zhang Yong exhaled a smoke ring, watching it dissipate in the air. What he wants is very simple. Peace for his family, not greedy for money, power, or connections, and not afraid of trouble. He paused, then turned his gaze to Leader Chen. People like this are the hardest to deal with, yet also the easiest. Leader Chen remained silent for a moment before softly saying, But that leverage he holds is always a ticking time bomb. What if one day he loses his mind? He won't. Zhang Yong shook his head, his tone firm. If he really wanted to go against us, he would have handed over that thing long ago, not waited until now. He squinted, analyzing like a predator. What he wants is just an attitude. We don't provoke him, and he won't provoke. It must be said Zhang Yong was indeed perceptive. He almost accurately guessed Shen Zubai's intentions. Of course, Shen Shubai also wanted Zhang Yong to know his purpose. After a pause, Zhang Yong added, Let's first stabilize him, take it slow, find an opportunity to interact further, preferably to bring him over to our side. At that point, those matters will naturally be easier to discuss. Leader Chen looked at him and nodded. The two exchanged a glance, each with their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Shin Shubai arrived home just before 9 in the evening. Before even entering the village, he could already hear the lively sounds coming from his yard. Laughter, cheers, and clinking dishes all mingled together, particularly loud in the winter night air. Pushing open the yard door, he was slightly taken aback by the sight before him. 7 or 8 tables of banquets were set up, filling the yard and extending to the eaves. Wang Tianlong's group of brothers were enjoying themselves, each with tipsy faces, laughter echoing loudly. Lin Bing, wearing an apron, was bustling between tables, refilling dishes and pouring drinks, busy as a bee, yet wearing a broad smile. Several ants from the village helped serve the plates, hardly having a moment's rest. Upon seeing Shun Shubai enter, Wang Tianlong immediately set down his drink and quickly approached, pulling him aside. "Brother Shun," he whispered, his expression anxious and his eyes revealing his nervousness. "How did your talk with Mr. Zhang go?" Shin Shubai looked at him, understanding in his heart. Wang Tianlong had been by his side these past few days, helping out and sharing meals. While he was sincere, he couldn't help but worry. Worry that Shin Shubai and Zhang Yong would fall through, worry that he would be caught in the middle, and worry that those hidden secrets would be exposed. Rest assured, Shin Shubai patted his shoulder, his tone calm, yet reassuring. "Everything has been settled, and we can coexist peacefully. You can do what you need to do without overthinking it." Wang Tianlong was stunned. He stared blankly at Shun Shubai, swallowing hard, as if something was caught in his throat. He wanted to say something, his lips moved, but no words came out. In the end, he could only nod vigorously. "Brother Shun." "Aye. That's enough." Shun Shubai interrupted him, his tone unchanging. "Let's go eat. We should enjoy a good meal tonight, and we have work to do tomorrow." Wang Tianlong took a deep breath, nodding hard as he followed him into the yard. In the yard, upon seeing Shun Shubai return, everyone got up to greet him. Shun Jingwo walked over with a glass, his face flushed with drink, smiling like a child. "Xiao Bai, come, let's have a drink together." Lin Beiying scolded from the side. "Old man, your son just got back. Let him catch his breath." Shin Jingwo laughed heartily, unbothered, just lifting his glass, eagerly watching his son. Shin Shubai took the glass, clinked it with his father, and then downed it in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, igniting a wave of warmth within him. He looked at the bustling scene in the yard, at those who were once seen as thugs and hooligans now gathered in his family's yard, enjoying the meal his mother prepared, laughing like children. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable sense of solidity. It was far more reassuring and satisfying than being in a luxurious private room, like at Yupingshu, and facing people like Zhang Yong and Leader Chen. In the following days, the sugarcane garden became a complete sensation. After the parking lot was opened, even more people came to enjoy it. From 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening, there was a constant flow of visitors. People from nearby towns, from the city, even those driving over from the neighboring county. News spread like wildfire in the area. There was a sugarcane garden in Rongqing where you could play the game of stealing sugarcane, which was particularly interesting. Wang Tianlong's group had clearly defined roles. Some guarded the exits, others patrolled, and some maintained parking order. At first they were a bit clumsy, but after a few days they had become increasingly coordinated like a well-trained team. Lin Beiying and several ants' beverage stand was bustling with business. Sugarcane juice, hot tea, drink, snacks. The profits were considerable, and counting the money left their hands sore. Shin Jingwo was responsible for collecting money and keeping accounts, sitting in a makeshift toll booth, busy to the point of not having a moment's rest. Yet his smile grew by the day, even smoothing out his wrinkles. Shin Shubai would drop by daily to check on things, occasionally lending a hand. More often he found himself standing by the field, gazing blankly at the cheerful and laughing sugarcane fields. On the 29th of the 12th month, the flow of people peaked. The day's revenue broke 25,000. The 30th of the 12th month, New Year's Eve. In the morning, many people still came to play, mostly from nearby towns, taking advantage of the last day before the new year to relax with their families. Shin Shubai did not raise prices and operated as usual. By 3 in the afternoon, the last wave of visitors dispersed. The sugarcane garden, which had been bustling for a week, suddenly quieted down. Wang Tianlong and his brothers began to clean up the venue, collecting signs, organizing tools, and moving the beverage stands, tables, and chairs back to the village. Those fluorescent green vests under the winter sun looked like moving points of light. Shin Shubai stood by the field, watching the sugarcane area, which had become somewhat trampled. A week ago, this had just been an ordinary sugarcane field. Now it had become the liveliest spot in the entire township. Wang Tianlong walked over, rubbing his hands, and cautiously asked, "Brother Shin, are we still open tomorrow on the first day of the new year?" "Yes, we will open," Shin Shubai replied with a smile, his voice particularly clear. "In the open fields, during the new year, is when there are the most people. Well, stay open until the 7th day of the new year, and decide from there." Wang Tianlong grinned widely like a child who has just received candy. Great. The brothers have no objections. Everyone this year has no plans to go home for the new year. He paused, then cautiously asked, his eyes filled with anticipation, so tonight, will Aunt still let us come for dinner? Shen Shubai glanced at him, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sure, Shen Shubai replied readily. We'll have the New Year's Eve dinner together. Wang Tianlong was taken aback. Immediately he turned around and shouted to his brothers, his voice loud enough to startle the birds in the trees. Did you all hear? Tonight we're having New Year's Eve dinner at Brother Shen's house. That group in fluorescent green vests erupted into cheers, their voices echoing across the open fields, startling a few distant crows. In the evening for New Year's Eve dinner, there were 10 tables set up in Shen's yard. Lin Beiying had started preparing in the afternoon, with all the ants from the village coming to help. The kitchen was bustling with pots and pans, creating a symphony. Braised pork, sweet and sour fish, white-cut chicken, fried spring rolls, steamed rice cakes, plus rongchang's special oyster pancakes, and fishball soup. Each dish was brought to the table steaming hot and fragrant, warming the entire yard. Wang Tianlong specifically sent someone to town to bring back 2 whole boxes of fireworks and over a dozen firecrackers. Those fireworks were piled in a corner of the yard, their colorful packaging shimmering in the light. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the New Year's Eve dinner commenced. Shen Jiangwo raised his glass, his voice booming, echoing in the yard. Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone eat heartily, without holding back. This year has been hard for everyone. Let's continue to work hard next year. The crowd roared in agreement, the clinking of glasses ringing out like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Shen Shubai sat at the main table watching the lively scene in the yard. These people just 2 months ago were seen as thugs and hooligans, those who loitered at the village entrance, making people avoid them. Now they were gathered in his family's yard, enjoying the food cooked by his mother, drinking the wine poured by his father, laughing like children. Wang Tianlong approached with a glass of wine, sitting down beside Shen Shubai. Brother Shen, I raise a glass to you. Shen Shubai lifted his glass, clinking it with his. Wang Tianlong downed it in one go, falling silent for a few seconds before suddenly speaking, his voice a bit hoarse. Brother Shen, these past few days at your place the brothers have enjoyed a few warm meals and done some proper work, which makes us feel particularly grounded. He paused, his emotions mixed, and said, thank you. Brothers, Happy New Year. Bring on the red envelope. By the way, I added another 4,000 words to the previous chapter. Please reread it. Thank you, everyone. Shen Shubai looked at him, saying no comforting words, merely patting his shoulder. From now on, work hard. Wang Tianlong nodded vigorously, as if making a solemn promise. At 8 o'clock in the evening, firecrackers rang out and fireworks soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Colorful fireworks exploded in the night sky, red like fire, green like jade, and golden like the dawn, illuminating half the village. Children chased and played in the yard, holding small sparklers, their laughter as crisp as silver bells. Adults held up their phones to take pictures, wanting to capture the brilliance of this moment forever. Shen Shubai stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching the dazzling sky. He took out his phone and sent a message to Tang Xiaoxiao, Happy New Year, beauty. A few seconds later, a video call request popped up. Shen Shubai immediately accepted. On the other end of the screen, Tang Xiaoxiao, dressed in home clothes, was snuggled up on the sofa, smiling with her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Shubai, Happy New Year. I saw the fireworks on your side, they are so beautiful. She brought her phone closer to the window, letting Shen Shubai see the night view on her side. Yeah, they were set off by Wang Tianlong and the others. Shen Shubai turned the camera toward the sky. Do they look good? Oi, they look great. Tang Xiaoxiao replied with excitement, her voice filled with joy. Shubai, I have good news for you. What? On the 3rd day of the new year, I will come to your house to meet your parents. Shen Zubai's heart skipped a beat. Really? Really? Tang Xiaoxiao smiled brightly, a hint of nervousness in her expression. I told my parents and they agreed. Grandpa even asked me to send his regards to your uncle and aunt, saying they should come to Rongqing to play after the new year. All right, I will go to the station to pick you up then. Shen Shubai couldn't help but smile, joy swelling from his heart. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, adding, what do your uncle and aunt like to eat? I will bring something over. No need to bring anything, just coming is enough. That won't do, I must show proper etiquette. Tang Xiaoxiao said earnestly, her small face full of seriousness. My mom said that the first time visiting must be sincere. Then, bring whatever you like. Shen Shubai couldn't refuse, so he went along with her. They chatted for a while longer until Tang Xiaoxiao's mom called out for her to eat dumplings, reluctantly ending the video call. Shen Shubai held his phone, watching the fireworks gradually fade in the night sky, a surge of unprecedented anticipation rising in his heart. The next day, the first day of the new year, Shen Shubai decided to keep the sugarcane garden open as usual. As a result, business boomed. Starting from 8 in the morning, cars began arriving at the parking lot one after another, and by 10 it was completely full. Visitors chased each other in the sugarcane field, laughter ringing out more lively than the firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Shun Zubai's parents didn't even have time to visit relatives in the village, being called to the sugarcane field early in the morning. Shun Jiangwo collected money while Lin Beiying helped, both of them busy with great enthusiasm. They worked until 6 in the evening when the last wave of visitors reluctantly dispersed as darkness fell. On the second day of the new year, the crowd increased instead of decreased. People from surrounding towns heard that there was a fun sugarcane garden here, and taking advantage of the New Year holiday, they brought their families to visit. The parking lot was almost insufficient, so Wang Tianlong and the others temporarily used the empty space by the roadside, barely managing to cope. By the end of the day, Wang Tianlong and the others were exhausted. Those wearing bright green vests were drenched in sweat by the evening, looking like they had just been pulled out of the water. But no one complained. On the contrary, everyone wore smiles on their faces, a sense of grounded satisfaction from earning money through their own efforts. Another day passed, and at 5 in the morning Shin Shubai woke up. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. He simply got up, washed up, and got ready. He changed into a newly bought dark gray coat, tailored perfectly, making him appear tall and handsome. Looking at himself in the mirror, Shun Shubai nodded in satisfaction. When he went downstairs, Lin Beiying was already up earlier than him, busy in the kitchen. The hood was buzzing, the pot was sizzling, and a delicious aroma filled the entire house. Xiaobai up so early. Lin Beiying poked her head out, still holding a spatula, looking at Shin Shubai and asking, "What time will Xiao Xiao arrive?" At 10:20 on the bullet train. Shin Shubai walked over, watching her busy back, smiling. "Mom, don't be nervous." "I'm not nervous, I'm not nervous," Lin Beiying said, but her hands were wiping her apron repeatedly, betraying her nervousness. "It's just meeting my daughter-in-law for the first time. I must leave a good impression, right?" Shun Shubai couldn't help but laugh, walking over to pat his mother's shoulder lightly, but reassuringly. "Mom, you're doing great. Xiao Xiao will like you just as you are. You don't understand, after eating hurry to pick her up, don't be late." Lin Beiying shot him a glance. "All right, I'll eat first, then go pick her up." Shin Shubai smiled helplessly. At 9:30 in the morning, he drove into Rongqing East Station. After parking, he quickly walked towards the exit. At 10 o'clock sharp, the exit was already filled with people waiting to pick up passengers. Some held signs, some stood on tiptoes to look, and others kept checking their phones. Shin Shubai found a position close to the front, his gaze fixed on the exit. The announcement sounded, "The D2304 train from Ludao has arrived." Soon the crowd began to surge out. Shin Zubai's heart began to race as he searched the crowd. Then in the distance he saw the person he missed. Tang Xiaoxiao was wearing a cream-colored cashmere coat paired with a light apricot turtleneck sweater, deep gray wool wide-leg pants, and brown ankle boots. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, slightly curled at the ends, making her particularly eye-catching in the crowd, like a beam of light. She pushed a silver suitcase, walking while looking around. The moment she saw Shun Shubai, her eyes sparkled even brighter, and she dashed towards him like a joyful little bird. "Shubai!" As she exited the station, Shun Shubai stepped forward to greet her. Tang Xiaoxiao rushed into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Shun Shubai embraced her, inhaling the familiar scent from her hair, instantly feeling his earlier nervousness dissipate. "Are you tired from the trip?" "Not at all." Tang Xiaoxiao lifted her head, her eyes filled with affection, expressing her feelings. "I just missed you so much." "Me too," Shin Shubai said, unable to help but leaned down and kiss her lips. It felt as if the bustling crowd, the noisy train station, and the chaotic announcements around them had all vanished. Only the two of them remained, along with the warmth of that moment. After a long while they finally separated. Tang Xiaoxiao's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling with moisture as she gently punched him, pouting, "So many people are watching." Shun Shubai smiled and held her hand nonchalantly, saying, "I kiss mine, they watch theirs." Tang Xiaoxiao's cheeks grew even warmer, but her heart felt blissful. Shin Shubai took the suitcase, holding Tang Xiaoxiao's hand as they walked towards the parking lot. On the way, Tang Xiaoxiao chattered away about the events of the past few days. Who visited the family, what delicious food her mom made, how her grandpa bragged to his chess friends about how great his granddaughter's husband was at chess. Shin Shubai listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a smile on his face. Once they got into the car, Tang Xiaoxiao fastened her seatbelt and suddenly fell silent. Shin Shubai started the car, glancing at her and asking curiously, "What's wrong?" "Shubai, I'm so nervous. It's my first time meeting your uncle and aunt. What if they don't like me yet?" Shin Shubai chuckled, reaching out to pinch her cheeks soft as cotton candy. "My parents have been nervous since last night. My mom got up at 5 this morning to tidy up the house, and my dad has brewed the best tea several times, just waiting for you." Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. The tension in her heart was replaced by an indescribable sense of warmth. "Uncle and aunt, they are nervous too. Even more nervous than you." Shin Shubai started the car, slowly driving out of the parking lot. "They're worried about not being able to host well, about you disliking their humble home, and about saying something wrong that might upset you." Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes glistened with warmth as she softly replied, The The car drove out of the parking lot heading towards the village. As the car turned onto the cement road leading to the village passing the sugarcane fields without waiting for Shen Shubai to explain, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my! So many people!" Shen Shubai followed her gaze. In the parking lot, dozens of cars were parked tightly together, from sedans to SUVs, from vans to small trucks, all kinds. Some were looking for parking spots, others had just parked and were walking down, creating a bustling scene like a large shopping mall in the city. In the sugarcane fields, bright green vests weaved through the crowd with sounds of chasing and laughter rising and falling like a grand party. Someone dashed out of the fields holding sugarcane, followed closely by two out-of-breath security guards. The young man holding the sugarcane ran swiftly, calling back, while running, "You can't catch me." But in a moment of distraction, he almost bumped into another visitor. Children were running back and forth on the bund, holding peeled sugarcane segments, their mouths full of sugarcane pulp. Adults following behind shouted worriedly, "Slow down. Don't fall." In front of the drink stall, a long line formed, several aunties busy, sweating, constantly filling cups, collecting money, and giving change. Some people grew impatient, waiting, yet still patiently stood in line. "Is this the sugarcane game you mentioned?" Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's too lively." "Yes, it's like this every day." Shen Shubai slowed down the car, letting her see enough. "After meeting my parents, I'll bring you over to have fun this afternoon." "Really?" Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up like a child who had been waiting in anticipation. "Can I be a thief?" "Sure, I'll catch you." Shen Shubai smiled slightly. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then I have to run fast." "Of course." Shen Shubai laughed gently, his gaze warm. "I can run very fast, so be careful not to get caught." Tang Xiaoxiao snorted, refusing to back down, saying, "I won't get caught. I was the long-distance running champion in school." The two chatted and laughed as the car turned into the village. In the distance, two figures stood at the entrance of the Shen family. Lin Beiying was wearing a brand new maroon cotton jacket, her hair meticulously styled, her hands nervously clasped in front of her. That was the outfit she had only dared to wear during the new year, but now it felt somewhat awkward. Shen Jiangwo stood beside her, dressed in a stylish casual suit, his back straight as a soldier, yet his gaze frequently darted towards the road. Seeing the Mercedes-Benz approaching, both of them visibly tensed up. The car came to a stop and Shen Shubai got out first, then walked around to the other side, opening the door and helping Tang Xiaoxiao out. "Dad, Mom, this is Xiaoxiao," Shen Shubai introduced with a smile as the two stepped down. Tang Xiaoxiao took a step forward, slightly bowing, her voice soft yet tinged with nervousness. "Happy New Year, Uncle and Aunt. I am Tang Xiaoxiao. It's my first time visiting. Sorry for the disturbance." Lin Beiying stared at her blankly. She was even more beautiful than in the video. Her skin glowed, her smile curving her eyes, and she spoke in a gentle voice, making her seem like she had walked out of a painting. Lin Beiying momentarily didn't know what to say, just nodded repeatedly. Good, Happy New Year, Xiaoxiao." Shen Jiangwo nervously rubbed his hands, squeezing out a few words. "Happy New Year, welcome to our home." Shen Shubai opened the trunk, pulling out the gifts that Tang Xiaoxiao had brought. Large and small packages, all stuffed full. There were fish balls from Luda Island, meat floss, local specialties, a scarf for Lin Beiying, tea leaves for Shen Jiangwo, and supplements for her future parent Simla. Tang Xiaoxiao hurriedly took them and handed them to Lin Beiying. "Aunt, these are the specialties my mom asked me to bring you. I hope you don't mind." Lin Beiying took the gift, her expression excited. "What's there to mind? Bringing so many things, it's too much." No, it's all homemade, not worth much," Tang Xiaoxiao explained with a smile. "My mom said that since it's my first time visiting, I should be polite. She also asked me to say hello to you both, and that she hopes to visit Rongqing after the new year." Shen Jiangwo nodded repeatedly, unable to stop smiling. Good, you are welcome, haha." Just then a few villagers passed by. Seeing this scene, they came over. "Oh, Zubai's wife is here. What a beautiful girl. Shubai, is this your girlfriend?" "Yes, Aunt Lu, Happy New Year, this is my girlfriend." Shen Shubai responded one by one, a smile on his face. Tang Xiaoxiao blushed from the compliments, but still greeted the villagers confidently, showing no signs of shyness. Lin Beiying pulled her hand happily, saying, Come, let's go inside and talk, don't just stand outside." "Okay," Tang Xiaoxiao replied, exchanging a glance with Shen Shubai, both smiling before entering the house with the gifts. Once inside, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. The hall was very spacious and had been cleaned spotless. The floor shone like a mirror, the windows were clear, and even the corners were tidied up. The table was filled with fruits, sunflower seeds, and candies. The apples were bright red, the oranges were golden, and the fruit trays were filled with seeds and peanuts. In the most prominent position, there was a brand new tea tray with the set of tea utensils that Shen Shubai had brought back. The purple clay teapot, fairness cup, and tasting cups were all complete, glimmering softly under the light. Lin Beiying seated Tang Xiaoxiao on the sofa, while Shen Jiangwo hurried to brew tea. His movements were somewhat clumsy as he cautiously poured water, washed the tea, and brewed it, afraid of making any mistakes. Tang Xiaoxiao took the teacup, took a sip, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Uncle's tea is really good." Shen Jiangwo chuckled, unsure where to place his hands, and a smile spreading across his face. Lin Beiying looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, growing fonder by the moment. Tang Xiaoxiao not only looked beautiful, but was also gentle in her speech, and particularly understanding clearly a well-brought-up young lady. Xiaoxiao. She held Tang Xiaoxiao's hand cautiously, asking, her tone filled with nervousness and expectation. Are you tired from the journey? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Aunt will make it for you. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head, her warm smile lighting up her face. I'm not tired, Aunt, don't worry about it. I just wanted to come and see you and Uncle and chat with you. Lin Beiying felt more at ease holding her hand tightly, and began to recount stories from Shun Zubai's childhood. How mischievous, how clever, and how filial he was, helping the family with chores at 7, cooking at 10, and at 15 wanting to catch fish in the mountains, but instead catching a snake that nearly bit him. Shun Shubai, listening nearby, couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mom, why do you tell everything? Tang Xiaoxiao, however, listened with great interest, occasionally asking, really? Was he that naughty as a child? What happened next? Lin Beiying, getting excited, smiled broadly. Later he fell into a drainage ditch while trying to pick pomegranates, and even drank dirty water which scared us to death. When we fished him out, he was soaked, wearing only his underwear. Tang Xiaoxiao laughed so hard she nearly cried. The atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious and warm. Shun Shubai, however, wished he could find a hole to hide, and yet his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This was what the new year should feel like. It was much livelier, more joyful, and warmer than the quiet atmosphere of previous years. He liked this new year. After chatting for a while, Shun Shubai checked the time and suggested, Xiaoxiao, how about I take you to the sugarcane field to play at? Shin's parents also smiled and chimed in, yes, let Xiaobai take you to have fun. Xiaoxiao, let me tell you, the sugarcane field is really fun now. It's so lively. Tang Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Uncle and I know, Shubai already told me. I was looking forward to coming here to play when I was at home. Shen Shubai got up, took Tang Xiaoxiao's hand, and said with a smile, let's go, you can be a little thief, but it's best to change your shoes, the ground is a bit muddy. Okay. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately stood up like a child who had been waiting for this moment. Lin Beiying quickly said, you can wear my shoes, I have a pair of clean sneakers. Shen Shubai immediately led Tang Xiaoxiao to the shoe cabinet and took out a pair of sneakers. Tang Xiaoxiao changed into Lin Beiying's clean white sneakers, which fit perfectly. She stood up, stomped her feet to adjust to the new shoes, then playfully winked at Shun Shubai, her eyes sparkling with childlike excitement and anticipation. Shubai, let's go. I want to see how fun the legendary sugarcane adventure really is. Shin Shubai smiled, holding her hand tightly as they walked out of the yard side by side. The afternoon sun was just right, warmly shining down on them, casting two intertwined shadows on the ground. Behind them, Lin Beiying and Shun Jiangwo stood at the door, watching the two young figures gradually fade away, exchanging smiles. In their smiles there was a sense of relief and satisfaction. Lin Beiying softly spoke, her voice very low. Old man, what do you think of this daughter-in-law? Shun Jiangwo nodded, his eyes betraying his satisfaction, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Good, really good. Not only does she look decent, but she also speaks well, is understanding, and well-mannered. Our son is lucky to have her. Lin Beiying thought for a moment, leaning in a bit closer and lowering her voice. Then, when should we talk to Xiaobai about marriage? Find an opportunity to propose. Shin Jiangwo rubbed his hands, smiling and shaking his head. What's the rush? The girl just arrived, to let them get to know each other first. Once they are comfortable, we can talk about it. After the new year, we can find a chance to chat with Xiaobai. Young people must have their own thoughts. We can't make blind suggestions. We need to respect the children's wishes. Lin Beiying nodded, her gaze following the two figures as they walked farther away until they turned the corner, disappearing into the shadows of the trees at the end of the village path, yet the smile on her lips could not be suppressed. Shin Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao did not drive. The village's cement road was flat and wide, like a gray silk ribbon winding between the neatly arranged houses. On both sides of the road were three-story small buildings, their exteriors adorned with colorful tiles shining brightly in the winter sun. Every household had large red lanterns hanging at their doors with fresh spring festival couplets pasted, the scent of ink still lingering. From time to time, firecrackers could be heard from a distance, crackling and bursts exploding into festive clouds of smoke in the air. Tang Xiaoxiao clung to Shun Zubai's arm, curiously looking around, her eyes full of novelty. Your village is really well built, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed sincerely. Every family has a small villa with little yards out front where they can plant flowers and vegetables. Where in the city can you find such spaciousness? Shun Shubai smiled. In recent years, new rural construction has been underway. Many families have renovated their houses, but it can't compare to your city's large flats. It's still the countryside, a bit rustic. Who says, eh? Tang Xiaoxiao earnestly retorted, her little face full of sincerity. City houses are small and expensive. As soon as you step out, it's all cars, and when you look up, it's buildings. How can it be as peaceful as here? Look at how blue the sky is, how good the air is with chickens and birds chirping, it's so wonderful. Shen Shubai felt warmth in his heart, gripping her hand tightly. As they were talking, a woman carrying New Year goods approached. She wore a dark red cotton jacket holding 2 bottles of wine and a box of pastries, her face beaming with New Year cheer. Seeing Shen Shubai, her eyes brightened, and she warmly greeted. "Oh, little brother, is this your girlfriend?" Shen Shubai was called little brother in the village since childhood, as the elders always referred to him that way. He smiled in response. "Happy New Year, Aunt Lu, this is my girlfriend Xiao Xiao." Shen Shubai smiled and replied, "Of course I'll be the first to invite you then." The aunt walked away satisfied, glancing back a couple of times while muttering something. After walking a few more steps, they came across a few uncles gathered together chatting. They were dressed in thick cotton jackets, squatting by the wall, basking in the sun, cigarettes in hand, engaging in casual conversation. Upon seeing Shen Shubai, they all looked up and warmly greeted him. "You're back, little brother. Is this your girlfriend? What a beautiful girl. You're quite something, little brother. I heard she's from the city. To be able to catch the eye of a rural guy, she's got good taste." Tang Xiaoxiao responded to each comment, feeling a bit shy with a blush on her cheeks, yet she was graceful and didn't show any airs of a city girl. Shen Shubai looked at her, feeling warmth in his heart. He knew that bringing a girlfriend home for the new year in the countryside was in itself a declaration that he had found a home, a declaration that his parents could rest assured. The villagers' reactions to some extent were an acknowledgement of this relationship and acceptance of his girlfriend. The better Tang Xiaoxiao performed, the more face his parents would have in the village. They greeted people all the way. Tang Xiaoxiao's face was red the entire time, but the smile on her lips. As they approached the village entrance, she quietly tugged at Shen Zubai's sleeve and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "The people in your village are so warm-hearted, everyone has to compliment me a few times." Shen Shubai smiled, saying, "That's how it is in the countryside. If something happens in a family, the whole village knows. But I enjoy hearing them praise you." Tang Xiaoxiao shot him a playful glare, but her eyes were filled with joy, a warmth brighter than the afternoon sun. Exiting the village, they walked along the cement road for 200 or 300 meters, and the view opened up. They had arrived at the sugarcane fields. From a distance, Tang Xiaoxiao saw the bustling scene and couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes wide with excitement. In the parking lot, dozens of cars were packed tightly together, from sedans to SUVs, from vans to small trucks, making it feel congested. Several cars were queuing at the entrance, impatiently honking their horns. A long line formed at the entrance, adults and children chattering about the game rules, some taking photos with their phones, while others posted on social media, creating a festive atmosphere. In the sugarcane field, the fluorescent green vests moved through the crowd, shouts and laughter echoed, and even from a distance, one could feel the lively energy radiating. "Oh my God, there are even more people than when we came back." Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, her jaw nearly dropping. "This business is flourishing. How many people are there?" "Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this popular either." Shen Shubai sighed, knowing deep down that this surge in popularity was closely tied to the traffic increase card he had used earlier. That prop card had spread the word about the sugarcane garden like wings across neighboring towns, 1 telling, 10 telling, 100 telling, 1,000, resulting in today's bustling crowd. Shen Shubai took her hand and navigated through the throng, reaching the temporary tent at the entrance. Wang Tianlong was there directing, with a walkie-talkie, sweat pouring down his face, the back of his fluorescent green vest soaked. He shouted hoarsely, "Zone 3, pay attention. 2 people are running towards you. Stop them. Stop them." Upon seeing Shen Shubai, his eyes lit up, and he quickly approached, but froze when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao. He had seen many women. The nightclub hostesses heavily made up with false smiles. The technicians at the bathhouse, their eyes weary and mechanical. And those small celebrities trying to cling to Zhang Yong, all dressed extravagantly, yet their eyes were filled with calculation. But this girl before him was different. She wore no makeup, her face bare, yet she was stunning enough to captivate. Her skin glowed, her eyes curved with sincere smiles, exuding a pure and clean aura that set her apart from the ordinary, heavily made-up crowd. Wang Tianlong was stunned for several seconds before snapping back to reality, stammering, "Shun. Master Shen, this is your sister-in-law, right?" The term sister-in-law made Tang Xiaoxiao's heart bloom with joy. She stifled her laughter and glanced at Shen Shubai for a moment, her eyes reflecting a hint of pride. Shen Shubai nodded and introduced, "This is my girlfriend Tang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, this is Wang Tianlong, the one I told you about, who has been very helpful these days." Tang Xiaoxiao smiled warmly and greeted, "Hello, Brother Long. Shen Shubai often mentions you, saying you've been a great help lately. Thank you for your hard work." Wang Tianlong was taken aback, quickly waving his hands, his face turning red. No, sister-in-law. Just call me Tianlong. Don't call me brother. I can't possibly be worthy of that." He turned to his brothers behind him, who were busy maintaining order, and shouted, "What are you all dawdling for? Come over and greet sister-in-law." The group of fluorescent green vests turned in unison, simultaneously shouting in loud, harmonious voices, as if rehearsed, "Hello, sister-in-law." The combined voices of over 10 people drew the attention of surrounding tourists, some thinking it was a new program at the sugarcane garden, raising their phones to take pictures. Tang Xiaoxiao was amused by this spectacle and responded generously, "Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you all for your hard work." Wang Tianlong leaned closer, eagerly asking, "Sister-in-law, since it's your first time here, Master Shen, let us—" But Shen Shubai smiled faintly and made the decision for him, saying, "No need, I'll show her around. There are many guests today, so you focus on your work and don't delay business." Wang Tianlong nodded repeatedly, quickly running off to direct traffic, turning back to shout, "Have fun." Tang Xiaoxiao watched his retreating figure and whispered to Shen Shubai, "He's completely different from what you said, and not fierce at all, actually quite charming." Shen Shubai laughed, saying, "That's now how he knows what he was like before. I don't want to dwell on it." Tang Xiaoxiao knew what Wang Tianlong had done in the past days, spent walking on the edge of a knife, offered little room for charm. But now with Shen Shubai, he had found a different path. Shen Shubai led Tang Xiaoxiao to the edge of the sugarcane field, pointing at the dense grove of sugarcane and patiently explaining the rules. "Xiaoxiao, the rules are simple. Go in and chop as you please. You can chop as many as you want as long as you don't get caught by me. When you come out, the sugarcane is all free. That's your skill. But if I catch you, it's 15 yuan per stalk, no cheating." Tang Xiaoxiao was eager and excited, her eyes shining like stars, bouncing on her feet as she exclaimed, "Then I'm going in. You'd better chase me seriously, no going easy on me." "Don't worry, I won't go easy on you." Shen Shubai smiled as he released her hand, took a step back, and started the countdown, 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao dashed into the sugarcane grove like a nimble deer, not looking. This was her first time seeing so much sugarcane, let alone diving into a sugarcane grove. Rows of sugarcane towered higher than her, standing tall and straight, their emerald leaves shining under the sunlight. The dense canopies blocked out the sun, making it impossible to see inside. The soft soil beneath her feet felt wonderful, like stepping on thick sponge, leaving behind clear footprints. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't have time to admire the novelty of the scene. Her mind was filled with one thought: run. The faster the better. She glanced back and saw Shen Shubai hadn't caught up yet, so she took the chance to dive deeper into the grove, running while scouting for targets. Soon she spotted a particularly thick sugarcane, and without hesitation, she used the small iron shovel provided in the sugarcane field to chop it down in a few swift motions. Hugging the sugarcane that was taller than herself, Tang Xiaoxiao crouched as she weaved through the grove, glancing back, while running, looking like a genuine little thief. To her surprise, Shen Zubai's figure was faintly visible, trailing behind at a leisurely pace, like a relaxed leopard, showing no urgency. Thinking of running away, Shen Shubai's voice came from behind, filled with laughter. "I'm about to speed up." Tang Xiaoxiao let out a scream and ran even faster, nearly losing the sugarcane in her arms. The sugarcane leaves brushed against her cheeks, ticklish and prickly. She dodged left and right, deliberately choosing the harder paths, thinking this way she could definitely shake him off. As she ran, a fork in the path suddenly appeared ahead. She hesitated for a second and chose the right path. Just as she turned, she ran straight into 2 security guards in fluorescent green vests. The 2 guards clearly recognized Shen Shubai, and upon seeing the boss behind, they immediately understood, smiling as they blocked the path. "Sister-in-law, where are you running to?" one of them said, smiling and spreading his arms wide like a moving wall. Tang Xiaoxiao gasped and turned to run. But just as she turned back, Shen Shubai caught up with her, wrapping her in a warm embrace. "Got you." Shen Shubai lightly laughed in her ear, his breath tickling her earlobe. 15 yuan, would you like to pay by scan or cash?" Tang Xiaoxiao was both shy and amused, hitting him playfully, saying, "You cheated. Call for help." Shen Shubai chuckled and released her, taking out his phone and opening the payment code, saying, "Scan WeChat, I'll give you a discount, just 10 yuan. Tang Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, obediently scanning to pay the 10 yuan, then defiantly lifting her chin. "Let's do it again. This time no calling for help." "All right, no calling for help." Shen Shubai put away his phone and said with a smile, 3, 2, 1, go. Tang Xiaoxiao dashed back into the sugarcane grove. This time she was smarter, specifically running towards the areas with more people. She casually picked up a sugarcane discarded by other tourists and hugged it, blending in with the bustling crowd, hoping to use the crowd as cover. Running along, she noticed a little boy holding sugarcane being chased by security, crying out. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately ran after the boy, thinking this way she wouldn't be discovered right. But just a few steps later, she heard Shen Zubai's voice close enough that it felt like it was right beside her, still thinking of running. She turned to look, and Shen Shubai was right behind her, less than 2 meters away. "Ah!" Tang Xiaoxiao screamed and ran wildly, her shoes kicking up a cloud of dust on the soft soil. She dodged left and right, throwing away the sugar cane in her hands to lighten her burden, desperately burrowing deeper into the sugarcane forest. But Shen Shubai, seemed to have eyes no matter how she turned or dodged. He could always accurately locate her position, closing in step by step. 30 seconds later she was caught again. Xiao Xiao, wishing you prosperity, give me the red envelope. Shen Shubai extended his hand, a playful smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with affection. Breathless Tang Xiao Xiao scanned the payment code, her chest heaving violently, and stubbornly said, I refuse to believe it. Come again. This time she was more clever. After running deep into the sugarcane forest, she cut a piece of sugarcane, then found a dense spot to crouch down, hiding the cane beside her, holding her breath, and remaining completely still. The surroundings were very quiet, only the sound of wind rustling through the sugarcane leaves and faint laughter coming from afar. She crouched for a long time, her feet numb, secretly pleased, when suddenly Shin Zubai's voice came from above, filled with amusement. Caught again. For the fourth time, she changed her strategy, running in the opposite direction towards the entrance. She thought to herself Shin Shubai would never expect her. Caught again. For the fourth time, she changed her strategy, running in the opposite direction towards the entrance. She thought to herself Shin Shubai would never expect her to run back, would he? This is called reverse thinking. But just after running a dozen meters, she saw Shin Shubai leisurely leaning against the edge of the sugarcane field, waving at her, his face written with 4 characters, waiting for you for a long time. Tang Xiao Xiao. She completely surrendered. After being caught for the 5th time, she simply stopped running, leaned against Shin Shubai, gasping for breath, her whole being like a pile of mush. Not running anymore, not running anymore. I'm dead tired. How can you run so well? Have you trained for long distance? Shin Shubai chuckled, wrapping his arm around her to make her more comfortable. I told you I won't go easy. Seriously, chasing a girlfriend is a matter of attitude. Tang Xiao Xiao looked up at him. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sugarcane, leaves casting mottled shadows on his face, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. She suddenly felt that being caught wasn't so bad. If she were caught like this every time, she would be willing to come and run every day. I still owe you 15 yuan. Tang Xiao Xiao pulled out her phone scan. But Shin Shubai just smiled and shook his head no. Why? Tang Xiao Xiao blinked curiously. Shin Shubai thought for a moment, his gaze lingering on her face, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc. How about you repay me with your body? Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned red, gently punching him, but instead of pushing him away, she leaned closer into his embrace. The two nestled together in the depths of the sugarcane forest, listening to the distant laughter, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat. So what now? Tang Xiaoxiao calculated. I cut 7 sugar canes, and we can't finish them, so why not wait and take them out to share with everyone? She suggested, for uncles and aunts, for Wang Tianlong and the others, let them taste the fruits of my labor. Sounds good. Shin Shubai smiled faintly, leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead. It's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly the sound of a child crying broke the tranquility and warmth of the sugarcane forest. The cry was sharp and urgent, filled with pain and fear, like a blade cutting through the air. Immediately following, a woman's frantic voice echoed, filled with panic and fear. Baby, what happened to you? Someone help. Is there anyone who can help? My child is injured. Shin Zubai's expression changed immediately, pulling Tang Xiaoxiao towards the direction of the sound. In the depths of the sugarcane forest, a small group of people had gathered, all tourists who had rushed over after hearing the cries. Shin Shubai pushed through the crowd and saw an 8 or 9-year-old boy sitting on the ground. His entire body was covered in dirt, large tears rolling down his face, crying heart-wrenchingly, his little face flushed. His left hand hung limply at an odd angle, clearly abnormal. Beside him knelt a woman in her 30s, her face full of anxiety, her eyes red, presumably the child's mother. She helplessly held her child, wanting to touch him, but afraid to her anxiety, making her resemble an ant on a hot pan. What happened? Shin Shubai crouched down, asking in a calm tone. My son fell while running, and after falling he couldn't move his hand. The woman's voice trembled, filled with tears. I didn't dare move him, afraid of hurting him. What should I do? Shin Shubai gently lifted the child's left hand for a careful examination. The child cried in pain, his small body shaking, but upon seeing a stranger, he didn't dare to cry out loud, only whimpering softly, tears rolling down. Shin Zubai's fingers gently pressed on the child's shoulder joint, and the child showed no reaction. Then he lightly pressed on the elbow joint, and the child's expression clearly turned, pained, his little face scrunching up as he let out a painful cry. Shin Zubai's heart sank. It was an elbow dislocation. The longer this situation was delayed, the more pain the child would endure, and improper handling could lead to further injury. At this moment, Wang Tianlong also rushed over, panting. Seeing this scene, his expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, Shun, should we call an ambulance? The surrounding tourists were gathering more and more, forming layers of onlookers, discussing in noisy voices. This needs to be sent to the hospital quickly, right? Don't delay. Don't move the child. Be careful of secondary injuries. Wait for professionals to arrive. A child this small with dislocation is painful. It hurts just to watch. What kind of sugarcane field is this? How could it let the child get hurt like this? The woman's tears finally fell as she held her child, her voice choked with emotion. Baby, don't be afraid, mommy will take you to the hospital soon. Right away. She was just about to pick up her child when Shin Shubai raised his hand to stop her. Don't move, Shin Shubai said calmly. I can treat him. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Everyone froze their eyes, turning towards Shin Shubai. The woman looked at Shin Shubai in a daze, her eyes filled with doubt and complex emotions, her voice trembling. You. Are you a doctor? Shin Shubai didn't answer directly, but quickly explained. The child has an elbow dislocation, delaying it will cause more pain, and improper handling will lead to more trouble. Let me give it a try, it should be fine. Wang Tianlong beside him opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. He remembered the night when Shin Shubai single-handedly defeated over 20 people, his skills so precise, perhaps he really knew some medicine. Tang Xiaoxiao also watched Shin Shubai anxiously, her heart in her throat. She knew he could perform acupuncture, that he could treat dysmenorrhea, and that he had godlike medical skills. But a dislocation. This was no joke. If something went wrong, it could harm the child even more. But looking at Shin Zubai's determined eyes and his calm actions, she chose to believe. Shin Shubai crouched in front of the child, displaying a gentle smile, trying to make his voice sound relaxed and friendly. Little friend, don't be afraid, uncle will treat you, and it will soon stop hurting. Do you trust uncle? The child looked at him with teary eyes, his little face full of fear and pain, but still nodded gently. Shin Shubai turned to the child's mother, calmly instructing, you hold the child, steady his body, and don't let him move around. It might hurt a little bit, but it will be over quickly, just for a moment. The woman nodded nervously, tightly holding her child, burying his face in her embrace. Shin Shubai supported the child's elbow joint with his left hand and held his wrist with his right hand. His movements were gentle and steady without any unnecessary force. While talking to the child to divert his attention, his voice was light, as if chatting. Little friend, what's your name? Little. Xiaoyu. The child responded through his sobs, his voice muffled. Xiaoyu, are you here to play game? Shin Shubai asked with a smile. How many sugar canes have you got? I got 3, but was caught by the security uncle twice. The child's crying lessened, his attention diverted. Well, those 3 sugar canes will be free for you to eat later, okay? Shin Shubai said while his fingers gently explored the joint's position, searching for the precise angle. Okay. The child's eyes brightened for a moment. In that instant, Shin Zubai's fingers suddenly exerted force, a precise and swift rotation and push. The action was as fast as lightning, yet steady as a rock. Crack. A faint crisp sound, almost inaudible, like the sound of a bone returning to its place. The child froze for a moment, and then burst into loud cries, again more intense than before. The woman's face turned pale, fearfully looking at Shin Shubai. What happened? What did you do to him? The surrounding tourists also stirred, questioning voices rising. Is this okay? The child is crying. Let's send him to the hospital. Don't mess around. Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? Young man, don't be reckless. This isn't a joke. Wang Tianlong's expression also changed, anxiously watching Shin Shubai. But Shin Shubai remained calm, not flustered, with no explanation. He released his hand, gently rubbed the child's shoulder, and smiled. Xiaoyu, now try to move your fingers a bit. The child cried instinctively, trying to move his fingers. He could. He tried to lift his arm. He lifted it, moving freely, and there was no pain. The crying gradually stopped. He stared wide-eyed at his hand, then at Shin Shubai, his little face full of disbelief, tears still hanging on his eyelashes. Big brother. I'm not in pain anymore. As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent for 2 seconds. Then thunderous applause erupted. God, it really worked. This is amazing. Just like that. I didn't even see clearly. Young man, are you a doctor? This technique is too professional. The woman was also stunned, looking at her son's arm, watching the pain on his face gradually fade, and seeing him trying to move freely. Tears streamed down her face, but they had turned into tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. She grabbed Shin Zubai's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. I'm so grateful. How much do I owe you? They'll pay you. She pulled out her wallet from her bag, ready to stuff money into Shin Zubai's hand. A thick stack of red bills. Shin Shubai quickly declined, his attitude firm. No need, it was just a small effort, really no need. Besides, it was because of our sugarcane field that the child got hurt. We share the responsibility. Now that he's well, everyone is happy. There's no need for money. That won't do. You saved my son. The woman insisted on giving, her voice choked. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. You must accept it. You have to accept it. Shin Shubai shook his head with a smile, his attitude gentle yet firm. Sister, during this festive season, let's keep it joyful. If you have fun with the children and stay safe, that is the greatest gratitude you could give me. If you really feel bad, why not buy a few more sugar canes later to support our business? How about that? The people around him burst into laughter. The woman also broke into a smile, nodding repeatedly. All right, I'll buy 100. Shin Shubai squatted down again, gently patting Xiao Ye's head. and said with a smile, "Shall you remember to look at the road when you run, all right? Don't just run without looking at your feet." Xiao Yu nodded vigorously, looking up at him with admiration and gratitude in his eyes, and said in a sweet voice, "Big brother, thank you." The entire place erupted in a wave of kind laughter. Wang Tianlong stood nearby watching the scene with a tumultuous heart filled with mixed emotions. He had seen Shun Shubai strike that night in the abandoned factory, taking on more than 20 people ruthless, like a Shura risen from hell, with each move deadly. He had seen Shun Shubai negotiate in a private room at Yuping Xian casually, making Zhang Yong a person who commanded respect, and Rongqing bow his head in submission, not daring to act recklessly. Now he witnessed Shun Shubai treating the wounded, squatting in front of a child, gentle, like a neighbor's big brother, patient and meticulous. How many sides of this person remain unknown? Behind him, his brothers looked at Shun Shubai with eyes that had shifted from initial fear to genuine admiration, from mere obedience to heartfelt respect. Shun Yi is truly amazing. Someone murmured, their gaze filled with adoration. The surrounding tourists also began to discuss, their voices rising and falling. This boss is so great, kind-hearted, and skilled. There aren't many bosses like this. From now on, I'll come here to have fun. Supporting a conscientious boss. I want to post this on my social media. Let my friends come here, it's both fun and reassuring. Tang Xiaoxiao stood among the crowd watching Shun Shubai, her eyes shining remarkably like the brightest stars. She had seen many facets of Shun Shubai. Gentle, domineering, composed, humorous, witty, decisive. But at this moment, as he squatted before the child, focused and gentle, she saw a completely new Shun Shubai. A person with responsibility, love, capability, and warmth. Her man. Unexplainably, a strong sense of pride and admiration surged in her heart, the emotion flooding over her like a tide. What kind of father would he be if they had their own child in the future? Would he also squat down gently like this, telling stories to the child, playing with them, and being the first to protect them when they were hurt? Tang Xiaoxiao dared not think further, yet involuntarily 2 blushes crept onto her cheeks. Just then the system's prompt sounded clearly and mechanically in Shun Zubai's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully treating a child who dislocated their shoulder with top-notch medical skills, earning unanimous praise and sincere respect from everyone present. Acts of kindness bring extreme physical and mental pleasure. Happiness points skyrocketed. Reward 200,000 yuan in cash. Additional reward: secrets of the bedchamber, mastering techniques and arts in intimacy, greatly enhancing mutual experiences, allowing partners to attain ultimate pleasure and satisfaction. Shun Shubai was slightly taken aback. Secrets of the bedchamber. This reward is a bit unexpected. He instinctively glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao in the crowd. Tang Xiaoxiao happened to be looking at him as well, their gazes meeting in the air, sparking unspoken fireworks. In her eyes there was no concealment of admiration and love, shining brightly with a hint of an indescribable tenderness. Shun Zubai's heart stirred, and some images involuntarily flashed through his mind. Those images made him feel a bit heated. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang, the ringtone interrupting his train of thought. It was a call from Lin Beiying. "Xiaobai, bring Xiaoxiao back for dinner. The food is ready. Hurry back, or it will be cold and not tasty." Shun Shubai came to his senses and replied, "Okay, I'll be right back." After hanging up, he walked over to Tang Xiaoxiao, took her hand, and said with a smile, "Let's go, my mom is calling us for dinner." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and followed him out. After walking a few steps, she turned back to glance at the tourists still discussing and pointing at Shun Shubai, and quietly said, "Shubai, you were so handsome today." Shun Shubai laughed, holding her hand tightly. "I've always been handsome." Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, but did not refute. Instead, her smile deepened. When they returned to the Shun family, Lin Beiying had already set the table with food. The braised pork was glistening, the sweet and sour fish was fried golden, the white-cut chicken was neatly sliced along with stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a big bowl of steaming chicken soup, the aroma wafting in the air, making one salivate. "Back already. Wash your hands and eat." Lin Beiying greeted warmly while arranging bowls and chopsticks. Tang Xiaoxiao washed her hands and sat down at the table. Lin Beiying continuously served her dishes, afraid she wouldn't eat enough, saying, "Xiaoxiao, eat more. This braised pork is my specialty. I stewed it for 2 hours. Try it and see if it suits your taste." "Thank you, Auntie. This fish is also fresh. I bought it from the town this morning. It was still lively." "Auntie, you don't need to fuss over me. I can serve myself. You sit down and eat too." Shin Zhengwo watched from the side, smiling broadly, his wrinkles smoothing out. The meal was lively. After dinner, Lin Beiying chatted with Tang Xiaoxiao for a while, discussing everyday matters. Shun Shubai sat beside them, occasionally chiming in. As they chatted, Tang Xiaoxiao's gaze would unconsciously drift towards Shun Shubai, her eyes holding an indescribable expression like admiration, affection, and a sense of expectation. Shun Shubai found her gaze amusing and couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Tang Xiaoxiao blinked and smiled openly. I'm looking at you, the more I look, the more handsome you become, the more. Lin Beiying and Shun Jiangwo, hearing this, smiled until their eyes squinted. They could tell that Tang Xiaoxiao was very fond of their son. Moreover, while eating, Tang Xiaoxiao kept complimenting Shen Beiying, making her beam with joy. Shen Shubai sat nearby watching this harmonious scene, feeling warm inside. Just as they were eating, his phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Tianlong. He picked up, but before he could speak, Wang Tianlong's anxious voice came through. Shunyi. Something big has. Shen Zubai's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm as he asked, "What happened?" "Take your time and a big leader has arrived." Wang Tianlong's voice was urgent and quick. "They brought the police to maintain order in the sugarcane field." "I don't know what happened. So many people came that even the village chief was alarmed." "Shenyi, you should come take a look." Shen Shubai was slightly stunned. A big leader. Bringing the police to me. He quickly thought and opened the system interface to check the top-tier networking prop card. Sure enough, the status indicated it had been used. "I see." He felt reassured and said to Wang Tianlong, "I understand, I'll be there right away." After hanging up, Shen Shubai met the puzzled gazes of his parents and Tang Xiaoxiao. "What's wrong, Xiaobai?" Lin Beiying asked nervously. "What happened?" Shen Shubai smiled lightly and said in a relaxed tone, "It's nothing, it's a good thing. A leader is here for an inspection and brought police to maintain order in the sugarcane field. I'm going to check it out." "A leader?" Shen Jiangwo nearly dropped his chopsticks. "Which leader?" "I'm not sure, I'll find out when I get there." Shen Shubai stood up and looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, do you want to come with me?" Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she stood up immediately. "Sure, let's go see what's happening." Lin Beiying quickly reminded, "Be careful on the road, call home if anything happens." "Sure, Mom, you don't need to worry." Shen Shubai replied, and the two hurried towards the sugarcane field. On the way, Tang Xiaoxiao, with a look of disbelief, said, "Shubai, you are too amazing, right? A leader personally coming to maintain order. That's quite a big deal." Shen Shubai couldn't help but chuckle, but inwardly he felt pleased. The system's intervention was indeed remarkable. The top-tier networking prop card directly summoned a leader to provide support. This level of prestige would allow him to boast in the village for a lifetime. Perhaps the sugarcane garden has gained too much attention recently, leading to the higher-ups taking notice. Shen Shubai casually suggested a reason. However, Tang Xiaoxiao didn't believe it, linking her arm with his and looking at Shen Shubai with admiration, saying, "It must be that you have connections. Shubai, tell me honestly, do you know some big shot?" Shen Shubai smiled and pinched her cheek. "Guess." Tang Xiaoxiao huffed, but her eyes were filled with laughter. Before long, the two arrived at the village entrance, and from a distance they saw a sea of people in the sugarcane field. The parking lot was bursting at the seams, and a long line of cars was parked along the roadside, winding out for hunt. A long queue was forming at the entrance. The noise of the crowd was more vibrant than ever. What stood out were the uniformed police officers, over 20 of them, maintaining order and directing traffic among the crowd. Behind them, two police cars were parked, their blue and white bodies particularly striking under the sunlight. Wang Tianlong was standing at the entrance talking to a few uniformed personnel. Upon seeing Shen Shubai, he immediately jogged, over his face a mix of tension and excitement. "Shenyi, you've arrived." Shen Shubai nodded, scanning the crowd and inquiring, "Where's the leader?" Wang Tianlong pointed to the crowd not far away, explaining, "Over there talking with the village chief." Shen Shubai followed his gaze and saw a man in his 50s standing in the center of the crowd. He was wearing a dark gray administrative jacket with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined and steady demeanor. Though not very tall, he stood there with an aura of authority. The village chief was the first to spot Shen Shubai. He waved urgently and called out that Mayor Chen had come in person to see their sugarcane fields. "Mayor Chen." Shen Shubai feigned surprise and quickened his pace. Shun Dengfeng turned his gaze, falling on Shen Shubai with a barely perceptible scrutiny before his face softened into a warm smile. "You must be Shen Shubai, the young man behind that sugarcane adventure." His voice was gentle, yet carried the steady assurance of someone in authority. Shen Shubai met him with composed modesty. "Greetings, Leader Chen. I'm Shen Shubai." Shen Dengfeng reached out and shook his hand courteously. "Promising and accomplished at a young age. I've heard about this sugarcane farm of yours. Not only has it boosted villagers' incomes, it's created a unique tourism draw. Very imaginative." Shen Shubai replied humbly, "You flatter me, Leader. I've only been tinkering, giving the villagers another source of livelihood. Tinkering, and it turns out like this." Shen Dengfeng shook his head with a smile. "I just had a look. There are almost as many visitors as at an amusement park. Your model is well worth promoting." The village chief's face flushed with excitement as he chimed in, "Yes, yes. Shubai was clever from childhood, and now he's truly made something of himself." Several village cadres nodded in agreement. Their expressions toward Shen Shubai had shifted from earlier disdain to polite admiration. With Shen Dengfeng here, in-person reverence now tempered their faces. Around them, tourists who had seen the commotion drifted over and began to whisper among themselves, "Is that the mayor? Such a high-ranking official here in person. What's the background of the owner of this sugarcane farm?" The The leader came to inspect in person. Wow, this display is something else. Some people raised their phones to take pictures, others murmured, and a few edged closer to catch every word. Tang Xiaoxiao stood behind Shen Shubai watching the scene with a swell of indescribable pride. Her man stood before the official neither obsequious nor intimidated, handling himself with calm poise and an irresistible charisma. Chen Dengfeng then asked Shen Shubai a few questions about the farm's operating model, where the visitors came from, how it had helped local employment, and plans for future development. Shen Shubai answered each question with clarity and order, neither boasting nor false modesty. Chen Dengfeng nodded continually, his admiration growing more evident. Excellent. A young man with ideas and nerve who can also bring his neighbors along. Rare, and he patted Shen Shubai on the shoulder with satisfaction. You are a model example. Our city should publicize this. After the new year we can actively promote it, and even have the television come for an interview. Those words set off an uproar. The village chief almost jumped for joy. Leader, really? On TV, Wang Tianlong and his crew crowded round, eyes wide and filled with disbelief. Is Master Shen about to become famous? No, he already is famous. Shen Shubai smiled slightly and said, thank you for the endorsement, leader. I will work hard. Chen Dengfeng glanced around once more, his eyes resting on the laughing, cheering cane fields not far off. He sighed, rural revitalization needs young people like you. Rooted in the land, lifting your neighbors, turning green hills and clear waters into mountains of gold and silver. He paused, then turned to the village chief. You must support this sugarcane farm. If any difficulties arise, report them promptly to the town and the city. The village chief nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes, yes. We will give our full. Chen Dengfeng chatted with Shen Shubai a little more before departing. At parting, he squeezed Shen Shubai's hand and said with weighty meaning, Xiao Shen, work hard. If you need anything in the future, come to me directly. The weight of that promise was plain to everyone present. Shen Shubai bowed his head and replied, thank you, leader. I will not let you down. Chen Dengfeng smiled and nodded. Flanked by his secretary and entourage, he boarded the black official car. A police escort cleared the way as it slowly drove off. Only after the car disappeared from view did the village chief come to his senses. He grabbed Shen Shubai's hand and babbled with excitement, Shubai. Shubai, did you hear? The leader said you're a model and will be on television. If you have difficulties in the future, go to him directly. A group of village cadres crowded around, chattering, Shubai, you've brought honor to our village. The leader came to inspect in person. Our village is famous now. If you need anything, just say the word. The village will support you fully. Wang Tianlong and his brothers were even more excited, circling Shen Shubai with adoration written all over their faces. Master Shen, you're incredible. The leader came in person. Is our sugarcane farm about to take off? I've always said Master Shen isn't an. Nearby tourists continued to buzz, some taking photos, some recording videos, others already posting to their social feeds. Unbelievable. What luck today, running into an official inspection. This sugarcane farm will blow up. Come check it out. The owner's amazing. The leader stood up for him. Tang Xiaoxiao stood beside Shen Shubai, her heart full of pride as she watched it all. She slipped her arm through Shen Shubai's and leaned close to his ear, whispering, Shubai, you're truly remarkable. He turned to her with a smile and replied, this is remarkable. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, her face full of admiration. You're getting more and more impressive. I never imagined you possessed such influence. It's nothing special, Shen Shubai said with a faint smile. After Chen Dengfeng departed, the crowd gradually dispersed and the sugarcane farm resumed its usual bustle. Yet beneath the familiar lively hum there lingered a different, newfound flavor of excitement. Wang Tianlong ran over, his face flushed with excitement. Master Shen, there are even more visitors today than yesterday. The parking lot is full and cars are queued up. At this pace we'll run out of sugarcane to sell. Shen Shubai smiled, our goal is to sell out. If we don't have enough, we'll wait until next year. Wang Tianlong's eyes brightened. Good. I'll make the arrangements immediately. With that he dashed off, calling as he ran, brothers, listen up. Master Shen says sell until it's all gone. The neon green vested team answered in unison, brimming with vigor. Shen Shubai stood at the edge of the cane fields watching this bustling scene and feeling a satisfaction he had never known before. The commotion in the sugarcane fields continued into the evening. As the sun sank, visitors gradually dispersed and the neon green vested crew began to tidy the site. Wang Tianlong stood on the ridge between the plots, grinning from ear to ear. He did not linger in his joy. There was a more important task, calling Zhang Yong. The phone rang twice and was answered. Along, what's up? Zhang Yong's voice came through with its usual length. Wang Tianlong lowered his voice, a thread of caution in his tone. Boss Zhang, a big figure, came to the sugarcane fields today. Chen Dengfeng. He inspected the place in person. There was a few seconds silence on the other end. Who did you say? Zhang Yong's voice shifted noticeably. Chen Dengfeng, the city leader, Wang Tianlong repeated. He came with police, inspected the fields for over an hour, talked with Master Shen for a long time, and said that if Shen needs anything in the future, he can go straight to him. When he finished, silence pressed again through the line. Longer this time, heavier and more suffocating. Wang Tianlong imagined Zhang Yong's expression, the man who had long moved through Rongqing like he owned the place, now probably darker than the bottom of a cooking pot. Boss Zhang, Wang Tianlong ventured. I understand. Zhang Yong's voice regained an outward calm, but Wang Tianlong, who had followed him for over a decade, could hear the storm beneath that calm. Keep watching closely. Report any developments at once. After hanging up, Wang Tianlong stared at his phone, his feelings a complicated mix. He had never heard Zhang Yong speak in that tone before. It was neither anger nor fear, but a deep, gnawing apprehension. Even Wang Tianlong wondered inwardly, Master Shin, just what background do you have? Meanwhile, in another part of town, Rongqing City Center, inside an upscale private club, Zhang Yong set his phone down and remained silent for a long time. Across from him sat Chun Dixin, the development zone director, propped on his beer belly with a teacup in hand. Seeing Zhang Yong's expression, he couldn't help but ask, Boss Zhang, what's the matter? Whose call was that? Zhang Yong lifted his head, his eyes complicated. Wang Tianlong called. He said Chen Dengfeng went to Shun Shubai's sugarcane farm and inspected it. He stayed for a while. Chen Dixin nearly dropped his teacup. Chen Dengfeng, the city leader. He went there in person, for that sugarcane farm. Zhang Yong nodded, his face grave. Chen Dixin put his cup down and paced the room, muttering, Chen Dengfeng. He's someone sent from the provincial level. Why would he personally go to a place like that? What's his connection with Shun Shubai? Zhang Yong fell silent for a few seconds before replying slowly. Wang Tianlong said that when Shun was leaving, he told Shun Shubai that if he ever needed anything, he could go straight to him. That remark landed like a grenade in the private room. Chen Dixin stopped pacing, his face pale with alarm. Boss Zhang, this is trouble. All those moves we made before, if Shun Shubai mentions them to Chen Dengfeng. He probably didn't say anything. Zhang Yong cut in, as if reassuring himself. If he had, someone else would have come now. Chen Dixin breathed a little easier, but remained tense. Then what is Shun's relationship with Chen Dengfeng? Relatives? Friends? Or? Zhang Yong shook his head, brow knitted. I don't know. But one thing is certain, Shin Shubai has someone backing him, someone we dare not provoke. He stood and slipped on his coat. Let's go to the village. Chen Dixin blinked, understanding what Zhang Yong intended. Now. It's almost dark. Now. Zhang Yong narrowed his eyes. Be sincere in your attitude and swift in your actions. Shin Shubai holds leverage over us, and now Chen Dengfeng has appeared. If we don't make a move to show our goodwill, we will be at a disadvantage. Chen Dixin thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll go prepare a few things. Night had fallen, and the village sank into hush. The lights in the sugarcane fields still burned. Floodlights Wang Tianlong and his men had erected days before, turning the whole cane patch into daylight. A few vans remained in the lot, and men in fluorescent green vests were doing the final tidying. Shun Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao were preparing to go home when a motorcade rolled into the village entrance. 3 black sedans. Leading was the familiar Mercedes of Zhang Yong, followed by an Audi and a commercial van. The convoy eased to a stop at the sugarcane field entrance. The doors opened, and Zhang Yong and Chen Dixin stepped out. Wang Tianlong froze, though he already had his suspicions. Shin Zubai's brow lifted slightly as he watched the figures alight from the cars, but he did not move. Zhang Yong hurried over, his face wreathed in smiles, so ingratiating it verged on sycophancy. The sharpness of his manner smoothed away. Brother Shun, at last we've found you. Zhang Yong stepped forward, offering his hand with feigned warmth, then added politely, I heard the leader was coming to inspect today, so I specially came to congratulate you. Shin Shubai returned the handshake coolly without a word. Inside, however, he had already guessed their motive from that very sentence. He thought to himself that they were merely testing the waters. Zhang Yong, unperturbed, turned and waved to them. Several subordinates immediately hauled box after box down from the van. Maotai Wulianya imported red wines and bundles of soft Zhonghua cigarettes piled like a small mountain. A small token to wish Brother Shin a happy new year, Zhang Yong said with a smile. Chen Dixin moved forward, all smiles. Brother Shin, there were some misunderstandings before. We specially came to apologize. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Shin Shubai regarded the two of them with crystal clarity. With Chen Dengfeng's arrival, they could not remain at ease. Earlier they had tried to show dominance. Now they would have gladly knelt and begged forgiveness. You're too polite, mister. Zhang, Shin Shubai said evenly. Keep the gifts. Oh, I accept the sentiment. Zhang Yong's smile stiffened for a moment, then smoothed back into place as he said, Brother Shin, don't be so formal. It's all just small things. By the way, one more thing. He produced a folder from his bag and handed it over with both hands. A new development in the industrial zone. The environment is excellent. I've reserved a unit for Brother Shun. 300 square meters, finely furnished, movie and ready. Consider it a welcoming gift. Many around them inhaled sharply at Zhang Yong's words. A 300 square meter mansion given away? Wang Tianlong's men stared, their eyes wide. The village chief and a few cadres standing nearby looked as if their jaws had dropped. Shen Shubai glanced at the folder, but did not take it. Mr. Zhang, I don't need the house. I have a home, oh I am not lacking. Zhang Yong's smile momentarily froze, then returned to an affable grin. Brother Shen, you have standards. All right, then I'll reserve the unit. Whenever Brother Shen wishes to move and it's ready. Chen Dexian chimed in. Yes. Brother Shen, don't refuse, this is Mr. Zhang's good intention. Shen Shubai looked at him and said coolly, Director Chen, do you have something to add? Chen Dexian was taken aback, offering an embarrassed laugh. I only came to pay my respects and wish Brother Shen a happy new year. Shen Shubai nodded, turned to Zhang Yong, and with a steady gaze said, Mr. Zhang, Director Chen, since you are here, I'll speak plainly. Both men straightened immediately, sitting with practiced decorum. The leader's appearance today has indeed raised my standing. Shen Zubai's voice was unhurried, yet carried a pressure that left them uncertain of his true background. From now on, do whatever you must so long as you do not bully the common folk and refrain from illegal deeds. Then we can coexist peacefully. He paused, then fixed Zhang Yong with his eyes and continued, but if I learn that you commit any harm against the villagers. He left the sentence unfinished, the meaning was plain enough. Zhang Yong's expression shifted, he nodded repeatedly, rest assured Brother Shen. We will abide by the law and contribute more to the city. Chen Dexian hastened to echo, yes, Brother Shen is right. Shen Shubai nodded and fell silent. Zhang Yong's gaze darted, and he suddenly addressed the gathered villagers in a raised voice, Dear neighbors. I came today to pay respects to Brother Shen and to give back to the village. He produced a thick stack of red envelopes and proclaimed loudly, everyone here will receive one. Those over 50 will always get a red envelope from me at every festival. The crowd murmured at Zhang Yong's declaration. And that's not all. Zhang Yong continued, today I will host a banquet for the whole village. The cooks are all invited. The feast will be served continuously for 3 days. I will cover all expenses. The villagers exchanged looks and then erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Zhang Yong, riding the wave, smiled and said, all of this is because of Brother Shen. He taught me to be grateful and to give back to society. From now on, I'll come every year, because of Brother Shen's kindness. The villagers' eyes toward Shen Shubai shifted in an instant. If before there had been admiration, it was now tinged with awe. For someone to prompt Zhang Yong's flattery and to have a leader come in person, what exactly was Shen Zubai's background? The village chief gripped Shen Zubai's hand excitedly and babbled, Shubai, you are truly our village's benefactor. Several cadres surged forward, heaping praise upon him. Lin Beiying and Shen Jiangwo had arrived at some point and stood among the crowd, their faces full of pride as they looked at their son. Tang Xiaoxiao looped her arm through Shen Zubai's and watched the scene with complex feelings. She knew that these people's reverence sprang from Chun Dengfeng's endorsement and Zhang Yong's obsequiousness, but she also knew that whatever Shen Zubai's status, whether an ordinary laborer or a distinguished guest, she loved the man who risked himself to warn her on the highway when her car caught fire, the man who shielded her from a knife at the Zhangjiaji night market, the man who kissed her tenderly at the Ludao Hotel. Rank and status had never been what mattered to her. Shen Shubai did not object, and before long Zhang Yong had his men set up more than 100 banquet tables. The village ants all came to help, slaughtering chickens, stewing meat, steaming cakes, busy and joyful. Zhang Yong's crew brought truckload after truckload of fine food and liquor. Maodai and Wuliangya flowed freely. Seafood and prawns were abundant. The villagers had never seen such extravagance. They ate with flushed faces and drank with exuberant cheer. Shen Shubai and Tang Xiaoxiao sat at the head table with Zhang Yong and Chen Dexian attending them with solicitous courtesy. The village chief and cadres sat nearby, their faces alight with smiles. The feast lasted until after 9 o'clock, and only then did the crowd disperse, fully content. That Shen boy has really made it. Indeed, leaders came in person, and Mr. Zhang is so eager to flatter. From now on, our village will rely on him. As for Shen Shubai, he had already returned home. Lin Beiying had come back early and told them, Xiao, go take a hot bath, you've had a long day. She took Tang Xiaoxiao's hand with motherly affection. Don't bother washing the spare clothes. Leave them for Xiao by tomorrow. He'll put them in the washing machine for me. Tang Xiaoxiao felt warmed inside and replied softly, No, auntie, it's no trouble. You should rest and don't worry about us. I'm fine with Xiao by home, both his father and I feel much more at ease, Lin Beiying said cheerfully. It was late, so they did not talk much longer. Tang Xiaoxiao went upstairs to wash. Shen Shubai sat in the living room a while longer, chatting with his parents, then went upstairs himself. After waiting a moment in the room, the bathroom door opened and Tang Xiaoxiao emerged. Shen Zubai's gaze fell upon her and instantly froze. She wore a pale lavender silk nightgown that reached mid-thigh, revealing 2 long straight legs. The nightgown was a camisole style of thin straps rested on rounded shoulders, and the lace at the neckline faintly traced the rise of her chest. Her wet hair tumbled over her shoulders, a few strands clinging to the slender side of her neck. Fresh from the bath, her cheeks carried a soft flush, her eyes were moist, and she exuded the clean scent of shower gel along with an indescribable sensual charm. Shen Shubai rose and walked over naturally, taking her hand, murmuring softly, "Are you comfortable with the bath?" Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, her cheeks tinged pink. "You should go wash too, I'll wait for you," Tang Xiaoxiao said, her face so flushed it seemed to glow. Her meaning could not have been clearer. "All right, I'll be quick," Shen Shubai said, taking his change of clothes into the bathroom. The two went up to the second floor and into Shun Zubai's room. Tang Xiaoxiao entered and saw the room tidy, a tomater to bed made with Lin Beiying's newly aired quilt, soft and scented with sunlight. A pot of pothos flourished on the windowsill. Tang Xiaoxiao sat on the edge of the bed, her heart inexplicably aflutter. It was her first time in Shen Zubai's room, her first time lying on the bed he had slept in since childhood. Certificates from his elementary school still adorned the wall, a few yellowed wuxia novels lined the shelf. Everything felt unfamiliar and yet strangely comforting. Before long, Shen Shubai had finished washing, barely drying his hair. He entered the room. Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao sitting in the armchair by the bed, he moved to her side and could not help reaching to draw her waist into his embrace. "Shall I blow dry your hair?" Shen Shubai asked, his hand touching the softness at Tang Xiaoxiao's waist. Tang Xiaoxiao tensed reflexively, then nodded yes. After finishing blow-drying Tang Xiaoxiao's hair, Shen Shubai couldn't help but praise, "Xiaoxiao, your hair is so smooth." Tang Xiaoxiao became a little proud, saying, "Of course, I always take good care of it." Shen Shubai smiled faintly. "That's why it feels so silky." "Come on, let me dry your hair," Tang Xiaoxiao said as she took the hair dryer and began to dry Shen Zubai's hair. Afterwards, Shen Shubai put the hair dryer away and the two of them lay down on the bed. Shubai, today was really fulfilling. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim. "Are you happy?" Shen Shubai asked with a smile. "I am happy." Tang Xiaoxiao had never experienced such things before and was even more surprised by Shen Zubai's energy. Shen Shubai grinned and said, "Then tomorrow I will take you to the city for a good stroll." However, Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "I think it's nice at home. We can play in the sugarcane fields, which is more fun than the city." Seeing her say this, Shen Shubai chuckled and then leaned down to kiss her forehead. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiaoxiao did not resist, but instead closed her eyes and began to enjoy it. Shen Shubai continued to kiss her eyes, then her nose, and finally landed on her lips. The kiss was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Tang Xiaoxiao trembled as if electrified, but quickly wrapped her arms around Shen Zubai's neck in response. The kiss gradually deepened. Shen Zubai's hand gently stroked her back, feeling her skin's warmth through the thin silk. Tang Xiaoxiao trembled slightly in Shen Zubai's embrace, her breathing becoming rapid. "Shubai." She softly called his name between kisses, her voice sweet like melted honey. Shen Shubai did not respond, but gently laid her down on the bed. The bedside lamp was dimmed, casting a warm yellow glow over the two. Tang Xiaoxiao lay on the soft blanket, her light purple nightgown slightly disheveled, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, shyness, and unabashed affection. Shen Shubai leaned down to kiss her, from her lips to her chin, from her neck to her collarbone, all the way down. The strap of her nightgown slipped off her shoulder, revealing a smooth curve. His kiss landed there, and Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her body tensing and then relaxing. "Don't be afraid," Shen Shubai whispered in her ear, his voice hoarse yet gentle. "Just follow me." He recalled the room techniques he had just acquired today. It wasn't just a set of skills, that felt like an art of integration. How to control the rhythm, how to perceive the other's reactions, and how to make every touch just right. Those insights seemed to be engraved in his bones, flowing out naturally. Shen Zubai's kisses grew deeper, and his hands became increasingly daring. As his fingertips brushed over her skin, Shen Shubai could feel Tang Xiaoxiao's delicate skin trembling slightly. Tang Xiaoxiao clutched his shoulders tightly, her breath growing more rapid, her body soft like a puddle. "Shubai! Shubai!" She kept calling his name, her voice laced with a husky desire and a hint of panic. Shen Shubai looked up, meeting her eyes in the dim light. Her eyes were glistening, veiled with a thin layer of mist, yet filled with his reflection. "I'm here," Shen Shubai said softly, kissing away the moisture at the corners of her eyes. "Relax, leave it to me." He slowed down, no longer rushed, but instead played it like a beautiful melody, every note falling perfectly into place. Tang Xiaoxiao felt like a small boat rising and falling on gentle waves. Each of Shen Zubai's touches landed precisely on the most comfortable spots, causing her to involuntarily let out soft moans, while feeling shy enough to want to cover her face. "Don't hide." Shen Shubai pulled her hands away, chuckling. "I like hearing it." Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder, yet she did not hide anymore. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to immerse in this ultimate pleasure. She could feel Shen Shubai guiding her, leading her step by step towards some unknown realm. After an unknown period, she suddenly tensed her body, letting out a long, delicate moan. That sound was filled with surprised satisfaction and a hint of disbelief. Then she slumped onto the bed, gasping for breath, her gaze unfocused and dreamy. Shen Shubai leaned down to kiss her gentle, as if handling a fragile treasure. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. Tang Xiaoxiao took a while to come back to her senses. She looked at Shen Shubai, her eyes filled with affection and a hint of shy reproach. You just... She wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Shen Shubai chuckled. "What's wrong?" Tang Xiaoxiao bit her lip and said softly, "How come you were suddenly so amazing?" "Wasn't I amazing before?" Shen Shubai raised an eyebrow. Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder as she buried her face in his chest, mumbling, "It's not. It's just... that feeling just now, I've never experienced it before. It felt like I was floating." Shen Shubai understood her feelings. That was the effect of the room techniques. He held her tightly and kissed her forehead, saying, "It will only get better from now on." Tang Xiaoxiao raised her head and glared at him. "What more do you want?" Shen Shubai smiled without answering, simply rolling over to pin her down again. That was just the warm-up. He whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. "Now this is the main course." Tang Xiaoxiao shivered, not having time to say anything before he silenced her lips with a kiss. That night was long and entangled. Shen Shubai executed the techniques from the room guide to perfection, every touch landing just right, every deepening, making Tang Xiaoxiao let out soft moans. She felt as if she had been thrown into the clouds, gently falling again and again without tiring. Moonlight outside filtered through the curtain, seams casting mottled shadows on the floor. Occasional barks from afar accentuated the night's tranquility. In this small rural room, two hearts nestled closely together, intertwining. After an unknown time, everything finally calmed down. Tang Xiaoxiao lay limply in Shen Zubai's arms, lacking the strength even to move her fingers. Her cheeks were flushed, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, yet her lips bore a satisfied smile. Shen Shubai held her close, gently stroking her back, as if soothing a tired kitten. "Would you like some water?" Shen Shubai asked. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Shen Shubai got up, poured a cup of warm water, and fed her a few sips. After drinking, Tang Xiaoxiao snuggled back into Shen Zubai's embrace, finding a comfortable position. "Shubai," she softly said. "Moi, I really like you." Shen Shubai felt warmth in his heart, leaning down to kiss her forehead. "I like you too." Tang Xiaoxiao sighed contentedly and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes again, looking at Shen Shubai seriously. "No matter who you are, no matter how much money you have, or how capable you are, I like you. Even if you are just an ordinary worker, even if you have nothing, I still like you." Shen Shubai looked into her serious eyes, feeling a surge of emotion he had never experienced before. He thought back to those days, exhausted from working late hours, feeling belittled by his ex-girlfriend, anxious about an uncertain future. Back then he could never have imagined that he would have today. A system, wealth, the respect of villagers, and this woman in his arms who looked at him with adoration. Shen Shubai embraced Tang Xiaoxiao, feeling the lingering traces of pleasure gradually dissipate. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, the host and Tang Xiaoxiao have achieved a perfect fusion of mind and body, earning a cash reward of 500,000 yuan. Additional reward, top-tier language talent, proficient in all major global languages and various local dialects, with listening, speaking, reading, writing, and translation skills at a native level." Shen Shubai felt a rush of joy in his heart. Not only did he receive 500,000, but this top-tier language talent was incredibly useful. Traveling abroad, negotiating business deals, or even dealing with foreign merchants would be effortless. He looked down at the person in his arms, unable to resist kissing her again. Tang Xiaoxiao nestled in his embrace, her cheeks flushed, looking up at him with curiosity. "What are you smiling about?" Shen Shubai tightened his embrace and laughed. "Nothing, just happy." Tang Xiaoxiao glared at him, but did not ask further, only snuggling deeper into his arms. The two lay quietly for a while, and Shen Shubai softly asked, "By the way, what are your plans after the new year?" Tang Xiaoxiao was silent for a few seconds, her tone becoming serious. "Shubai, there's something I want to discuss with you." Tang Xiaoxiao looked up at Shen Shubai, hesitating to speak. "There's a major project at the company that I need to go back to handle, and if successful, I can get a promotion to executive director." Shen Shubai looked at her serious eyes, realizing how important this opportunity was for her. He recalled his own experiences at the company, working late, being exploited by leaders, and feeling hopeless. But Tang Xiaoxiao was different, as she genuinely loved her work and had the ability to climb higher. "That's a good thing," Shen Shubai said with a smile. "I support you." "Really?" Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. "Of course it's true." Shen Shubai pinched her cheek. "It's your favorite job, and there's a chance for promotion. How could I not support you?" Tang Xiaoxiao laughed happily, but soon showed a reluctant expression. "But I have to leave on the 6th day of the new year." Shen Shubai calculated that today was the 3rd, and only 2 days were left until the 6th. A wave of reluctance surged in his heart, but he didn't show it, just holding her a bit tighter. It's okay, work is important. We will have plenty of time in the future. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and hugged Shen Shubai tightly, saying softly then, "They'll come back as soon as I have time, or you can come to Jincheng to see me." "Okay, it's a deal," Shen Shubai replied with a smile. Tang Xiaoxiao thought of something else and asked, "What about you? What are your plans after the new year?" Shen Shubai was silent for a few seconds. "After finishing the village matters, I have to go on a trip far away." He paused and continued, "to pay respects to someone." Tang Xiaoxiao noticed a difference in Shen Zubai's tone and softly asked who. Shen Shubai did not answer. Immediately his gaze turned to the window, seemingly lost in thought. After a long moment, he finally spoke slowly. 2 years ago, when I was at my previous company, there was a female team leader named Suzy. Tang Xiaoxiao listened quietly, not interrupting. She was the kind of person who was exceptionally warm-hearted. Shen Zubai's voice was low, tinged with nostalgia. "When I first joined the company, I knew nothing, and she taught me everything step by step. One time I worked overtime until dawn, and she brought me supper. Everyone said she was the best person in the company." Tang Xiaoxiao held Shen Zubai's hand tightly, listening intently. Later, the company organized an outing for a barbecue near a reservoir. Shen Zubai's gaze became distant. It was a very hot day, and a few children were playing by the shore. Somehow one fell in. Shen Shubai paused, his voice slightly hoarse. "I was close by, and without thinking I jumped in to save the person. I grabbed a child and tried to drag him back to shore. However, the child was too frightened and clung to me tightly, pushing me down into the water. I choked on several mouthfuls of water, my strength waning." Tang Xiaoxiao felt her heart tighten as she listened. "Just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, Suzy jumped in." Shen Zubai's voice trembled slightly. "She pulled me away from the child and pushed me hard towards the shore. I was pushed onto the land, and when I turned back to catch my breath, the room fell silent with only their breathing audible. She sank." Finally, after a long pause, Shen Shubai spoke again, but in a low tone, as if afraid to disturb something. "I had a cramp in my leg and couldn't swim back to save her. By the time the team leader was rescued, it was already too late." At that moment, Shen Zubai's mood was incredibly heavy. He had never mentioned this to his family, just to avoid work. Tang Xiaoxiao felt her eyes redden. "What happened next?" she asked softly. Shen Shubai smiled bitterly. "What happened next? The child's family claimed that Suzy did not drown while saving their child, and it had nothing to do with them. They even said it was my fault for meddling in their affairs, and their child was fine until I scared him." Shen Zubai's voice was filled with suppressed emotions. In the end, the company only paid $1 million, and the matter was left unresolved. Tang Xiaoxiao could sense the helplessness in Shen Zubai's words and couldn't help but think of comforting him. She never expected that he had buried such a past in his heart. "Shubai." Tang Xiaoxiao felt that the only thing she could do was hold him tightly and comfort him, saying it. Shen Shubai did not respond, only holding Tang Xiaoxiao tightly. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice regaining its calmness. "Her hometown is in a small county in northern Fujian. Every year during Qingming or festivals, I try to visit her. I haven't gone this year yet. I wanted to wait until things settled down here before going." Tang Xiaoxiao looked up seriously at him and said, "Okay, then next time I'll go with you." Shen Shubai looked at her, warmth flooding his heart. "Okay, Xiaoxiao, thank you." Shen Shubai kissed her eyes and then relaxed, saying, "Let's sleep." Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and closed her eyes in peace. Soon the sound of even breathing filled the room. Shen Shubai held her close, feeling a sense of fulfillment he had never experienced before. The next morning, Shen Shubai was awakened by an itch. Something brushed lightly against the tip of his nose, tickling him. He frowned and opened his eyes, seeing Tang Xiaoxiao lying beside him, playfully teasing his nose with a strand of hair, her eyes squinting with laughter. Awake. When Tang Xiaoxiao saw Shen Shubai open his eyes, she greeted him cheerfully. Shen Shubai glanced out the window. It was just dawn. He looked at the phone on the nightstand. 6:03. "Xiaoxiao, how come you're up so early?" Shen Shubai reached out to pull her into his embrace. "Weren't you tired last night?" Tang Xiaoxiao's face flushed, recalling last night's events. She playfully hit him and said, "Don't mention." Shen Shubai looked down at her. In the morning light, her cheeks were tinted with a faint blush, her lips slightly pursed, exuding a charming innocence mixed with a hint of shyness. At that moment, little Shen Shubai reacted unexpectedly. Tang Xiaoxiao felt it, her body stiffening, and her face turned even redder. You again." Shen Shubai said nothing, merely flipping over and pinning her beneath him. "Shubai, it's already bright out." She protested softly, yet she didn't push him away. "It's still early." Shen Shubai whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. "Mom and Dad won't come in." Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else, but was silenced by Shen Zubai's kiss. This time, he was even gentler and more affectionate than last night. Tang Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Shen Shubai, whispering sweet nothings in his ear, her voice soft, like melted honey. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only their intertwined breaths and heartbeats. After an unknown period, everything gradually calmed down. Tang Xiaoxiao lay limp in his arms, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes hazy and dreamy, her whole being like a pool of spring water. Shen Shubai leaned down to kiss her from her forehead to her eyes, from her nose to her lips, as gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. "Are you okay?" Shen Shubai asked softly. Tang Xiaoxiao took a moment to regain her senses. She looked at Shen Shubai, her eyes filled with love and a touch of playful reproach. "You're getting better and better." Shen Shubai chuckled, pinching her cheek as he teased, "Do you like it?" Tang Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder as she buried her face in his chest, mumbling in mum. After sharing some tender moments, they finally got up to wash up. In the bathroom, Shen Shubai carefully helped Tang Xiaoxiao dry her hair and squeezed toothpaste for her. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the reflection of the two of them standing side by side in the mirror, her heart filled with sweetness. When they went downstairs, Lin Beiying had already set breakfast on the table. There were steaming noodles, golden fried eggs, homemade pickles, and a large bowl of steaming meat dumpling soup. Seeing them come down, she smiled and called, "Come and eat, it's just made." Tang Xiaoxiao walked over sweetly, sitting down and saying, "Thank you, Annie." Lin Beiying looked at her with eyes full of affection. Today Tang Xiaoxiao had a faint blush on her face, and there was an indescribable charm in her brows and eyes, making her look even more radiant than yesterday. She understood everything in her heart, but said nothing, just placing the fried egg into Tang Xiaoxiao's bowl with a loving gaze. "Eat more to nourish your body." Tang Xiaoxiao's face flushed as she lowered her head to eat the egg, not daring to meet Lin Beiying's eyes. Shen Jingwo watched from the side, chuckling. He gave Shen Shubai a knowing look, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. "Kid, you're doing well." Shen Shubai pretended not to see, burying his head in his noodles. Breakfast was finished in a subtly charged atmosphere. After the meal, Shen Jingwo called Shen Shubai aside. "Little Bai, I need to tell you something." Shen Shubai followed his father into the courtyard and asked, "Dad, what's up?" Shen Jingwo lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "This morning the village chief came by and said everyone in the village wants to plant sugarcane." "Everyone in the village?" Shen Shubai was taken aback. "Yes," Shen Jingwo nodded. "Your sugarcane game has become popular and everyone has noticed. Yesterday Director Chun came to promote it again, and the village chief said that from now on the government will support it. Planting sugarcane will come with subsidies, and everyone wants to get in on it." Shen Shubai thought for a moment and asked in surprise, "Dad, what do you think?" Shen Jingwo took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, "I think it's a good thing. If everyone gets involved, the village can prosper. Your uncle Chun, Auntie Li, and the others are all having a hard time. If they can have another source of income, that would be great. But I don't know if you agree. After all, this idea came from you, and the path was paved by you." Shen Shubai smiled and said, "Dad, I'll follow your lead on this. Whatever you decide, I will fully support it." Shen Jingwo's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? Of course it's true." Shen Shubai patted his father's shoulder and laughed. "Your son has some capability now. Helping the villagers is the right thing to do." Shen Jingwo was so excited that his eyes turned red. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Great, great. My son has succeeded." Then returning inside, Shen Shubai told Tang Xiaoxiao about this. After hearing it, Tang Xiaoxiao also agreed, saying, "Shubai, this is a good thing. You have the ability now, and you can lead the whole village to prosperity. The villagers will definitely appreciate your kindness then." Shen Shubai smiled and said, "Is that all it takes?" Tang Xiaoxiao nodded seriously. "Of course. You have the ability and are willing to help the villagers. People like you are the best." Shen Shubai felt warmth in his heart and was about to speak when Tang Xiaoxiao's phone rang. She glanced at it, her expression changing, and answered the call. "Hello, President Wang. Okay, I understand. He'll return as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, she looked at Shen Shubai, her eyes filled with reluctance. "The company is urging me to return. The project has been moved up, and I have to leave this afternoon." Shen Shubai was stunned for a moment, a wave of disappointment washing over him, but he didn't show it. "Then, what time is your train?" "I booked an afternoon train." Shen Shubai checked the time. It was already nearly 10 o'clock. All in all, there were only a few hours left. He held her hand, saying, "He'll take you to the station." "Okay," Tang Xiaoxiao replied softly. In the following hours, the two were almost inseparable. They visited the sugarcane fields, watching the fluorescent green vests moving through the fields and hearing the laughter of tourists. Tang Xiaoxiao even went in to steal a piece of sugarcane, and this time Shen Shubai happily fulfilled her wish, successfully escaping. At noon, Lin Beiying prepared a table full of dishes, as if eager to bring out every delicacy from the refrigerator. Shen Jingwo sat nearby, repeatedly urging Tang Xiaoxiao to eat more. "Xiaoxiao, next time you must stay longer, and he'll cook all your favorite